This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Ding! Glorious Era is officially launched, and the fusion world is selected. Blue star, and the fusion begins. Ding! The world fusion is completed, and the number of people participating in this game, 20 billion. Welcome to Glorious Era. Here are great gods, magic, alchemy technology, and everything you can think of. Everyone will become a lord and participate in this battle of all races. Each lord will randomly obtain an initial troop nest, and you can consume resources to recruit troops and form an army. Resources, troops, territories, heroes, and treasures are the 5 most important resources in the glorious universe. Please explore them on your own. Life or death, becoming a beggar or wearing a crown, falling into the abyss to become a demon or igniting the divine fire to become eternal, everything is possible. Richard, who had just got off work, heard the mechanical sound in his ears, and before he could react, he felt a dizzy feeling coming. When he opened his eyes again, a rough hall appeared in front of him. 12 evenly distributed stone pillars support the sunken roof several meters high, and the surrounding walls are made of gray stones, which look like they have been around for hundreds of years. There are more than 10 armchairs around the black long table in the middle, with a thick layer of dust on them. If you wipe it with your hand, you can leave a conspicuous mark. There is a huge wooden window on each side without glass blocking it. The dazzling light shines in from outside, making everything in the house clearly visible. Everything here is filled with indescribable exotic customs. Richard came back to his senses at this time, and was shocked when he thought of the information he had just heard. Glorious Era is the first virtual game jointly developed by the world's top 10 game developers. What's going on? The game integrates the real world? He was in a hurry to go home after get off work today, because this game, that has been promoted for several years, will be launched for public testing tonight. Now it's good, it really has become a global public test. But this is too ridiculous, right? At this moment, the mechanical sound he just heard rang in his ears again. Ding! You randomly go to a desert territory and draw the initial troop nest mummy pyramid, normal 3 stars. Ding! You become the desert lord, the blood in your body begins to awaken, and you get the special growth talent desert lord, current level, seed level. Along with a prompt sound, an attribute panel appeared in his mind. Richard level 1, 0/100, identity, Lord of Dusk City faction, Desert faction, lawful neutral territory, Dusk City, level 1 village, army lair, mummy pyramid, normal 3 stars, Lord talent, Desert Lord, special growth talent, current level C, you are the master of the desert. You can sense the coming of sandstorms, and you have mastered the ability of sandification. Sandification, level C, turns the body into sand, reduces 99% of physical damage received, and can swallow yellow sand to recover from injuries. The duration is 10 minutes, and the cooling time is 1 hour. You can bestow your power on the soldiers you recruit. After bestowing, your subordinates will obtain the D-level skill sandification. Desertification, D-level, turns the body into sand, reduces 99% of physical damage received, can swallow yellow sand to recover from injuries, lasts for 5 minutes, cools down for 2 hours. Strategic treasure, none. Introduction, a desert lord with some special abilities, other than that, ordinary. Richard looked at his attribute panel several times, with a subtle expression. Randomly got the extremely rare growth skill introduced on the official website. This attribute seems to be pretty good. After taking a few deep breaths, he suppressed the shock in his heart. There was a bit of complexity in his eyes. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing, just after working for half a year. The fusion of games and the real world is simply nonsense. But fortunately, I can eat enough for my family, and have no worries. As a young man with a big heart and baptized by all kinds of strange knowledge, he quickly adjusted with an unimaginable mentality. However, it is not playing, the real world is just a more real game. There was a bit of excitement in his eyes. He had been longing for the game Glorious Era for a long time. He had been thinking about it since the project was announced, and he had read the public information countless times. Now his wish has come true, but the process is a bit scary. I wonder what his territory looks like, and what the army's nest looks like. He left the hall with full expectations. He walked out of the door. Outside the hall is a yard. The ground is paved with bluestone, very flat. The gray stone wall more than 3 meters high outside blocks part of the view. Looking at the sky, you can see the endless blue, clear and transparent. Only the air is a little dry, which makes him feel a little uncomfortable when breathing. Richard glanced around and his eyes were quickly attracted by a 3-meter-high pyramid building in the corner of the front yard. The pyramid's appearance was rough, as if it had been formed by the wind for countless years, vicissitudes and simplicity. He stepped forward and looked at it carefully, and the attributes of the building appeared directly in his mind. Mummy pyramid level, ordinary 3 stars recruitable troops, mummy, ordinary 3 stars, number of recruits, 14 weekly output, 7 recruitment conditions, 4 gold coins, for units of wood, for units of stone introduction, an ordinary desert troops nest. Is this a troops nest? Richard was very interested. Just when he thought that the attributes of the pyramid were like this, a line of translucent text suddenly appeared at the bottom of the attribute panel. Black Gold System Startup. Startup successfully. Mummy Pyramid, ordinary 3 stars. Consuming 10 ordinary desert camp troops nests can upgrade it to elite 3 stars. Richard's mind was shocked, and his eyes suddenly widened. Black Gold System? Isn't this the system in a standalone game he played before? That game was independently developed by a friend of his, and he asked him to help try it out. However, because the game was difficult, he complained several times, and the other party specially made this system for him. The function of this system is very simple, that is, it can strengthen various things without limit. It was actually activated in this world. A strong excitement rose in his heart. He has read the information of the game Glorious Era on the official website countless times. The arms nest is the most important thing in the game. It has special characteristics, and cannot be upgraded. If you want to get a powerful arms nest, you can only attack the arms gathering point in the wild, and rebuild it after getting the arms nest. But now, he can directly consume resources to upgrade the level of the arms nest. Is this reasonable? This is too reasonable. Chapter 2. Just as Richard was excitedly studying the Black Gold System, the system's mechanical prompt sounded again in his ears. Ding! The Lord Forum has been opened. Please check it yourself. Lord Forum? This is really playing it as a game. Richard's mind moved, and a new panel appeared in his mind. There are 3 large sections on it. Forum Chat, Trading Market, Territory Ranking. Currently, only the Forum Chat and Trading Market sections are lit, and the Territory Ranking is gray and cannot be opened. Richard opened the Forum Chat first, and he wanted to know what was going on. Fuck the top 10 game manufacturers, you bastards. Have you been planning this for a long time? Why did our world merge with a game? Can anyone explain the reason? As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw my son in the last year of kindergarten holding a white bone wolf head and dangling it in front of me. I was almost scared to death. Science is dead. Burn paper when you have time. I want to call the police. I want to complain. I want to curse. I randomly arrived in an orc territory, and the first soldier's nest was the orc's hard labor fuck. This thing can't do anything except work, but there is a wolf pack outside my territory. Ha ha ha, my army's nest is a mixed-haired griffin, elite 1 star. Who can save me? There is a bear outside my territory. If the other party rushes in, my weak chicken army can't stop it at all. Who knows how to go home? My home is in Lujiang City. I have 20 houses. Who can take me back? I am willing to give him 10 houses. This must be a prank, right? I don't want to come to this damn place. You idiots, do you still want to go back? It's the power of God that allows people from all over the world to travel through time. I can travel through this world, and I will definitely follow my destiny and become the protagonist of the world. Wait until I become a god, and I will send you back. Help? How can I get resources? I can't recruit any more soldiers after only recruiting half of them. The chat channel posts are almost refreshed tens of thousands of times, scattered, saying all kinds of things. Some people are at a loss, and many people keep asking for help with the idea of going back. Some people are already eager to try, and are ready to explore this world. After watching for a long time, Richard's complicated mood gradually eased. With so many people, he is not alone. After thinking about it, he opened the trading market. Unexpectedly, he originally thought that there would be nothing, but there were all kinds of supplies. The head of the beast is sold for 10 gold coins. The bloody fangs are sold for 5 units of stone. Special, or is sold for 8 units of wood. It's only been 10 minutes. I don't know how players can get so many strange things at the beginning. But the most common thing here is the exchange of various resources. 10 gold coins are sold for 10 units of wood. 10 units of wood are sold for 10 units of stone. 10 units of stone are sold for 10 units of iron ore. The official website of Glorious Era introduces that resources are divided into common resources and rare resources, which are mainly used to recruit soldiers and build various buildings. Common resources: gold coins, stone, wood, iron ore. Rare resources: gems, sulfur, mercury, crystal. Different soldiers require different resources for recruitment. Low-level troops can be recruited with only ordinary resources, while high-level troops must use rare resources, and the same is true for buildings. Richard glanced at his attribute panel, and the resource column at the bottom showed it. Gold coins, 2,000 pieces. Wood, 2,000 units. Stone, 2,000 units. Iron ore, 2,000 units. As for the 4 rare resources, they are all 0. Obviously, these are the basic resources given by the system. He thought about it. The mummy pyramid can recruit 14 mummies, and recruiting one only requires 12 units of resources. Calculated, he can call on most of the resources. However, with the black gold system, it is too wasteful to recruit directly. Wouldn't it be nice to upgrade the ordinary 3-star mummy pyramid to the elite 3-star, and then recruit? He immediately searched in the trading market column. Troops Nest Core. While searching, a piece of information came to mind. The materials purchased in the trading market will be directly stored in the 10 cubic meters of space given by the system. Richard understood and continued to check. Everyone's start was random, so there were many lucky guys. Some were directly randomly assigned to elite-level arms nests, while others got 1 or more arms nest cores. Although the proportion of these people was low, based on the huge data of 20 billion, even 1,000th was worth tens of millions. Among them, some people chose to store the arms nest cores for their own use, but some also planned to exchange them for resources. However, at the beginning, the prices were a bit confusing, with the highest being a few thousand and the lowest being a few hundred units of resources. After a while, Richard selected the cores of the troop nests of the desert camp and bought the ones he saw. Do you want to spend 400 units of wood to buy the core of the troop nest of the desert poison rat? Do you want to spend 500 gold coins to buy the core of the troop nest of the desert lizard man? Yes. Richard was in a good mood as he looked at the troop nest cores that were constantly coming into his pocket. 10 troop nests cost him a total of 4,000 units of resources. Under his deliberate control, there were only 1,000 units of gold coins, wood, stone, and iron ore left. Richard's mind moved, and the 10 troop nests he had just purchased appeared in his hand. Thumb-sized, crystal clear, like pure crystal. Pick up one at random. Desert Viper Nest. Level, Ordinary 1 star. Construction requirements, 200 gold coins, 200 units of stone, 200 units of wood. Introduction. After construction, you can recruit ordinary 1-star troops, Desert Vipers. It doesn't take much resources to build a troop nest. Why do so many people sell it? Don't they have any troop explosions in the early stage? While he was thinking, the black gold system prompted again. Mummy Pyramid, Ordinary 3 stars. Consume 10 ordinary desert camp troop nest cores to upgrade it to elite 3 stars. The conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Richard retracted his scattered thoughts and chose to confirm with anticipation and excitement. The next second, the 10 troop nests in his hand turned into a stream of white light and poured into the pyramid in front of him. Click, accompanied by a crisp sound. The 3-meter-high pyramid quickly rose, like a bamboo shoot. It stopped after reaching 4 meters. Upgrade successful. Mummy Pyramid, Elite 3 stars. Consume 10 elite-level desert camp troop nest cores to upgrade it to rare 1 star. Note 1: 10 ordinary nest cores can be synthesized into an elite level 1. Note 2: the level has been upgraded, and the unit's nest can only be upgraded again after a 7-day cooldown. Chapter 3. After the conspicuous prompt, the black gold system returned to silence. Richard sneered. He was instantly happy. But the next upgrade requirement will be higher, and 10 elite-level troop nests will be needed. Using ordinary-level nest cores to synthesize 100 nests. He read the prompt again, and when he saw the inconspicuous note 2, Richard's mouth twitched. I almost forgot about this. When that guy made the black gold system, he deliberately added a cooling time to prevent me from clearing the level so quickly. But this is not a big deal, just train a few more troops. He suddenly wanted to thank the friend who developed the game. If your skills were a little better, I wouldn't have gotten this plugin. Open the attribute panel of the Mummy Pyramid. Great Pyramid. Level, Elite 3 stars. Recruitable troops, Bandaged Mummies, Elite 3 stars. Number of recruits, 14. Weekly output, 7. Recruitment conditions, 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of stone. Introduction, an ordinary desert troops nest. After the upgrade, the resources required for recruitment have increased a lot. Before, 12 units of resource gold coins could recruit a mummy, but now 120 units are required. But the price is worth it. This wave of blood profit. Richard smiled brightly, wondering how strong the elite 3-star bandaged mummies would be. At the moment, he was not vague and directly chose to recruit all. 14 bandaged mummies consumed 560 gold coins, 560 units of wood, and 560 units of stone. After the resources on the attribute panel dropped sharply, the pyramid emitted a gray light, and its appearance became hazy. It was as if the night was covering the earth, and the sky was about to get dark. Crack, the sound of stone breaking sounded from the haze. Sand, an arm wrapped in white bandages broke out of the pyramid. The mummy crawled out of the pyramid in front of Richard. One by one, 14 mummies appeared in front of him in the same way. Richard's eyes widened. Isn't this way of appearance a bit too cool? Fortunately, you are not crawling on TV. After the bandaged mummies appeared, they were not afraid of the sun. Their image is more frightening than that in film and television works. The whole body is tightly wrapped in white bandages. Even the face is like this, revealing only a pair of empty eye sockets without eyeballs. The two shriveled palms are like dry branches, and the nails are sharp enough to tear armor. There is an ancient and decayed smell on the body, as if it has just crawled out of a coffin. Ordinary people will feel scared even if they take a look at it. Richard nodded in satisfaction. Only sissies like cute animal-eared girls. Real men should confront mummies. Open the attribute panel. Bandage mummy level 1 potential, elite 3 stars skills, body of death, E level, fearless of pain, fearless of death, immune to poison and plague. Corpse bandage, E level, reduces physical damage by 30%, bandages come with plague, infected people will fall into a weak state, all attributes will be reduced by 20%, if not treated, will gradually die. Claw tearing, E level, fingers are sharper by 30%, and firmer by 30%. Racial talent, when fighting in the desert, physical strength and injury recovery speed increase by 50%. Bond mummy, if the number of mummies is greater than 10, the strength of all mummies will be increased by 10%. If the number of mummies is greater than 30, the strength will be increased by 20%. If the number of mummies is greater than 50, the strength will be increased by 30%, and the infection rate of plague will be increased by 30%, and the negative effects caused will be increased by 30%. Introduction. If you use their bandages to hang yourself, you will definitely die of plague in the end. Although there are no specific attributes, such as strength and constitution, it can be seen that the attributes are pretty good. Richard nodded slightly. In other words, it is also an elite 3-star soldier. After thinking about it, he opened his attribute panel and looked down. Lord Talent, Desert Lord, Special Growth Talent, current level C, you are the master of the desert. You can foresee the arrival of sandstorms, and you have mastered the ability of desertification, which can be permanently bestowed on your subordinates. After bestowing, your subordinates will obtain the D-level skill desertification. This is his special growth skill, currently C level. His luck is no worse than those players who directly obtain elite or even higher level arms nests. He looked at the mummy in front of him. He slowly stretched out his right hand. In an instant, the palm of his hand emitted a yellow sand-like light. 14 mummies were shrouded in it. Ding! Under your gift, 14 bandaged mummies have obtained a new skill, Sandification D level. Sandification D level turns the body into sand, reduces 99% of physical damage, can swallow yellow sand to recover from injuries, lasts for 5 minutes, and has a cooldown of 2 hours. Richard was happy. Immune to 99% physical damage, and can also swallow yellow sand to recover from injuries. Isn't this skill just invincibility? Besides, he was in the desert. Wouldn't these bandaged mummies become indestructible cockroaches? More importantly, he could grant his subordinates the skill of desertification without limit. In the future, his troops would naturally have one more skill than other lords' troops. And as his talent level continued to increase, the skills he could grant would also be enhanced in the future. The potential was unlimited. After Richard calmed down his excitement, he looked at the 14 mummies in front of him, who were wrapped in bandages and had only empty eye sockets. He waved his hand. He asked them to follow him, and took the lead in walking out of the Lord's mansion, which was protected by a wall. The main door in the middle was open. Richard stepped out. The next moment, his expression was startled. At the door of the Lord's mansion, hundreds of residents with nervous faces gathered. These residents were wearing shabby clothes made of coarse cloth. Their eyes were evasive, and their expressions were very restrained. After seeing him, everyone's breathing slowed down. When the mummy appeared, many people panicked, holding their clothes tightly, lowering their heads suddenly, and dared not look straight ahead. In the depressing atmosphere, an old man with gray hair and wearing a white robe staggered out of the crowd. He came to Richard nervously, and knelt respectfully on the ground. he shouted loudly. "Lord, your humble people welcome you." It was an extremely strange language. Richard was sure that he had never heard it in his life for more than 20 years. When he was confused, a stream of information flooded into his mind: pronunciation, articulation, meaning of the text. Countless information was absorbed by him. Common language of the continent. At this time, he understood what the other party said. Richard was a little dazed. He mastered a new language in an instant. Is this a benefit for novices? The crowd behind, led by the old man, suddenly woke up and knelt down on the ground one by one, as if they were afraid of being late. "Welcome, Lord." The voice rose and fell, with the fear of a mouse seeing a cat. Richard was about to speak when the system prompt came to his ears. "Ding, you have officially taken over the territory, and can freely view the territory panel." Chapter 4. Richard's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the territory panel. Twilight City Level 1 Village, 2,000 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore are required for upgrading. Buildings: Primary Lord's Mansion, only 1, primary residential houses, 10 rooms, primary blacksmith shop, 1 room, primary barracks, 1 room, special buildings, none open space, 10 grids residents, humans, 100 people, resources, gold, 1440 pieces, wood, 1440 units, stone, 1440 units, iron ore, 2,000 units, rare resources, mercury, 0, sulfur, 0, crystal, 0, gem, 0. Occupied resource points, none territory attributes, yellow sand land, under the protection of Lord Richard. Residents of Twilight City will not get lost in the desert, and their physical strength consumption in the desert will be reduced by 30%. Army Lair, Great Pyramid, Elite 3 stars, Army Type, Bandaged Mummy, Elite 3 stars, 14, Hero, none introduction, an extremely small territory, perhaps a sneeze from a powerful creature can destroy it. The territory attribute panel shows everything. Although there are not many things, the territory attributes look good. Residents will not get lost in the desert, and their physical strength consumption can be reduced by 30%, which is quite practical. The residents who knelt on the ground looked at Richard for a long time without moving, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. The inner uneasiness became more and more intense. "Lord?" The leader who was kneeling in front of him spoke in a faint voice, half raising his head, with an uneasy tone. Richard came back to his senses, coughed lightly, and spoke loudly in the common language of the continent that he had just mastered. "Get up, my people. This is the City of Dusk, my territory, and the home of each of you. There is no need to be so nervous." Hearing this, the old man's eyes were relieved, and then he bowed to him sincerely, and then stood up. The other residents who stood up looked at Richard with worry, trepidation, and excitement. "Lord, do you really not mind us living here? Are those mummies? The soldiers recruited by Lord are really impressive. Lord is so kind." Looking at the excited crowd below, Richard was also a little surprised. After asking the old man in front of him, he understood. It turned out that these people wandered here from other places 3 days ago. At that time, the door of the Lord's mansion was closed and could not be opened. They really had nowhere to go, so they stayed here first. Until an hour ago, they suddenly got the news that the gate of the Lord's mansion was opened. In panic, they came here to wait for the owner of the territory to appear. This is obviously the benefit given to the novice lords by Glorious Era. Population is an important part of the territory. Mining resources, building houses, and growing food all require people to do. Without these people, his territory may not be able to operate. The leading old man took a deep breath and spoke again. "Dear Lord, please forgive our rashness. We beg you to take us in." The crowd below immediately raised their hearts to their throats and looked at Richard eagerly, hoping to hear the reply they expected. Looking at the still uneasy crowd, Richard took a step forward, and his dark and deep eyes swept through the crowd. At this moment, with the mummy guards behind him, his momentum instantly made the venue silent. After a moment of silence, he spoke loudly. "Don't be nervous, my people. In the name of the Lord of Twilight City, I officially allow you to join my territory and become residents of Twilight City. No matter what job you did before, what your identity was, and what you had experienced, all of this has become the past, and I will not pursue your past. From now on, this will be your home, and your only identity is a resident of Twilight City. In the future, your life, work, and everything beautiful will bloom on this land. My people, my name is Richard, remember this name." His eyes were firm. "As your lord, no matter how dangerous the outside world is, I will protect you and keep you safe. Even if this world loses its light one day, I will lead you through the long night. The anxiety and uneasiness of the crowd below were swept away by this firm and inspiring tone, and their eyes changed quietly at this moment. Is this their lord? Ding, you gave a short but very charming speech, which won the respect of everyone present, and your leadership skills comprehension progress increased by 20%. Richard's expression seemed a little subtle when he heard the system prompt. This is also okay, but he quickly regained his composure and looked at the old man in front of him. Where do you live now? The other party's wrinkled face seemed to be much relieved at this moment, and he spoke with an excited tone. Lord, we live in the house over there. He pointed to the side. Richard turned his head and saw 10 two-story yellowish-brown houses 50 meters away from the Lord's mansion. The architectural style is very rough, which is very consistent with the characteristics of the desert. Residential house occupies one space, level, primary, upgrade requires 500 units of stone and 500 units of wood, maximum number of people that can be accommodated, 10 people features, none introduction, ordinary residential houses for civilians. 10 primary houses, each can accommodate 10 people, just enough to accommodate these 100 people. Not one was left behind. Richard nodded, and suddenly seemed to think of something and asked, how much food do we have now? These people are living people who need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate. The most important thing for a territory should be water and food, not to mention that this is a dry and barren desert. Fortunately, the mummies he recruited were undead soldiers, and did not need to eat. The gray-haired old man showed a bit of bitterness on his face, and his back, which was straight just now, became much more ragged and looked even older. Lord, we only have 3 days of food reserves, which are all brought before. Although we have been trying hard to find them these days, the desert is not only dangerous, but also there is no food at all. As the leader, the old man has to take care of the food, drink, and defecation of hundreds of people every day. The heavy pressure makes him almost breathless. Richard nodded. I will find a way to solve this matter. With the trading market, as long as there are enough resources, there are many ways to get food. So the most important thing now is to find resources. Have you found any resource points around the territory in the past few days? Resources such as wood and stone are obtained from resource points in the wild. According to the public data records of Glorious Era, resource points are divided into micro, small, medium, large, and giant according to their reserves. Each resource point will be guarded by field soldiers. If you want to occupy a resource point, you must first eliminate the soldiers inside. New resource points will be refreshed around the territory every once in a while, so you don't have to worry about mining them out. Chapter 5. Lord, when we went out to search for food, we found 3 resource points. One of them is a lumberyard, one is a quarry, and the other seems to be an iron mine, but we dare not approach it and have not confirmed it. Hearing the old man's words, Richard immediately perked up. Resources are the core of Glorious Era. With resources, you can buy soldiers' nests, buy food, recruit soldiers, and upgrade territories. The top priority now is to occupy the surrounding resource points, obtain resources, and make the territory stronger as soon as possible. Glorious Era is not a safe world, and the hegemony of all races is the main theme in the future. Not to mention 20 billion players, this world also has powerful indigenous people, and even outside the main plane, there are countless dimensional planes. Demons, angels, dragons, titans, all these legendary lives are missing. Is there a map? He asked casually, but he didn't expect the old man to really take out a map. Although this map drawn with charcoal looks very simple, several key points are marked out. Ding, you got a rough map. Do you want to synchronize it to the system map? Oh, there is such a function? Richard was delighted. Synchronize. After making the choice, a system map with most of the area covered by fog appeared in front of him, and the few points marked on the rough map given by the old man appeared on it intactly. Very good, you did a good job. I don't know your name yet, the old man said excitedly. Dear Lord, Kalu is ready to take your orders at any time. Richard nodded. He knew at a glance that this old man was a prestigious person in charge among the hundreds of people. He opened the other party's attribute panel with some curiosity. Kalu level 3 potential, D-level skills, internal affairs, D-level, can handle more efficient territory affairs, management, D-level, can better manage subordinates, persuasion, D-level, can easily persuade others by speaking, racial talent, can learn the knowledge of other races. Bond, when responsible for internal affairs, work efficiency is increased by 30%. Introduction, once a powerful hero unit, its strength deteriorated after old age and has lost the power of a hero unit. Richard understood after seeing Kalu's introduction. I didn't expect that the other party was once a hero. Unfortunately, he is old now. But no matter what, at the beginning, this is also a good talent. His face became serious, and he said seriously in front of all the residents. Karu, in the name of the Lord of Twilight City, I appoint you as the political officer of Twilight City. When I am not here, you will be responsible for managing other residents and protecting the safety of Twilight City. Karu was stunned, then raised his head in disbelief, and his aging body seemed to have regained his youth. He said loudly in a trembling voice, Lord, thank you for your gift. I will defend your glory with my life. Richard nodded. Let them disperse. You come with me to visit the territory. As you wish. After the crowd dispersed, Richard and Karu inspected the Twilight City under the protection of the mummy. At present, the buildings in the territory are very scarce, with only a few lords' mansions, residential houses, blacksmith shops, and barracks. In addition, there are only 10 empty spaces left. Empty spaces are the basis for building new buildings in the territory. If there are no empty spaces, new buildings cannot be built. The area of each space is 10 meters * 10 meters. Depending on the building, the amount of empty space occupied is also different. Lord's Mansion, 30 spaces, residential house, 1 space, blacksmith shop, 4 spaces, barracks, 20 spaces. When building a building, it must occupy the specified number of spaces to build, because subsequent upgrades will expand outward. If the empty space does not meet the requirements, the subsequent building cannot be upgraded. This is recorded in detail in the public information of Glorious Era. The number of spaces in the territory will increase as the level of the territory increases. You can also use treasures to expand the area of the territory and increase the number of spaces. The center of the City of Dusk is the Lord's Mansion. Out of the gate, to the west, there are 10 residential houses. To the east is the blacksmith shop, and behind the Lord's Mansion is the barracks. The 10 empty spaces are located in the blacksmith shop area. When Richard arrived at the blacksmith shop with its door open, he found that it was full of dust and had not been used for a long time. Blacksmith shop occupies 4 spaces. Level, primary, 1,000 units of iron ore, 1,000 units of wood, and 1,000 units of stone are required for upgrading. Features, forging efficiency increased by 10% capacity, minimum 2 people, maximum 10 people. Introduction, an ordinary blacksmith shop where you can forge farm tools or low-level weapons. The upgrade requirements of a blacksmith shop are obviously higher than those of a residential house, and it also comes with special properties. At least 2 people, it should be at least 2 people to make a blacksmith shop operate. Richard was a little curious and looked at the properties of the Lord's Mansion and the barracks. Lord's Mansion, occupying 30 spaces, level, primary, upgrade requires 2,000 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore. Features, efficiency, working in the mansion increases efficiency by 10%, physical recovery speed increases by 20%. Capacity, 30 people. Introduction, the core building of the territory, with special powers. Richard was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the Lord's Mansion had 2 features, and both were very practical. He looked at the barracks with some expectations. Barracks occupies 20 spaces. Level, primary, upgrade requires 1,500 units of gold, stone, wood, and iron ore. Features, training, there is a very small chance that soldiers can comprehend F-level skills when training here, strengthen the body, increase the training effect by 10%, and can slightly improve physical fitness. Capacity, 100 people. Introduction, ordinary barracks. Yes, except for residential buildings, other buildings have corresponding characteristics. But the resources required to upgrade these buildings are not small. After recruiting 14 mummies, the resources in his hands were reduced from 4,000 to more than 2,000. I am afraid that there is no way to upgrade in a short time. Karu, you should immediately select the blacksmiths and tailors with special skills among the residents. I will be very useful. In the future, when new residents join, similar statistics must be done. You are fully responsible for this matter. Karu, who was following behind, nodded respectfully immediately. As you wish, Lord. After giving a few more instructions, Richard let Kalu leave. He thought about it, and opened the forum again. He didn't know how other people were doing in the past hour. The moment he entered the chat channel, he seemed to have returned to the modern era. It was full of comments from stupid players. Fuck, there are 300 refugees outside my territory. They are like beggars, and they have to rely on me. How can I give them food? I can't afford to feed them. Ha ha ha, I recruited a hero from the residents. And she is a cute girl, so cool. I must research stockings in the future and train an army of cute girls in stockings and high heels. How can I get food? My territory is running out of food and can only last for 2 days. Is it too late to go farming now? Everyone, don't leave the territory. I'm also fucked up. The territory has a 1-month protection period. If you leave the territory, the protection period will be reduced to 7 days. This rubbish game is ruining my life. I don't believe the official will ignore us. Anyway, there is a protection period. I will never go out this month. I want to vomit. The monsters outside are so powerful. 10 human swordsmen were killed by an ogre. Damn it! I have used up all my resources to buy food. I have nothing to recruit new soldiers. What should I do now? Why are orcs so hungry? They ate up all the food in my warehouse in one meal. Where can I get so much food to feed them? Ha ha ha, it's still better to be an undead. You don't need to consider food at all. But it's a bit disgusting to look at the bone residue all the time, and you can't support mates. It's unlucky. Hee hee hee, there are so many elf brothers. I'm going to die. I won't go back even if I die. This queen will take all the elf brothers into the harem. I want to sleep with 10 a day. Many Lord players on the forum have come out of their initial confusion and started to discuss how to develop the territory. Some of them are bold and are ready to raise a harem. But they also encountered various problems. The most complained thing is the lack of food and the insecurity outside the territory. After watching for 10 minutes, Richard had an idea in his mind. It seems that the food problem is a common problem, not unique to him. And the protection time provided by the system mentioned by many people also made him think. If you don't step out of the territory, there is a 1-month safe period. If you step out of the territory, the safe period will drop to 7 days. Is it the same for his territory? If everyone is the same, then the choice given by the system may become a watershed. Chapter 6. After getting a lot of useful information, Richard closed the forum. It takes too much time to surf the internet. Without hesitation, he brought 14 mummies to the edge of Twilight City. It was a first-level village, not very large, with no walls outside, and access to the desert everywhere. It was noon, and looking far away, the yellow sand looked like a golden sand under the sun. The heat wave rolled in. Richard looked down, and saw that the ground of the territory was paved with stones, while the outside was covered with yellow sand. The dividing line was very obvious, as if there was a special rule separating the two sides. After careful observation, he found a transparent shield in front of the dividing line. The shield was like an inverted bowl, protecting Twilight City. Richard understood. This is the guardian shield mentioned in the forum. Stretch out your right hand. The moment you touched the shield, the system prompt sounded. Ding, do you want to leave Twilight City? The guardian shield will provide a month of protection. After leaving, the guardian shield will be broken after a week. Note, the guardian shield is a product of rules and cannot be broken. If you are afraid of death, you can stay in the territory for a whole month without worrying about your safety. If you leave now, the time will be shortened to 7 days. It must be said that this really hits the hearts of many people. But this is also a huge trap. The early development time is so precious. Enjoying a month of safety here is equivalent to wasting a month. He did not hesitate, and stepped out of the shield directly. There was no feeling when passing through, as if the shield did not exist. Richard ignored everything else and thought secretly, while looking at the resource points marked on the system map. With the information provided by Kalu, he could occupy all the resource points around the territory. From the map, these resource points are only about 20 minutes away from Dusk City. The logging site is on the west side of Dusk City, less than 10 minutes away. The Stone Mountain is in the northwest, about 15 minutes away. The resource point suspected of iron ore is in the northeast, about 20 minutes away. Start with the nearest logging site. After Richard carefully compared the system map, he clarified the action target. Rustling, the leather boots stepped into the yellow sand, and the fine sand flowed over the instep, with a bit of heat. Lifting his feet, the sand fell again, returning to the yellow sand land, leaving only irregular footprints in the original place. Within a kilometer of Dusk City, it was flat, and a kilometer away, there were undulating sand dunes. The vast yellow sand, with no edge in sight, was simple and desolate. The hot wind mixed with a little bit of fine sand blew on the face, making people's mouths and tongues dry. The desert has always been a symbol of life forbidden land in the hearts of ordinary people. However, Richard has the talent of Desert Lord, and walking in the desert is not stressful at all, but feels quite relaxed. It seems like a fish returning to water. Not to mention the mummies. Racial talent. The speed of physical strength and injury recovery in the desert is increased by 50%. This land of death that is difficult for outsiders to enter is their home ground. Richard asked 4 mummies to explore the way ahead, and he moved forward under the protection of 10 mummies. But just after stepping out of the kilometer range and arriving on the sand dunes, the mummies in front became excited. Turning his head, he gestured to Richard. Interestingly, the mummy's mouth was sealed, so it couldn't speak. It could only convey information through its body. Richard saw this and didn't delay. He immediately took 10 mummies up the sand dunes. Climbing up and looking far, about 400 or 500 meters away, a forest of green trees grew in the sand. The shadows of the trees swayed, and there was an indescribable green. The vibrant scene formed a sharp contrast with the desolation of the surrounding desert. And through the branches, you can vaguely see that there seemed to be some wooden buildings inside. Lumberyard. Level, small. Reserves, 20,000 units. Maximum output, 2,100 units per week. Capacity, minimum 2 people, full load 10 people. Introduction. An ordinary resource point, after occupying it, a small lumberyard can be built. Small lumberyard, reserves of 20,000 units, can produce 2,100 units per week. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. By this calculation, as long as this logging site is occupied, 300 units of wood can be obtained every day. He immediately became interested and accelerated forward with the mummy. But when they approached the logging site, they suddenly heard a creepy roar from inside. Swish, then, 20 or 30 figures rushed out from the 5 or 6 meter high woods. Richard paused and looked intently. I saw that these monsters that suddenly appeared had ferocious heads like jackals, and their eyes were glowing with creepy green light. Their bodies were covered with thick gray hair, as tough as armor. They hunched their backs, supported one hand on the ground, and their sharp claws left scratches on the ground. They would use both hands when running forward. The bloody mouth opened, revealing sharp canine teeth, and the saliva that was constantly secreted pulled a long silk thread in the air. Desert Knoll level. Level 1 potential. Ordinary 2-star skills. Brutal, F level. Once an attack is launched, the anger will devour the reason and become fearless until the enemy is killed. Racial talent. Possess a keen sense of smell. Bond Knoll. If the number of knolls is greater than 10, all strength will be increased by 10%. If the number is greater than 20, the strength will be increased by 20%. Activated. Introduction. Be careful of your throat. The number of these suddenly appearing knolls exceeded 30, and the bond that increased strength by 20% was also activated. The momentum was fierce. When Richard saw this scene, he was not afraid, but became very excited. His mummies are elite level. Attack! With a wave of his hand, 14 bandaged mummies rushed up. The mummy let out a creepy growl from its throat. Its claws opened to tear steel apart. Its momentum was violent, and its empty eye sockets without eyeballs were extremely terrifying. Their running speed did not slow down, because they were wrapped in bandages. In just a few breaths, the mummy was fighting with more than 30 jackals. Roar! A jackal rushed forward and bit the mummy directly, wanting to put an end to these undead spirits that frightened them. The mummy fiercely blocked forward with its arm wrapped in thick bandages, and hit the jackal's head hard. The jackal whimpered, took a few steps back, and almost fell to the ground. But this completely aroused the beast in his blood. Roared, rushed forward quickly, and bit the mummy's arm with its open mouth. Then the head swung wildly, trying to tear the mummy in front of it with its sharp teeth. Body of death, E-level, fearless of pain, fearless of death, immune to poison and plague. The mummy could not feel pain and fear at all. When the jackal bit, the sharp 5 fingers that could tear steel directly pierced into the jackal's abdomen. Tear with sharp claws, E-level, the sharpness of the fingers increased by 30%, and the firmness increased by 30%. Blood spurted wildly. The opponent's blood stained the bandage on its arm. The jackal wailed, and the skin on his body turned a faint blue in the severe pain. At the same time, the power quickly faded. Corpse bandage, E-level, reduces physical damage by 30%. Bandage comes with plague. Infected people will fall into a weak state. All attributes reduced by 20%, if not treated, will gradually die. After the mummy's finger stabbed the opponent, it did not stop, but pulled hard. Sizzle, the abdomen of the jackal seemed to be cut by a razor, like the zipper of a coat was unzipped. Blood and flesh. In the severe pain, the extremely brutal jackal still did not give up the attack. The 2 claws were still fiercely attacking the mummy. The bloody smell of the crazy fight here immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding jackals. The eyes of those running monsters suddenly turned a little scarlet, and they rushed towards the mummy. The mummy was dragged by the jackals, and there was no time to dodge, and was directly submerged by 7 or 8 jackals. The bandages on his body kept breaking, and some places revealed his shriveled body. But in this mortal situation, the attacking jackals screamed fiercely, their bodies suddenly turned blue, and their strength dropped rapidly. He retreated as if he had been electrocuted. The mummy, that had just been surrounded and attacked, seemed to be flowing with yellow sand. The sharp claws of the jackals that were attacking it seemed to pierce the sand. He could only feel a slight blockage before penetrating the opponent's body. After the claws left, the mummy's body returned to its original state. Not only did they fail to cause any harm to it, but the jackals that launched the attack were infected with the plague, and their physical strength weakened rapidly. Sandification, de-level, makes the body sandy, reduces 99% of the physical damage received, can swallow yellow sand to recover from injuries, lasts for 5 minutes, and has a cooling time of 2 hours. In the absence of magic damage, within 5 minutes, the mummy standing on the sand is an immortal existence. The sharp 5 fingers condensed in the sand, tearing the 2 jackals who were unwilling to bite him on the spot. After this scene appeared, the fate of these jackals was doomed. Although the jackals fought fiercely, the mummies were even more domineering. Even without using the sandification, the mummies could suppress the opponent with their powerful strength. After using the sandification, the mummies were like invincible. One after another, the mummies pierced their hearts and cut their throats. The battle lasted only 1 or 2 minutes before it was declared over. When the last jackal fell, the system upgrade sounded. Ding! The army you led wiped out a group of jackals and won a micro battle. You gained 34 experience points. Richard, who was supervising the battle in the rear, was in a good mood. This is the combat power of the elite troops. Facing enemies that are several times larger than their own, they slaughtered them all without any damage. I took a look at my level. Level 1, 34 out of 100, the upgrade progress has increased significantly with the naked eye. The bigger gain is that after destroying the jackals, he can occupy this resource point. Chapter 7. After Richard's excitement passed, he frowned when he saw the bodies of the jackals scattered all over the ground. Although the jackals were wild monsters, the blood and limbs that dyed the red and yellow sand were still extremely visually and psychologically shocking. This was the first time he had seen such a creepy scene. However, he did not avoid it, and gritted his teeth and walked through the blood and body parts all over the ground. This world will sooner or later encounter larger-scale conflicts. If he does not adapt quickly, no one will protect him from the wind and rain. After stepping out of the bloody area with a bloody mark, Richard's face was not good, but he inexplicably had a special temperament. Ding, do you want to occupy the resource point logging site, Small? Take a deep breath and nod. Confirm. Occupation successful. You have obtained a small resource point. You can send lumberjacks to cut wood here. Hearing the system prompt, Richard, who looked slightly pale, felt better. The mummy with red bandages entered. Turning around to look around, the 5 or 6 meter high trees covered the sky, and the air suddenly became cool. In the central area, 7 or 8 felled trees were placed in a mess. There was also a small wooden house next to it. When the door was opened, more than a dozen rusty axes were placed inside. Not bad. Although it can be seen at a glance that no one has used it for a long time, as long as you take over, you can start production immediately. There are many types of resource points in Glorious Era. Some are primitive, such as a forest directly, so you need to build a lumberyard. But this type of resource point is generally large, and small resource points can be mined directly. This seems to be something that the designers have considered specifically for novices. Now it saved Richard a lot of trouble. After walking around the lumberyard and finding nothing else, he didn't stay, and didn't rush back to ask people to cut wood. He took 14 mummies, and went directly to the resource point in the southeast. The 2 resource points were very close, and across the 2 sand dunes, there was a rocky area. Quarry level, micro reserves, 10,000 units maximum output, 1,400 units per week capacity, minimum 2 people, full load 7 people. Introduction. An ordinary resource point, stone can be mined after occupation. Compared with a small lumberyard, the attributes of a micro quarry have declined in all aspects. Producing 1,400 units per week, that is 200 units per day. Adding the lumberyard, it is 500 units per day. Richard's mood has improved a bit. Not bad, a good harvest. With the experience of the jackals, he didn't rush to approach, and let the 4 mummies continue to explore the way. As expected, after the mummies approached the quarry, a whoosh sound of breaking through the air was heard. More than 20 stones flew out of the quarry. Bang! The mummy couldn't dodge and was hit directly. However, the power of those stones was really small, and the mummy took a wave of damage and was fine. Ding! Your army was attacked by a group of unknown enemies. Richard's mouth twitched. Throwing stones? Isn't it a bit funny? Mummies attack all. If the enemy is not strong, leave a few alive. Throwing stones at people, and they are field soldiers guarding micro-resource points. Richard really couldn't imagine how powerful the opponent could be. 2 mummies were left to guard the side, and the others were all sent out. The distance of several dozen meters was passed in the blink of an eye. The power of the stones thrown by the enemy was small, and it was as if there was nothing when they hit the mummies, a type of undead soldiers that ignored pain. Ah! After the mummy rushed into the quarry, there was a scream of fear, and it returned to calm after a while. Ding! The army you led defeated a group of long-armed laborers and won a micro-battle. You gained 30 experience points. Level 1, 64 out of 100. Richard nodded with satisfaction. As long as there was one more battle, he could upgrade. Good harvest. He walked towards the quarry. When he came to the center, a group of ugly lives with fear on their faces squatted on the ground tremblingly. There were 7 or 8 corpses placed around. The mummy was stationed beside him indifferently. These ugly creatures have 4 canine teeth protruding from their lips, and their faces are very ferocious. Their body size is similar to that of ordinary humans, but they have a pair of solid long arms that are longer than their knees, and they look quite strong. Long-armed peons level 1 potential, ordinary 1-star skills, endurance, E-level, can withstand extremely difficult working environments, racial talent, when food is sufficient, physical strength can be quickly restored. Bond peons. When the number of long-armed peons is greater than 10, the physical strength recovery speed increases by 20%. When the number of long-armed peons is greater than 20, the physical strength recovery speed increases by 40%. Activated. Introduction. Master, don't hit me, I go to work right away. Good guy. There is such a weird type of soldier? No wonder they are called laborers. These guys' talents are simply too suitable for work. After Richard appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the laborers. They were awakened by the respectful posture of the mummy. They immediately turned to him and knelt on the ground, put their heads on the ground, and shouted excitedly. Great Lord, we are willing to submit to you, don't kill us. Ding! A group of long-armed laborers admire your strength after being defeated and want to join you. Do you accept it? Is it that simple? Richard was happy. These guys are really suitable for being exploited, which is simply the welfare of capitalists. Accept. You have obtained 30 long-armed laborers. Ding! Do you want to occupy the quarry? Occupy. You have obtained a miniature quarry, and can send miners to mine. Richard waved his hand and pointed at the first long-armed laborer, who knelt down and surrendered. I appoint you as the person in charge of the quarry, responsible for managing the production of the quarry, and at the same time, I will assign 6 laborers to you, and you have the right to manage other laborers. The long-armed laborer was overjoyed and knelt down suddenly. Great master, I will definitely produce more ore for you. Ding! You used language to motivate a long-armed laborer, and the efficiency of mining ore under his jurisdiction increased by 20%, which lasted for 3 days. Is this possible? Richard was happy. Good guy, can you send someone to encourage and make promises every once in a while in the future? After exploring the quarry and finding nothing else, Richard left 7 laborers to mine stone. At the same time, he appointed a laborer as the person in charge of the lumberyard, leading the other 9 people to work in the lumberyard just occupied by the treasure. The appointed laborers were also extremely excited, and also had the characteristic of increasing efficiency by 20%. After this round, not only the 2 resource points were occupied, but also the workers were found. And he didn't pay anything, but he had 13 more long-armed laborers in his hands. These gains made Richard very motivated. But after thinking about it, he was a little distressed. Although the laborers are useful, they have 30 more mouths to feed. The food that is only 3 days left is going to shrink again. He just opened the trading market and took a look. There was no food for sale at all. There were a few scattered items, but the prices were extremely outrageous, and they were sold out quickly, making it difficult to buy. It seems that logistics will become a key point to restrict the development of the territory in the future. Richard looked at the mummies around him with lingering fear. Fortunately, they don't need to consume food, otherwise they will really die. The resource point in the northeast is a little far away. It took about half an hour to get there from the quarry. The 13 laborers were too slow, slowing down the march. These guys had a hard time walking in the sand. After climbing over a low sand dune, Richard looked at the mark on the map and saw the trace of the third resource point. Iron ore. The desert around the iron ore turned into a dry and hard ground, and the oily black ores piled up together, which was very conspicuous. Iron ore level. Small reserves. 20,000 units maximum output. 2,100 units per week accommodate people. Minimum 5 people. Maximum 10 people introduction. Ordinary iron ore. Miners can be sent into it to mine ore. With the experience of the previous 2 times, Richard did not hesitate and waved his hand. Let the 14 mummies press on. At the same time, the remaining 13 laborers around him picked up the stones scattered on the ground. This formed a formation with warriors in front and long-range attack power in the back. Although it was an extremely simple version. When the bandaged mummy approached the iron mine, a sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard in the air. More than 20 arrows streaked through the sky, piercing through the bandages and piercing into the mummy's body. Ding, you angered a group of desert bandits. Chapter 8. As undead mummies, their fatal weakness is in their heads. Unless their heads are blown up, they cannot be killed. After being attacked, the 14 mummies let out a terrifying roar from their throats, and their speed suddenly increased. They rushed into the iron mine under the arrows. Seeing this, Richard immediately asked the 13 laborers to follow, and he waited here. As a lord, there are naturally lord's ways to play. Sitting in the back and commanding the army to fight is the correct way to open it. Leading the charge is too stupid. It would be a waste if the enemy's concentrated fire was killed in seconds. There are so many mummies who are stronger than him, and he is not lacking in combat power without weapons. Although the iron mine is not high, the complex terrain still blocks the view, and Richard did not see the specific situation of the battle. But it is not too difficult for 14 elite mummies and 13 long-armed laborers to attack a small resource point together. A few minutes later, the system upgrade sounded. Ding, the army you led wiped out a group of desert bandits and won a micro battle. You gained 36 experience points, and your level was upgraded. Then, Richard felt a warm current surge from all over his body, as comfortable as soaking in hot water and being kneaded by a technician. He could clearly feel his muscles and bones absorbing the warm current. After a while, the warm current disappeared. Richard felt his body filled with unspeakable power, as if he could kill a calf with one punch. He clenched his fists, making a creaking sound. Is this an upgrade? It's so cool. It's better than a massage by a technician who costs 5,000 yuan an hour. Do you want to occupy the iron mine? Occupy. After Richard made his choice, he was in a good mood and stepped on the dry ground to enter the iron mine. The strong smell of blood gradually came to his nose, and the deeper he went, the stronger it became. After walking a few steps, the image of the desert bandits holding a short crossbow, a dagger on his waist, and a masked face, falling in the ore covered with blood, appeared in his pupils. These desert bandits were covered with scars left by the hard claws of the mummies, and their flesh and blood rolled, looking quite scary. Richard frowned slightly. Although he still felt a little uncomfortable about this, his psychological tolerance had increased a lot compared to when he hunted the jackals just now. Step by step into the center of the iron mine. Seeing Richard appear, the mummies and the laborers immediately surrounded him. Great master. These damn desert bandits have all been killed. Your light has covered this iron mine. The mummies can't speak, but the long-armed laborers are still happy to show off their achievements in front of their new master. Richard nodded slightly, and just as he was about to speak, another long-armed laborer ran over from the side excitedly. Master, I found a treasure chest. Praise the goddess of luck. Treasure chest? His eyes lit up immediately. In Glorious Era, hunting field soldiers has a chance to obtain various supplies and treasures. Treasure chest is one of them, and various treasures can be opened from it. Take me there. The laborer immediately led the way excitedly. After twists and turns, the laborer stopped in a narrow crevice. Richard looked intently, and a wooden box emitting bronze light was placed in it. Wooden box level, 1-star status, unlocked introduction. Maybe you can get some junk from it. Good man, this introduction is really rude. The lowest level of the treasure chest is 1, and the highest is 5 stars. The higher the level, the greater the chance of getting precious treasures. However, judging from this introduction, the possibility of getting good things is basically eliminated. Yes, what a group of ordinary desert thieves guarding can't be good. Richard didn't expect much, and stretched out his hand to open it directly. A flash of bronze light flashed, and then a fist-sized pocket made of coarse cloth appeared inside. Ding, you opened a 1-star treasure chest and got 1 resource bag. Resource bag. There are 500 units of stone in it. The resource bag will be automatically destroyed after opening. Richard was mentally prepared, and there was no disappointment. Moreover, 500 units of resources can buy a troop nest. This unexpected fortune is a profit anyway. He stretched out his hand to open it directly, and a flash of light flashed, and the resource bag broke into pieces, and 500 units of stone appeared on his attribute panel. After the harvest, Richard glanced at the long-armed laborers, who were looking at him eagerly. He couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at the laborer who had just found the treasure chest. "You did a good job, and you will get my reward if you have merit. I appoint you as the person in charge of the iron mine, responsible for the mining of the iron ore, and at the same time, responsible for managing other staff members of the iron mine." The promoted laborer danced with excitement. "Ha ha ha, thank you for your gift, great master, I will work hard for you." Ding! Your order has greatly increased the enthusiasm of the long-armed laborer. The efficiency of mining ore under his jurisdiction has increased by 20%, which will last for 3 days. Richard sneered. These guys are really easy to fool. After confirming that there was nothing else in the iron mine, he left 10 laborers to mine iron ore. He took the mummy and the last 3 laborers to return to the territory. The weather was too hot at noon, and Richard's physical strength decreased a lot. He pursed his dry lips. "I was careless and didn't bring water when I went out. With the special growth talent of the Desert Lord, his consumption in the desert has been reduced a lot, but even so, he is still thirsty after this round. Not to mention the laborers, their lips are already cracked and bleeding." With a little desire for water, Richard and his group unconsciously quickened their pace. The desert is always vast and desolate. It is rare to see a few clumps of cacti or a few tenaciously growing spindle trees from a distance. But accidents are often around the corner. "Master, there are monsters over there." Just after crossing a sand dune, several laborers suddenly shouted with a bit of fear. Richard paused and looked forward. 200 or 300 meters away, near a clump of spindle trees, more than 20 gray wild wolves, as big as calves, were enjoying the cool. No one could doubt how ferocious these beasts would be once they went crazy. Although he didn't get close, the other party still made him feel a lot of pressure with its exaggerated size. Desert Wolf Level 3 Potential, Elite 3 Stars Skills, Pounce, E-Level, can burst out powerful force to pounce on the enemy. Bite, E-Level, with sharp teeth, can cause piercing damage. Racial Talent, very agile. Bond Wolf Pack, if the number of desert wolves is greater than 10, the strength will increase by 5%, the agility will increase by 10%. If the number of desert wolves is greater than 20, the strength will increase by 10%, the agility will increase by 20%. Activated. Introduction, AW. Chapter 9. Level 3, Elite 3 Starfield Soldiers, and there are as many as 25 of them. Richard's pupil shrank. This is not comparable to those ordinary soldiers in the resource point. Although the mummies are also Elite 3 stars, their levels are lower than the opponent, and there are 1 squad less. If they charge hard, it may be a bit difficult. But he is not willing to retreat like this. Took a look at the attributes of the mummy: dead body, corpse bandage, claw tear, sandification. The skills that the mummy itself has are not much advantage against the desert wolf. The opponent is too flexible. Only the sandification he gave is different. Immune to 99% physical damage, this skill makes the mummy occupy an absolutely strong position from a weak position. And after sandification, it is easier for the enemy to be infected with plague. When fighting with the jackals just now, this combination played a very good effect. Richard took a look, and at this time, the sandification skills of all mummies have been restored. Although the desertification is a bug, if you force it, the desert wolf is too flexible and may not make much progress. Is there any way to restrict the actions of the desert wolf? No, there is no need to completely restrict the opponent's actions, just slow them down. The plague of the mummy can reduce the opponent's attributes by 20%, which can completely do this. So is there any way to infect the desert wolf with the plague before the battle? Richard looked at the posture of the desert wolf lying on the sand to rest, and suddenly a naughty idea emerged in his mind. He turned his head and looked at the mummy closest to him. Use the desertification immediately and blend into the desert. The mummy named by the name had a faint yellow sand glow on his body, and then the whole person immediately turned into a vague pictogram composed of countless gravel, and the bandage also turned dark yellow. Under Richard's gaze, the ground began to sag, and the mummy's body after desertification gradually merged into the yellow sand. In the end, the whole person disappeared without a trace, leaving only an inconspicuous trace on the ground. Ha ha ha, it really works. Richard was in a good mood. He looked at the desert wolf still lying under the shuttle tree, and the plan worked. In the afternoon, the hot weather made the desert wolf very lazy, and it was not in a hurry to hunt. After dark, it was time for them to attack. While lying in a daze, the group of desert wolves suddenly felt a rustling sound on the ground. It seemed that there was something underground. But most of them didn't care much and lifted their eyelids and continued to lie down. Only 3 or 2 stood up slightly, lowered their heads, and sniffed with their wet noses. However, everything underground was blocked by the yellow sand, so nothing could be smelled. The noise continued for a while, and the desert wolves lost their vigilance and lay back on the ground lazily. Swish, at this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and countless yellow sands were blown up. The dozen or so desert wolves lying on the ground felt a pain in their abdomens, and their body strength declined rapidly. Puff, blood splattered on the sand, and the sand absorbed the blood and condensed into a ball. Roar. The desert wolf let out a painful roar from its throat. It bounced up from the ground like a spring. 12 of the 25 desert wolves had marks of claws tearing their abdomens, and only 2 ran fast and escaped. Only then did the desert wolves see clearly what had attacked them. The posture of the mummy crawling out of the ground made the desert wolves almost crazy. They immediately launched a fierce attack on the mummy that had crawled out of the ground. They did not retreat even though they were severely injured. But what surprised them was that the claws that could tear apart bison actually penetrated directly when they hit these undead creatures. It was like piercing through the sand. The fierce attack launched by 25 desert wolves at the same time did not cause any damage to the mummy. On the contrary, as long as the desert wolves that penetrated their bodies turned blue after a few breaths. The mummy curse can reduce all attributes of the enemy by 20%. The aura of the desert wolf suddenly declined. If it were a normal mummy, even if it could kill these desert wolves, it would suffer heavy losses. But unfortunately, their enemies were mummies, who were given the ability to turn into sand by Richard. Mummies after turning into sand are unkillable. No matter how the desert wolves bite, the mummy's body can always recover quickly. Like using a knife to cut the quicksand, there is no mark when the knife is pulled out. On the contrary, after the mummy climbed up from the ground, facing a group of cursed enemies, it started a crazy killing mode. Knowing no fear, no pain, only attacking. Exchanging injuries for injuries, with claws swinging, it can always achieve results. After the mummies came out of the yellow sand, 3 or 4 surrounded one to attack. A desert wolf can be killed in a few rounds. Although the desert wolf fought back frantically, it could only do nothing in the face of a group of invincible enemies. The battle ended before the mummy's sandification skill ended. The last desert wolf was drowned by more than a dozen mummies, with scars all over its body and blood gushing out. Ding! The army you led wiped out a group of desert wolves and won a micro battle. You gained 50 experience points. Level 2, 50 out of 1000. Each elite level soldier provides 2 experience points, which is a good harvest. However, the experience of upgrading from level 2 to level 3 is 10 times more than before, and the upgrade progress slowed down instantly. But Richard was still happy. Ding! The bandaged mummies have been upgraded after a lot of battles. After the system prompt sounded, the aura of the 14 bandaged mummies suddenly increased, and the scars left before also returned to normal. Even the desertification skill that was just used was refreshed directly. Every time a soldier is upgraded, a lot of basic attributes will be improved, commonly known as blood and defense. Although there is no data displayed, the strength is real. Richard was in a good mood. This wave of blood profit. And the main harvest is not just these. He looked at the desert wolf corpses lying on the ground. Aren't these desert wolves like cows the best meat? For the food-scarce Dusk City, this is a resource that makes people drool. But the problem is that corpses infected with plague are deadly. Richard thought about it, turned his head, and looked at the mummy beside him, with some expectation in his eyes. Can you remove the plague from the wolf corpse? The mummy in front of him was stunned, as if he had never done this before. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly stepped forward and pressed his hand on the wound of the wolf corpse. After a moment, the dark blue curse on the skin seemed to come alive, and began to move in the direction of the mummy pressing the wound. After a dozen breaths, the dark blue light disappeared, and it could be clearly felt that the wolf corpse had returned to normal. Richard's eyes were full of surprise. The mummy is a treasure. It's a huge profit. Chapter 10. Richard was very satisfied with the mummy. Not only were they not afraid of pain and life and death in battle, but they were also extremely powerful. With the desertification technique, they could also perform sneak attacks from underground. More importantly, they did not need to bear the burden of logistics, and they did not even need to consume food. Is there anything better than this in the world? Cows eat grass and produce milk, But mummies do not even need to eat grass, they can just produce milk directly. In sharp contrast, the 3 long-armed laborers around him were already cracking their lips. Apart from their levels, these troops did not even have the ability to survive in the desert. For a harsh living environment like the desert, troops that do not require logistics should be given priority in the future. Richard confirmed the future development direction of the Dusk City Army while thinking, bring the desert wolves back to the territory. After the plague was dispelled, the desert wolves undoubtedly became precious food. For the Dusk City, which only had a few days of food, this was a life-saving straw. The long-armed laborers cheered and hurriedly lifted up the desert wolves. But it took 3 long-armed laborers to barely lift one, so the mummy had to participate in the transportation. Judging from the appearance, Richard estimated that a desert wolf weighed more than 200 kilograms. Some of the big ones weighed more than 300 kilograms. With such a big harvest, the mood became more and more cheerful. When the wolves were placed at the door of the Lord's mansion, it immediately caused a sensation among the residents. They crowded together, tiptoed, and stretched their necks to look inside. Oh my God, what a big wolf! These beasts are probably elite. These are desert wolves, very ferocious. 10 ordinary people can only wait for death when facing one. Lord, you are too strong. It's amazing. Karu, who had just been appointed as a political official, pushed through the crowd and squeezed to Richard's side. His old body seemed to be a little younger after seeing the wolves on the ground. He saluted respectfully with his hands on his chest. Good day, Lord. Richard nodded slightly. Let someone divide these wolves later, store their fur, make some into jerky, and use some as food for the residents. Karu immediately saluted excitedly. Thank you for your generosity. It is our lifelong honor to meet such a great lord like you. Richard didn't care about the other party's gratitude. These people are the wealth of the City of Dusk. What's strange about feeding grass to his lambs? He is still waiting for them to produce milk. No need to be polite. As the Lord of Twilight City, I should protect you. There are still 10 bodies of desert wolves that have not been brought back. Send people with 4 mummies to carry them back. Kalu was very surprised. There are still more. Yes, sir. Richard nodded and continued to ask questions. How is the population counted? Reporting to the Lord, there are 15 people with special skills, including 5 junior blacksmiths, 3 junior carpenters, 5 junior tailors, and 2 junior builders. Life occupations are divided into junior, intermediate, senior, special, master, and extraordinary. The higher the level of the items that can be produced. Although they are all junior talents, there are 15 out of 100 people, which is a good ratio. Richard looked at the residents next to him. Let 5 blacksmiths work in the blacksmith shop. I have occupied an iron mine. It won't be long before there will be a large output. 5 tailors, process the fur of the wild wolf, and see how to use it better. After making some arrangements, he pointed to the 3 long-armed laborers, who were a little restrained. I have already captured the 3 resource points you mentioned. At the same time, these long-armed laborers were conquered in the quarry, a total of 30. 7 were placed in the quarry, 10 in the iron mine, and 10 in the lumberyard. The remaining 3 here, let them deliver food and water to these resource points in the future. The territorial attributes of the City of Dusk are very special. Under his protection, the residents of the City of Dusk will not get lost in the desert, and their physical strength consumption will be reduced by 20%. These 3 extra laborers are considered to be fully utilized. Kalu immediately agreed. As you wish. Soon, the residents who received the order began to get busy. More than 30 strong residents, led by 4 mummies, moved the wolf corpses. In addition, 4 or 5 residents, along with 3 long-armed laborers, carried dry food and water to the resource point to deliver supplies. The residents who stayed in the territory began to get busy. A wolf weighing 200 or 300 kilograms was quite laborious to handle. The residents moved the wild wolf to the front of the only well in Dusk City, and then brought out a large pot from somewhere to boil water. Richard stood aside, watching the scene silently. The lively scene was like the New Year's Day when he was a child. The residents with smiles on their faces were particularly contagious. The more simple, the more touching it is. His unfamiliarity with the world disappeared quietly. After observing the surroundings for a while, his sight was attracted by the well. Water is the absolute lifeline in the desert. The construction method of this well in Dusk City is very primitive. Dig a deep pit in the ground, dig to the location of groundwater, and then build stones around the pit to fix it to prevent the soil from collapsing. After the groundwater seeps out, tie a wooden barrel with a rope, hang it down and fill it with water. This well is placed in an ordinary resident's home and can be used by a dozen people. There is no problem at all. But this is Dusk City, his territory. With only this well, what should be done with the city's development in the future? Richard felt a little uneasy. While he was thinking, the gray-haired Kalu stepped to his side. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead, and his thin body was like a tree that had lost its leaves in winter. But his old age could not offset his spirit. Lord, I just estimated that after removing the fur, bones, and internal organs, each wolf can have about 150 units of meat. 25 wolves can produce nearly 4,000 units in total. According to the system's calculation method, 1 kilogram of food is 1 unit. And the internal organs and bones can also be eaten. These foods alone can provide us with food for 3 days. The meat can be dried and stored. 4,000 units are enough for us to consume for 20 days. Calculated in this way, plus our original food, the current reserves are enough for us to consume for 25 days. Saving a little can easily last for a month. Kalu's tone was particularly excited, and the wrinkles on his face were much relieved. Richard nodded. The harvest of this trip was indeed rich. 3 resource points, 30 long-armed laborers. The level of the mummy was upgraded to level 2, plus the huge amount of food obtained from hunting. It can be said that he made a lot of money. But at this time, his mind was attracted by other things. Pointing to the well in front of him, he asked in a deep voice, "Is there a water source around the territory?" Kalu shook his head. "No, we decided to stay because we found this well a few days ago." After saying that, his face was a little hesitant. "Lord, we may arrange some people to find a water source or rebuild a well. The water output of this well is not large. It is very tight to supply hundreds of people these days. If it continues for a long time, I am afraid that the well water will dry up." Richard raised his eyebrows. Lack of water is a fatal thing in the desert. If you have nothing to eat, you can go hunting, but if you have no water to drink, you will die. It is not obvious now, but in the future, this small well that uses primitive methods to draw water may not be able to bear the burden. The excitement of hunting more than 20 wild wolves has decreased a lot. I will find a way to deal with this matter. Go and see if anyone knows how to find water or dig a well. Yes, sir. After Kalu left, Richard opened the forum directly. Search keywords, lack of water in the territory. Hundreds of thousands of posts appeared instantly. My territory is on a high mountain, and there is no water around. What should I do? Will I die of thirst? Please help. How can I solve the problem of no fresh water on the island? Let alone distillation, the efficiency is too low. The water distilled is not enough for the residents of my territory to drink for a round. There is a level 10 giant bear outside my territory. It has been blocking me for a long time. I am dying of thirst. Who can give me some water to drink? Most of these posts are asking for help. Richard sifted through them for a long time before finding a valuable one. I just picked up a 3-star treasure chest in the wild, but after opening it, I only got a treasure fragment, a spring water fragment. 3 fragments can be synthesized into a 1-star resource treasure, spring water. What the hell is this good for? There is a river when I go out. I regret it. I knew I could sell it for some food. Damn, there are 200 refugees in the territory just now. We will run out of food tomorrow. 1-star resource treasure, fountain water. Richard's eyes lit up immediately. These stupid players are indeed valuable. Chapter 11. Richard read the post several times and opened the trading market. Search, resources, treasures, spring water. But to his disappointment, there was nothing. Then he searched for several similar words in succession, but all he got was a blank. It seems that there are still too few 3-star treasure chests at this stage, and even if you get them, you may not be able to get similar resources and treasures. After closing the market, he found the post again. After giving himself the name Qingqiu, he started a private chat. Qingqiu, brother, I just saw your post. Do you have any idea of selling spring water fragments? The message was sent and quickly responded. Where is your Italian cannon? You want it. How many resources can you offer? Richard's mouth twitched when he saw the name. Qingqiu, the initial resources are too precious, I can't give much, but I just hunted a wild wolf. Where is your Italian cannon? Wild wolf. The kind that is not much bigger than a dog? What uses that thing? Richard went directly to the residents, who were still busy, and then selected a medium-sized wild wolf. Ding, do you want to sell the desert wild wolf corpse? Please set the price. 100,000 gold coins. After selecting, the desert wild wolf in front of him disappeared directly outside. Richard reopened the chat channel and sent a message. Qingqiu, I have already put the wild wolf on the shelf. Go to the trading channel and search for Desert Wild Wolf, selling price 100,000 gold coins. Not long after the message was sent, the other party replied, "Where's your Italian cannon? Awesome, it can kill the elite 3-star wolf. I'm blocked by a group of elite 1 stars. How the hell did I get the farmer's army nest? Boss, what level is your army nest? Chinchio, let's talk about the trade. Where's your Italian cannon? You can trade, but one is not enough, and wolves are social animals. You must have killed more than one. Chinchio, my territory is also very short of food. It is impossible to trade too much, and yours is just a fragment. I don't know when it can be synthesized. Forget it if it is too expensive." The other party didn't reply for a long time. Just when Richard thought the guy didn't want to trade, the other party appeared again. "Where's your Italian cannon? Boss, you hunted a desert wolf, and you are willing to exchange precious food for a fragment of the resource treasure spring water at this time. Your territory is in the desert, right?" Richard raised his eyebrows, and was about to say don't talk nonsense, but the other party sent a message. "I understand that a piece of spring treasure fragment can't be exchanged for much food, but I wonder if you are interested in this thing. Saxall Forest, resource treasure, level, 1 star. Range, 10 acres. Features, must be planted in the desert, requires sufficient water for irrigation, and matures once a month. Introduction, a resource treasure exclusive to the desert." Richard's eyes widened. Saxall Forest? Matures once a month, and this is not a treasure fragment like spring water, which can be used directly after getting it. Chinchio, a 3-star treasure chest can also open 2 resource treasures? Where is your Italian cannon? Who said it can open 2? 1 treasure chest can open 1 thing, and I open 2 treasure chests. Chinchio, this guy is too lucky. It's only been a short time, and he got 2 3-star treasure chests. You're cheating. Where's your Italian gun? Boss, are you interested in this treasure? I don't want much. Just 30 wild wolves are enough. Chinchio, are you still asleep? Resource treasures seem precious, but they are huge pits for every desert lord. How much water does it take to plant Saxall? How many people can bear it? And it matures too slowly. Don't you know what a month means? Not only do I need to spend energy to take care of it, but it also delays the progress of the territory's development. There will definitely be more similar treasures in the future, and the price will definitely be lower at that time. This thing is not of much value to me now. Let's talk about the transaction of spring water fragments. After reading this, the other party fell into a long silence. Richard no longer responded, just waiting for that guy to speak. 10 acres of Saxall that can mature in a month is an irresistible temptation for him. If he can get it, it means that Dusk City has a stable source of food. As for investment, isn't that nonsense? Without investment, how can you get anything? But the essence of negotiation is not to show your cards. Whoever has a smaller demand can take the initiative. And the other party's post has exposed his extreme lack of food. At this time, the initiative is in his hands. It's only the first day of the game, and it's not easy to find a suitable seller from the desert camp. Where is your Italian cannon? No, this is something from a 3-star treasure chest, not a penny less. I have already put it on the shelf. You can buy it yourself. Open the trading market and search for Saxall and spring water fragments. Saxall Forest 1-star treasure, priced at 5,000 units of food or 30 desert wolves. Spring water fragment 1-star treasure, priced at 1,000 units of food or 10 desert wolves. Richard Yao, kid, are you fishing in front of me? I really thought it was fishing, brother. I closed the forum directly. I took the desert wolf off the shelf and asked the residents to continue to deal with it, and ignored the guy. The other party even exposed his underwear, and now he is fishing. The residents didn't finish their work until dark. After dealing with more than 20 wolves, everyone was exhausted. A middle-aged man in a short robe entered the Lord's mansion with a respectful face after confirming that the food was cooked. But under the gaze of the mummy guard's empty eyes, he didn't dare to step into the hall at all, and only dared to shout softly, "Lord, good night. We have cooked the food. Please enjoy your meal." Richard heard the somewhat uneasy voice coming from outside the door, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stood up and walked out of the Lord's mansion. In the open space outside the gate, hundreds of residents were staring at the bubbling meat in the big pot. The smell was so delicious that the children almost cried. Richard, who hadn't eaten for a day, was also hungry. After seeing him appear, the residents turned their heads reluctantly to salute him. "Lord, good night. Lord." Looking at the crowd who wanted to put their eyes into the pot, he smiled slightly. "Step forward a few steps and glance around," said loudly. "My people, Today is your first day in the City of Dusk. It is a memorable day. Because today you have become a member of Twilight City and have become my people. From this moment on, all of us will share honor and disgrace with Twilight City. In the future, this land will be full of hope because of our joint efforts. The life that each of you dreams of will be realized with our efforts. Remember today, and in the future, you will be proud of it. Now eat! The last sentence immediately excited the residents. Long live the Lord! Praise you, great Lord! Thank you for your gift. After a lot of excitement, it was time for a pleasant meal. The viscera and bones of more than 20 wild wolves made everyone eat happily. Everyone got a big bowl, and there would be 2 delicious meals tomorrow. The same was true for Richard. Although there were not many seasonings, the wild wolf meat was too delicious, and simple salt could make it delicious. After a comfortable meal, he slowly returned to the Lord's mansion. The night was too dangerous, and he had no plan to go out. Safety was important. When he entered the hall, he suddenly found 2 ruddy-faced, blonde girls in their teens waiting for him. After asking, he found out that they were sent by the old man Kalu to serve him. You use this to test the cadres? After washing up, he let them leave. The 2 girls looked back every few steps, full of regret. The next morning, Richard woke up, washed up, and then remembered something and opened the forum. The next second, hundreds of private messages appeared. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. Where is your Italian gun? Why don't you buy it? 7 o'clock in the evening. Where is your Italian cannon? Boss, where are the people? 8 o'clock in the evening. Where is your Italian cannon? Is the price too high? We can still negotiate. 9 o'clock in the evening. Where is your Italian cannon? How about 25 wild wolves? I will change the price now. 10 o'clock in the evening. Where is your Italian cannon? Boss, I was wrong. Don't ignore me. 20 heads, 1 price. Absolutely no less. 11 o'clock in the evening. Where is your Italian cannon? Boss, please reply to me. I'm really anxious. 12 o'clock in the evening. Where is your Italian cannon? I call you brother, okay? 20 heads really can't be less. 1 o'clock in the morning. Where is your Italian cannon? Dad, just buy it. Those refugees have eaten up my food tonight. I have promised them to solve the food problem tomorrow. You can't break your promise. 2 o'clock in the morning. Where is your Italian cannon? Dad, please reply to me when you see the message tomorrow. 6 o'clock in the morning. Where is your Italian cannon? Dad, please buy it quickly. If those residents don't see rice in the pot today, I'm afraid they will rebel. 7 o'clock in the morning. Where is your Italian cannon? Grandpa, are you awake? Those residents have already got up. Please answer me a question. 8 o'clock in the morning. Where is your Italian cannon? Ancestor, 15 wild wolves. If you want them, buy them immediately, no more words. 9 o'clock in the morning. Where is your Italian cannon? Ancestor, I'm dying. Those guys keep asking about food. I can't fool them anymore. They said they will leave today if there is no food. If those bastard big-bellied refugees really start fighting, my few peasant soldiers can't stand it. Ancestor, help me. Chapter 12. Richard couldn't help laughing when he saw the other party's message. This guy is also a top-notch guy. Dare to fish without a trump card? Open the trading market. At this time, the price of the 1-star resource treasure, the Saxall Forest, sold by the other party has been reduced to 2,000 units of food or 15 desert wolves. The spring water treasure is sold at 500 units of food or 3 desert wolves. That guy obviously can't hold on. But even so, no one is interested. Who has extra food to buy such a useless treasure at this time? He searched the forum for posts about Saxall Forest and spring water fragments and found that they were all sent by your Italian cannon. Clicked it and took a look, and suddenly felt a little funny. Come quickly, sell the precious strategic treasures opened from the 3-star treasure box. The Saxall Forest is 10 acres and matures once a month. As long as you buy it, you can harvest a batch of food every month. The best choice for desert lords. The cornerstone of hegemony. Fountain treasure fragments. As long as you gather 3 fragments, you can get a spring. Desert lords, who lack water must not miss it. These 2 treasures can be found by searching in the trading market. It's okay to brag about your Italian cannon, but the reply below is very interesting. First floor, are you crazy? You sell 2,000 units of food for a broken treasure? And it can only be planted in the desert. What is the price of food now? Don't you have a number? Second floor, as a lord who randomly came to the desert, I just want to say that the host is mentally retarded. That piece of Saxall Forest is really good, but it is clearly written in the introduction that it needs sufficient water. Who can afford it? selling 2,000 units of food, this outrageous price. Do you know what 15 desert wolves mean? That is a level 3, potential elite 3-star group wild monster. Who has the ability to kill 15 desert wolves on the first day? Why don't you go to the sky if you are so awesome? 3rd floor. I really want these treasures. Can you give me a discount? I give you 300 units of food, which I got from killing a wild camel, and I can't bear to eat it. 4th floor. Selling them at such a high price, these 2 treasures are useless. They look good but are useless. Wouldn't you like to exchange these resources for something else? Your Italian cannon would argue a few words at the beginning, but later he was just sprayed and didn't dare to talk back. No wonder he's so anxious. This guy was sprayed by the stupid players. They still like to be sharp-tongued, and they haven't changed even in a different world. After thinking about it, I sent a message to that guy. Chinchio, the desert wolves harvested yesterday have been processed. You are late. The other party replied instantly. Where is your Italian cannon? My ancestor, you finally showed up. Don't bluff me, I asked. There are at least 7 or 8 desert wolves that showed up at the same time. Even if the skin, bones, and internal organs are removed from such a big one, the meat of several wolves can produce at least 2,000 units, which is impossible to eat in one day. Just buy it. Chinchio, I can only sell 800 units of processed desert wolf meat. Where is your Italian cannon? Saxall Forest can only be sold for this little money. This is too cheap. Chinchio, who told you that the Saxall Forest is 800? I said 800 for 2 treasures. Where is your Italian cannon? You are cruel. But I will never give in. I will not sell it even if I die. Chinchio, listen to what I have to say. Where is your Italian cannon? Hey, big brother, you say it. I am listening. Chinchio, I will use 800 units of meat to buy your 2 treasures. After half a month, I will continue to pay 800 units of food, and after a month, I will pay another 800 units. Your Italian cannon was also confused. Brother, is this also an installment payment? Chinchio, 800 units of wild wolf meat are enough for you to support for a period of time. This is meat, not rice or flour. And I don't have much food in my hands. I still have hundreds of people to feed. I don't have so many resources to trade with you. If you don't agree, forget it. I have food in my hands. With 20 billion people, can't I buy similar resources and treasures? Your Italian cannon was anxious. He was still waiting for the rice to be cooked. If those refugees ran away, his territory would be ruined. No, brother. I agree, but we have to sign a contract. Chinchio, no problem. The system contract is signed once for 100 gold coins, which can guarantee the interests of both parties. If one party breaches the contract, it will be subject to the breach of contract penalty negotiated in the contract. After Richard signed the contract with the other party, he went to the warehouse to get 800 units of wild wolf meat. And the 2 resource treasures from the 3-star treasure box also appeared in his hands smoothly. Only spent 800 units of meat to exchange for 2 resource treasures. This deal was a big profit. As for the remaining 1,600 units of food, as time goes by, the shortage of food will inevitably be solved. In other words, the 800 units of meat in half a month will not be the high value that cannot be bought now, and the purchasing power will depreciate. Richard carefully looked at the 2 resource treasures in his hand. The Elaeagnus sutuanensis forest looks like an Elaeagnus sutuanensis seed, emitting a faint fluorescence. The spring water fragments are 1/3 the size of a palm, like broken crystals, but they don't cut your hands. Elaeagnus sutuanensis forest, resource treasure, level, 1-star range, 10 acres features, must be planted in the desert, requires sufficient water for irrigation, and matures once a month. Introduction. A resource treasure exclusive to the desert. Spring water, resource treasure, level, 1-star water output, small status, incomplete, 1/3, features, after being placed, a spring that will not dry up will be formed. Introduction. A fragment of a resource treasure, which can only be used when complete. Holding the Elaeagnus sutuanensis treasure, a stream of information immediately surged in his mind. Select an area, place the Elaeagnus sutuanensis seed in the center area, and 10 acres of Elaeagnus sutuanensis will grow in a very short time. Richard was in a good mood. With this Saxall forest, Dusk City has a stable food source. Stability is more important than anything else for a territory. But the biggest problem is still unsolved. Water source. The Saxall forest needs sufficient water for irrigation. The small well in Dusk City can hardly supply the food and drink of hundreds of people, and it is impossible to plant. We have to find other fragments of the spring water. Since it is a 1-star resource treasure, and it is a fragment, the probability of opening it must be high. Although the number of 3-star treasure chests is rare, there are 20 billion players. It is normal for a guy like Italian Cannon who is lucky enough to open 2 treasure chests to have 300,000 or 500,000. Money can make the devil go. As long as there are enough resources, I can offer a reward and let the 20 billion players work for me. After clarifying the goal, Richard immediately asked someone to call Kalu and gave him some instructions. Today I will patrol the territory to find resource points and edible prey. You arrange for residents to clean up the territory and don't go out. The territory will be absolutely safe within this week. No monster, not even a dragon, can enter the territory. Chapter 13. After instructing Kalu, Richard put the food and water he had prepared in advance into the system space. At the same time, he opened the system map and looked at it carefully. Today, we will start from the logging site in the west and explore in a clockwise direction in the next few days. After making a decision, he left the territory with 14 mummies. Although it was only the second time he walked in the desert, Richard had obviously adapted to it compared to yesterday, and his face was much calmer. Desolate, vast, and majestic, the desert is always so spectacular, making people feel heroic. It was still early at this time, and the yellow sand had not yet been burned by the sun. With a goal and direction, the group moved quite fast. Soon they passed the logging site, and the long-armed laborers inside were already working hard. Richard did not stop and continued to explore forward. But less than 5 minutes after leaving the logging site, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound in his ears. Turning his head, he saw a few black and yellow bees passing by him. There are still bees in the desert? He looked a little surprised. But those bees were very fast and flew away in the blink of an eye. He didn't have a chance to find out. He shook his head and continued to move forward without much hesitation. But less than 10 minutes later, the mummy who was exploring the way ahead suddenly stopped and retreated. He waved his hand to signal the back. There was nothing blocking the view in the desert, and Richard immediately noticed something strange. After confirming that no enemy had launched an attack, he stepped forward to check the details. He came to the warring mummy and climbed up a small sand dune about 10 meters high in front of him at their signal. Richard crouched and looked forward. On the sand dunes 100 meters away, 3 teams of field soldiers appeared in front of him. These humanoid creatures had rock-like muscles all over their bodies, bulging one after another, which was particularly conspicuous. Bodybuilders would be ashamed and angry in front of such creatures. The body was 2 meters high, and every move was filled with a terrifying sense of power. The back was slightly curved, with 3 rows of dagger-like spikes growing on it, which looked hideous and terrifying. What was even more surprising was that there were swarms of bees flying around these strange creatures. The bees he saw just now were obviously leaving from here. NAK Giant level 4 potential, elite 3 stars skills, solid as a rock, D level, body as hard as rock, can ignore the bite of ordinary beasts, full strength heavy attack, E level, after charging, the next attack can burst out 200% of the power, rock body, E level, will not die unless the head is chopped off. Racial talent, possessing extremely strong defense, ordinary weapons cannot pierce. Bond bees, NAK Giant feeds on honey. If you raise more than 3 nests of desert bees, you will automatically gain 10 experience points every day. If you raise more than 5 nests of desert bees, you will automatically gain 20 experience points every day. If you raise more than 10 nests of desert bees, the desert bees will give birth to a desert queen bee, producing golden honey, which can enhance the potential of NAK Giant. Introduction. I love honey la la la, Richard's eyes widened. Wow, there is such a weird field soldier. They look so ferocious, but they feed on honey. And where do the bees get honey in this vast desert? The world is so big, there are so many things. After taking a few glances at the bond of the NAK Giant, he suddenly became interested. Eating honey can gain experience. No wonder these guys have reached level 4. I wonder if these bees can be moved. Thinking of the sweetness of honey, Richard's heart was moved. Although it feels strange to raise bees in the desert, if they can raise wild monsters, why can't he? He didn't believe it yet. But the problem is that the opponent has 3 squads. A squad has 10 people, a squad has 10 squads, a battalion has 10 squadrons, and a legion has 10 battalions. This is the basic troop structure of Glorious Era, which is decimal and easy to remember. Facing such a large number of troops, with the potential of elite 3 stars, and a type of troops that excels in defense, Richard feels a bit tricky. Although the mummies are strong, it is still a question whether they can break through the defense. The power in my hands is still weak. I will build a second troop nest after accumulating some resources. While thinking, Richard took another look at the attributes of the mummy. Corpse bandage. E level, reduces physical damage by 30%. The bandage comes with the curse of the dead. The infected will fall into a weak state. All attributes will be reduced by 20%. If not treated, they will die from the curse. If they cannot be treated, they will die from the curse. After whispering softly, his eyes gradually brightened. The opponent's defense is amazing, and it is difficult to work with normal methods. Although the desertification skill is strong, it can only last for 5 minutes. If you attack by force, if you can't solve the battle within 5 minutes, you may suffer a strong counterattack from the opponent, and the situation will be out of control at that time. Why not try this passive skill? How can a group of wild soldiers dispel the curse of the mummy? The opponent's strong defense is physical defense, and there is no magic resistance in the attribute. Thinking of this, Richard made up his mind. He has always been a man of action, and does what he says. Not to mention the honey that makes him itch, it is worth a try to get high experience by hunting the NAK giant monster. And maybe you can find some treasures from it. Richard took the mummy and circled the sand dunes for half a circle, slowly approaching the NAK giant monster from the downwind. When the distance is right, let the mummy start the desertification directly. The 14 mummies merged into the desert without a trace. A moment later, the NAK giant monster, who was lazily basking in the sun in the bushes, suddenly heard a rustling sound. But these wild monsters that feed on honey are much less vigilant than desert wolves. It was not until the mummy's body crawled up from the ground and even passed through their bodies that these hideous giants woke up and climbed up one by one with roars. They used their sandbag-sized fists to hit the mummy's body fiercely. After charging, the fists even made a sonic boom. But no matter how horrible the attack was on the mummy, it was like hitting the sand. They could only feel a few slight obstacles, and then pass through the mummy's body. On the contrary, because of direct contact with the mummy, their rock-like skin turned blue. The powerful momentum suddenly dropped a lot. The mummy's curse took effect. But the weaker the body, the crazier the NAK giant monster became. The 3 teams of NAK giants rushed forward and launched a storm-like attack around the 14 mummies. The mummies also fought back mercilessly. But their sharp claws that could easily tear the bodies of desert wolves could only leave white scratches on the bodies of NAK giants. Unable to break the defense. The NAK giants with all defense attributes were much more difficult to deal with than desert wolves. After 2 minutes, the mummies confirmed that all the giants were infected with the curse, and their bodies quickly merged into the sand amid the roar of the other party. Disappeared without a trace. No matter how the NAK giants roared and angry, they could not stop the mummies after desertification. After the mummies left, the giants vented their anger and attacked the ground with their fists. They smashed huge pits. Splashed yellow sand all over the sky. The desert beasts flying in the air felt the anger of the giants, and also made a buzzing roar. After the mummy crawled out of the yellow sand, Richard immediately led them away from this area. They came to a sand dune hundreds of meters away, and carefully observed the movements of the NAK giant. The NAK giant stirred up the sand in anger. After venting his anger, they gradually regained their calm when they saw that the enemy had not appeared for a long time. But the blue aura on his body did not disappear. Instead, it gradually deepened. But the body of the NAK giant was too strong. There was no obvious change for a while. After observing for a long time, Richard smiled. The plan was successful. These giants really had no means to expel the dead curse. Now it was enough to wait for the curse to devour them. But with the physique of the NAK giant, I am afraid it will not work in a few hours, so there is no need to waste time. After confirming that there was no accident, Richard continued to explore westward with the bandaged mummy. He was quite looking forward to what he would encounter next. Chapter 14. After leaving the area where the NAK monster was, Richard became more careful. The number of mummies that were originally exploring the way changed from 4 to 8, and they were spread out in a fan shape in groups of 2. Each group was about 300 to 400 meters away from him, and they could be recalled immediately in case of an accident. This greatly increased the search range. Not long after, this strategy worked. Ding! Your troops were attacked by a group of desert goblins. Richard had instructed in advance that the mummies that encountered the enemy did not fight with the enemy, but quickly evacuated. He immediately gathered the mummies that had been scattered. After Richard waited for the enemy to approach, he also saw the appearance of these field soldiers, who attacked the mummies. About 1.5 meters tall, holding a dry wooden stick in his hand, his skin was green with a few yellow spots, very close to the desert. His face was extremely ugly, like a freshly kneaded dough that fell on the uneven ground and was stepped on. Desert goblin level, Level 2 potential, normal 1-star skill. Scream, increase morale by shouting. Racial characteristics, bully the weak and fear the strong, cowardly. Bond, grease the soles of the feet. If the number of people is 10% less than the enemy, the escape speed will increase by 20%, and if the number of people is 20% less than the enemy, the escape speed will increase by 30%. Introduction. Don't come over, or I will run away. This attribute is amazing. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought it was some powerful character. This group of short green-skinned creatures were chasing two mummies frantically with wooden sticks. The number of the opponents exceeded 4 teams, which looked quite impressive. But when they saw a large number of enemies gathering, their screaming charge slowed down immediately. Richard was afraid that these guys would run away, so he waved his hand. Kill them! The mummy was like a tiger out of a cage. The throat let out an extremely hoarse roar, and the vague feeling made people's backs cold. The green-skinned desert goblin was stunned, turned his head, and looked at his companions around him, and found that he had several times more people than the other side, and his morale was immediately boosted. He screamed and rushed forward. The mummy who rushed into the desert goblin first directly turned on the invincible mode. The shriveled 5 fingers were sharper than razors at this moment. When waving, those goblins were like lambs queuing to die. One claw won. Under the powerful force, even if the desert goblin blocked with a wooden stick, the only outcome was that the stick broke and the body was torn to pieces. Puff, blood splattered and scattered on the ground. Corpses fell to the ground one by one. In just one round, only 2 teams of desert goblins were left out of the 4 teams. Seeing the miserable appearance of their companions, the remaining desert goblins were immediately frightened and didn't even care about running away. They knelt down and kowtowed. Great existence. We are willing to submit to you and become your humble servants. Ding, the desert goblins were defeated by your army. You gained 40 experience points. Inspired by your strength, the remaining desert goblins are willing to submit to you. Do you accept? Richard looked at the desert goblins, which were like paper and shattered at the impact, and his mouth twitched. After thinking about it, although these guys were greedy for life and afraid of death, fighting was useless, but they could still be used to work or be cannon fodder. After choosing to accept, he waved his hand and asked the mummy to stop. Seeing these death gods around him stop, the desert goblin dared to breathe heavily. But the cold sweat on his forehead was almost like tears. Richard stepped closer, and the blood all around made him frown slightly, but that was all. After several battles, his psychological endurance has made a qualitative leap. He is adapting to this world in a super strong state. He stared at the desert goblin in front of him. Where are you from? Why are you attacking my army? The several goblin heads being questioned were panicked and trembling. Great Lord, we are also forced to help. Those damn temple guards seized our territory and expelled us. We need food. Need food to attack the mummy? What kind of brain circuit is this? Richard was stunned for a long time. You are also not picky about meat and vegetables. However, the temple guards mentioned by the other party aroused his interest. Is this a dungeon or a mission? Temple guard? There is a temple there? Yes, master, there is a very scary temple. Where is it? When the desert goblins heard this, they were immediately frightened, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, their eyes full of fear. They are too scary, all our people have been killed. Don't talk nonsense. The desert goblin was startled and said hurriedly. In our territory, half a sun away from here. What do you mean by half a sun? Richard wanted to slap these guys to death. How many people are there? How strong are they? Not sure, there are too many of them, and they are too strong, all the people we met died. What does the temple look like? We just took a look from a long distance, and we don't know clearly. Richard shook his head. These greenskins are really useless. They didn't know the enemy's situation even after their tribe was destroyed. They were able to run out because of the bond, right? I was too lazy to ask again. Lead the way. This made the goblin look bitter immediately. But under the strong pressure of the mummy, they could only nod. One of them pursed his dry lips. Great master, do you have water? Richard took out a wooden barrel full of water from the system space in a bad mood, watching the 20 goblins gurgle and drink it. After drinking, the desert goblin, who had been listless just now, immediately became active and began to lead the way. While walking, he told Richard how terrible the temple guards were, trying his best to dispel his idea of exploring. Of course, he was too lazy to pay attention, but he got a lot of information from these guys' intermittent words. These desert goblins are natives, not recruited from the army nest. They have lived in that area for decades. The temple suddenly appeared a few days ago, and then the area was occupied by the temple guards. Not only was the opponent strong, but there were also a lot of them. Hundreds of goblins were slaughtered by a small team of the opponent. The more he talked, the more curious Richard became. This seems to be a high-level field army base. If we capture it, I wonder what good things we can get from it. With a little excitement, Richard urged the goblins to speed up. It must be said that the goblins' instinct to come at life and fear death is really powerful. Under their leadership, they did not encounter other field soldiers along the way. However, with the temptation of the temple, Richard did not care about anything else. Nearly 40 minutes later, the goblin leading the way pointed to a large bush not far away in panic. "Great Master, the temple is inside." Richard was shocked. Chapter 15. The bushes in front of us are endless and quite wide. This is a rare green scene in the desert. There is a water source in the bushes, so we have been living here. The temple is in the center of the bushes. "Great Master, you must be careful, those temple guards are too powerful. We will guard you outside." Hearing the goblins muttering, Richard glared at these guys unhappily. "Follow us in." These green-skinned creatures immediately looked bitter. But they didn't dare to say anything, so they could only stand aside with their heads down. Richard thought about it, selected 5 goblins, and sent 4 mummies to explore the way. "You go find a safe way to the temple. The son of a rich man should not sit in danger. With so many soldiers under his command, there is no need to take risks." The 5 selected goblins were about to cry. Richard glared at these guys in anger. "You 5, after you find a safe path, you can stay outside. We will send others to go next time there is a mission." The goblins barely recovered their spirits. Compared with the unknown missions that other goblins might encounter, it seems that exploring a path is nothing. Anyway, they run fast. Immediately, they tiptoed and lowered their bodies, and entered the bushes with the mummy in a very funny way. Richard didn't say anything, and waited patiently. 20 minutes later, there was a sound of footsteps in the bushes, but the mummy on guard in front did not issue a warning. A moment later, several goblins appeared in front of Richard excitedly. "Master, we found a safe passage to the temple." Richard glanced at the mummies behind the goblins, who showed no objection. He was relieved. Mummies were 10 times more reliable than these green-skinned creatures. "The goblins leave a team here to wait, and the others will follow me to the temple. You 5 are responsible for managing the order here. No one is allowed to leave before I come back. If someone wants to run, you 5 can execute them on the spot." The 5 goblins named were immediately very excited. They looked at their companions around them with a smug look and raised their heads. "Great Master, we will definitely keep an eye on the others." Richard nodded and said nothing more. He let the mummies go first, and then he followed them into the bush. Too many people can easily cause chaos. Goblins with a team are easy to manage, and can also serve as cannon fodder in case of accidents. This bush is very tall, and some dense bushes are 2 or 3 meters high, so there is no need to worry about being exposed. Fortunately, the bushes grew in clusters, with a certain distance between each cluster, and they were not connected in a piece, so it was not too difficult to move forward at most. Under the guidance of the mummy, the speed of travel was not slow. But in order to prevent accidents, Richard still slowed down. In the winding bushes, it would be easy to get lost even with a map. One of the characteristics of the territory of the City of Dusk is that residents will not get lost in the desert, and this characteristic played a huge role at this time. Richard felt that his mind was particularly clear, and he was not confused. 10 minutes later, the mummy leading the way stopped. Several goblins also felt something, and they kept their mouths shut and dared not make any sound. Even their legs were shaking. Richard signaled the 2 mummies to keep an eye on the goblins, and he went forward under the protection of the other mummies. After walking about 50 meters, he gently pulled away the bushes in front of him, and his vision suddenly opened up. In front of him was an open space covered with yellow short grass. In the center of the open space, there was a tree more than 20 meters high with umbrella-shaped leaves. The tree covered a very wide area, casting a huge shadow on the ground. And under this towering tree, an ancient temple appeared in sight. In front of the temple stood 9 giant stone pillars, each of which was carved with ancient gods and spirits. Colorful. The breath it exuded made people feel extremely awed inexplicably. Behind the stone pillars, the temple that occupied the shadow of the tree opened its door, and there was a faint torch light flickering inside. The details are unclear, but it gives people a particularly mysterious feeling. In front of the temple, 14 of temple guards stood in a strict manner, and 40 people blocked the surroundings. These temple guards wore black armor engraved with the pattern of human face and sphinx. In his hand, he held a strange weapon with a curved front end like a scimitar, and a straight handle. On his head, he wore a pointed hat with 2 colorful laces floating on it. Richard hid his figure and silently opened the attribute panel. Dark Temple. It was full of question marks. He was unwilling to give up and looked at the guards next to him. The next second, his pupils shrank sharply. Ankum Temple Guard Level 8, Intermediate Soldier, Strength increased by 15%. Potential, Rare 3 stars Skills, Temple Guard, A level, as the guardian of the temple, they are protected by the gods. Within 100 meters of the temple, their strength is increased by 200%, and their physical strength and injury recovery speed are increased by 200%. Temple Blessing, A level, after being killed, as long as the body is placed in the temple, it can be resurrected after 1 day. Body of Faith, B level, immune to mind control, curse, plague, poison. Magic damage reduced by 60%. Courageous War Song, B level, morale never drops. Facing enemies invading the temple, all attributes increase by 70%. Battle Master, B level, proficient in various combat skills. Racial Talent, fighting within 100 meters of the temple, all attributes increase by 50%. Bond Temple, within 200 meters of the temple, all attributes increase by 10%. Within 100 meters of the temple, all attributes increase by 20%. Within 50 meters of the temple, all attributes increase by 30%. Introduction. A type of soldier born to guard the temple. Good guy. Richard even slowed down his breathing subconsciously. The level is as high as level 8, and the potential has reached the rare 3 stars that is horrifying. The extremely powerful skills made him feel a huge pressure. The potential of the bandage mummy is elite 3 stars, and it can reach the rare level after promotion, and the rare level can be promoted to the rare level. It is 2 levels lower than the temple guard, and the opponent's level is as high as level 8. The difficulty of upgrading in Glorious Era is exponentially increasing. The level of the gods given in the official background information is level 30. The gods are only level 30, so you can imagine how valuable level 8 is in the early stage of the game. Moreover, the number of guards outside the temple is as many as 4 teams. There are probably more than a squadron of soldiers hidden inside. There are probably more than a squadron, that is, hundreds of people. What is the origin of this dark temple that can attract a squadron of rare soldiers to guard it? If it is attacked, won't it be a wave of wealth? Chapter 16. Richard looked at the temple reluctantly and waved his hand. Retreat. Without any hesitation, he turned around and left the bushes. Although the temple is very tempting, it will definitely get extremely precious treasures if it is captured. But at this stage, the gap between the 2 sides is still too big. I am afraid that even 100, no, 1,000 or 10,000 players cannot capture it together. Around the temple, the combat power of these guards will be invincible to players for a long time in the future. Master! The goblins were relieved when they saw Richard coming back, and they came forward excitedly to greet him. Richard waved his hand. Leave here first. He was relieved until he was far away from the bushes. He looked at the goblins and asked, Are there any other buildings similar to the temple around? The goblins shook their heads repeatedly. No, only the temple. What about other field troops? Every dusk, the guards in the temple will leave, and all the life around the temple will be slaughtered. What about resource points such as the lumberyard? Yes, but they are also within the patrol range of the temple guards. Richard shook his head and gave up the idea of occupying resource points nearby. Not to mention the temple, this place is indeed far from the city of dusk. Looking at the system time, it is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't know what the situation of those cursed NAK giants is now. Thinking about it, I didn't stay any longer, and turned around to walk back with the goblins and mummies. But this time, I didn't let the goblins lead the way. Just like before, I spread the mummies out and searched in a fan shape. The goblins also joined the exploration team. In this way, several gathering places of wild soldiers were found. Ding, you commanded the troops to eliminate a group of sawtooth black rats, gained 20 experience points, and obtained a micro-resource bag. Ding, you commanded the troops to eliminate a group of sharp-clawed sand rabbits, and gained 15 experience points. Ding, you commanded the troops to eliminate a group of black-backed halflings, gained 20 experience points, and obtained a micro-resource bag. On average, a group of wild soldiers can be encountered every 10 minutes. However, the levels of these soldiers are not high, and nothing good has been obtained. But the biggest gain is that among the wild monsters hunted, the sawtooth black rats and sharp-clawed sand rabbits are edible. This made Richard quite happy, and he directly asked the desert goblins to carry them back. In these gathering places of wild soldiers, he got a similar treasure resource bag as the one he had opened in the treasure chest before. Resource bag level. Micro features. After opening, you can randomly obtain a small amount of resources. Introduction. You can try to open it. Otherwise, how do you know that opening this thing is a waste of time? Richard looked at the cheesy introduction, and his mouth twitched. After opening it, he got 2 resource bags, one of which gave 100 gold coins, and the other gave 100 units of stone. It's better than nothing. But it's a bit regrettable that he didn't find the army nest in these field army bases. After going around in circles, and encountering several field army gathering places. As the sun was setting, Richard returned to the place where he met the NAK giant this morning. Let the goblin carrying the prey wait in the distance, and he took the mummy and slowly approached the giant from the sand dunes at the leeward side. After climbing up the sand dune, the scene in front of him almost made Richard laugh out loud. In the bushes in the distance, the NAK monsters, who had a rock-like defense, were lying on the ground one by one, and the blue on their skin became very conspicuous. Although the NAK monsters kept trying to stand up, they couldn't do it no matter how hard they supported their hands behind them. They had been drained of all their strength. The buzzing sound of the desert beasts flying in the sky became more and more impatient, as if they were wailing for their companions. Richard opened the attribute panel, and found a new row of attributes. NAK monster level, level 3 potential, elite 3-star status, near death, cursed, skills, solid as a rock, full strength heavy attack. He checked all the NAK monsters of the 3 teams in detail. Without exception, all of them fell into a near-death state. The mummy is the eternal god. Nodding with satisfaction, he waved his hand. You go and end the lives of these giants. Roar, a hoarse roar came out of his throat, and the bandaged mummy walked forward excitedly. Rustle, the footsteps stepped on the sand and made a unique sound, gradually approaching. NAK giant monster noticed something strange and turned his head. Seeing that it was the culprit who came, these hideous creatures immediately fell into anger. A tearing roar came out of his throat, and he supported himself on the ground with both hands, trying to stand up. But they tried their best and couldn't support their huge bodies. The bandaged mummy didn't hesitate, rustling, rushing forward, and his claws pierced out like lightning. The giant monster groaned and swung his arms violently, clanging, the sound of metal collision rang out. He barely blocked the attack. The mummy's momentum was stern, and he dodged, raising his arms high, and his body arched like a spring that was compressed to the extreme, and then suddenly exploded. Whoosh, the claws tore down, and a violent sound of breaking through the air sounded, piercing the giant's throat. Crack puff, the giant, who was unable to resist a second time, was hit by a fatal blow in the weakness of the curse. The blood was like a huge pressure formed by pressing the faucet with his hand, and it splashed. One after another. The level 4, elite 3-star, and almost abnormal defense of the NAK giants were all slaughtered by the mummy. When the last giant died, the system prompt came as expected. Ding, the army you led wiped out a group of NAK giants, and won a micro battle. You gained 60 experience points. Richard was delighted and got up, and came to the mummy. The ground was full of corpses of NAK giants. When you get close, you can feel the horror of these ferocious soldiers. That strong body can probably kill a calf with one punch. If you force it, the bandaged mummy will have to eat at least twice as much, and it must be equipped with the desertification skill, otherwise it will be difficult to eat 3 times. Sure enough, the brain is the most powerful weapon. Buzz, buzz, stimulated by the sudden appearance of strangers, the swarm of bees in the low sky began to fly around, and the sound suddenly increased like a plane flying over their heads. Richard's eyes rose with excitement. These bees are his trophies. I wonder what the honey in the desert tastes like. Following the flight path of the bees, I came to another bush and easily found the beehive hidden in the middle. Although there is only one nest, there are quite a few of them. A densely packed area can cause 10,000 points of real damage to those with trypophobia. Open the attribute panel, and the attributes of the hive immediately appear in front of you. Desert bee level, special queen bee, primary, promoted to intermediate queen bee, can brew better quality intermediate honey. Features: it can produce desert honey with a special fragrance, which can greatly speed up the recovery of physical strength and injuries after consumption. Minimum weekly output, 8 units. Introduction: a rare bee in the desert, extremely rare. Special item. After reading the attributes of the desert bee, Richard's eyes lit up. Once the word special appears, it often means that it has special characteristics, is extremely rare, and is extremely precious. This can also be seen from the introduction of honey. After consumption, it can greatly restore physical strength and injuries. This is absolutely amazing. Isn't this an alchemical potion? And it is produced naturally. More importantly, the quality of honey can be improved. The queen bee is now at the primary level. When it is upgraded to the intermediate level, the quality of honey will also be upgraded to the intermediate level. In addition to the intermediate level, will there be advanced level? Special level? How much will the attribute be improved by then? Immortality elixir? Rebirth of the dead? Live a second life? Richard laughed. Thinking of this, he could no longer contain his joy. At this moment, the black gold system suddenly popped up a prompt. Desert bee, special, can consume 10 insect-type troop nests to upgrade the queen bee level. Chapter 17. Can beehives also consume troop nests to upgrade their levels? Richard was very surprised. Sure enough, a life with cheats is perfect. Open the trading market with some curiosity. Search for insect troop nests. Giant ant nest ordinary 1-star price 400 gold coins. Scythe wasp nest ordinary 2-star price 500 units of wood. Venom locust nest ordinary 1-star price 400 units of iron ore. Richard searched around and found that the price of troop nests had generally increased a bit. Yesterday, the cheapest 300 units of resources could be bought, and today it has risen to 400 or 500 units, and some troop types with strong combat power have even sold for thousands of units. Obviously, many lords, like him, have gone out to explore and have new income. As a result, the purchasing power of resources has begun to decline. And as time goes by, players know which troop types are strong and which are weak. The price difference between different troop types will be even greater. Fortunately, he doesn't need those good troop nests to upgrade, as long as they are of the same type. It's a pity that the treasure of spring fragments cannot be synthesized yet, otherwise the Saxall forest can be placed. Then put the desert bees in the Saxall forest, and let the bees pick flowers directly, and the process will be perfect. Richard glanced at the beehive for a few times, and didn't rush to move. It's not that he was afraid of being stung by those already angry bees. The main reason is that it's only 10 minutes away from the territory, and there is no place to put it in the Dusk City. It's not too late to move them after everything is ready, and then upgrade the level. Thinking for a while, he looked at the desert goblins, who had just approached. The goblins will follow the 2 mummies back to the territory first. If the residents ask, tell them that I'm going to inspect the resource point, and will be back soon. The resource point occupied yesterday has already yielded something today. Yes, master. The goblins immediately responded excitedly. They were almost exhausted to death carrying the prey for so long, so they would be willing to go back early. After the 2 mummies returned to the territory with the desert goblins, the residents were excited again when they saw the abundant prey. Everyone was in high spirits. Gods above, the Lord must have been favored by the goddess of luck. These prey are so plump. Can we eat meat again tonight? It's so happy. Praise the Lord. A few days ago, they fled to this territory in panic. At that time, there were only a few days of food left, and everyone was full of despair for the future. But yesterday, everything changed after the Lord appeared. His eyes were so deep, and his firm words filled them with strength. His actions were so decisive, and the piles of prey gave them an unprecedented sense of security. This was the Lord of their dreams. Praise the City of Dusk. Praise Lord Richard. Richard took 12 mummies to the lumberyard first and collected the fruits of the day's work by the long-armed laborers. The maximum weekly output of the small lumberyard was 2,100 units, which was 300 units per day. After being motivated by him, the efficiency of the long-armed laborers increased by 20% within 3 days. So the harvest was 360 units of wood. The micro-quarry produced 200 units, and the additional 20% was 40 units, for a total of 240 units. Small iron mines are the same as lumberyards, 360 units. Lumberyard. Today, 3 resource points produced a total of 960 units of resources. Current resource details are: gold, 1,440 units. Wood, 1,900 units. Stone, 2,280 units. Steel, 2,360 units. Half an hour later, Richard returned to the territory with satisfaction. Good night, Lord, you have worked hard. The kitchen has prepared dinner for you. You can also take a hot bath first. The gray-haired Kalu had been waiting at the edge of the territory early and greeted him respectfully as soon as he saw him. Richard nodded slightly. After entering the territory, he saw the residents, who were still busy processing the prey. How many units of food can today's prey produce? Not yet counted. Kalu apologized. You take a rest first. I will report to you as soon as I finish processing. Richard saw the desert goblin, who was left aside, and a little overwhelmed. He waved his hand. Arrange the goblins to rest in the barracks, and they will be under your management from now on. After saying that, he ignored everything else and returned to the Lord's mansion with the mummy. At night, mummies that don't need to rest are the best guards. In the mansion, the two cooks that Kalu had rearranged had already prepared dinner for him. Richard looked at the two cooks, whose clothes could hardly cover their majesty, and his mouth twitched. Especially, the trembling when they served the dishes made him doubt whether Kalu did it on purpose. After sending away the two overly plump cooks, Richard enjoyed a sumptuous dinner with peace of mind. Wild wolf meat, hare, gerbil, these meats are of extremely high quality and taste extremely delicious. Outside the Lord's mansion, Kalu looked at the two cooks who lowered their heads and looked like they had done something wrong, feeling a little unwilling. Lord, really no hint at all? Seeing the two of them shaking their heads together, he couldn't help but sigh. Alas, it seems that the Lord doesn't like your type, but it's okay, you didn't get kicked out like the two girls yesterday. You go down, you will serve the Lord for the next few days. Remember, you have to give it to the Lord no matter what he wants. Since this is your own choice, then do it well. We have no one to rely on, so we must find a strong enough backer. From the past 2 days, the Lord is a rare candidate. If you are accepted by the Lord, it will be a good thing for everyone, not to mention that the Lord is so handsome. The two cooks blushed slightly. We know. In fact, the opportunity to serve the Lord was snatched from more than a dozen competitors. In fact, no matter whether it is a man or a woman, as long as they are good enough, there will always be someone willing to do that. Chasing excellent opposite sex is the instinct of life. Richard was unaware of the scene outside the Lord's mansion. After finishing the meal, he began to calculate the resources in his hands and the gains of the past 2 days. Chapter 18. It has been 2 days since I came to Glorious Era, and these 2 days can be regarded as fruitful. First of all, food. At present, there are more than 3,000 units of meat and about 500 units of ordinary food in stock. Including today's prey, the inventory can increase by thousands of units. This directly alleviates the problem of food shortage in Dusk City, and there will be no shortage of food in the next month at least. The second point is the army nest, which is the foundation of the territory. He already has an elite 3-star nest, and the bandaged mummies recruited are extremely powerful. When paired with his desertification talent, it has the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 3. When choosing arms in the future, you can continue to develop in this direction. The third point is resources. At present, he has occupied 3 resource points, and can have a stable income of 800 or 900 resources every day. The existing resources in his hands add up to more than 7,000 units. Even if it is not rich, it is not bad. The fourth point is external exploration. A temple with a strong guard force was found in the west. In the future, when Twilight City becomes stronger, conquering this temple will surely bring us a harvest that will make people jealous. A nest of extremely rare desert bees was obtained near the lumberyard, which can be raised in the future. After carefully calculating the harvest, Richard felt very comfortable. After a long time, he focused his attention on the arms nest. To upgrade the elite 3-star Great Pyramid to the rare 3-star, 100 arms nests are required. According to the current price, 40,000 units of resources are required, and there is a 7-day cooling time. It is unlikely to be upgraded in a short time. To upgrade a normal nest to an elite nest, you only need 10 troop nests and 4,000 units of resources. I will invest all my resources in new troop nests, and I can directly obtain a new elite troop nest. And if it is not enough, I can sell some food in exchange for resources. Using the resources in hand to burst a wave of troop strength is the foundation for standing in this world. After sorting out his thoughts, Richard immediately took action. Open the trading market. Search, Desert Camp Troop. Desert Scout Ordinary 3 stars price 1,000 units of wood. Desert Halfling Ordinary 1 star price 500 units of wood. Rotten Hyena Ordinary 2 stars price 6,000 units of iron ore. Richard carefully checked the properties of these troop nests, but most of them were eliminated by him at the first time. The bandaged mummy performed so well on the battlefield that it became his reference standard. Moreover, he also had to consider whether these troops matched his desertification skills, logistics issues, and whether they could cooperate with the mummies. More importantly, what was the potential, and whether it was worth spending a lot of resources to cultivate. After a series of screening conditions, Richard eliminated tens of thousands of troops' nests for 2 hours before he chose one. Scorpion Nest Level, Ordinary 3 stars Recruitable Troops. Scorpion Warrior, Ordinary 3 stars, Number of Recruits, 14 Weekly Output, 7 Recruitment Conditions, 4 Gold Coins, for units of wood, For units of steel introduction, an ordinary desert troop's nest. The price of this troop's nest is as high as 3,000 units of iron ore. The attributes of the poisonous scorpion warriors produced by it made him quite excited. Poisonous scorpion warrior level 1 potential, ordinary 3-star skills, body of the dead, F level, reduces physical damage by 15%, immune to plague and poison, and will not die as long as the head is not chopped off. Poisonous scorpion tail, F level, the scorpion tail can cause armor-piercing damage, and is also poisonous, which will cause poisonous damage after stabbing. Giant iron pincers, F level, the sharpness of the 2 pincers is increased by 15%, and the strength is increased by 15% when attacking. Racial talent, increased strength by 30% when fighting in the desert. Bond scorpion, if the number of scorpions is greater than 10, the strength of all scorpions will increase by 10%, and the toxicity will increase by 10%. If the number of scorpions is greater than 20, the strength will increase by 20%, and the toxicity will increase by 20%. If the number of scorpions is greater than 30, the strength will increase by 30%, and the toxicity will increase by 30%. Introduction. The undead life sealed in the pyramid of the pharaoh. I believe you will not want to be stung by it. The potential is ordinary 3-star level, and has 3 skills. Each skill is top-notch and practical. And there is another point he appreciates very much. The scorpion warrior is a dead life. There is no need to consider logistics issues. Although the bandage mummy is excellent, it also has a big weakness. The attack means are slightly lacking. The scorpion warrior has powerful attack skills, and the attributes at this time are already very good. Once promoted, it will definitely be improved. After thinking, Richard searched again, and confirmed that there was only the scorpion warrior's nest. No more hesitation, buy it directly. After consuming 3,000 units of iron ore, this column was directly cleared, and for this reason, he also exchanged other resources for hundreds of units. Continue to search for the army nests. But this time it is for synthesis. As long as it is from the desert camp, it is enough. How can it be so cheap? After purchasing 10 army nests, what a coincidence. All the 7,000 units of resources just started were cleared. A series of zeros on the attribute panel. The construction of the scorpion warrior nest requires 400 units of wood, 400 units of stone, and 400 units of iron ore. Richard has no supplies at this time. Helplessly holding his forehead. This is too poor. Still have to sell food to make up for it. I wonder how much the food price is now. Opening the trading market, the next second, Richard's pupils shrank sharply. 100 units of wheat are sold for 2,000 units of iron ore. 50 units of fresh fish are sold for 1,500 units of wood. 10 units of wild boar meat are sold for 400 gold coins. The price of food is so high. Each unit of meat can be exchanged for 30 to 40 units of resources, and once it is posted, it will be sold out in seconds. Wheat and rice are also priced at around 20 units. Richard took a few glances, and thought of the thousands of units of meat in the warehouse. At this time, he felt like he had made a windfall. It turns out that food is the most valuable harvest in the past few days. Thousands of units of meat can be sold for 30,000 to 40,000 units of resources. Adding today's harvest, the meat in the warehouse is definitely more than 4,000 units. This is an amazing fortune. If all are sold, without considering the 7-day cooling time, even the mummy's pyramid and the newly acquired scorpion's nest can be upgraded to rare levels. Chapter 19. But unfortunately, only part of the food can be sold. The food in Twilight City is also tight, and there is not much to spare. Hundreds of people eat, drink, defecate and urinate every day, and there are 30 long-armed laborers and 20 desert goblins. In the harsh environment of the desert, each person consumes at least 2 units of food every day. The warehouse looks rich, but it is good enough not to buy food from outside. Richard shook his head. The current inventory of food can only last for more than 10 days, which is too little for a territory, making him extremely insecure. If something changes, Twilight City can't afford it at all. He has a plan in mind. At this stage, hunting is undoubtedly more profitable than occupying resource points. In the short term, hunting can be used as the main goal of going out for exploration. While thinking, he stood up and left the Lord's mansion and came to the well. At this time, the residents had just finished processing today's prey. Richard directly took 200 units of food and exchanged them for 8,000 units of resources. Gold coins, wood, stone, and iron ore were exchanged for an average of 2,000 units. After encouraging the hard-working residents, he turned back to the mansion. Placed the newly acquired scorpion nest next to the Great Pyramid. Choose to build. In an instant, 1,600 units of resources were consumed. At the same time, the arm's nest he placed on the ground began to expand like a balloon. In a moment, it became a 3-meter-high earth house. The exterior of the earth house was all painted with ancient yellow mud, with embossed patterns of scorpion bodies and human faces on it, and the thick hay on the top formed a special pattern on top of the building. This building looks like an ancient building dug out from the earth, with an inexplicable sense of mystery. Scorpion nest, ordinary 3 stars. Consume 10 ordinary desert camp soldier nest cores to upgrade it to elite 3 stars. The conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade? The prompt of the black gold system arrived as expected. After selecting and confirming, the 10 troop nests in the hand were directly shattered, turned into light, and merged into the scorpion nest. A burst of gray light floated. The human-faced scorpion body relief in front of the scorpion nest became more eye-catching under the blessing of mysterious power. The attribute panel changed after the light retreated. Scorpion nest level, elite 3 stars recruitable soldier, scorpion warrior, elite 3 stars, number of recruitables, 14 weekly output, 7 recruitment conditions, 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of iron or introduction, ordinary desert troop nest. Upgraded successfully. Richard was in a very good mood. However, the resources required for recruitment also increased significantly. Unfortunately, each type of nest has a 7-day cooldown after promotion, otherwise it can be directly upgraded to the rare level by selling more food. Recruiting a scorpion warrior requires 120 units of resources, and 14 is 1,680 units. Recruit all. At the moment of selection, a gray energy lingered in the scorpion nest. After a while, the energy began to flow into the relief in front of the scorpion nest. The relief began to gradually fill up, as if it was filled with flesh and blood, and then gradually came alive. When the energy condensed to a certain extent, the relief suddenly opened its eyes. He took a step forward, broke away from the wall of the scorpion's nest, and stood firmly on the ground. This scene was extremely cool, like a scene in a myth. Richard nodded with satisfaction. The scorpion warrior was 2 meters tall, with a human upper body and a scorpion's lower body. The muscles on his body seemed to be forged from steel, and the outline was very clear. The long scorpion tail was countless times sharper than a spear. The arms were not human hands, but 2 scorpion claws that flashed with cold and cold light. Click, click, as long as they were closed, they immediately made a crisp sound of metal friction. No one could doubt the terrifying lethality of these 2 iron claws. After the iron claws were closed, the front end revealed an iron hook similar to a butcher's. Even if the iron claws were not opened, attacking with the iron hook could still cause exaggerated damage. The most chilling thing was the cold brown pupils of the scorpion warrior without any emotional fluctuations. At first glance, it gave people great psychological pressure. Richard opened the attribute panel with full expectations. Poison scorpion warrior level 1 potential, elite 3 stars skills, dead body, F level, reduces physical damage by 30%, immune to plague and poison, and will not die as long as the head is not chopped off. Toxic scorpion tail, E level, the scorpion tail can cause armor-piercing damage, and is also poisonous. After stabbing, it will cause huge poisonous damage. Giant iron pincers, E level, the sharpness of the 2 pincers is increased by 30%, and the strength is increased by 30% when attacking. Racial talent, increased strength by 30% when fighting in the desert. Bond scorpion, if the number of scorpions is greater than 10, the strength of all scorpions will increase by 10%, and the toxicity will increase by 10%. Activated, if the number is greater than 20, the strength will increase by 20%, and the toxicity will increase by 20%. If the number is greater than 30, the strength will increase by 30%, and the toxicity will increase by 30%. Introduction. The undead life sealed in the Pharaoh's pyramid. I believe you would not want to be stung by it. Richard was in a very happy mood. Sure enough, after the potential was improved, the skill level of the scorpion warriors was improved, and the attributes were greatly enhanced. 14 scorpion warriors with a height of 2 meters, a pair of large pincers and curved scorpion tails stood in front of him in an orderly manner, immediately giving people a strong sense of oppression. This soldier is more showy than the bandaged mummy. Master, thank you for giving us new life. The scorpion warriors all bowed with their chests, saluting their master with the most respectful attitude. The soldiers recruited from the army nest will be forever loyal to the master who recruited them. Richard nodded slightly. Slowly stretched out his right hand. The light like yellow sand began to rise in the palm of his hand, like a storm caused by a strong wind blowing into the sand. Then the light all poured into the body of the poisonous scorpion warrior. Ding, under your gift, 14 poisonous scorpion warriors have mastered part of the power of the desert and obtained a new skill, Sandification, D level. When the light faded, Richard opened their attribute panel, and the Sandification skill had already appeared on it. The characteristic of Sandification being immune to 99% physical damage combined with the powerful attack power of the poisonous scorpion warriors. Richard was excited just thinking about that picture. Isn't this the opening of the Unparalleled? If he encounters a field soldier like the NAK giant again, he can completely fight through it. Richard was in a good mood. In this way, he has 2 elite level soldier nests in his hands. The Great Pyramid can recruit elite 3-star bandage mummies, who are good at curses, and can greatly reduce the enemy's attributes, and even curse the enemy to death. The Poisonous Scorpion Nest can recruit elite 3-star Poisonous Scorpion Warriors, who have powerful attack power, are good at hard battles, and attack from the front. The total number of the 2 soldiers is 28, nearly 3 squads of soldiers. This is only the second day since entering this world, and the future is promising. Chapter 20. After letting the Scorpion Warriors and Bandage Mummies stand guard together, Richard returned to the hall and opened the chat channel as usual. 2 days have passed, and I wonder how the other lords are doing now. Fuck. Today, when we attacked a small logging camp, we encountered an elite 3-star wild monster. I fuck my husky. Why would an elite monster appear in a small logging camp? All the soldiers I recruited were gone. You may not believe me, but today I encountered an NPC caravan, which is the indigenous people. You haven't seen them. Those indigenous people use ground dragons to transport supplies. That is a rare type of soldier. I envy them so much that my eyes are red. What's the above? The NPC caravan I encountered was planning to trade with me, but my territory doesn't have any special products. The other party took a look and left. Bah, this is naked discrimination. Humph, these bastards, I will let them know. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young. Where can I get food? My population has exceeded 300. But I really can't afford it. This is the first time I know that 300 people need to consume so much food every day. Who can lend me some food? I promise to return it tenfold when I become rich. Ha ha ha, I finally have an elite troop nest. I used half of the territory's population as cannon fodder, and finally captured the field troop base. But it seems that there is nothing to be happy about because all the residents ran away. Damn, life is too hard. Game planner, don't let me know where you are. Why develop such a cruel game? The residents of my territory rebelled because they were hungry for a day. Fuck, isn't it just a day without food? Why rebel? Rebellion is just a rebellion, and my territory was looted. Can life still be lived? It's too difficult. Why is this world so difficult? How can we manage the territory? There is a lack of food, water, and resources. There are powerful outdoor soldiers outside. It's like cursing my mother. Richard looked for a long time, and found that most players had a hard life. Only a few lived a decent life, but they also had many problems. In comparison, the City of Dusk was so comfortable. Only 2 days later, they had already established a foothold in the desert, a forbidden land of life. Although food was not abundant, and water resources were still scarce, it was countless times better than the miserable lives of other lords. After looking for a while, he suddenly thought of something. He took out 2 resource treasures, the sand date forest and the spring water fragments, which were exchanged for 800 units of food. 10 mu of Saxall forest matures once a month. There is no doubt that the earlier this stable food source is planted, the better. Although hunting has high returns, it is unstable. This is not a long-term development plan for the territory. But the problem is that the Saxall forest must be irrigated with enough water. And there is only 1 spring fragment. How can I get the other 2 fragments? It is obviously unrealistic to open the treasure chest by myself. I still have to buy it from other players. Richard had an idea while thinking. On the premise of ensuring the consumption of Dusk City, we can take out some food to exchange for spring treasure fragments and start planting 10 mu of Saxall forest as soon as possible. A Saxall forest that can produce food stably is of great significance to Dusk City in the desert. The desert is not a rich place. Stable food output is a great guarantee. Twilight City can't always rely on hunting to solve the food problem. Hunting is fine when the population is small, but when the population grows to 3,000 or 4,000 or even tens of thousands, how many prey will have to be hunted every day to satisfy the demand? If the territory wants to develop, it must farm. After Richard made a decision, he asked Kalu. Without waiting for the other party to salute, he asked immediately. Kalu, after processing today's prey, do we still have a total of units of food? Kalu's slightly turbid eyes looked directly at Richard, and his voice was old and steady. Sir Richard, after processing today's prey, there are still 1,300 units of meat left, plus 3,200 units of meat in the warehouse, a total of 4,500 units. But these fresh meats will be lost a lot when they are dried into jerky. In addition, we originally had 500 units of coarse wheat left. All the food added up can support the territory's consumption for half a month, and it can last for 20 days if we save some. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. Half a month's inventory, this data is far from enough for a territory, and the risk resistance is too weak. But for the early stage when development opportunities are precious, there is no need to store so much, and a part can be taken out for development. 10 days of buffer is enough. After having a plan in mind, he immediately got up and went to the warehouse of the Lord's mansion. All the supplies of Dusk City are stored here. Kalu also arranged several people to guard it day and night. Richard took 1,000 units of fresh meat from the warehouse and posted a bounty request in the bounty area of the trading market. 1,000 units of fresh meat bounty resource treasure, spring water or spring water fragments *2. This information immediately appeared in the first and second place in the bounty area. The bounty areas are ranked according to their value. Apparently, the system determined that his 1,000 units of fresh meat were more valuable than everyone else's bounty items. In such a large market, there were countless bounty materials. But it was the first time to see a bounty of food, especially meat, as a resource treasure, and this time it was 1,000 units of meat. This made many lords, who were short of food, immediately envious. They quickly started discussing it in the chat channel. I just saw a big guy named Chinchio, who directly sacrificed 1,000 units of meat just to exchange for a piece of junk resource treasure. What's the use of this spring water? The water in my territory flows out every day. I can't afford it. Why only exchange for treasures? 1,000 units of meat can feed the residents of the territory for 10 days. A bowl of meat soup every day, isn't it delicious? People are dying when they compare themselves to others. 1,000 units of meat at once, and it's just the beginning. Who is so generous? This is the first time I've seen such a rich man. What kind of life does this big guy named Chinchio live? Why can someone have so much food at this stage? I don't accept it. Why can I only drink porridge today? These two messages immediately caused a large number of food-deficient players to wail. When they were still worrying about food, someone took so much food, or meat, to exchange for a spring water, which is a junk treasure for many people, which made them envious and jealous. Chapter 21. Richard went to rest after setting up the transaction. He never thought that it would cause such a heated discussion. At this stage, the most lacking thing for novice lords is undoubtedly food. Each lord has to support hundreds of people at least, and 300 or 400 at most. As soon as they open their eyes, they see these residents waiting for food and drink, which makes most people feel very uncomfortable. The glorious era is not the modern era where you can buy several truckloads of rice when you go out. The most direct way to get food is hunting. But hunting is bound to be dangerous, and may even endanger your life, which is a high-risk behavior. It is rare that 70% of people can muster up the courage to explore this strange world in the past 2 days. And planting, even plants like the Saxall forest that mature once a month, takes time. So most people have very limited means to obtain food, and can only barely maintain their territory. There are a few people with outstanding abilities, who are reluctant to sell too much of the food they get. The small part that can be sold is just a drop in the bucket for the market of 20 billion lords. There are even fewer people as rich as Richard. He fell asleep amid the heated discussions of countless people. He woke up early the next morning. After Richard washed up, he went to the hall, and had breakfast with 2 extremely majestic cooks, then slowly opened the forum. 2 messages popped up in the private mailbox. Ding, once the item you are looking for is sold, you will get 1-star resource treasure spring water fragment *1. Ding, once the item you are looking for is sold, you will get 1-star resource treasure spring water *1. After a rough look, Richard was sure that the Saxall forest had been found. Then he felt something was wrong and took another look. Obtained 1-star resource treasure spring water. No suffix of fragments. Someone directly exchanged the treasure spring water for 500 units of food? Richard was happy when he realized it. This was a pure surprise. Even if it was an ordinary 1-star treasure, in Richard's opinion, it was worth at least 2,000 units of meat. I didn't expect the other party to sell it for 500 units. Is he eager to cook? This unexpected gain made him think seriously. Next, Maybe we can take advantage of the strong demand of other lords in the early stage and exchange prey for more good things. Now I have the treasure spring water, and there are 2 more fragments. As long as I get another spring water fragment, I will have 2 spring water treasures in my hand, and the water problem of Dusk City will be solved. This unexpected harvest made Richard quite excited. After thinking for a while, he asked the cook to call Kalu. Not long after, Kalu hurried into the hall. "Good day, sir. What do you want?" Richard smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to take out the 2 resource treasures, the Saxall Forest and the spring water, and explained their functions. After listening, Kalu was so excited that he almost burst into tears. "Is this the legendary gift from God? Gods above, you must be the son of God sent by the gods to save us. Under your leadership, the city of Dusk will become a pearl in the desert. 10 acres of Saxall, ripening once a month. This is an estimable value to the city of Dusk." As an old man who has experienced countless storms, Kalu has rich experience. He knows that hunting can certainly bring good returns, but the problem is that it is unstable. And it is full of dangers. In contrast, the income from farming is extremely reliable, and it is completely worth it even if it takes a long time to cultivate. You personally take people to select the planting area of Saxall. Remember, Twilight City will expand very quickly in the future. The selected area cannot be too close, but also not too far, to avoid accidents that we cannot deal with in time. Kalu nodded excitedly, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to come alive. "As you wish, I will go down and arrange it immediately." Not long after, the whole Twilight City was boiling because of the news that Kalu had passed on. The great lord, under the favor of the gods, obtained the gift of God, 10 acres of Saxall Forest. And it is a miracle plant that matures once a month. This news boosted the morale of the residents, who had just woken up, and they rushed to help Cap choose a suitable location. With the efforts of many residents, 5 candidate locations were placed in front of Richard in less than an hour. "My lord, these places are flat and not too far from Twilight City. They are very suitable for placing Saxall forests. Please make your decision." Richard opened the rough map and compared it with the system map. After a moment, he pointed to one of the points on the rough map on the desktop, the lumberyard, and tapped twice with his index finger. "The Saxall Forest is placed here. It is about 1.5 kilometers away from Twilight City. The terrain is relatively flat, and the extremely rare desert bees are also nearby." "Yes, my lord." Richard stood up. "Call all the residents, and we will go to place the Saxall Forest." Kapu's wrinkled face relaxed a lot, like a wrinkled piece of paper being smoothed out. They have been waiting for a long time. Richard took Cap out of the door, and found that all the residents of the entire territory were there. "Good day, Lord." "Lord." Seeing him appear, the residents in front of him bowed with their hands on their chests. Richard nodded, and under the protection of the mummy and the scorpion warriors, he walked straight towards the logging site. After seeing the strong scorpion warriors, the residents were in a heated discussion again, and their awe of him rose again. "That is the new soldier recruited by the Lord. The momentum is too strong. The scorpion's tail is thicker than the arrows of the siege crossbow I have seen." In the desert full of dangers, Richard is the master and only ruler of the Dusk City. The stronger he is, the safer they will undoubtedly be. So the army in Richard's hands has been strengthened, and the residents are happy from the bottom of their hearts. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the logging site. At this time, the long-armed laborers were cutting wood. When they saw Richard coming, they immediately worked harder, as if they were slacking off, and saw their boss coming to inspect. Richard ignored these guys, walked through the logging yard, and came to the other side. The terrain in this area is very flat, with no obvious depressions or protrusions, which is suitable for placing Saxall forests. Moreover, the desert bees are only 10 minutes away from here, so it will be convenient to carry them over later. "You wait here." Richard walked forward a few hundred meters alone. Then he slowly stopped under the gaze of everyone, bent down and buried the Saxall seeds in the yellow sand. He took out a pot of water from the system space and poured it on the sand. The sand was soaked in water and immediately condensed into blocks, and the color became darker. After pouring a pot of water, Richard put the pot into the system space and turned to walk towards the residence. But just as he took the first step, the seeds of the Saxall took root and sprouted at a speed hundreds of times faster than the video fast-forwarded, and grew green leaves. That touch of green became the starting point, and dozens of sprouts grew at the same time on the surrounding sand. In the shocked eyes of the residents, every time Richard took a step, a field of sprouts appeared behind him. This scene seemed like a miracle in myths and legends. At this moment, he was like a god who had the power of life and descended to the earth. Every step was pregnant with hope and the future. The endless yellow sand behind him was covered by lush green. Those Saxol seedlings grew at an astonishing speed. Under the action of special forces, the yellow sand on the ground slowly condensed into blocks and turned into soil. When Richard returned to the logging site, the 10-acre Saxol forest was already lush and green. The eyes of the residents looking at him were full of heat and madness. At this moment, it seemed as if he was the incarnation of the gods. Richard turned his head to look at the Saxol, which had grown to half a person's height. And it is still growing at a very fast speed. A miracle of life in the desert. Chapter 22. Ding, the Saxol forest, 10 mu, has been successfully placed. The Saxol matures once a month. Please keep sufficient water for irrigation. Richard was in a good mood as he looked at the lush jujube forest in front of him. This is the future. He reached out and took out the resource treasure, the spring water, and placed it directly at the entrance of the Saxol forest under the residents' extremely hot eyes. The next second, the crystal-like treasure directly merged into the ground. After a few breaths, it gurgled, as if something was coming out, and the sand was rising rapidly. The residents around were stunned. What is this? Puff! The spring water with fine sand suddenly spurted out from the yellow sand several meters high. The crystal water column fell down, and under the sun's rays, a touch of colorful light appeared. Desert rainbow. The people around exclaimed immediately. Water is coming out. Water is coming out. It's really coming out. It's amazing. After the spring water sprayed out a column of water several meters high, it gradually fell back and became a normal spring water. Only the rainbow was still hanging in the air, magnificent. After the water flowed in, the dry sand immediately showed spider web-like traces. The surrounding yellow sand began to swallow the water source crazily. After the water underground was saturated, the spring water began to flow into the Saxol forest. Richard looked at this scene with a bright smile on his face. Turning to face the excited crowd, he spoke loudly. My people, this is just the beginning. Dusk City will be an oasis in the desert, a hope and a future. You will follow me to witness this miracle. In just 2 sentences, the atmosphere on the scene was immediately raised to another level. Long live the Lord. No one knew who started it, but everyone excitedly followed suit and shouted. Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. The shouts were filled with respect for Richard and hope for the future. At this moment, they used their voices to release their inner excitement. After a long time, the crowd, who had had enough, dispersed excitedly. Richard kept Kalu and gave him a new task. Send someone to build a reservoir near the spring. The sand cannot hold water, so it needs to be built with stones. At the same time, send 10 residents to manage the Saxol forest and build ditches in it so that the spring water can flow in. Saxol needs sufficient water, and everyone must be watered. Yes, sir, I will supervise it personally, and there will be no mistakes. Kalu said in a dead tone. This is the cornerstone of the City of Dusk. If anything happens to anyone, nothing can happen to the Saxol forest. After giving his instructions, Richard walked through the Saxol forest and returned to the place where he killed the NAK troll yesterday. Without the NAK troll, the desert bees were still buzzing and flying. I don't know where these little guys get their honey. The Saxol forest has been placed, and it's time to move these rare bees. Otherwise, if a wild beast comes and digs out the beehive, he will lose a lot of money. But before that, he has to upgrade the level of the desert bees. Now the desert bees still know him. If he dares to dig out the hive, he will be stung like a pig. Richard, who was well prepared, took 200 units of fresh meat from the warehouse in the morning from the system space and exchanged them for 8,000 units of supplies. Then, he opened the trading market and spent 5,000 units of resources to buy 10 insect-type troop nests. It is detected that the desert bee nest meets the promotion conditions. Do you want to consume 10 ordinary insect-type nests to upgrade? Confirmed. The 10 troop nests in his hand were directly shattered, turning into a fluorescent light that poured into the beehive on the bush. After a few breaths, the light was swallowed by the beehive. Buzz, 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 a large number of bees poured out of the beehive, flying around Richard, showing intimacy. Desert wasp nest level, special queen bee, intermediate, promoted to advanced queen bee. The beehive can produce higher quality honey with better quality features. It can produce medium quality desert honey with a special fragrance. After eating, it can greatly speed up the recovery of physical strength and injuries, and slightly increase the recovery of magic power. Number of bee colonies. Small production. Minimum production of 10 units of intermediate honey per week. Introduction. A rare bee in the desert, extremely rare. After the upgrade, the desert honey has an additional feature of restoring magic power. It is really top grade. Richard laughed. Now he can taste the honey. He took 2 steps forward, pushed aside the leaves of the bush, and reached out to break off a piece of honeycomb from the hive. The honey on top has been sealed, and you can smell a very special fragrance without putting it to your nose. It is 10 times or 100 times more fragrant than any honey he has eaten before. His saliva is secreted like crazy. Richard couldn't help but take a bite directly. The honeycomb pulled out a long silk thread, which was particularly crystal clear under the sun. He chewed it gently, and the sticky honey passed over his tongue and his mouth. The next second, an indescribable sweetness exploded from the mouth. The whole person was instantly filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Gulp, after swallowing the stomach, a little warmth appeared in the abdomen, and then quickly spread to the limbs. The whole person was like soaking in warm water, and the whole body was relaxed. After finishing a small piece of honeycomb, Richard did not come back to his senses for a long time, and was immersed in that peerless delicacy. After a long time, he let out a long breath, feeling the comfort from his body, his eyes full of amazement and emotion. This is simply a super taste bud bomb. Before crossing, this thing sold for 100,000. No, it was worth 1 million. How can there be such delicious honey in the world? And this is only the honey brewed by the primary beehive. Now the queen bee has been upgraded to the intermediate level. How amazing will it be when the intermediate honey is produced next week? If it is upgraded to advanced honey, what will it feel like? He took a look at the needs of the desert bees for the next promotion. Like the other 2 arms nests, the upgrade requirement has been raised to 10 elite or 100 ordinary arms, and the cooldown time has not changed. The next upgrade can only be done in 7 days. Unable to suppress his excitement, he took out an empty bucket from the system space and took down the beehive himself. Then he came to the center of the Saxol forest and temporarily placed the beehive there. He called Kalu, who had not left yet, and told him to ask the carpenter to build a beehive for the desert bees. Richard's order was an iron order that must be executed with absolute priority. In less than an hour, several carpenters arrived carrying a specially made huge beehive. Richard put the beehive in the beehive. At the same time, he left 2 pieces of honey that had been sealed as food for the bees. There were about 10 units of honey left, and he put them away with a smile on his face. After having the beehive fixed, the desert bees that could produce top-quality honey completely settled in the Saxol forest. In the future, 10 units of honey will be provided to Richard every week, and this is the lowest. After a few days, when the Saxol forest blooms, the honey production will be even higher. Richard was in a good mood as he watched the water flowing into the Saxol. It was all thanks to this spring water that the entire ecosystem was activated. Saxol honey, this is almost becoming an industry. I don't know what the Saxol tastes like, but the quality of the honey is absolutely top-notch. If we can cultivate a few more nests of desert bees and make them a specialty of the City of Dusk, it will not be a dream to make money lying down in the future. Chapter 23. Although Richard has never raised bees, in the era of information explosion, most people are filled with some inexplicable knowledge. When the number of bees increases, a new queen bee will be born. The newly born queen bee will take some bees away to divide the nest. Generally, there will be more nests in spring. However, judging from the speed of desert bees producing 10 units of honey a week, the reproduction speed is definitely not slow. Perhaps it won't take long to divide the second and third nests. If it can really be scaled up, it will undoubtedly be a huge help to the City of Dusk. Richard believes that those who have tasted desert honey will never forget the amazing taste. After arranging these things, it was already noon. The yellow sandland just now was now lush with lush sand date forests, gurgling springs, and buzzing bees. It has become a paradise in the desert, an oasis of life. After lunch, Richard did not stay in the territory, but continued to explore with nearly 3 squads of soldiers. His goal today was hunting. The price of food was so high that he was very tempted. If he could exchange a few more treasures, like the Saxol forest, it would be of great value to the City of Dusk. Today's exploration was in the due north direction. With nearly 3 squads of elite soldiers, Richard was confident. According to yesterday's search experience, he left 4 mummies and scorpion warriors to protect himself. The other 2 squads dispersed and searched the largest area. This method was very effective. Less than 10 minutes after the journey, a group of scorpion warriors 200 meters ahead suddenly issued a warning. Enemies spotted. Richard, who was already experienced, immediately withdrew his troops and assembled the main force. He lowered his footsteps and led the army to the vigilant scorpion warrior. Following their instructions, He climbed up the low sand dune and looked forward secretly. In the passage formed by several adjacent sand dunes, hundreds of desert bandits riding horses, holding scimitars in their hands, and wearing white turbans were frantically attacking a carriage with more than a dozen guards. The two engines collided violently. The horses' hooves stepped on the sand, splashing dust, fighting and roaring hysterical. Ding! An emergency is triggered. A group of desert bandits are robbing a caravan. You can choose freely. 1. Join the desert bandit camp and snipe the carriage. 2. Join the carriage camp and fight against the desert bandits. 3. Do nothing, stand aside or lead directly. Note: the rewards for the emergency are uncertain. Please explore on your own. Emergency? Richard looked at the task prompt that suddenly sounded on the system, and couldn't help but feel a little amused. He didn't expect to attack the caravan with the desert bandits. But since he can choose freely, only children will choose sides. He wants them all. Open the attribute panel. Desert bandit level, level 2 potential, ordinary 3 stars skills, plunder, E level, when robbing a caravan, all attributes increase by 20%, agility, F level, when riding a horse to fight, agility increases by 30%. Racial talent, increase speed by 15% when running in the desert bond robbery. When you have the upper hand in a robbery, all attributes increase by 10%. When you are at a disadvantage, speed increases by 20%. Introduction. Fight, 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 rob, quickly hand over the money, 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 money. Richard couldn't help laughing at the attributes of the desert bandits. Good guy, they are really a type of soldiers born for robbery. Compared to the convoy, it is much more serious. Human warrior. Level 5, intermediate type of soldiers, strength increased by 15%, potential, elite 1 star. Human swordsman. Level 5, intermediate type of soldiers, strength increased by 15%, potential, elite 2 stars. Human archer. Level 5, intermediate type of soldiers, agility increased by 15%, potential, elite 3 stars. There are only 14 soldiers in the carriage, all of them are elite level. But the difference in numbers between the two sides is too big. There are more than a squadron of desert bandits. And there are bandits holding crossbows in the back to suppress them. Although the carriage guards fought desperately to break through the blockade, they all returned in vain, leaving behind corpses. If it weren't for the excellent equipment, I'm afraid they would have collapsed long ago. Just as Richard was about to take action, he suddenly saw a middle-aged man wearing a luxurious robe, with a big belly and short like a sausage coming out of the carriage. The other party was constantly roaring and directing the battle. The properties of the sausage aroused his great interest. Onic. Hero unit potential. C-level profession, merchant level, level 5, intermediate hero, negotiation ability increased by 20%. Skills, negotiation, intimidation, diplomacy, trade, observation, and information gathering. Hero characteristics, able to accurately judge the value of goods. Racial characteristics, able to learn the knowledge of other races. Bond Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. When you cooperate with members of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, you can earn an extra 20% profit. Introduction. Your artifact is fake. I can only offer 10 gold coins, Your Majesty the God of War. Good guy, there is actually a hero unit in this caravan. However, the opponent's bond made him think. Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce? NPC, Aboriginal. After these words came to mind, he immediately aroused great interest. In the forum, other Lord players also mentioned that they have encountered some Aboriginal caravans one after another these days, and he thought that they did not exist in the desert. Unexpectedly, they appeared. Seeing the situation gradually deteriorating and the caravan began to collapse, Richard no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, he decisively ordered. Everyone listen to the order, kill all the desert bandits. Don't hurt the people in the carriage. The mummy and scorpion warriors, who had long been unable to hold back, immediately charged towards the battlefield. The 8-legged scorpion warriors were one step faster than the mummies. These powerful soldiers with 2 giant pincers rushed into the desert bandits besieging the convoy from the flank. The desert bandits reacted when they appeared and sent out 5 teams to snipe them. They were about to take down their target, and would never allow others to snatch their food from their mouths. Trample, the desert horse's wide hooves stepped on the yellow sand, and the dust was raised behind it when it ran. The desert bandits swung their scimitars fiercely, and the power of the scimitars was greatly enhanced under the high-speed running of the horses. Trample, tramp, it's getting closer, closer. The cold face of the desert scorpion showed a chilling smile. The 2 iron tongs suddenly opened and swung like lightning. The two sides ran towards each other at a very fast speed. Just in an instant. Clang, puff, blood splattered. The ranger's body was broken into two pieces, and after the high-speed inertia, it flew out and hit the ground hard. The gushing blood directly dyed the sand red. Killed instantly. The charge just launched now seemed to be just a rush to die. The desert horse under the ranger also entered his aftermath after his life and death. The scorpion warrior's iron tongs were like a guillotine when they were opened. When closed, the curved hook protruding in front was also like the iron hook of a pirate's prosthetic limb, extremely sharp. Swish, the iron hook directly passed through the side of the desert horse, tearing a huge wound. The flesh and blood turned wildly at this moment, and the white bones were broken inch by inch. The desert horse wailed in pain, then fell to the ground and died. As a dead life, the scorpion warrior did not know what mercy was. After the first desert bandit was killed instantly, more desert bandits rushed over. They wanted to use the impact of the horses, and the advantage of numbers, to kill these terrifying monsters. But the scorpion warrior was not afraid, but became more excited and launched a counterattack against the desert bandits. A desert bandit swung a scimitar from the side, and the weapon reflected a deep cold light under the sunlight. He vowed to kill the scorpion warrior on the spot. The scorpion warrior did not even turn his head, and the scorpion tail that was curved like a bow behind him stabbed out like lightning. The desert bandit, who rushed from the side, had no time to dodge. Puff, the sharp scorpion tail pierced his chest directly, and blood spurted wildly. Before the desert bandit died, the scimitar with powerful force chopped fiercely on the scorpion tail. With a swish, a series of sparks flashed by, and several gaps appeared on the scimitar, but the scorpion tail was intact. With a swish, the scorpion tail was pulled back violently, and the ranger fell off the horse directly, and the dead body fell to the ground. The scorpion warrior laughed grimly, and did not open the iron pliers again, but directly attacked with the front end of the hook, which was more terrifying than the iron hook in the butcher's hand. Whoosh, whoosh, as he swung, there was a violent sound of breaking through the air. Clang, the scimitar of a desert bandit was directly knocked away after colliding with it. The scorpion warrior swung his left arm violently, and the iron hook swish, directly pierced the ranger's neck, and pulled hard, and a head flew several meters high. Extremely violent. The desert bandits presented a one-sided situation in the collision with the scorpion warrior. It didn't seem like the desert bandits were besieging and killing the scorpion warriors, but more like the scorpion warriors were slaughtering the desert bandits. There were 5 squads of ordinary 3-star troops, and they were colliding with the scorpion warriors at high speed on horseback. Even with all the advantages, they were still stunned by a slap from the scorpion warriors. They were like a wall, and no matter how the desert bandits charged, they could not retreat even a step. The desert scorpions were killing like crazy. Chapter 24. 5 teams of desert bandits were slaughtered by the main force of the scorpion warriors in just a few minutes. Although the bandage mummy was still strong, it was still much slower than the scorpion warriors. After the desert bandits were slashed hard, the situation changed immediately. The carriage guards, who were close to collapse just now, were immediately full of energy again. They burst out with their last strength and stubbornly withstood the desert bandits' attacks one after another. After killing 5 teams, the scorpion warriors were obviously not satisfied and immediately killed in the direction of the convoy with a grin. The desert bandits were horrified to see that their 5 teams were killed so easily. But they were unwilling to give up the fat meat at their mouths, and they gritted their teeth and continued to attack the carriage. It was like a gambler at the gambling table who wanted to turn the tables with the last chip. The 2 iron pincers of the scorpion warriors became the sickles of the god of death at this moment. They began to harvest the souls of the enemies. The desert bandits just tried their best to stop the scorpion warriors, not to mention that they had to distract themselves from attacking the convoy. Blood immediately dyed the dry desert red. After the number of desert bandits dropped to 2 teams, they completely collapsed. Unable to suppress the horror in his heart, he slapped his horses but turned around to run. At a disadvantage, the desert bandits had a 20% speed bonus. In a few breaths, they flew a very long distance, which directly eliminated the scorpion warrior's idea of chasing. Ding, the army you led wiped out a group of desert bandits and won a micro battle. You gained 120 experience points. Ding, the scorpion warrior has been upgraded after a lot of battles. The current level is 2. The remaining 7 or 8 guards of the convoy watched the desert bandits collapse and flee, and they were greatly relieved. However, their tense nerves did not relax at all. Although these terrifying soldiers who suddenly appeared did not attack them, their hideous and terrifying appearance and powerful combat power brought them more pressure than the desert bandits. The merchant hero, who was as round as a short sausage, mustered up the courage to stand up and face the scorpion warriors who surrounded the carriage. Dear strongman, we are members of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce in Solon City. Thank you for your help. The Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce will definitely give you generous rewards. Silence. Deathly silence. The scorpion warrior looked at each other with cold eyes, and did not speak. The atmosphere gradually fell to the freezing point. The caravan guards, who had just exhausted their strength, became more and more uneasy at this time. They had to cheer up to prevent these terrifying lives from suddenly attacking. And at this moment, new faces appeared in their eyes. More than a dozen mummies surrounded a handsome young human and slowly approached from a distance. The short sausage-shaped merchant hero immediately showed surprise in his eyes. When Richard approached, he hurriedly took 2 steps forward and saluted respectfully with his chest on. Dear Lord, I, the merchant Onik of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce in Solon City, pay you the highest respect. Thank you for saving my life, and the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce will remember your friendship. Richard nodded gently. Lord of the City of Dusk, Richard, greetings to you, Mr. Onik. After receiving his response, the short sausage Onik still did not dare to let his heart go and saluted again. Where is Solon City? How far is it from here? Onik straightened his belly that looked like he was 6 months pregnant and said hurriedly, Respected Richard, Solon City is on the edge of the desert and is one of the largest cities in the Death Desert. Then he exclaimed as if he had thought of something. You don't even know Solon City. Could it be that you are the Lord of Divine Grace, who was chosen by the gods and came from another world? God of merchants, I didn't expect that I would meet Lord Divine Grace in the depths of the desert. Chosen by the gods from another world. Isn't this the background setting of the player in Glorious Era, Death Desert? I didn't expect that the desert he was in was actually here. It is said that there are dozens of deserts of all sizes in Glorious Era. And the largest and most famous ones are only 3 introduced on the official website, Death Desert, Lost Desert, and Endless Desert. The Death Desert is located in the center of the main plain of Glorious Era. It is extremely wide. If you want to cross it, it will take 5 or 6 months even in the best case. But that was all the information he knew. Yes, Lord Onik, but why are you so surprised? Onik calmed down and said, Because you are the Lord chosen by the gods. Isn't that exciting enough? Richard's mouth twitched. If you knew there were 20 billion so-called God Grace Lords, you might not be so excited. I didn't dwell on it. Change the subject. How far is it from here to Solon City? Onik's face fell, and he took out a map from his arms and looked at it carefully. After a moment, he said in frustration, There is still a month to go. Gods, we have strayed too far from the trade route. Richard was a little curious. How did you get here, and were attacked by desert bandits? Onik also regained some calmness at this time, and began to tell the story of his group. Although the Death Desert is extremely terrifying, it is located in the center of the main plain, and is surrounded by major forces. As long as you can cross the desert and go to the other side of the desert, you can exchange the goods for dozens, or even dozens of times the profit. If the merchant has a 100% profit, he dares to risk being hanged, and if he has a 300% profit, he dares to trample on all human laws. Under the temptation of high profits, the powerful Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce in Solon City invested a lot of manpower and material resources to open up a trade route. But a week ago, a sandstorm attacked the caravan. In the natural disaster, they were separated from their companions. After leaving the sandstorm, they encountered desert bandits. At that time, they had 3 teams of guards. But in the entanglement of the past few days, they suffered heavy losses, and only 7 or 8 people are left now. Richard nodded. You are lucky to survive the sandstorm. What are your plans next? Return to Solon City immediately or reunite with your caravan? Onik shook his head. After the caravan was separated, I don't know how many people can survive. We plan to return to Solon City directly. After saying that, he looked at Richard with eager eyes. Respected Lord Richard, can we go to your territory to rest and replenish water before leaving? After saying that, he was worried that Richard would refuse, so he hurriedly said, I am willing to pay you. In addition, you saved us. On behalf of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, I would like to thank you. If appropriate, we can open trade transactions in the future. Ding, you saved the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce's convoy and won their gratitude and respect. Your current relationship with the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce is friendly. Ding, the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce has applied to inspect your territory. You can establish new trade relations with them. Chapter 25. Richard fell into deep thought after hearing the system prompt. Although we can trade with players through the trading market at this stage, there is no doubt that the indigenous people who dominate the glorious era are the gold mines to be mined. If the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce can establish trade relations with them, it will definitely be a great thing. Onik in front of him saw Richard responding to his request for a long time, and his face became more and more indifferent. An unspeakable uneasiness rose in his heart. Although the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce has a great reputation in the Death Desert, this Lord of God's grace doesn't know it. If evil thoughts come up, he will wave his hand and order his subordinates to kill them. In this vast desert, the Chamber of Commerce cannot know. The more he thought about it, the more panic he felt when he saw Richard's expressionless posture. He secretly glanced at the ferocious scorpion warriors around him, and the other party's eyes without any human emotions were coldly staring at them. It seemed that in the next second, the iron clamp that could easily tear apart the horse would be used to cut off his head. The anxiety was magnified to the extreme. In this weird atmosphere, he gritted his teeth. He took out an item from his arms and handed it to Richard. "Dear Sir Richard, we have lost contact with the caravan and lost most of the goods. The only thing left is this treasure snatched back from the sandstorm. To thank you for saving my life, please accept it. I think your territory should also need it." The guards around the carriage saw Onik's actions and showed some hesitation in their eyes. He wanted to say something, but finally looked at the surrounding scorpion warriors and closed his mouth again. They didn't want to die here either. Richard was slightly stunned, and saw the uneasiness in the others' eyes, and looked at the scorpion warriors, who surrounded them in the middle. Is this the real version of the alliance under the city? But he was not polite, and reached out to take it. "Ding, you have obtained the Hero Altar construction blueprints from the merchants of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce." Blueprints? Finally saw the blueprints. Open the attribute panel. Hero Altar construction blueprints level. Special building features. Can build hero altars. After the death of heroes, they can consume resources in the hero altar to revive. 5 people can be resurrected every month. Occupancy. For spaces resources required for construction. 10,000 units of stone, 10,000 units of gold coins, 10,000 units of wood, 500 units of crystal, 500 units of gems, 500 units of mercury, 500 units of sulfur. Introduction. Extremely rare building blueprints. Even dragons will be moved by it. Hiss. Richard's eyes suddenly opened. Hero Altar. Special building. Fuck. The official information of Glorious Era is not much, but it specifically mentioned the Hero Altar, saying that it is a very valuable item. Unexpectedly, he got this treasure from a member of a down-and-out caravan. This gave him a strong sense of surprise, as if he spent 2.5 yuan to buy a bottle of drink and won a laptop. Is this reward a bit unfair? Haha, so cool. Are the rewards for emergencies so erratic? This wave of blood profit. The only regret is that the Hero Altar requires a lot of rare resources. He doesn't even have a unit of this thing now, and he is afraid that he can't build it in a short time. But there is no rush. The Hero Altar is obviously a late-stage building, and it's just the beginning. He doesn't even have a hero yet. Ha ha ha, keep it as a treasure. Suppressing his excitement, Richard patted the short sausage of Onik on the shoulder. He was very impressed. "Sir Onik, I am very satisfied with your gift. Don't think too much. Twilight City needs friends, and needs to trade with the outside world. Please follow me back to the territory to rest up. I promise you in the name of the Lord of Twilight City, that even a dragon cannot hurt you in my territory." Hearing Richard's words, Onik's heart finally fell down, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your trust. We are honored." Finally saved his life. With such a big harvest, Richard was not in a hurry to explore other areas. Let the mummy and the scorpion warrior help push the cart. He returned to the territory with Onik and his guards, and Richard promised to help bury the bodies of their companions. Seeing Richard return so quickly, Kalu was a little surprised when he got the news. When he saw the conspicuous Luanhuihua logo on the carriage parked at the door of the Lord's mansion, he was a little surprised. "Lord Richard, this is the logo of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. Are they the masters of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce?" Seeing that someone knew his group, Onik was completely relieved. As long as someone knew about the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, he was confident that the other party would definitely treat them well. Because rescuing the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce's caravan will get extremely generous rewards. This is the good reputation they have built over decades. Yes, these friends will open up trade with us in the future. You must treat them well. In addition, we just defeated a group of desert bandits, and the other party's mounts, desert horses, were hunted down. Send someone to bring the horses back. We can find them by following the traces of the carriage we left when we came back. Kalu's eyes lit up. Yes, sir. After saying that, he turned around excitedly and called for help. When it comes to making a living, he is more active than anyone else. Anik looked at this simple territory with a subtle expression. This is the territory of God's grace. The gods created it using rules. Otherwise, who would be so bored as to build such a territory in the depths of the Death Desert? The territory is still in a safe period, and Richard is not worried about what Anik and his party will do. After talking and comforting him, he asked several residents around him to take care of him, and he was ready to go out again. It was still early today, and it would be a waste to stay in the territory. But when he was about to leave, Anik seemed to have thought of something and said hurriedly, Sir Richard, when we were hiding from those bandits, we accidentally found a one-way portal. I wonder if you are interested. We didn't explore it, and we don't know what's on the other side of the portal. After saying that, he smiled bitterly and spread his hands. We don't have the chance to explore it in our current state. One-way portal. Richard's eyes lit up. Where is that one-way portal? Anik took out the quaint map from his arms and spread it on the table. Pointed to a point. It's about 2 hours away from your territory. Richard glanced sideways and saw that the picture on the map in front of him kept flowing, as if it was a dynamic picture. And the point pointed by Anik was marked with a door. Magic map level. Special features. Can record the area passed through, and the master can know where he is at this time. Introduction. A magic item made by a powerful spellcaster. No wonder Anik knows his location so well. This is simply another version of the system map. Seeing Richard's interested eyes, Anik's face suddenly turned bitter. Sir Richard, this magic item is a banned item of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce, and is not allowed to be circulated. Richard waved his hand. Don't think too much. The gods have given us a better map. I'm just a little curious about it. Anik was relieved. Richard reached out and picked up the map. After the system prompted that the sharing was completed, he handed it back to Anik. Sir Anik, you can rest in my territory for a few days. It's not too late to leave after you recover. There are still many unknown areas around the territory. I need to explore. Anik said immediately. You don't need to be polite. It's our honor to come to your territory. If you need any help, just ask. After a few polite words, Richard took the mummy and the scorpion warrior out of the territory. He was a little curious about the one-way portal. Where does the portal lead to? Will it be another area similar to the temple? Chapter 26. Lord Anik, the architectural drawings of the hero altar are so precious. Why do you give them away? Soon after Richard left, several guards of the convoy took advantage of the empty space and looked at Anik with some confusion. Anik, who felt cramped even when sitting on the wide chair, glared at several people. Who saved us just now? Several people murmured in a low voice. Although it was Lord Richard who saved us, there is no need for us to use such precious items as a reward, right? We spent a huge price to rescue it from the sandstorm. Stupid. Anik's fat face showed some disdain. If the other party ordered an attack at that time, what do you think would be our ending? Remember the first rule of the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce. In the desert, life comes first. Don't think that the sky will fall if you lose a precious blueprint. Weak people have no choice. At that time, even if the probability of the other party attacking us was only 30%, we would never take risks. Speaking of this, Anik's tone inexplicably dropped, and some memories flashed in his eyes. 15 years ago, I followed Master Oko to transport a batch of goods. You may not know who Master Oko is, but you must know that the Luanwihua Merchants Association bought out the dwarves' 50-year weapons production. It was Master Oko who did it. There was a look of shock in the house. That time, we encountered something that was almost the same as today. The storm blew away the caravan. After we escaped, we were surrounded by a group of desert bandits. Master Oko never surrendered, fought to the death, and finally died under the butcher knife of those desert bandits. Anik was full of regret. Originally, the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce was going to negotiate with a powerful empire to establish trade relations. The death of Master Oko led to the failure of the negotiations. The competitor occupied the quota, and we suffered immeasurable losses. From then on, the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce had that iron rule: life is the first priority in the desert. If Master Oko was still alive, the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce would be 10 times stronger at this time. So you must remember that in the desert, surviving is the most important thing, so that you have the opportunity to continue to make more profits for the Chamber of Commerce. I will explain this matter to the president in person. If there is any punishment, I will bear it all. When the few people heard this secret, they fell into silence. After a long time, someone spoke up. Lord Onik, what should we do next? Rest first, and then return to Solon City. Remember, don't cause trouble in this territory. Our lives are in the hands of others. After Onik and the others discussed for a long time, Kalu, who had arranged for someone to deliver the prey back, walked into the house with a smile. 2 men followed behind with tightly covered trays. The cook in the Lord's mansion is dedicated to serving Lord Richard. These outsiders are not qualified to take a second look. Lord Onik, I am Kalu, the political officer of Twilight City. When the Lord left, he specifically asked me to bring the most precious specialties of Twilight City for the guests to taste. Specialties? What specialties can there be in this broken place? Although the guards had faint smiles on their faces, they were silently slandering in their hearts. Onik stood up politely and laughed. Thank you for your hospitality. It's an honor. But he didn't even look at what the 2 men were carrying. As a businessman of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, a heroic unit, he had seen so many great things in the world. What else was worth seeing more? Kalu seemed to see the carelessness of several people, but he didn't care. He stretched out his hand to signal the 2 people behind him to take off the tightly fitting wooden lid on the tray. The moment the lid was taken off, an indescribable strange fragrance instantly surged in the house. Gulp, Onik and his group swallowed their saliva together, and the sound was so loud that everyone could hear it clearly. Suddenly, their faces turned red. They looked at each other with embarrassment. They were still disdainful a second ago, but they didn't expect to be so embarrassed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, they didn't say what was in their hearts just now, otherwise they would be dead on the spot. Onik couldn't care less at this time. He took a step forward and looked at the crystal clear and slightly golden thing in the gray pottery bowl. Suddenly, he felt that the simple pottery bowl became extraordinary because of this. Is this honey? Looking at Onik's stunned expression, Kalu smiled proudly. Yes, Lord Onik, this is a specialty of the City of Dusk, a superb delicacy brought back by the Lord. The taste of desert honey will never be forgotten by anyone who has tasted it. The ultimate in the world. Can I try it? Onik swallowed hard. It's embarrassing to say that he has traveled all over the country for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen honey with such a special fragrance. Of course, this is what the Lord used to entertain you. However, because it is too precious, there are not many of them. Please forgive me. Thank you, Lord Richard. Onik impatiently picked up a ceramic bowl from the tray that was only filled with honey at the bottom of the bowl. Put it to the tip of his nose and sniff it. The special fragrance made him feel like he was floating, and he was relaxed and happy. This is definitely a rare and exquisite product. A little intoxication flashed in his eyes. He couldn't wait, but he didn't want to give it up too quickly. He took it to his mouth and concentrated all his energy. Like a pilgrimage, he tasted the desert honey in small sips. When the honey entered his mouth, Oniko only felt an indescribable deliciousness bursting. The whole person was in a trance. How could there be such a delicious thing in the world? Is this a gift from the gods? After he finished drinking the honey, he looked at the residue at the bottom of the bowl, and without any hesitation, he licked it up. When he came to his senses, he remembered that he had done this in front of outsiders, and his old face blushed. He praised himself in vain. He was so well informed, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even handle a few drops of honey. He was about to speak when he suddenly felt a warm current in his stomach. Then he felt as comfortable as if he was soaking in warm water. His spirits were lifted, and most of the physical strength he had consumed was restored in the blink of an eye, and even the injuries on his body were healed a lot. He became more and more excited. This honey is delicious, but it also has the characteristics of restoring physical strength and injuries? Gods, what kind of delicacy is this? He turned his head excitedly and looked at his companions around him, and found that several of them were holding the bowl and licking it wildly. Onik's mouth twitched. Is there anything wrong? He looked at Kalu, and he didn't care just now. His tone was a little hot. Sir Kalu, may I ask, how much of this honey is there? How much can be produced every month? In the name of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, I beg to open trade with the City of Dusk. Chapter 27. Richard didn't know at this time that desert honey had conquered Onik. He was comparing the system map, taking the bandaged mummy and the scorpion warrior to the one-way portal that Onik mentioned. These special buildings usually hide something valuable. Just like the temple with powerful guards. Once occupied, it will definitely bring huge benefits. On the way, he passed the area where the desert bandits had just been hunted, and dozens of residents were busy carrying desert horses back. The bodies of those bandits were piled up into a small hill. Richard was very interested in this bloody scene. This time, the harvest was not only the construction drawings of the hero altar. Dozens of desert horses were also a wealth that made people jealous. Although the desert horses were not large in size, and had more bones and less meat. But the number was here, and it could be exchanged for precious strategic treasures. Without further ado, it would be great to exchange for a few springs or a few saxaul trees. The more Richard thought about it, the more he felt that he had gained a lot this time. The level of the Scorpion Warrior was raised to level 2 because of the battle, and he also got 70 or 80 horses as food. He also established a relationship with the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce, and got a very precious hero altar building blueprint from them. Finally, he also got information about a one-way portal from them. He suddenly felt that Anik was a lucky star. I have to treat this guy well when I go back, and I can get in touch with him more often in the future. I love making friends the most. Maybe I can ask Anik where I can pick up dragon eggs. This time the target is the one-way portal, but Richard did not give up exploring the surroundings. Still spread out the troops of the two squads and searched in a carpet-style manner. The one-way portal is about 2 hours away from the City of Dusk, but he spent twice as much time. After fighting all the way, he gained a lot. The most intuitive manifestation is that the levels of the bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors have been upgraded to level 3. And Richard's experience has reached 900 points at this time, and he only needs 100 points to upgrade again. Among them, the biggest contribution belongs to a group of desert half-ratmen who hollowed out a sand dune. There are 4 squadrons, and the mummies and scorpion warriors are all crazy. The endless yellow sand always gives people a sense of desolation and tragedy. But it will feel a bit boring if you look at it too much. It should be not far away. Richard looked at the gradually approaching mark on the system map and was refreshed. After crossing another sand dune, the land in front of him gradually became dry and hard. A lot of gravel appeared. He raised his vigilance and slightly gathered the army. While on guard, he walked through a 1,000-meter-long gravel area, and then the terrain suddenly sank. Richard walked closer, and saw a river that had been dry for who knows how many years. The pebbles in the center of the riverbed had weathered and cracked. The yellow sand seemed to have become the water of this dry river. But even though it was so dry, it was still possible to see how turbulent the river here used to be from the traces on the riverbed, and the stone walls on both sides. After taking a few more glances at this magnificent scene, Richard stepped towards the dry riverbed. How did this guy Anik get here? The stones all over the ground made it difficult to move forward, and the mummy lying in the pit in front was not much better. After stumbling for 10 minutes, Richard suddenly stopped. In a depression on the cliff, a building like an arch stood. The arch was 5 meters high, and the middle was not a door, but a translucent shield emitting water-like light. An ancient atmosphere came towards him. One-way portal. He felt a little excited. This appearance was not simple. After asking the mummy and the scorpion warrior to check the surroundings and make sure there was no danger, Richard stepped closer. Standing in front of the 5-meter-high building, there was an inexplicable sense of insignificance. The rippling semi-transparent ripples, I don't know where they can lead to. Open the attribute panel. One-way portal level, special features. One-way teleportation leads to the area, the burned village. You need to complete the task to return, difficulty 1 star. Introduction. Maybe you will be teleported to the dragon's treasure house, or go to hell to have dinner with the devil. Before using the portal, pray to the goddess of luck. Copy? Richard's eyes lit up. In the background setting of the official website of Glorious Era, the origin of the copy is that during the last war of the gods broke the long river of time, causing countless time fragments to be scattered in various planes. And these fragments contain many worlds, and the entrants can obtain various resources from them. The task needs to be completed because each time fragment has its own rules. Only by adjusting the rules can these time fragments return to the long river of time. This setting is actually quite good. Now that the setting has become a reality, it can be justified, and there are no major bugs. The dungeon is a good thing, because some time fragments are from the ancient era, and things that cannot be obtained outside have a chance to appear in the dungeon. But the problem is that the dungeon in front of him only has a very simple introduction, and there is no other valuable information. This made him hesitate. The difficulty is only 1 star, which does not seem high. But what is the criterion for this 1 star? Is it only ordinary soldiers, or only a dragon? Just as he was thinking. The black gold system lit up. Found a dungeon burning village, dungeon level, 1 star, average strength of soldiers, rare. Whether there are hero units, yes. Force camp, demon, undead, church, human. Tip, the dungeon level cannot be upgraded. Richard was stunned, and then laughed. Good guy, the black gold system is still powerful. Fortunately, I didn't rush in. The average strength of the soldiers reached rare, and there are hero units, and even 4 camps are involved. If I rush in, it will really be a waste. Although they are much weaker than the troops in the temple, it would be a death wish to explore them now. For the sake of safety, go back and accumulate strength first, and come back after exploding a wave of troops. At least 1 squadron of rare troops should be exploding first. After making a note on the system map, Richard did not stay for long and turned back to the territory. It was already afternoon, and there was still a 2-hour journey back. The night in the desert is more dangerous than the day. Richard had just walked back for a few minutes, and had not left the riverbed when suddenly, an unspeakable terrifying pressure swept down from the sky. He seemed to be standing under a collapsing mountain. The world seemed to be overturning. Roar! A roar like thunder blasted from the sky, and the dry riverbed seemed to shake. The pressure soared exponentially. The next second, a huge shadow was cast on the riverbed under the sun, covering the earth. Richard subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky. I saw a terrifying creature covered with scales, so strong that even a siege crossbow might not be able to pierce it, waving its ferocious wings and flying. The opponent's body size was extremely exaggerated, with a wingspan of more than 20 meters. Its strong limbs had sharp claws that flashed cold light, and perhaps it could easily destroy a city wall. The extremely terrifying existence was flying across the riverbed. His pupils shrank suddenly, and a word that made people stop breathing appeared in his mind. Dragon. Is there a dragon's nest nearby? Chapter 28. The dragon in the sky flashed by, flapping its wings and passing through the valley in a few blinks. Richard was shocked and immediately opened the attribute panel. Desert Dragon Level, 15 Potential, Skills, Racial Talent, Bond Dragon, Introduction. The top predator in the desert, no one can directly compete with its dragon breath. Good guy. Level as high as 15? And other attributes can't even be seen. Level 15 may be very low in other games, but the official website of Glorious Era has an introduction, the level of the gods, 30. Every 5 levels is a watershed. The higher the level, the difficulty of upgrading will increase exponentially. Level 15 is already enough to be domineering. The powerful level 8 temple guards can't raise their heads in front of this dragon. When Richard lost consciousness, the ferocious and domineering dragon had disappeared from his sight. After a long time, he let out a long breath. His eyes were full of heat. I must catch a dragon to ride in the future. The ferocious and domineering appearance of the dragon directly hit his heart. Riding such a life that was extremely showy, just the appearance was extremely cool. After coming out of the valley, the stimulated Richard quickened his pace. He returned to the territory before sunset. The moment he returned to the territory, he immediately relaxed. The feeling of solidity made him feel at ease. Looking back, today's experience was quite good. First, he saved the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce's convoy, and then he got the extremely precious hero altar architectural drawings and a lot of food. He also found a dungeon map, and finally encountered a dragon of level 15. After a busy day, he just wanted to take a hot bath. My lord, you are back. Karu, who had been waiting for Richard at dusk, was relieved when he saw him. What's wrong? Richard looked at Karu's expression, which clearly showed that he had something to say, and asked, Is it the people from the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce? Karu nodded, his tone excited. They were completely fascinated by the honey, and told me to discuss trade with you as soon as you came back. Richard smiled slightly. Who can resist the taste of desert honey? Is the food ready in the kitchen? Let them come to see me after they are full. They are already waiting for you. Then let them wait. Richard ignored everything else, and after returning to the mansion, he finished his dinner with the service of 2 surging cooks. He also took a hot bath. After washing away the fatigue of the day, he asked someone to call Anik, who had been waiting for half a day. In the hall with a rough architectural style, the oil lamps made of animal fat on the 12 stone pillars are emitting dim light. The bright moonlight shines into the hall through the wooden windows without glass, adding more light. Good night, respected Lord Richard. Short Sausage Anik came alone with a round belly, and immediately saluted with his right hand on his chest after entering the room. No need to be polite, Lord Anik, please sit down. After Anik thanked him, he immediately sat down and said impatiently, Lord Richard, thank you for treating us with such precious honey today. The Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce lacks such delicious products. I wonder if we have the honor to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you. Richard smiled. Sir Anik, the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce is a large chamber of commerce that can span the Death Desert. Have you never seen my desert crown honey? Forgive my ignorance, I have indeed never seen it. Sir, this delicious honey is called Desert Crown? Richard nodded, as a matter of course. I got the Desert Crown bee in a secret room, and I also saw the murals that have been circulating in the secret room for countless years. Innumerable years ago, the Death Desert was unified by a powerful emperor who conquered the desert. Even the entire main plain is spreading his legend. And the most beloved treasure of this great ruler is this honey. He compares it to his crown, and only the most noble people can wear the crown. So it is named Desert Crown. Even before Richard finished telling this random story, Anik was already shaken. Only the most noble people can wear a crown. And this honey is called the Desert Crown. Doesn't that mean that only people of noble status can taste such a delicious taste? For a moment, a sacred feeling rose in his heart. It seemed that he had become a noble person who could compete with the king. Sir Richard, can I take a look at that mural? I wonder what the great emperor who once ruled the Death Desert was like. Richard didn't even blush. You are late. The sandstorm some time ago wiped out all traces. You should know what a desert is. After saying that, he didn't wait for Anik's response and continued. Sir Anik, the Desert Crown is produced in very small quantities and is extremely precious. I wonder what price the Luanhuihue Chamber of Commerce is willing to pay for it. Hearing this, O'Neill's heart skipped a beat, not because of the price, but because of the very small production. Lord Richard, can you tell me the specific production volume? Richard said with some regret. Currently, only 5 units can be produced per week. After saying that, he added another sentence. But in the next period of time, there is still room for improvement in production. Things are precious because they are rare, and things are precious because of their reputation. The quality of desert honey is so high that it is natural to go the high-end route. The quantity is small, and the origin is extraordinary. So will the price be low? As for whether the One-Way Flower Merchants Association believes his story, it is not important. If the other party is smart, they will make the story more perfect and the quantity is small, so the price can be controlled better. Huh, O'Neill breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad, not bad. If it is only 5 units a year, it is indeed too little. 5 units can be produced a week, which is 20 units a month. Although it is still pitifully small, such delicious food is acceptable. Stand up and say proudly, Sir Richard, the Luanhuihue Chamber of Commerce has everything you need. Even if it's a dragon army nest, we can get it for you, as long as you can pay the equivalent of the Desert Crown. Richard believed this, and there was no doubt about the strength of the Chamber of Commerce that could span the entire Death Desert. Sir Anik, how do you think the price of the Desert Crown should be set? Anik hesitated. There is no need to say much about the deliciousness of the Desert Crown, but after all, he has never bought it outside, so he can't say the specific price. Think about it. Sir Richard, can you let us take some Desert Crowns away, and when we go back, let the market test it before setting the price? Richard smiled slightly, and waved to Kalu, who had not spoken. Kalu immediately turned around and left, and then returned with a tray. There were 2 glass bottles with a bit of shabby on the tray. Through the glass bottles, you can see that there is half a jar of crystal clear honey inside. Richard took a bottle from the tray, and put it on the table. This bottle is for you to get back the price of the Luanhuihue Chamber of Commerce. He picked up another bottle, and put it in front of Anik. Sir Anik, you gave me the construction drawings of the hero altar as a testimony of our friendship. In return, I will give you the treasure of the City of Dusk, the Desert Crown. I hope our friendship will last forever. Anik was overjoyed. The pain in his heart for giving away the hero altar completely disappeared at this moment. Thank you for your generosity. Richard smiled and continued. Sir Anik, if possible, I hope you can bring more drawings needed for territory construction when you come next time. It would be best if there are resource treasures, such as the Eliagnis afforestation. Chapter 29. After a conversation, Anik readily agreed to Richard's conditions under the temptation of the Desert Crown. For the Luanhuihue Chamber of Commerce, these requirements can be achieved with a flick of a finger. The indigenous people have developed countless eras in Glorious Era, and the resources they have in their hands are many times stronger than the current players. After Anik went down to rest, Richard looked at Kalu. Have those desert horses been transported back? They have been transported back. A total of 92 horses, but the number is too large, and we haven't had time to deal with them yet. Richard nodded. No need to deal with them, I have other uses for them. Thinking about it, he opened the chat channel directly. Click on your Italian Cannon's private chat. Return the food to you. When he bought the Saxall Forest and Spring Water fragments, he still owed the other party 1,600 units of food. After sending the message, he came to the well and looked at the desert horses piled up on the ground. He selected 6 larger ones and traded them directly to fulfill the contract. He returned them to the other party. The moment the transaction was successful, the contract signed by the two disappeared without a trace. Your Italian canon suddenly saw the system prompt that he had received 6 desert horses and was confused. After coming to his senses, he immediately sent a message. Fuck Chinchio boss. You got rich again after one day? Awesome. To be honest, I really admire you. I haven't found a source of food yet. You can easily get thousands of units of food. Can you help me? As long as you are willing, you will be my father in the future. Richard had a dark face. If you have good treasures in the future, you can contact me. After saying that, he ignored this top-notch item and directly opened the trading market. Started to publish the bounty information. Bounty for 1-star resource treasure spring water or spring water fragments. Bounty amount. 3 desert horses. Bounty quantity. 4. Bounty for 1-star resource treasure Eliagnus angustifolia forest. 10 acres. Bounty amount. 15 desert horses. Bounty quantity 2. Bounty for special nest desert bee. Bounty amount. 20 desert horses. Bounty quantity 1. After publishing these information, there were only 24 desert horses left on the ground. After thinking about it, he published another information in the bounty column of the trading market. Bounty. Resource treasures or other treasures that can be used in the desert. Bounty price. 20 desert horses. This bounty requires the consent of both parties before trading. In this way, there were only 4 desert horses left that had just piled up into a mountain. Dozens of residents, who had just finished dinner, and were excited to deal with the desert horses were stunned when they saw the empty ground. If Richard hadn't been here, they would have shouted that there was a thief. Good night, Lord. Hello, Lord, those desert horses? Richard waved his hand. I have other uses for them. You can deal with these horses. Thank you for your hard work. Several residents responded with a bit of panic in their tone. Not hard, not hard. It's our honor to serve you. Richard nodded and went straight back to the Lord's mansion. The Lord's forum was detonated again because of his bounty information. Fuck. Did you see it? That Chinchio boss is selling food again. This is outrageous. I just calculated that the other party sold more than 80 desert horses at one time. I just want to ask, are you by Malwin? Whose wild horse herd's nest was robbed? Why is it so exaggerated? Fuck, my territory is out of food today. How can Chinchio get so much food? Tens of thousands of units of meat are taken out casually. Isn't there a shortage of supplies in the desert? My territory is in the desert. I tell you clearly that Chinchio must be next to an oasis with abundant resources. Territories in ordinary deserts are simply the beginning of a level 10 hell. That's right, the desert is not a place for people to stay. Lack of water, food, everything. It takes more than 2 days to kill monsters in the desert. After an hour, the whole person is exhausted. And those field soldiers are stronger than each other. Yesterday, I finally killed a dozen desert rats, and encountered a group of desert bandits with hundreds of people on the road. If I hadn't run fast, I would have lost my life. Woo woo woo, I don't want to play anymore, I want to go home. Fuck, why don't I have resources and treasures? I'm so greedy for those 20 desert horses. There are many players who are doing well, but like Richard, he traded thousands of units of meat yesterday and sold more than 80 desert horses and more than 20,000 units of food today. He is the only one. It has caused countless people to be jealous and envious. How many lords have the ability to defeat hundreds of desert bandits in just 3 days of development? Richard was tired all day and slept comfortably. Early the next morning, he was awakened by the sound outside. Get up, wash up, and go out to see a group of ragged refugees crowded in the open space around. The gray-haired Kalu was talking to these people. After Richard came out, the noise just now seemed to have been paused and disappeared instantly. The dozens of soldiers following behind him were too oppressive. Especially the scorpion warriors, with a 2-meter body, a tail stinger bent behind them like a steel whip, and 2 terrifying giant pincers. They looked chilling. Although the mummy was not so strong, the snow-white bandages and dry palms were equally terrifying. Life always has a special fear of the dead. In the panic eyes of the refugees, Richard glanced around. What's going on? Kalu immediately stepped forward and saluted. Good day, Lord. After the ceremony, he stood up and pointed at the crowd with fear in their eyes and uneasiness on their faces. These are the refugees we found outside the Saxall forest this morning. They are with the Lanwihuat Chamber of Commerce. Richard nodded. He glanced around with sharp eyes. Who is the person in charge here? Come out and talk to me. The crowd subconsciously turned their heads and looked behind them. Tap, tap, The long boots made a crisp sound when they stepped on the ground. A slender girl separated the crowd and walked to the front of the crowd. What caught people's attention was that the thin girl was carrying a copper hammer taller than a person on her back. She looked straight at Richard with her beautiful eyes and bowed slightly. "Dear Lord Andal Thorin, I greet you." Chapter 30. The girl who spoke was about 17 or 18 years old. She wore a pair of black high leather boots, which had some traces of walking in the sand. The tight brown trousers made her legs look slender, and matched with the high leather boots, she had a unique temperament. She had a high ponytail behind her head, and her face was as white as jade. It was hard to believe that there would be such fair skin in the desert. Her figure was a little thin, because of her thinness, but it also made her big black eyes particularly bright. The long-handled copper hammer on her back, which was taller than a person, instantly made the girl change from a slender and cute girl next door to a heroic figure. "Andal Thorin?" Richard nodded slowly. "Where are you from?" Andal looked straight at him, her tone implying grief and heaviness. "The army of the Rhino Empire flattened our homeland. We had no choice but to seek help from the one-way flower chamber of commerce and plan to cross the Death Desert and settle down in the Temple Empire. But the sandstorm a week ago destroyed everything. We and the one-way flower merchants were lost in the storm and lost most of our companions." Before he finished speaking, Anik and his companions walked out of the Lord's mansion. Last night, they were arranged in the guest room by Richard. Of course, everyone was monitored by the mummy and the scorpion warriors. Anik was stunned when he saw the girl, and then he was full of surprise. "Miss Andal? Are you okay? God of merchants, this is great news." "Sir Anik?" The girl was also a little surprised. But the joy quickly subsided, and the depression in her eyes could not be concealed. Seeing this, Anik hesitated and said, "Your father." Andal remained silent. Anik sighed and lost his joy. Richard had an idea in his mind. Presumably, the leader of these refugees was the girl's father. After the storm, she was the only one left. He curiously opened Andal's attribute panel, but he felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerated after taking a look. Andal Thorin. Hero unit level, level 4 potential, A-level profession, blacksmith, advanced, skills, breathing forging method, A-level, when forging strategic equipment, it can gain additional skills and has a chance to forge higher level weapons, weapon enhancement, A-level, can enhance strategic equipment and gain additional characteristics. Thorin's blood, A-level, physical fitness increased by 200%, strength increased by 200%. Hero characteristics. The speed of technology research on territory attack types is increased by 30%, and the success rate is increased by 30%. Racial characteristics. Possessing extraordinary talent for forging weapons, success rate increases by 30%. Bond copper hammer. When forging with a long-handled copper hammer, the forging skill level increases by 1 level. Introduction. Bang, 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 your artifact is ready. Do you want to test its power? Hero unit? Senior blacksmith? And it is a hero with A-level potential. Richard's pupils shrank suddenly. This attribute, this potential, this is against the sky. Compared with Andal, a hero unit like Anik, who has been transferred to a merchant, it is simply unbearable. Take a few deep breaths to suppress the excitement in your heart. Look directly at the other party. Speak slowly. Miss Andal, I think your father should be more powerful than you. Although the sandstorm is terrible, since you are fine, there is no reason for him to have an accident. Don't be too sad, maybe he is looking for you like you at this moment. The girl's eyes lit up immediately. Are you serious? Richard nodded without hesitation. Of course. After saying that, he looked at Kalu next to him. Send someone to clean up the guest room in the Lord's mansion. He looked at Andal again. You can stay here for a few days, first to recuperate, and second to find your father. The tone became a little heavier. If you need it, I can send someone to assist you. Miss Andal, believe me, the residents of my territory are more familiar with the desert than you are. Your companions don't have to rush across the vast desert. We welcome you. This hero must not be let go. However, the other party had just arrived at this time, and had also experienced the disappearance of his father. He could not directly recruit him, so he could only think of ways from the side. If you want to take, you must first give. This is the basic philosophy of life. But he did not expect Andal to be more urgent than him. Like a drowning man grabbing the last straw, he hurriedly said, Lord, as long as you can find my father, I am willing to give everything. I can be your subordinate and work for you. As long as you can find my father. The eyes turned red, and the voice was a little choked, which made people feel inexplicably distressed. The system prompt sounded quietly. Ding! Andal Thorin issued a hero recruitment task to you to find the father blown away by the sandstorm. Task completed, the other party will join your territory. Richard was slightly startled, and then he felt relaxed. The mission was good. He liked to do missions when he had nothing to do. But seeing Andal's sad eyes, he immediately suppressed the joy in his heart. He took a deep breath and looked into the other's eyes with deep eyes. I will do my best. At this moment, these words came from the heart. He had experienced the pain of the departure of his relatives. Sensing the change in Richard's tone, Andal's eyes immediately became closer. Only Onik felt a little regretful, because he knew how good this girl's forging skills were. Originally, he planned to introduce the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce. But now, he couldn't say anything. After all, he had just received a bottle of precious desert crown from Richard. Miss Andal, how many companions did you bring? A total of 150 people, and the others were lost in the desert like my father. Richard nodded and looked at Kalu. Go prepare breakfast for them. Yes, sir. After comforting Andal for a long time, he personally led her into the Lord's mansion. After letting Kalu and Onik accompany her, he found an excuse to come out. He looked at the 10 residential houses to the west of the Lord's mansion. Before, there were few residents, so it was enough to live in. But now there are more than 100 people, and it is obviously too big to live in. If you want to build a new house, you need the corresponding drawings, but he only has the construction drawings of the hero altar. At present, the only way to accommodate more residents is to upgrade the level of the building. Residential occupies one space, level, primary, upgrade requires 500 units of stone and 500 units of wood, maximum number of people that can be accommodated, 10 people features, none introduction, ordinary residential houses, for civilians to live in. 10 residential houses, upgrade requires a total of 5,000 units of stone and 5,000 units of wood. Looking at the attribute panel with few pieces left, I couldn't help but sigh. No matter how much you earn, it's not enough to spend. We must settle these residents down. It's not easy to get hundreds of refugees in the desert. The territory is still small now, and these residents are a burden, but once the territory expands and labor is needed in all aspects, the residents will become the creators of wealth. No matter what, the meat at your fingertips can't be let go. After thinking about it, he took out 200 units of food from the warehouse, found a few people who wanted to buy food at a high price, and sold them. Together with the original resources, it was just enough for 10,000 units. Then he walked to the front of 10 residential buildings, ready to start the first upgrade of the buildings in Dusk City. There was still a little expectation in his heart. Ding, do you want to consume 5,000 units of wood and 5,000 units of stone to upgrade the residential buildings? Chapter 31. Choose to confirm the upgrade. The system prompt sounded again. Ding, please clear the residential area. Richard waved to the residents around him, and asked them to call out the people who were still in the residential area. A moment later, more than 20 people left the residential area, looking at Richard in confusion, not understanding why they were asked to leave. But they did not dare to ask more, and stood aside obediently waiting for orders. In just a few days, Richard had established his authority in the territory. After confirming that everything was correct, he chose to upgrade again. There was no accident this time, and the resources on the attribute panel were instantly cleared. Then, under the gaze of everyone, a yellow sand-like light rose from the earth, covering the residential area like a sandstorm. The crowd's vision became hazy, and they could only vaguely see that something was changing inside. The originally two-story building rumbled up from the ground, and the third floor appeared. The 10 residential buildings rose at the same time, making the earth tremble. This huge movement immediately caused the crowd to exclaim, "Gods above! This is a power that only lords can possess." Legend has it that the gods have endowed each lord with unparalleled abilities, and quickly building houses is one of them. No matter how many times you see it, this scene is still shocking. Amid the exclamations that came one after another, the refugees were also attracted. Each of them had a complicated expression. They no longer had a home. The light of the yellow sand lasted for a full 10 minutes before gradually dissipating. Ding! The residential house was successfully upgraded. With the system upgrade, a brand new house appeared in front of Richard. 10 residential buildings have expanded from 2 floors to 3 floors, and the floor area has reached 70% of the 10*10m space. From the outside, the rough exterior walls have become much more delicate, with the prototype of a refined building, but the roughness of the desert is still conspicuous. Residential, occupying one space, level, intermediate, upgrade requires 5,000 units of stone and 5,000 units of wood. Note: the current level has been raised to the upper limit, and it can be upgraded again after the territory is upgraded to a small city. Maximum number of people that can be accommodated: 30 people. Features: none. Introduction: ordinary residential houses for civilians to live in. After Richard read the properties, he was a little surprised. The number of people that can be accommodated in each residential building has increased from 10 to 30. It has tripled, directly solving the housing problem of the newly arrived refugees. However, upgrading from intermediate to advanced requires more resources. The next upgrade of 10 residential buildings will require 100,000 units of resources. The landlord has no surplus food. At this moment, he finally understood the bitterness of other Lord players. He hunted so much food to exchange for resources, but still felt exhausted, not to mention those lords, who could only rely on resource points to accumulate resources. He turned around and looked at the refugees who cast envious and complicated eyes on the residents of Twilight City, thought for a while, and stepped forward. Richard, who was in the spotlight, immediately attracted the attention of the crowd, but those refugees who caught his eyes immediately lowered their heads in fear. Facing the master of this land, they felt tremendous pressure. The other party's words could determine their life and death. That was the powerlessness of having their fate controlled by others. Richard did not speak, just stared at them indifferently. Hundreds of refugees started out feeling uncomfortable, then gradually became panic-stricken, and even developed infinite fear in the end. Could it be that this lord wanted to expel them directly? As for the worse, they did not dare to think about it. New residents, I am the Lord of Twilight City, Richard. Richard's sudden opening made the already extremely nervous crowd's hearts rise to their throats. They immediately raised their ears and listened attentively to his next words. I understand your panic and your confusion and helplessness about the future. No one can remain indifferent after losing their homes, relatives and friends. After all, that was our sustenance and all our hopes. We have all experienced the pain of shattered hopes. The crowd looked at Richard with a closer look. Richard kept talking. But are we going to sink, give up, and lose hope because of this? His tone suddenly became high-pitched. No. Absolutely not. These sufferings are the thorny road that each of us must walk. No matter how much pain we suffer, we must look forward. This must be what our loved ones and our families want. If you were in danger, would you want your lover and family to continue to sink? Richard's firm tone was full of inspiring power and incitement in this special context at this moment. Those who can't kill us will eventually make us stronger. As long as we step over the thorns, there will be light that pierces the darkness ahead. As long as you have hope in your heart, you will always see the starry sky when you look up. Looking at the tall figure, the crowd was silent at this moment. The inner emotions began to roll, and set off huge waves. The passionate words injected them with a strong energy, and the low and confused emotions were rapidly fading at this moment. The indigenous people who have not been baptized by the information explosion have almost zero resistance to these inspirational words. Even if modern people have experienced countless information baptisms, some words can still make people feel excited. Because we are not old yet. The blood is still hot. Andal, carrying a long-handled copper hammer, didn't know when he stepped out of the Lord's mansion. He stared at the back of the young man with a complicated expression, muttered softly in his mouth. As long as you have hope, you will always see the starry sky when you look up. Those who can't kill us will eventually make us stronger. The dim eyes gradually lighted up at this moment. Richard's words, which had been paused for a short time, sounded again. My friends, this is Twilight City, a city built in the desert. Although the territory has just begun to be built, it is full of vitality, hope and future. No matter who you were before, no matter what you did before, no matter how old you are, Twilight City will accept you. If you don't want to spend several more months and risk encountering sandstorms to cross the dead and dry desert, then you are welcome to join Twilight City. Every one of you is needed here, and it can also provide you with a safe haven. At the same time, I promise you that I will do my best to help you find your companions who are lost in the sandstorm. Of course, if you don't want to, I will never force you. I will provide you with food and water so that you can continue to cross this desert of death. At this point, Richard paused and glanced at the crowd. My people, welcome your arrival. After saying that, he slightly bowed to everyone. After that, he turned sideways and entered the Lord's mansion without saying another word. When he passed by Andal, he didn't even look at her. After Richard's figure disappeared, the surrounding residents felt that the fire in their chests seemed to be ignited at this moment. The Lord actually bowed to us. Gods, am I dazzled? I feel like I'm committing a crime if I don't do something for this territory. Yeah, Why don't we stay in Twilight City? Why do we have to cross the desert that contains so many threats? I don't want to encounter the god of death again. But isn't this a desert? We will definitely encounter sandstorms in the future. What do you know? Did you see the power that the Lord just showed? Those sturdy houses are enough to withstand the threat of storms. And the territory will inevitably expand in the future. With the Lord's strength, He will definitely protect us. Mom, the Lord is so handsome. When I grow up, I must marry such a handsome hero. Ha ha, okay. Mom, I want one too. Get lost, you are a man, wake up. What should we do? Stay here or go to the Temple Empire? Go and discuss it with Miss Handel. Hearing the discussion of the people around them, the old residents were a little unhappy and began to interrupt. A young man said to the people around him, "You people really don't know how lucky you are. It's your honor to be a member of the City of Dusk." A middle-aged man was not convinced. What do you mean by that? The young man sneered. Haha, what do you think is the most important thing for a territory? The middle-aged man hesitated. This prosperity and strength? The young man was disdainful. A prosperous and powerful territory. Does it have anything to do with us? It is the lords and those nobles who are prosperous. We are just slaves oppressed by them. Have you not been oppressed by those lords? Another person interrupted. Then what do you say? The young man showed a bit of pride on his face. The most important thing for a territory is the Lord. The middle-aged man thought for a while, but still asked, "Why do you say that?" The young man said in a high-pitched voice, "Lord Kalu said that the Lord is the soul of a territory. How a territory is, whether it is brutal, crazy, or warlike, depends entirely on the Lord. And a benevolent Lord with outstanding ability, broad mind, and full of potential, even if he is weak now, isn't he 10,000 times better than those lords who control prosperous territories but treat civilians like pigs and dogs?" Others immediately fell into deep thought after hearing this. You have a point, but where are there such lords? The middle-aged man suddenly shut up halfway through his words, and several people subconsciously turned their heads to look at the place where Richard disappeared. Those who can't kill us will eventually make us stronger. These words rang in my ears again. The fire in my chest became more and more vigorous. Their blood is not cold either. Chapter 32. Miss Handel, after discussing, we decided to stay in Twilight City. After lunch, everyone was assigned a place to live. This group of refugees, who had been wandering in the desert for who knows how long and felt uneasy, finally made up their minds. The hot food and a place to live provided by Twilight City made them break their defenses. They didn't want to lose their relatives and friends around them again, and they didn't want to step into the endless death desert again. The endless yellow sand frightened them more than hell. No one could guarantee that they could cross the death desert. And even if they did, what would happen? It was a foreign land after all. No one would welcome them, and no one would care about them. Andal looked at the old man with gray beard in front of him, and after a moment of silence, he let out a long breath. "Grandpa Duke, you don't need to think too much. Father took us across the death desert to find a land where we can live in peace. Twilight City may not be the most ideal state, but the Lord is a respectable Lord. Everyone settles down here. Although the environment is bad and life may be a little hard, it is also a good place to go." The old man with gray beard said slowly after holding it in for a long time. "Miss Handel, maybe you don't know, I have asked other people. The residents here have been eating meat for several days. They haven't eaten other food for several days. They all told me that they have gained weight by eating meat. This life is not really hard." After thinking for a while, the old man continued. "As for the environment, there is a spring on the other side of the City of Dusk, and next to that spring is a 10-acre Elaeagnus angustifolia forest. I've been there, and the leaves are so crisp. Other residents say they are a gift from God, and they mature once a month, which is amazing. And there is also extremely precious desert crown honey. It is said that in ancient times, the honey produced by the desert crown bee was once the exclusive tribute of the emperor who ruled the death desert. The lord of the Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce has begged the Lord to establish a trade channel for this. Perhaps it won't be long before a large amount of supplies will flow in." Other residents also said that the Lord privately mentioned that there will definitely be more God-given things in the future, and that various crops will be planted around the territory to make the Dusk City an oasis in the desert. Andal stared blankly at the old man with a beaming face. At this moment, she felt that she didn't want to go to the Holy Temple Empire so much. It's actually quite good to stay in the desert. After those refugees were settled, Richard immediately asked Kalu to find 30 young and strong residents, and asked them to prepare 5 days of dry food and water. Immediately go to the desert to search for refugees who disappeared due to the sandstorm, especially Andal's father. At the same time, 30 new residents were recruited, and they were mixed together to set off. For this purpose, he also took out half a can of desert crown honey and mixed it with water for these residents to drink, so that their physical strength was restored to its peak state. 60 people are exactly 6 teams. Each team is responsible for searching in one direction. In order to complete the hero recruitment task, Richard gritted his teeth and set 2 mummies as guards for each team, a total of 12. This time, the search teams will spend the night in the desert, and the probability of encountering danger is not small. However, there is no gain without sacrifice, and kindness cannot lead the army. Seeing Richard's decisive action, Andel's eyes were moved and her good impression of him was directly bursting. Keeping his word is Richard's bottom line. Not only Andel's father, since he promised others to help them find their families, he will also try his best to do it. After arranging all this, it was already noon. Richard came to say goodbye to Andel. Miss Andel, the food reserves in the territory are in a critical situation due to the arrival of new residents. At present, it can only support 10 days of consumption at most. I will go out hunting soon. Please stay in the territory. If you encounter any trouble, please help take care of it. The heroic Andel looked at the handsome boy in front of him and nodded firmly. Don't worry. I will advance and retreat with the City of Dusk, he said hesitantly. Sir Richard, why can't I participate in this search and rescue? I'm not afraid of danger. Before he finished speaking, Richard waved his hand and interrupted him directly. Your safety is one aspect, but it's mainly for the residents. You are now responsible for the fate of hundreds of other people, so you can't act arbitrarily. I have sent 60 people to explore. Can you search more than 60 people? Seeing that the other party wanted to say something, Richard frowned. Obey orders. Andel was stunned and felt a little wronged, but she didn't know what to say, so she nodded sullenly. After fooling the girl, Richard didn't say much nonsense. While it was still early, he left the territory with 14 scorpion warriors and 2 mummies. This time, he changed direction and searched towards the east of Twilight City. To be honest, he had not set foot in this area yet. The desert was too big, and it would take more than 2 days to explore any direction. According to the old rules, he left the 2 mummies with him for safety, and the 14 scorpion warriors went out. After a few days, he was already familiar with this routine. After leaving Twilight City, he encountered the first field army base in less than 10 minutes. This group of field soldiers were humanoid in size, covered with long gray hair, and had a pair of sharp claws. They looked quite ferocious. But what made him feel interesting was that this group of field soldiers were confronting a group of rabbits. Originally, he thought that these field soldiers were hunting rabbits, but after watching for a while, he found that it seemed that the rabbits were driving the field soldiers away. This was interesting. Open the attribute panel. Claw Halfling. Level 2. Potential, ordinary 3 stars. The attributes of the halfling are very ordinary. Richard lost interest after taking a look at it. Instead, the rabbits made him very interested. Flame Dragon Rabbit Level 4 Potential. Special Skills. Flame Burning Sea Level. When angry, the whole body will be on fire. Speed Running E Level. Can burst out extremely fast speed in an instant. Racial Talent. Can quickly restore the magic power in the body when basking in the sun. Bond Sun. Fur can store a lot of energy under the sun, increasing the magic limit by 50%. Introduction. Unique natural life in the desert. Their fur is quite popular, so the number is very rare. In addition to the troops recruited from the troops' nests, there are also a large number of naturally born lives in Glorious Era. These natural lives cannot be recruited from the troops' nests, and they reproduce naturally like the natives. The elves living in the forest have always been committed to protecting the naturally born lives. Richard's eyes showed a bit of amusement. Natural life? Rabbits with magic? Really interesting. The introduction on the system also made him think. Their fur is very precious. This reminded him of the luxury goods made of fur on the blue planet. The thought moved, I wonder if this kind of rabbit can be raised? He raised rabbits when he was a child. This thing can grow very fast as long as it eats grass and leaves, and the most important thing is that it tastes good. It's okay to raise bees in the desert, so it's not too much to raise rabbits. His interest increased greatly. 2, 4, 6, 23, 24, 25. 2.5 teams. The Scorpion Warriors should be able to handle it. Attack from the flank. Leave a few alive. The rabbits are so cute, he decided to give them better protection. The claws and half-human bodies were directly ignored. He really had no interest in the soldiers that could be killed with a charge. The 2-meter-tall Scorpion Warriors attacked a group of half-human-tall rabbits with fluffy white hair, which looked like large plush toys. It looked a bit weird no matter how you looked at it. But when these rabbits were on fire, no one would think so. The flame dragon rabbits instantly turned from a harmless appearance to a huge fireball. The high temperature attached can easily burn people. Chapter 33. When the scorpion warrior rushed forward with his giant tongs and curved scorpion tail, the flame dragon rabbit suddenly ignited with flames and turned into a huge fireball. Not only did it not retreat, but it launched a counterattack. Its speed was like lightning across the sky. Wherever it passed, it left a charred mark on the ground. Those clawed halflings were caught in the middle, and they were almost scared to death, and walked away without looking back. Neither side paid attention to those guys, and aimed at the real enemy. After a few breaths, the two sides collided with each other. The iron tongs swung by the scorpion warrior would crush even boulders. But the flame dragon rabbit was extremely flexible, and dodged it with a sharp turn. The flames on its body burst instantly, as if gasoline was poured on it. Boom, the orange-red flames enveloped the scorpion warrior. Even if the scorpion warrior did not feel pain, he felt a strong discomfort. The soul was warning him. The scorpion tail, bent like a bow, stabbed out like an arrow, trying to kill the enemy. But the flame dragon rabbit was too flexible, and kicked its hind legs to avoid the attack at the moment he launched it. And it used its extremely flexible characteristics to move around, relying on the flames on its body to cause damage, and did not fight the scorpion warrior head-on. The scorpion warrior, who was extremely strong in close combat, continued to attack, but failed to achieve results. However, the scorpion warrior was worthy of being a dead life, so fleshy that it made people's scalps numb. No matter how the flame dragon rabbit burned with flames, he still stood upright. The characteristic of the battle between the fragile and the meat is that the meat can make countless mistakes, and once the fragile makes a mistake, it means death. Puff, when the flame dragon rabbit stopped again, the scorpion tail of the scorpion warrior stabbed out at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Although the flame dragon rabbit sensed the danger in time and avoided the frontal attack, it was inevitably scratched by the scorpion's tail. And this was enough. After a few seconds, the flame dragon rabbit that had just escaped suddenly stiffened, twitched several times, and fell directly into the yellow sand. The scorpion's tail contained his ultimate killer, the deadly poison. After a period of stalemate, the scorpion warriors finally made progress. The flame dragon rabbits were either killed by the iron pincers or stabbed to death by the scorpion's tail, and their numbers were decreasing rapidly. But in the battle, there were also scorpion warriors, who could not withstand the damage of the flame dragon rabbit, and activated the sandification skill. Sandification can be immune to 99% of physical damage, and cannot offset magic damage. But this skill has a very powerful feature that can absorb yellow sand to quickly recover from injuries. This is equivalent to a meat having a super strong blood recovery ability. The damage caused by the flame dragon rabbit was quickly wiped out. When the last 7 or 8 flame dragon rabbits were injured and fell to the ground, the system upgrade sound came as expected. Ding, you commanded your troops to defeat a group of flame dragon rabbits, won a micro battle, gained 50 experience points, and captured 8 flame dragon rabbits. Richard, who was watching the battle not far away, was in a good mood. The desertification skill has shown extremely powerful practicality in the battles of the past few days. A magical skill. Let the scorpion warrior control the flame dragon rabbits to prevent these little cuties from suddenly attacking. He came to the yellowed grass where the flame dragon rabbits and the clawed halflings were confronting each other with some curiosity. Looking around, he saw 7 or 8 rabbit nests with only small holes not far away. Richard's eyes lit up, and he didn't rush to do anything, so he asked the mummy to dig them all out. A moment later, 30 rabbit cubs that had just grown fur appeared in front of him. No wonder the flame dragon rabbits fight so fiercely. It turns out they are protecting their cubs. He turned his head and looked at an idle scorpion warrior next to him. You go back to the territory immediately and tell Kalu about the situation here, and ask him to send someone to take these flame dragon rabbits back. Yes, master. The scorpion warrior immediately turned around and returned to the territory. Richard picked up a flame dragon rabbit cub from the ground with some curiosity. He found that these little guys were warm, just like holding a hot water bottle in winter. No wonder the system introduction said that the fur of the flame dragon rabbit is particularly popular. These cubs that haven't grown up yet feel so comfortable to touch. Wouldn't the adult ones be able to fly to the sky? He put the cub that had just opened its eyes back on the grass, stepped onto the sand, and reached out to touch a flame dragon rabbit that had been killed. The long white fur was particularly conspicuous. After the palm covered it, an indescribable wonderful touch came. Not only is it extra silky, but it also has a special warmth, just like a girlfriend's black stockings in winter. He took a few shed rabbit hairs in his hand. After a long time, the warmth was still there. The feeling just now was obviously not the body temperature of the flame dragon rabbit. Richard thought about it, picked it up, and put it in the sun. After a while, the warmth became more obvious. Not only can it keep warm, but the rabbit hair can still store the sun's energy even if it is separated from the body. No wonder the number is so small. It's a miracle that this rare thing has not been hunted to extinction. After studying for a long time, Richard was particularly interested. He had a feeling that if this thing could really be raised, it would not necessarily be worse than the desert crown honey. It was a little difficult to raise bees on a large scale, but rabbits could definitely be raised. Not only could they lay several nests a year, but each nest could have more than 10 cubs, so it would not take long for the scale to double. He was naturally very interested in planting and raising these things. But after all, it is a magical life form, so it may be difficult to raise it. But in any case, try it first. If it works, it works. If not, boil water in a pot, braise it, steam it, stir-fry it, boil it, fry it, and it's worth it to try it all. Not long after, Kalu came in person with a group of people. Short Sausage, Onik, and Andal, who was carrying a huge copper hammer, followed the crowd. Kalu was very excited when he saw the flame dragon rabbit. "My lord, I didn't expect you to meet a flame dragon rabbit. I bet the goddess of luck must have blessed you." Onik straightened his belly that was bulging with his robe, and the fat on his face trembled. He exclaimed at this time, "The flame dragon rabbit is a specialty of the Death Desert. It is only in this desert in the entire main plain. Their fur has a very strong warming effect. As long as they are exposed to the sun for a few hours during the day, they will be warm for several days. In the Cold Frost Kingdom, clothes made of flame dragon rabbit fur are only available to royal nobles. Not only that, if you make it into a robe and wear it on your body, it can also speed up the recovery of magic power. Among mages, flame dragon rabbit is also very popular. It is precisely because of this that flame dragon rabbit, as a naturally reproduced life, has been hunted too much and is already very difficult to see." Richard was a little surprised. He didn't expect these guys to be more valuable than he thought. Immediately asked the question he was most interested in: how to raise these flame dragon rabbits. The expressions of several people became a little strange when they heard this. Andal's crisp voice sounded. "It is extremely difficult to raise flame dragon rabbits. Countless people have tried to raise them, but the final result ended in failure. Because they will die inexplicably in the end, and no one knows what is going on." Kalu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, sir, Miss Andal is right. Flame dragon rabbits cannot be raised." Richard was very disappointed. "Good guy, my breeding plan has ended before it even started. Wait, wave your hand." "Forget it then. Tonight I can only braise it, stir-fry and steam it every day, and deep-fry, dry stir-fry and stew it the day after tomorrow." After tasting the taste, my mood became better again. From this point of view, it seems that it is not a bad thing to not be able to raise it. But as soon as the voice fell, a weak voice sounded from the back of the crowd. "My lord, I know how to raise a flame dragon rabbit." Richard turned his head sharply and looked at the person who spoke. His eyes narrowed. "You are the one who is going to ruin my good deeds?" Chapter 34. Behind the crowd, a dozen desert goblins looked at the people's gazes and immediately became timid. They subconsciously took a step back. Only one of the smallest desert goblins looked terrified, but did not step back. "Master, I know how to raise a flame dragon rabbit." The desert goblin who spoke up mustered up his courage again, but his confidence seemed particularly insufficient. Richard did not rush to ask the other party. He turned his head and looked at Onik and smiled. "Besides you, do other goblins know?" The desert goblin immediately became excited and looked at his companion proudly. "No one knows. This is what my grandfather told me." "Very good, don't tell anyone about this." After saying that, he said to Kalu, "Kalu, you take the flame dragon rabbit back first, and assign a separate house to this goblin. No one can talk to him without my order." "Yes, sir." Although Onik was extremely curious at this time, he gave up the idea after hearing this. If it can really be cultivated, this thing will be a specialty of Twilight City in the future. If he goes to inquire about it, he will offend people. Besides, how true can a goblin's words be? Even if it is true, he still has to trade with them in the end, and he is also the winner. Judging from Richard's generosity in giving him a bottle of desert crown honey, if it can be cultivated successfully in the future, maybe he can also get a robe made of flame dragon rabbit. Wearing it out in this winter, it will be very face-saving. For a moment, Anik really hoped that this was true. Andel's expression at this time was a little subtle. She remembered what the old man who came with her in the morning said to her. Under the leadership of this young man, the City of Dusk seems to have unlimited potential. While the crowd was thinking, several goblins had already tied up the flame dragon rabbit controlled by the scorpion warrior. Originally, Richard was worried that the flame dragon rabbit would suddenly attack and hurt people. But when he saw the goblin who had just spoken took out water and skillfully poured it on the flame dragon rabbit, which directly made the other party become a drowned chicken, and the flames on his body could no longer burn, he was relieved. This skinny desert goblin is really something. After Kalu and the others sent the flame dragon rabbit back, Richard did not rush back and continued to explore outside. As for Anik and the others, they just came to see something new. I have no interest in going hunting with Richard. As a businessman, he doesn't want to die. After leaving the flame dragon rabbit's territory, Richard's speed increased a bit. The harvest of the flame dragon rabbit made him very excited. This kind of thing where you can pick up treasure when you go out can really boost morale. Ding, you commanded your troops to defeat a group of swift gerbils, won a micro battle, and gained 30 experience points. Ding, you commanded your troops to defeat a group of sharp-toothed rattlesnakes, and won a micro battle. Ding. There seemed to be a lot of field troops gathering points in the east, and the scorpion warriors killed them happily. In less than an hour, Richard's level was also upgraded to level 3. Level 3, 32/5000, but what made him upset was that the experience of upgrading from level 3 to level 4 soared directly to 5000. The information on the official website of Glorious Era is that the level must be upgraded to level 5 before the qualitative change begins. Because you can change your job and learn skills after reaching level 5. How powerful the skills are can be seen from the performance of the desertification in the battle. One skill can make the combat effectiveness of the soldiers exaggeratedly improved. 2 hours later, another battle ended, and Richard put more than 10 flower-tailed gerbils weighing dozens of kilograms into the system space. After a series of scans, the 10 cubic meters of system space has been filled up. In the end, there was really no room, so they were directly put on the trading market for sale. After half a day's work, the resources he had just cleared in the morning reached 10,000 units. The straight-line distance from here to the City of Dusk is about 1 hour. The vast desert is really exhausting. Richard took a look at the system map inside. At present, the farthest he has explored is the one-way portal, which is a 2-hour journey. It's not that he doesn't want to explore too far away, but the desert is different from other terrains. If the distance is too far, it is not cost-effective to occupy a resource point, because the logistics support alone can make people collapse. In the plains, ordinary people can walk for more than 10 hours without rest, but in the desert, it is difficult to walk for 2 or 3 hours continuously. This is because he has the talent of the Desert Lord. Others are at a disadvantage. He glanced at the time. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The setting sun, as big as a millstone, was slowly sinking into the yellow sand. But just when he was about to return, the scorpion warrior, who was exploring the way ahead, sent out a warning signal. Richard was familiar with the road and called back the other scorpion warriors to go explore. After passing through a clump of low bushes, a rocky mine appeared in front of him. The huge stones in the mine are more than 10 meters high, with hundreds of them piled up. They look quite eye-catching on the vast yellow sand. Quarry? Richard subconsciously opened the system panel. Gold mine level, medium reserves, 100,000 units maximum output, 14,000 units per week capacity, minimum 10 people, full load 50 people. Introduction. Medium resource point, gold coins can be mined after occupation. Medium gold mine? His eyes lit up. And the output of this gold mine is not small, 14,000 units per week, an average of 2,000 units per day. This is more than the other 3 resource points combined. His interest was immediately aroused. Although the income from hunting in the early stage is much higher than that from occupying the mine, as time goes by, even if food is still in short supply, the price cannot be so high. It will definitely be taken down by then. Resource points are still an important source of resources. That's why he used desert horses to offer a reward for resources and treasures when food prices were high. This thing is truly valuable. The gold mine in front of him that produces 2,000 units a day made him very excited. If he could occupy 10 or 8 mines, he could earn tens of thousands of units of resources every day just by lying down. And this is a stable income. As long as the resources are not exhausted, there will always be income. But just when Richard was about to send a scorpion warrior to investigate intelligence, something strange happened. In the gold mine, a huge figure 4 or 5 meters tall walked out of the boulder. That life was glowing with a faint golden light, and its whole body seemed to be cast from brass. The two thick arms were scarier than battering rams, and I'm afraid the earth would shake with one punch. Even if they were hundreds of meters apart, they could feel the pressure brought by the other party's size. Richard subconsciously opened the attribute panel, and after taking a look, his eyes suddenly widened. Half metal giant level 5, intermediate soldier, defense increased by 15%. Potential, rare 3-star skills, golden body, D level, body as hard as gold, defense increased by 60%, immune to poison. Heavy as a mountain, D level, every time you swing your fist, you will hit with 200% of your body weight. Heavy bone armor, E level, metal is integrated into the skin to form a hard bone armor, defense increased by 30%. Racial talent, strength can be slowly improved in the gold mine. Bond metal giant, when the number of half metal giants is greater than 10, defense is increased by 20%. When the number is greater than 20, defense is increased by 40%. When the number is greater than 30, defense is increased by 60%. Activated. Introduction. Little bastard, I will stand and let you chop for 3 minutes. If you can break the defense, I lose. Chapter 35. Has the potential of the semi-metal giant reached the rare 3-star level? Richard's eyelids jumped. The biggest difference in the potential of a troop lies in its skills. The higher the potential of a troop, the more skills it has, and the higher the skill level. F-level skills can only increase strength by 15%, and after upgrading to E-level, it can increase strength by 30%. If several skills are superimposed, the difference can be imagined. So the greater the potential gap, the greater the combat power gap. The skills of these rare 3-star semi-metal giants have reached D-level, one level higher than the Scorpion warriors. And the level is as high as level 5, activating the characteristics of the intermediate troop, and the defense is increased by 15%. Every 5 levels in Glorious Era is a hurdle, and you can get an additional improvement after crossing it. The Scorpion warrior is still a primary troop at this time, with no attribute bonus. The potential is 1 level lower than the opponent. The semi-metal giant's talent is all defense. This is simply life-threatening. A super enhanced version of the NAK giant. And the opponent is immune to poison and curse, so the killer weapons of the mummy and Scorpion warriors were directly broken. The tiger bites the turtle, but there is nowhere to bite. Richard took a deep look at those big guys with golden light, and turned away directly. This resource point can only be obtained after the strength is improved. At the same time, he began to think in his mind. If I had rare level troops in my hand, I would not be so passive. The copy in the one-way portal, this medium-sized gold mine, and the more powerful temple. These coveted points require strong strength to occupy. It's time to increase the strength in my hand. After marking the gold mine on the system map, Richard returned to the territory from another direction while thinking. However, his luck was not so good when he went back, and he only encountered 2 monster gathering places. When he returned to the territory, it was already dark. Kalu was waiting for him to return as always. Seeing the wrinkled old face, Richard felt warm in his heart. But he didn't say much, just patted the other's shoulder. Kalu felt Richard's trusting eyes, and smiled immediately. It's not bad to work for a lord who is considerate of his subordinates. Back to the lord's mansion, the food that had been prepared long ago was served, all of which were delicious, made of flame dragon rabbits. Those who were poisoned by the poisonous Scorpion warriors were no longer edible, but those killed by the iron pliers could still be put on the table. Richard specifically instructed several cooking methods: braised, fried, stir-fried, clear soup, everything is available. The fragrance could be smelled by the residents passing by the lord's mansion. Richard did not enjoy it alone, but called Andal, Onik, and several leaders of the residents. He invited them to taste a real desert delicacy. A very rare feast of flame dragon rabbit made the guests and hosts happy. The relationship between them became closer. After Richard and others left, he asked Kalu to bring the desert goblins that he had ordered to protect. He was very interested in raising flame dragon rabbits. He reached out and touched the blanket that several tailors made for him after cleaning the fur of the flame dragon rabbit. He felt very comfortable. Of course, he was the first user of this rare and good thing. The desert was hot during the day, but the temperature was very cool at night, especially in the second half of the night, so he needed something to cover himself. The blanket made of flame dragon rabbit is snow white and fluffy. It feels indescribably comfortable to the touch and exudes a special warmth. What's even better is that when it is covered on the body, it can automatically adjust the temperature according to the outside world. It is even more powerful than air conditioning. After using it, I realized that there is a reason why flame dragon rabbit is so valuable. And the more so, the more interested he is. Not long after, the somewhat uneasy green-skinned life stepped into the hall. After seeing Richard sitting in the main seat, he saluted in fear. "Great master, good night." His tone trembled, as if he was frozen by taking a cold shower in winter. Richard nodded. No need to be polite. The desert goblin stood up and dared not look directly at Richard, lowering his head, as if he wanted to shrink his neck into his clothes. Perhaps there is no more standard template for a coward than this. "You said you can raise flame dragon rabbits? Have you raised them before?" The desert goblin shrank his head, looked up at Richard, and then quickly lowered his head, like a thief. "Master, my grandfather once raised more than a dozen flame dragon rabbits, and I also learned how to raise them." The cowardly and proud tone made Richard laugh and cry. "Tell me." "Yes." The desert goblin responded, and then talked about the process of his grandfather teaching him to raise flame dragon rabbits, with a beaming face. The world's entertainment level is really too backward. Richard feels that it is quite interesting to listen to a goblin bragging without a mobile phone to play. After talking for more than 10 minutes, the desert goblin got to the point. "So if you want to raise flame dragon rabbits, you have to leave a large area in the desert and place dragon leaf grass in the center. Flame dragon rabbits especially like this plant, and they will build nests here. But you must surround it with purple vine thorns. Flame dragon rabbits hate this plant very much because it emits a special smell, so they won't run away." At this point, the green-skinned life lowered his voice a little and said proudly, "My lord, let me tell you a secret that no one else knows. Flame dragon rabbits change their fur once a month, so there is no need to kill them at all. And flame dragon rabbits don't need to eat at all, they just need to bask in the sun every day. But once the flame dragon rabbits can't get enough sun, they will want to eat. Once they eat other things, they will die soon. So where the flame dragon rabbits live, there can't be anything else except dragon leaf grass and purple vine thorns. My grandfather didn't know these, I observed them myself. My grandfather also rewarded me with a rabbit leg to eat. It was really delicious." Richard was greatly surprised when he heard this. There is such a strange life. It only needs to bask in the sun every day, and does not need to eat. Instead, it will die if it eats? Is this a solar charging panel that can become a spirit? No wonder the flame dragon rabbit cannot be raised. Others must have taken care of it carefully after getting the flame dragon rabbit, and would have fed it 8 times a day. It would be strange if nothing happened. After knowing the secret, Richard was in a good mood. Sure enough, there is no garbage in this world, only resources placed in the wrong place. If he hadn't thought of having a few more free laborers at that time, he would have brought these desert goblins back. I'm afraid that raising flame dragon rabbits, a promising business, has nothing to do with the City of Dusk. Very good, now you can tell me your name. The desert goblin was stunned, and then a little at a loss. Master, I don't have a name. Richard raised his eyebrows. You have made great contributions. You can't be without a name. I will reward you with a name today. From today on, you will be called. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly saw his blue teeth. Blue teeth. The desert goblin was stunned. Blue teeth, blue teeth. After muttering more than 10 times, he came back to his senses. He suddenly knelt down on the ground in front of Richard, kowtowed. When he stood up, his forehead was already bloodshot. But the expression on his face was still excited. I have a name. I have a name. Blue teeth, ha ha. The Lord has given me a name. Richard nodded slightly. Qingya, in the name of the Lord of Twilight City, I appoint you as the head of the Flame Dragon Rabbit breeding base and assign all the goblins to you for management. But remember, the method of raising flame dragon rabbits must not be known to a third person. At the same time, I will send 2 bandage mummies as your subordinates to assist you in raising flame dragon rabbits. During this period, if you need any supplies, you can apply to Kalu. If you encounter any trouble, you can come to me directly. Although this goblin cannot get rid of the timid nature of goblins, he can observe so much and is considered a talent. Qingya, who was entrusted with an important task, was extremely excited and wanted to kneel on the ground to clean Richard's soles. After saluting again and again, he jumped to share the joy with his companions. After the matter was resolved, Richard was in a good mood. After thinking about it, he opened the forum directly. Search for the arm's nest. Today, he was stimulated by the rare semi-metal giant in the gold mine. He wanted to buy a new troop nest and spawn a wave of soldiers. Chapter 36. Ding, the item you offered has been traded. You lost 12 desert horses and got 4 spring water fragments. As soon as he opened the forum, Richard saw the bounty message that had not been posted in the morning. At this time, One transaction had already been completed. But this time, he was not as lucky as last time. He only got spring water fragments. But even so, he was very satisfied. Because in this way, he had 6 spring water fragments in his hand, which could be directly synthesized into 2 springs. It was already very difficult for the well with so little water to be used by the original 100 people. Now there are 150 more people, which is simply killing me. The water supply of the well is almost too much for drinking every day. Now with these 2 springs, this fatal problem can finally be solved. But just when he took out the spring water fragments and prepared to synthesize, the black gold system prompted. 3 pieces of spring water fragments can be used to synthesize a 1-star treasure, spring water. 10 pieces of fragments can be used to synthesize a 2-star treasure, medium spring water. 30 pieces of fragments can be used to synthesize a 3-star treasure, large spring water. Richard was stunned by the sudden information, and then he was a little surprised. Treasures can also be synthesized. This prompt made him temporarily postpone the idea of direct synthesis. Although the output of 1-star spring water is not small, if the City of Dust continues to expand, it may not be long before it is insufficient. In this case, it is better to upgrade to medium spring water in one step. This can at least support thousands of people, right? It won't take long for him to consider this issue again. He glanced at the reward information that has not been completed. 20 desert horses are offered for a 1-star treasure, Eliagnes. 20 desert horses are offered for a special soldier, desert bees. 20 desert horses are offered for a resource treasure, not limited to any type. Note: the transaction requires the consent of the party offering the reward. After thinking about it, he removed the information about the desert honey that was still hanging on it, and continued to use the 20 desert horses to offer a reward for spring fragments. Even Onik, a merchant from the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce, had never heard of desert bees, and the number was pitifully small. It would not be too late to offer a reward when there was enough food, so the most important thing should be done first. At the same time, he took out a part of the prey obtained from hunting today and exchanged it for 20,000 units of resources. In addition to the prey sold during hunting, Richard now has 30,000 units of resources in his hands. However, it seems that it is still not enough to cultivate a rare-level soldier nest. But there is no rush. Wait until you find a suitable soldier nest. At the moment, he began to search for soldier nests in the trading market with great interest. With bandaged mummies and scorpion warriors, the front row is enough. What is lacking now is a means of long-range attack. He felt a headache when he thought of the half-metal giant. That kind of rare soldier with a lot of tankiness is really difficult to deal with. Without long-range soldiers, it is impossible to play. Desert Camp Soldiers. Violent Hydralisk, common 3 stars, is sold for 900 units of wood. Desert Lizardman, common 2 stars, is sold for 700 units of iron ore. After looking for a while, Richard suddenly came to his senses. The soldier nest can only be upgraded once a week. If you want to get the rare level directly, you can only buy the elite level upgrade. Change the search conditions. Desert Camp, Elite Soldier Nest. Number, 198. 198? Less than 200? Richard was a little surprised. It seems that at this stage, elite troop nests are still exclusive to top players. He didn't hesitate and immediately looked through them. Desert Giant Rat Elite 1 star, priced at 8,000 units of wood. Desert Wanderer Elite 2 star, priced at 10,000 units of gold. Desert Wolf Elite 3 star, priced at 15,000 iron ores. Richard read all of these hundreds of them in a short time. But after reading them, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. None of these are suitable. They are basically melee units, and their own skills are also very weak. There is no value in training. After thinking about it, he changed the camp to search for the undead. Elite troop nests, 320. Although the number has increased a lot, it is also limited. Obviously, elite troops are very rare for Lord players of any camp. Skeleton Warrior, Elite 1 star, price, 6,000 gold coins. Evil Spirit, Elite 2 star, price, 8,000 iron ore. After looking around for a long time, there was nothing suitable. They were all very ordinary soldiers with no future for cultivation. Except for the undead, most of the soldiers in other camps are not suitable for survival in the desert. For example, if there are too many human soldiers, drinking water every day can cause huge pressure on logistics. Another example is the elves. Some soldiers are limited to being born on the grass, and only eat fruits every day. Where can he get fruits in this vast desert? After looking around, Richard firmly believed that recruiting soldiers must not be burdened by logistics. The undead life is undoubtedly the most suitable for the desert. It is tough and durable, does not require logistics, and is very suitable for his desertification skills. Think about it. In addition to this, the dwarf alchemy mechanical soldiers of the Fortress clan may also be able to work, but that thing needs oil for maintenance. Richard was slightly disappointed after looking at the elite soldiers. The soldiers of the City of Dusk must be suitable for the desert. This is his home court. Reopen the ordinary level soldiers. If there is no suitable elite, then he can only start training from the ordinary. Anyway, there is only a 7-day cooldown period, and once the 7 days are up, he can immediately upgrade the level. Search Mummy. Mummy Guard Ordinary 2 stars price 600 gold coins. Mummy Dual Blade Warrior Ordinary 3 stars price 800 units of wood. After a long time, Richard's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking through thousands of soldier nests, he finally saw one that satisfied him. Curse Pyramid Ordinary 3 stars price 3,000 units of iron ore. This soldier nest can recruit soldiers Curse Pharaoh, which is an extremely rare magic soldier. This made Richard very excited. Although the price was several times higher than that of the same level, he still bought it without hesitation. At the same time, he spent 2,000 units of resources to buy 2 recruitment nests for bandaged mummies. After sending 12 bandaged mummies to protect 6 search and rescue teams, he was now extremely short of troops. A Curse Pharaoh's army nest could not satisfy his appetite. And the bandaged mummies did fit his idea of using troops, and of course, they were strong enough. After preparing 3 army nests to be cultivated, Richard spent 15,000 units of resources and bought 30 ordinary-level army nests. Everything was ready. He walked out of the Lord's Hall and placed 3 army buildings next to the 2 army nests in the front yard. Choose to build directly. Ding! Do you want to consume 400 gold coins, 400 units of iron ore, and 400 units of stone to build the Cursed Pyramid? Ding! Do you want to consume 400 gold coins, 400 units of wood, and 400 units of stone to build the Mummy Pyramid? Ding! After the resources are consumed, the 3 mini pyramids immediately began to grow, and climbed to a height of 3 meters and a dozen breadths. The overall structure of the pyramids connected together is almost the same, but the appearance is very different. The large pyramid that can recruit bandaged mummies is a piece of weathered yellow sand, which is very rough. The cursed pyramid that recruits the cursed pharaoh is engraved with twisted colorful patterns, which looks like it has a special religious flavor and is quite mysterious. The prompt of the black gold system arrived as promised at this moment. Do you want to consume 10 troop nests to upgrade the cursed pyramid to elite 3 stars? Do you want to consume? Richard's mind moved, and 30 troop nests turned into a brilliant stream of light and merged into the troop nest. The 3-meter-high troop building immediately rose to 4 meters. The appearance became more and more ancient and mysterious. With full of expectations, Richard opened the attribute panel of the new troop nest and prepared to recruit the elite troop Curse Pharaoh. Chapter 37. Cursed Pyramid Level. Elite 3 stars recruitable troops. Curse Pharaoh. Elite 3 stars. Number of recruits. 10 weekly output. 5 recruitment conditions. 40 gold coins. 40 units of wood. 40 units of stone. Introduction. An unusual desert troops nest. Richard felt a little sorry after reading it. The weekly output of Cursed Pharaoh was only 5, and there was only 1 team in stock. Without hesitation, he recruited all the Cursed Pharaohs. After consuming 1,200 units of resources, the mysterious and twisted colorful religious patterns on the surface of the cursed pyramid began to shine like yellow sand. It was as if those patterns came alive, which made people look sideways. After a while, those colorful patterns began to be reflected in front of the pyramid, and countless energies gathered here. In the flashing of the patterns, the cursed pharaoh appeared. This new soldier wore a colorful crown, and 2 colorful laces floated behind his ears. Holding a dry short wooden staff, his face is only white bones without flesh and blood. The fire of the soul burns in his head, and the empty eye sockets emit a faint blue light. His appearance is creepy and mysterious. Cursed Pharaoh Level. Level 1 Potential. Elite 3 stars Magic. 100 plus 50. Skills. Cursed Body. E-Level. Immune to poison and plague. Touching its body will be cursed, and the attributes will decrease by 5% every minute, up to 40%. Pharaoh's Curse. E-Level. After casting a curse on the enemy will fall into a weak state. All attributes will be reduced by 20%. The cooling time is 5 minutes, and 20 magic points will be consumed. Curse Words. E-Level. Force the enemy's mind into a state of confusion, and the action will stagnate. The duration depends on the enemy's strength. The cooling time is 3 minutes, and 20 magic points will be consumed. Racial Talent. When fighting in the desert, the magic recovery speed is increased by 50%. Bond Mummy. When the number of mummies is greater than 10, the magic upper limit of the cursed pharaoh is increased by 15%. When the number of mummies is greater than 30, the magic upper limit is increased by 30%. When the number of mummies is greater than 50, the upper limit magic is increased by 50%, and the magic recovery speed is increased by 30%. And the curse effect caused is increased by 30%, activated. Introduction. The Curse of the Pharaoh. This is a nightmare. After Richard looked at the attributes of the cursed pharaoh several times, he nodded with satisfaction. Compared with the bandaged mummy, the attributes of the cursed pharaoh obviously have different focuses. The opponent can actively release the curse, while the bandaged mummy can only passively wait for the enemy to attack before triggering. And the pharaoh has a control skill that he values very much, the curse word. It can make the enemy fall into a state of confusion and stagnation. The cursed pharaoh plays control, and the bandaged mummy and the scorpion warrior play output, a perfect match. My lord, thank you for your call. We will defend your glory with our souls. 10 cursed pharaohs wearing colorful crowns knelt on one knee in front of Lida, their voices full of ethereal and solemnity. The dark blue soul fire was particularly eye-catching in the night. Richard nodded. Get up, you will follow me and fight with me from now on. After saying that, he looked at the other 2 troop nests for recruiting bandaged mummies, the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid produces 7 bandaged mummies per week, and currently 14 can be recruited, so the 2 troop nests are 28. Directly choose to recruit. The classic scene reappears. Click, the bandaged mummy's arm suddenly stretched out from the pyramid, and then climbed out of it in a very cool way. A moment later, 28 bandaged mummies appeared in front of him. He waved his hand, and gave them the desertification skill. After the system prompted all soldiers to master the desertification skill, Richard nodded with satisfaction. He began to calculate. Including the 12 sent to guard the searcher team, and the 2 guards for the desert goblins, he had a total of 42 bandaged mummies. In addition to 10 cursed pharaohs, and 14 scorpion warriors. In this way, he had 66 elite-level soldiers, nearly 7 teams. He was immediately excited. This was only the 4th day. He had not even passed the 7-day safety period. The power in his hands had expanded to 7 teams. If he continued to develop like this, it would not take a few days for the strength of the Dusk City to exceed 1 squadron. Looking at the entire glorious era, there are 20 billion players. How many people can achieve this level? The only regret is that I didn't find a suitable elite-level troop nest, otherwise I could have a rare-level troop nest directly. Richard still felt a little sorry. Players should be more motivated, work hard to explore the map, and sell more good things to me. After cheering for others, he opened the chat channel. I don't know if those stupid players have encountered anything new. I can't cry anymore. Why are the guards of medium-sized resource points so perverted? Fuck, there are even rare-level troops in it. Is this fucking going to let people live? Oh my god, what should I do? Another 100 refugees came today, and I already have 600 people in my territory. Who can afford to support them? I dare not drive them away. This thing will reduce the hidden data of public sentiment. There is data about public opinion in the territory? Which big guy can tell me what's going on? You don't know this, right? Public opinion was revealed by a senior planner of Glorious Era. This thing is invisible and intangible. If life is good, public opinion is naturally high, and if life is bad, public opinion is bad. The advantage of high public opinion is high work efficiency and good public security. If public opinion is low, you can expect all kinds of troubles. If it is too low, you can expect rebellion. Selling 1-star resource treasure 10 acres of fruit forest can only be planted in forests and plains. Don't waste time if it is not suitable. Bring the price. Looking for elite troop nests. Requirements. A flying soldier. Are there any players in the mountainous area west of the Grey Mountains of the Rhino Empire? We can form an alliance. Those greedy rhino people are coming to my territory to take advantage of me again. If I don't kill them today, I won't believe in the king. Fuck, I went to the NPC city today. It's so prosperous. When can I develop my territory so magnificently? Ha ha, a priest came to my territory and said he could build a church for me for free. In the future, as long as my territory believes in the God of Justice, I can recruit high-level priests from the church. It's so cool. Richard could clearly see that after a few days of adaptation, the players have gradually begun to integrate into this world. Discovered new indigenous cities, new resources and treasures, and new buildings. But what puzzled him was why he didn't find other players' territories around the City of Dusk for so many days? Or is it that the desert is too big and the players are separated by a long distance? Chapter 38. With doubts about not finding other players, Richard fell asleep. There was too little information, so he couldn't figure it out. The next day, before he woke up, Qingya, the leader of the wild rabbit breeding base, brought 19 other desert goblin brothers and 2 bandaged mummies to the Saxal forest. Great Lord Qingya. Are we going to breed flame dragon rabbits here? Qingya, who was particularly thin among the desert goblins, turned his head and glanced at the green-skinned goblin who asked the question and said proudly, "What do you know? Just follow me. Also, remember, the word great can only be used to address the Lord in the future, understand?" "Yes, Lord Qingya." A group of goblins quickly responded, and one of them asked with a smile, "Lord Qingya, how should we call you?" Qingya thought about it, and looked at his obviously thinner body than other desert goblins, and his eyes lit up. "From now on, you will call me the strongest Lord Qingya." The goblins were silent for 3 seconds, and then they looked at the 2 ferocious mummies standing behind him, and suddenly they were alert. They shouted louder than the other, "Yes, the strongest Lord Qingya." Looking at this group of companions who were all a head taller than him, Qingya was very satisfied. With his hands behind his back, he strode and gave a lecture in front of a group of goblins. "Listen, the great, noble, and benevolent Lord has given me a name and appointed me as the head of the Honorable Flame Dragon Rabbit Breeding Base. This is a historic moment, an unprecedented opportunity for the desert goblins. Today, I will lead you to open up a new situation for the new breeding business and lay the foundation for the future development of the City of Dusk. In the future, we desert goblins will become the Lord's top military force and will sacrifice everything for him. I will make the reputation of desert goblins resound throughout this desert. No one can stop the rise of our desert goblins. Applause." Pa pa pa. After a round of warm applause, Qingya waved his dry branch-like hand. He led a group of goblins to about 500 meters north of the Saxal forest. Looking at the sunken sand dune in front of him, he nodded with satisfaction. He began to issue orders. "You guys, go dig dragonleaf grass and plant it in this desert. You guys, go get water and wet this area. You guys, go dig up the wisteria thorns and surround the hills around. Remember, you must complete the task today and never let the Lord down." Qingya was majestic and commanded his younger brothers proudly. That look was even more arrogant than the knight riding a dragon. "Strong Lord Qingya, we don't have enough manpower." The faces of several goblins suddenly turned bitter. "Not enough? Go and ask Kiki to ask Lord Kalu to send people for support." Luckily, Qingya, who was swelling up, knew that Kalu's status was not comparable to his. "Yes, strong Lord Qingya." Not long after, Kapu sent 30 residents to assist him in the work. Qingya was not polite this time, and gave orders directly. And when those residents saw the 2 mummies beside him, even if they were unhappy about being commanded by a stupid goblin, they all obeyed the orders honestly. That was Lord Richard's army. After a busy morning, by lunchtime, the area for raising flame dragon rabbits had already taken shape. High efficiency. Richard slept in for a rare time. After waking up and having lunch with the cook, he heard that the breeding base had already taken shape, so he immediately went to check it out with a large group of soldiers. The residents of the territory saw the new soldier next to Richard, the cursed pharaoh, for the first time. Their eyes lit up. "Did you see it? There are many more mummies around the Lord, and new soldiers have appeared. You don't know this, there are already 5 soldiers' nests in the Lord's mansion. I saw it when I went to clean up just now. It's great. Praise the gods, praise the Lord. As the master of Dusk City and the protector of the territory, the stronger Richard is, the safer the residents will be." Everyone knows this, so they sincerely hope that Dusk City will be strong and Richard will be strong. When Richard arrived at the busy flame dragon rabbit base, he immediately aroused the excitement of the crowd. Everyone felt like a superior leader came to inspect the work results. The sharp-eyed Qingya ran over first. "Great master, good day. The breeding base for the flame dragon rabbit is already being arranged and will be completed today." Richard nodded and looked around. The area selected by Qingya is about 300 meters in diameter, slightly sunken 2 or 3 meters, not much. Surrounding it are sand dunes, wrapping this area. At this time, half of the area on the sand dunes has been planted with a kind of purple thorny vine with sharp barbs. In the center, more than a dozen goblins are planting dragonleaf grass with very distinctive leaves. At this rate, it will be finished before dark. Turning his head to look at this guy, whose body was so thin that it made people feel a little funny, but whose spirit was obviously different, he nodded. "You did a good job, keep working hard. After the breeding base is built, the flame dragon rabbit will be handed over to you for full management. Qingyao was praised, and the corners of his mouth were almost showing the back of his teeth. He held his head high and patted his chest hard to ensure that he would complete the task. Richard was afraid that he would break his bones by hitting himself. Kalu also arrived at this time. Richard didn't wait for the other party to salute and said directly, "After the Dusk City army is strong enough, I will leave a team of bandaged mummies to guard the Saxall forest and guard the safety of the flame dragon rabbit and desert bees in the Saxall forest day and night. At the same time, this area is designated as an agricultural restricted area. Except for the corresponding staff, outsiders are prohibited from entering. Kalu, you are responsible for this matter." He had this idea when he selected the address for the Saxall forest. Put all agriculture-related things in this area, unify management and planning, and share water sources. And sending troops to station is also a matter of course. More than half of the 7-day safety period has passed, and only the last 2 days are left. If he encounters a group of bandits and robs or burns these precious resources, he will suffer a great loss. Although the territory is not far away, it always takes time to react. "Yes, sir, I will be responsible for this area personally, and there will be no mistakes," Karu said in a serious tone. "This area is the foundation of the City of Dusk. If there is a problem anywhere, there must be no problem here. Desert bees, Saxall forests, and flame dragon rabbits, although the number is a little less, but the foundation has been formed. In the future, as long as he continues to increase investment, Richard is very confident that he can build his territory into a real oasis and become the crown of the Death Desert." After confirming that there is no problem here, Richard went to the Saxall forest to take a look. After a few days of growth, the Saxall forest is now lush and green, and has become a big tree that is 2 heads taller than an adult. Even some Saxall trees have begun to slowly emerge with flower buds. Although there are only a few sporadic ones, it can be predicted that flowers will bloom here in the near future. Stepping into the center of the Saxall forest, the air suddenly became cooler. Buzz, the sound of the flying bees combined with the green leaves immediately gave Richard a feeling of joy. After a careful observation for a while, these little guys lived very comfortably in the beehive made by the carpenter. After he approached, those black and yellow dots began to fly around him to express intimacy. "Have fun collecting honey. I'm waiting to taste your intermediate honey." After expressing the capitalist's expectation, "Buzz, buzz," suddenly all the bees screamed. From this sound, he felt a strong fear. "Are the bees scared?" Richard turned his head and looked around in confusion. A moment later, 3 or 4 huge wasps with long stingers, which were 7 or 8 centimeters long, quickly descended from the sky, flew to the entrance of the desert beehive. The bees heard the sound of the wasps flapping their wings, and made even louder noises. One of the wasps stabbed out its stinger in front of him, and it nailed a bee to death directly, and then it was about to fly away with the bee. Richard was immediately furious. "You dare to touch my daughter, bee? Open the attribute panel." Stinging wasp. Level 5. Potential, rare 3 stars. Chapter 39. Rare 3 stars? A wasp about 7 or 8 centimeters long, reaching level 5, has the potential to be rare 3 stars? Richard's eyes were dull. My scorpion warrior is so strong, but has not reached rare. With a bit of dissatisfaction, he continued to check. Toxic wasp level 5, intermediate soldier, toxin damage increased by 15%. Potential, rare 3 star skills, insect body, sea level, immune to poison, immune to curse, can regenerate broken limbs, and can slowly recover no matter how much non-fatal damage is received. Frenzy bee dance, sea level, agility increased by 40%, flight speed increased by 40%, toxic bee sting, sea level, after stabbing the enemy, it will inject bee venom. The higher the amount injected, the higher the damage caused. Sharp tail sting, D level, can pierce armor of the length of the tail sting, can pierce low-level magic shields, racial talent, can communicate freely within a range of 100 meters through tentacles. Bond swarm. When the number of wasp swarms is greater than 100, the toxicity of all wasps increases by 10%, and the flight speed increases by 10%. When the number of wasps is greater than 500, the toxicity increases by 20%, and the flight speed increases by 20%. When the number of wasps is greater than 1,000, the toxicity increases by 50%, and the flight speed increases by 50%. Activated. Introduction. Believe me, you don't want to be stung by it. 3 C-level skills, 1 D-level skill. This wasp is quite fierce. Richard stopped thinking about slapping the opponent to death, and watched several poisonous wasps preying on bees. Watching the opponent fly away, His face showed some desire. If we can dig out the nest of the poisonous wasps and occupy this type of troops, then we don't have to worry too much about the safety of the Saxall forest, right? This is a rare 3-star unit, and the opponent's bond has been activated, which means that there are at least thousands of wasps in this nest. If we carry the beehive out to fight, wouldn't it be against the will of heaven? Richard thought of throwing the beehive at the opponent first when fighting. Then the enemy looked at the scene of thousands of poisonous wasps flying out of the beehive, with a confused face, and suddenly laughed. This thing is a bit tricky. But the only problem is, how to find the nest of these poisonous wasps. After these guys prey on the bees, they disappear in the air like lightning, flying at an extremely fast speed. Let alone chasing, even if you can't see them clearly. And the potential of the rare 3-star is a bit over the standard, and it may not be able to do anything to the opponent even if you find them. While Richard was thinking, Carp's urgent voice suddenly came from outside the Saxall forest. Lord Richard, the search and rescue team we sent out encountered an extremely powerful enemy and suffered heavy losses. Oh, he put this aside for the time being and turned around and walked out of the Saxall forest. At this time, several residents outside were lying on stretchers covered in blood, their faces full of pain. Richard frowned, and without hesitation, he took out a can of Desert Crown honey from the system space. Take some Desert Crown honey and rinse it with water, and feed it to them. The other residents were moved when they saw this scene. They learned from Onik how expensive the price of Desert Crown honey was in the past few days. Unexpectedly, the Lord would be willing to give it to a few lowly civilians. The companions of several wounded soldiers had red eyes, and after bowing hard to Richard, they immediately took the Desert Crown honey. Like a pilgrim, he took out a portion of it, poured it into the wooden bowl next to the spring, and fed it to the 2 wounded. After drinking a few mouthfuls of honey water, the 2 seriously injured people on the stretcher immediately stabilized their breath. Their faces quietly regained some rosiness, no longer so pale. The people around were amazed when they saw the scene. They had heard about the extraordinary desert honey, but they didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. They looked at Richard with more respect. Richard ignored everything else and looked at Kalu in a deep voice. What's going on? Lord Richard, they were attacked by a group of extremely terrifying monsters. If it weren't for good luck, I'm afraid no one would have escaped. Kalu's tone was solemn. The 2 mummies you sent have been killed. The enemy is strong. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at the 2 wounded. Do you know the specific location of the gathering point of the field troops? The meaning of this sentence caused another commotion among the crowd. My lord, those who attacked us are undead creatures. They have chains wrapped around their hands, and the other end is connected to an axe that can be thrown. Their strength is terrifying. The 2 mummies were killed by them before they could last a round. One of the wounded recovered a little faster, and told the enemy's intelligence intermittently. The last tone was a little hesitant. Those monsters are too dangerous, you may not need to. Before he finished speaking, Richard interrupted directly. All those who hurt my people in the City of Dusk will pay the price. My people, I protect you. No one is an exception. The residents who died in this mission all died for Twilight City. They are heroes. Speaking of this, he slowly looked around the crowd. His voice was not loud, but there was no doubt about it. I will bring them back and bury them with hero treatment. A kind man cannot command an army. He was mentally prepared for casualties. But this was a great opportunity to rally people's hearts, and he was particularly interested in a soldier who could kill mummies in seconds. But the crowd was already silent at this time. No one spoke again, but the eyes looking at Richard were full of unspeakable complexity. At this moment, they had the idea of being a part of Twilight City and having Lord Richard as their lord. It was their honor. How many lords in the world could do this? They were just humble civilians. Many people even came here worried whether they would be held accountable because the 2 mummies of the Lord were killed. No one expected this to be the case. This huge contrast made them particularly excited. After Richard got the crude map, he also took the mummy that was originally planned to stay in the Saxall forest with him. Kalu looked at the other person's back and murmured, Lord Richard. The look in his eyes changed from complicated to gradually firm. When the other person completely disappeared from his sight, he suddenly turned his head to look at the others. He said in a deep voice, Open your eyes and look. This is the Lord of Twilight City. Remember, no matter what you encounter in the future, never betray Lord Richard, never betray Twilight City. After saying that, he turned around and left without waiting for the crowd to respond. His old body was particularly upright at this time. Only a group of people with fermenting emotions were left. Chapter 40. Did Lord Richard take the army to seek revenge because of the casualties of a few civilians? Anik thought Kalu was joking when he heard the news. It was just a few civilians. What does it matter if they died? Civilians are not used as cannon fodder. What else can they do? But after seeing that Kalu had no expression, his heart skipped a beat, and he didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Originally, I came to say goodbye to Lord Richard. We are going back today. But I didn't expect it to be so unfortunate. But it doesn't matter. After I go back, I will immediately apply to the Chamber of Commerce to open a trade route with the City of Dusk. Maybe in less than 2 months, we will meet again." Kalu's expression also eased, and showed a little smile. "Sir Anik, you are welcome to come again next time. Have you brought enough water and food? Do you need it?" Anik waved his hand, and his tone was also a little emotional. "Everything is ready. Since Twilight City still has things to deal with, we will leave first. Lord Kalu, please say goodbye to Lord Richard on my behalf. Thank you again for Twilight City's hospitality." After saying this, he held his chest and bowed deeply to Kalu. Kalu did not avoid it. At this time, he represented Twilight City and Richard. "Have a safe journey, my friend. See you next time." Anik left the desert town, where he had rested for a few days, with a repaired carriage and several guards. He was in a very complicated mood. This territory built in the desert always gave him a special feeling. He touched the honey in his arms, and was full of expectations for going back. I really don't know what expression the president would have when he tasted the desert crown. "Lord Richard, are you going to avenge the injured and dead residents?" And Dyer's eyes were full of self-blame when she heard the news. If she hadn't asked Richard to find her father, perhaps those innocent people would not have been in trouble. And Richard's style of doing things once again left a deep impression on the girl. It was the first time in such a long time that she heard a noble lord get angry because of the death of a civilian, and even risked his life to take revenge. Richard's status in her heart, which was originally quite high, rose again. She even had the idea in her heart that no matter what the result of the search was, she might be able to stay. After driving for 3 hours in the desert and destroying 7 or 8 gathering places of field soldiers, Richard also felt a little tired. Fortunately, it was not far from the area where the incident occurred. After another half an hour, 2 scorpion warriors, who were exploring the way ahead, first discovered the strange area marked on the map. They immediately returned and reported respectfully, "Master, we found the enemy." Richard's spirits lifted, and his fatigue was instantly suppressed. "Call the others back." A moment later, 28 bandaged mummies, 10 cursed pharaohs, and 14 scorpion warriors all gathered. The total force was 52 people, a full 5 teams. It has formed a certain scale. With all members on alert, they moved forward more than 300 meters, and came to the bottom of a sand dune with tall cacti. Richard climbed up the sand dune, and looked into the distance, under the cover of the cactus. 200 meters ahead, in a few clusters of cacti, more than 3 teams of terrifying soldiers appeared in front of him. Those soldiers wore black armor with mandala flowers and helmets with curved horns that only showed their eyes. A thumb-thick chain was wrapped around their right arm, and the other end of the chain was connected to a battle axe with a handle wrapped in coarse cloth. The sharp battle axe was tightly held in their hands. Those soldiers were extremely burly. Each of them was over 2.2 meters tall. They were taller than the strong scorpion warriors. And the helmet that showed the eyes was emitting a faint blue light. The symbol of the life of the dead soul, the fire of the soul. Richard looked around and found that there were 7 or 8 corpses on the ground not far away. The blood painted the sand crimson, and under the sun, the red had become dry and black. He frowned and opened the attribute panel. Axe of the Dead level 4 potential, elite 3 stars skills, body of the dead, E level, immune to poison, plague, defense increased by 30%, will not die unless the heart is destroyed, roar, E level, after roaring, the next attack power increases by 30%, axe slash, D level, can throw axe to attack the enemy within 30 meters, can retract the axe through the chain on the arm, causing huge magic damage to the enemy, racial talent, after the axe is broken, it can consume power and recondense. Bond axe. The distance of the axe throwing is 1 to 10 meters, the damage caused is increased by 20%, the distance of the axe throwing is 11 to 20 meters, the damage caused is increased by 40%, the distance of the axe throwing is 21 to 30 meters, the damage caused is increased by 60%, and there is a 30% chance to trigger the instant death skill Soul Execution, directly killing the enemy. The stronger the enemy, the smaller the chance of triggering. Introduction. My dear, close your eyes. I am going to throw the axe. Richard's eyes condensed. These undead soldiers are actually long-range attacks, and the damage caused by their battle axes is still magic damage. What is even more outrageous is the last characteristic of the opponent's bond. In the range of 21 to 30 meters, the damage is increased by 60%, and there is a 30% chance to trigger the instant death skill Soul Execution, which directly kills the enemy. It is extremely violent. Richard let out a long breath, and his face showed some intention. If he can recruit this soldier, cooperate with the Pharaoh's curse, and the strong attack of the Scorpion Warrior, the power in his hands will definitely be increased by more than one level. I must go to the trading market later to see if there are similar soldiers' nests for sale. No matter how many resources are worth it. At this moment, the Scorpion Warrior who found the Axe of the Dead said in a hoarse voice, "Master, we found the birthplace of these soldiers on the other side." Richard's pupil shrank suddenly. "Where is it?" The tone was full of surprise. "Take me there immediately. Come with me. The height of this dune is almost the same as that of the Axe of the Dead. There are large patches of cacti to cover it. As long as you are careful, you won't be discovered so easily." After going around half a circle, Richard saw the building hidden in the cacti through a gap in the dune. It was a wooden house with thousands of worn-out axe handles hanging on the walls, which looked full of fierceness. Axe wooden house level, Elite 3 stars recruitable troops, Axe of the Dead, Elite 3 stars, number of recruits, 10 weekly output, 5 recruitment conditions, 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of iron or introduction, uncommon desert troops nest. Finally saw the troops nest. Richard's eyes gradually brightened. He had previously complained that there were no troops nests in the wild troops gathering points he encountered in the past few days. Now let's do something big. The attributes of this unit are definitely top-notch. If we upgrade it to rare level after occupying it, and upgrade several powerful skills of the Axe of the Dead, wouldn't its combat power soar to the sky? No matter what the cost, I will take this unit's nest. Chapter 41. Back to the front, Richard's eyes were full of excitement. The violent Axe of the Dead won his heart. But the only problem now is that the opponent has 3.5 teams, 35 people. The thrown battle axe is still magic damage, and the desertification of the mummy and scorpion warriors is largely restrained. And the opponent is an undead and immune to curses, which makes the Pharaoh's curse ineffective. Now only control skills are effective. This disadvantageous situation made him think seriously. Don't let the Axe of the Dead throw the battle axe, otherwise the mummy and the scorpion warrior will not be able to withstand it. Don't let the opponent's instant death skill be triggered. The 30% chance is too terrifying, and it is absolutely unbearable. Even if you can win by launching a direct attack, you will have to pay a heavy price. There is no need to sacrifice in vain. Close combat, and killing one by one is the best way. Perhaps you can also lure the tiger away from the mountain, surround a point, and attack the reinforcements, openly repair the plank road, and secretly cross Chinsong. I just don't know if these troops will be lured away. After thinking for a while, Richard gradually clarified his ideas. After careful planning, he began to issue orders. Everyone listen. Retreat 500 meters, over there. After a detailed explanation, the mummy, Pharaoh, and the scorpion warrior immediately took action, and Richard also withdrew from the combat range. Watching all this from a very far distance, commanding remotely, he left a small team of mummy guards around him. As the master of the City of Dusk, his safety is always the most important. If you lose a type of soldier, you can spend resources to recruit more, but if something happens to him, he will be gone for real. This kind of battle is too close. If an axe flies over, it will go straight to the sky. A few minutes later, the Axe of the Dead, who was walking back and forth numbly, suddenly found a life with a scorpion body and a human face on the opposite hill. The other party seemed to be stunned after seeing them, and then a bit of ridicule appeared on his face. Turning around, the curved scorpion tail slowly stood up. The tail sting hooked at them. For some reason, several Axes of the Dead felt something exploded immediately after seeing the action of the poisonous scorpion warrior. They felt that they had been insulted like never before. Damn lowly life. A series of undead blasphemies came out of his mouth. He turned his head sharply and looked at his companions, who were also furious. In an instant, they reached a tacit understanding. A whole team of Axes of the Dead rushed over. They will let the other party experience what pain is. At this time, the life that provoked them not only did not leave, but launched a counterattack against them. This action almost made the already furious Axe of the Dead explode. Holding the battle axe tightly with both hands, they had no intention of throwing it out. They wanted to kill the damn lowly life with their own hands. Both sides raised the yellow sand in the sky while running, and collided with each other after a dozen breaths. The scorpion warrior roared like a roar, and the sharp iron tongs swung directly, clanging, blocking the battle axe of the dead. The sparks flickered in the sunlight. The scorpion warrior did not move, but the axe of the dead took a step back, and his feet sank into the sand to withstand the recoil force. In terms of strength, the axe of the dead was strongly suppressed by the scorpion warrior. As a 3-star elite, the axe of the dead has an unparalleled throwing skill, but in close combat, the scorpion warrior is stronger. However, there are too many enemies, and the undead life doesn't care about single combat and fairness. When the other axes of the dead saw the scorpion warrior being dragged, they immediately rushed forward, wanting to send him to death, with the sharp axes in their hands. Although the scorpion warrior fought hard, he was still hit by the battle axe. But what surprised the axes of the dead was that their battle axe chopped through the opponent's body. And the monster with a scorpion body and a human face was like sand, directly blending into the underground desert. Although they wanted to stop the scorpion warrior, everything was in vain. The axe of the dead can only cause magic damage by using the powerful skill of throwing battle axes. Their simple slashing did not cause magic damage, so they just watched the scorpion warrior slip away. They could feel that the opponent was not dead. The soul fire suddenly burst into flames at this moment. In the 2 dark eye sockets, a dark blue light suddenly lit up, which was particularly terrifying. After being fooled, the axe of the dead, whose soul was trembling and angry, went to the place where the poisonous scorpion warrior appeared. They wanted to let those lowly lives taste the anger of the dead. After climbing up the hill and splitting a few cacti to vent their anger, they suddenly found 2 more poisonous scorpion warriors 100 meters away. At first glance, they knew they were of the same clan. The axe of the dead, who had nowhere to vent his anger, immediately rushed towards the poisonous scorpion warrior. But this time, the poisonous scorpion warrior did not launch a counterattack, but fled directly. The axe of the dead, who had been enraged, didn't care so much, and the speed also increased. After chasing for several hundred meters, they stepped into a sandy land with bushes on both sides. Their steps stopped involuntarily, because they felt something under the ground holding their legs. They looked down suddenly, and saw mummies wrapped in white bandages crawling up from the sand. The other party grabbed their feet tightly, and got up little by little. Roar! The axe of the dead roared in its throat. He swung the axe and chopped it down fiercely. Screech! The friction sound of the axe hitting the sand came, and their arms even penetrated the other party's body directly. The mummies who turned on the sand were not hurt at all, and after getting up, they were entangled with the axe of the dead. The claws in their hands attacked frantically, leaving deep scratches on the opponent's armor, and even pierced the armor, and attacked the body of the axe of the dead. Unfortunately, the axe of the dead was a dead life, and the mummy's attack was fierce, but could not cause fatal damage. However, their greatest role has been played. They restricted the movement of the axe of the dead, and forced them to not throw the battle axe. The next moment the bandaged mummy launched the attack. Rustle! A sound of footsteps came from the bushes on the side. The tall figure of the scorpion warrior rushed out at a very fast speed. The 2 sides were very close to each other, and they were only a few breaths away at high speed. The axe of the dead had already realized that they were ambushed. Seeing that the situation was not right, they struggled violently and forcibly pulled out the sharp axe in their hands from the restriction of the mummy. Prepare to throw. Once you make a move at this distance, it is very likely to trigger the instant death skill with a probability of up to 30%. At this critical moment, an indescribable mysterious sound rang out. Boom! The axe of the dead felt as if his soul was being hit by a battering ram, and his thoughts were instantly confused. His body was stiff. Curse words, E-level, forcibly put the enemy's mind into a state of confusion. Stagnation of action. Duration depends on the enemy's strength. Cooling time is 3 minutes. Consuming 20 points of magic. The cursed pharaoh stopped the strongest blow of the axe of the dead. But just when Richard, who was watching the battle from a distance, felt that the situation was stable, the situation suddenly changed. 2 death axes forcibly broke free from the pharaoh's restrictions in an instant, and the muscles in their right hands instantly tightened. The battle axe flew out of his hand. At this time, the distance to the targeted scorpion warrior was just 20 to 30 meters. It all happened too fast, and the scorpion warrior had no time to dodge, and was hit by the body. An indescribable terrifying energy directly tore his soul apart. With an extremely painful roar from his mouth, the 2-meter-tall body fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a lot of sand and dust. Instant death skill soul execution. The scorpion warrior didn't even have the slightest chance to resist and died directly. It was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, another scorpion warrior, who was targeted by the battle axe, swung his iron tongs violently, and knocked him away. Only then did he survive. The other axes of the dead also broke free from control in a breath. But this short period of control gave other scorpion warriors a chance to get close. The scorpion warrior rushed to the axe of the dead, and the curved iron hook in front of the tongs hit the opponent's head. Click, the curved horn armor was directly dented. The body was like a spring stretched to the extreme, and suddenly burst out with infinite power. Pulling hard again, a huge head flew up. The soul fire dissipated in the air. The first axe of the dead fell to the ground with a bang. Chapter 42. Bang, when the last axe of the dead fell, Dusk City won the small ambush. Although it didn't take long, Richard, who was watching from a distance, felt that this was the most thrilling battle he had fought in the past few days. Because of the instant death skill, he had to be extremely careful. Even after making multiple arrangements, in the end, there were still scorpion warriors killed by the axe of the dead. If you rashly confront the axe of the dead with 3.5 squads, even if you can win in the end, you will have to pay heavy casualties. Richard stood up and approached the battlefield. The body and equipment of the axe of the dead were rotting and rusting rapidly. This is the characteristic of the undead army. They will decay quickly after being killed. The axe of the dead still has 2.5 squads left. Take advantage of the desertification of the mummies and lure them again. But he was not very sure about luring them this time. But under normal circumstances, field soldiers without hero leaders are still easier to deal with. A few minutes later, when the mummy sandification was about to pass, the second axe of the dead team arrived. Richard was in a good mood, and it really worked. Following the same method, with the lessons learned from the last time, the cursed pharaoh did not let the axe of the dead get away in advance this time. The mummy crawled out from the ground to restrict the movement of the axe of the dead. The cursed pharaoh controlled it at the critical moment, and the scorpion warrior killed it, and the Trinity joined forces to fight the enemy. The axe of the dead can burst out damage far beyond its level with the battle axe. But the strongest point also became a breakthrough. After the scorpion warrior got close, the axes of the dead, who could not use the throwing skill, fell to the ground and died one by one under the 3-in-1 attack. After the second wave of hunting, the system sounded a prompt. Ding, the level of the scorpion warrior has been upgraded after a lot of battles, and the current level is level 4. Richard laughed. These days, I have taken the scorpion warrior to sweep the map and kill many soldiers, and now it can be regarded as a reward. After solving the axe of the dead of the two teams, he immediately mobilized his troops to attack the opponent's nest. At the same time, he replaced the mummy who used the sandification ability, and the guard team around him went into battle. He did not rush to attack rashly. After thinking about it, he planned to use the bandaged mummy to kill the NAK giant monster and the desert wolf. Everyone turn on the sandification and sneak in from underground. The mummy will hold them first, and the pharaoh will control them to buy time for the scorpion warrior. One hit and kill. The forces of 4 teams attacked 1.5 teams. This is a rich battle. After the arrangement, Richard came to the top of the sand dune and watched the battle that was about to begin. In the vast desert, the more times he used it, the more he felt that the skill of sandification had infinite potential. Whether it was for attacking or escaping, or even for recovering from injuries, it had powerful characteristics. An absolutely top-notch skill. In the distance, the axe of the dead, whose numbers had dropped sharply, had already sensed something was wrong. They approached each other, and the dark blue soul fire slowly overflowed from their empty eye sockets, watching their surroundings vigilantly. The troops without a hero leading them, although they were powerful individually, were like a mass of loose sand that could not exert their strongest power. Rustle, suddenly, the axe of the dead, who was on alert, heard a strange sound coming from underground, and looked around to confirm what had happened. Sizzle, the arms that had been dry all the time suddenly stretched out of the desert and grabbed their feet tightly. Then, mummies crawled out from the sand one by one. Several axes of the dead moved quickly, and before the mummies could completely restrain them, they threw the sharp axes in their hands. Puff, the huge axe with a strong impact force hit the mummy directly. The mummy was hit, and its body burst with a sizzle, splashing sand all over the sky. Axe kill, sea level, can throw axe to attack enemies within 30 meters, can retract the axe through the chain on the arm, and cause magic damage to the enemy. This powerful sea level skill can cause huge magic damage with the bond. Although the sandification that is immune to 99% physical damage is powerful, it is just restrained by it. The axe of the dead pulled it hard, and the axe that hit the mummy seemed to have life, and detoured directly from the back. Sizzle, hit the mummy again. The mummy who forcibly restrained the axe of the dead could no longer bear it, and his body was scattered on the ground like sand, blending into the endless yellow sand. Force kill. But fortunately, There were as many as 2 teams of mummies, and the death of 1 or 2 could not change the overall situation. When the mummies got up from the ground one after another, the cursed pharaoh and the scorpion warrior also appeared in the second time. At this time, the angry dead were still madly attacking the surrounding mummies, trying to clean up these disgusting enemies. When they realized something was wrong, the cursed pharaoh's control skills had already been used. Curse words. The axe of the dead stopped moving directly. The bandaged mummy and the scorpion warrior took this opportunity to attack. The bandaged mummy restricted the opponent's movements, while the poisonous scorpion tail of the poisonous scorpion warrior, which was sharper than a spear, stabbed out like lightning. Clang, the sound of metal clashing exploded. The extremely sharp scorpion tail pierced the helmet of the axe of the dead. The axe of the dead, who was still struggling, suddenly stiffened. After twitching a few times, the soul fire in the helmet suddenly burst into light, and then went out directly. After killing one axe of the dead, the poisonous scorpion warrior did not hesitate at all, and went straight to the second one. The only pity was that although the pharaoh's curse was powerful, there was only one team, and it could not control all the axes of the dead. The battle axe tore through the sky under the chain wrapped around the arm. The chest of a poisonous scorpion warrior in the desert exploded, and a big hole appeared directly. The body was frantically swallowing the yellow sand under its feet to fill the hole, and it was recovering visibly with the naked eye. But the other axe of the dead next to him did not give him a chance to recover. Whoosh, the chains clattered, and the battle axe was thrown out directly, vowing to kill the poisonous scorpion warrior on the spot. At this time, a bandaged mummy noticed that the situation was not right, and rushed forward to block the battle axe with his claws. Clang, the terrifying power of the battle axe directly shattered its claws, and slashed into the chest. Soul execution. The instant death skill was triggered again. The bandaged mummy was like a sandman made of sand, and it collapsed into loose sand. Kill. Seeing this, the other bandaged mummies immediately rushed up like crazy, and forcibly restrained the 2 axes of the dead. Although the claws in their hands could not cause fatal damage, they were still attacking frantically. The battle became more intense because of the casualties. It has to be said that the axe of the dead was so domineering that even with the advantage of numbers, and the advantage of first move, several people were still killed by their battle axes. But no matter how fierce the resistance was, it became futile in front of a stronger army. When the last 2 axes of the dead were swarmed and torn into pieces by more than a dozen bandaged mummies, the revenge war came to an end. Ding! The army you led wiped out a group of axes of the dead and won a micro battle. You gained 175 experience points. After the battlefield calmed down, Richard stepped into the battlefield with the remaining mummy guards. After taking a look at the axe of the dead, which had begun to decay, his eyes turned to the bodies of several residents of Twilight City not far away. Take them back to Twilight City. His eyes were a little complicated, and then he returned to calm. Soldiers who sacrifice to complete my orders can all be called heroes. There will be countless such sacrifices in the future. Kindness cannot command troops, and righteousness cannot manage finances. As the master of Twilight City, one must have a strong enough heart. This world does not tolerate the weak. After the mummy collected the corpse, Richard turned his attention to the troop nest behind the towering cactus. This is an unprecedented huge harvest. An elite 3-star troop nest, which means he can upgrade it to rare level. Can directly recruit the rare level axe of the dead. He has personally experienced how powerful this terrifying troop is, and how domineering it is to be promoted to rare. Ding! You found a battle axe cabin. You can recruit the axe of the dead from it, or you can choose to destroy it and get the core of the nest. Chapter 43. Ding! You found a tomahawk cabin. You can recruit the axe of the dead from it, or you can choose to destroy it and obtain the core of the nest. Before Richard made a choice, the black gold system prompted. The tomahawk cabin, elite 3-star, can consume 10 elite level troop nests to upgrade its level to rare 3-star. Ha ha ha, there will be rare level troop nests soon. I was in a good mood. Go back and upgrade the nest before recruiting. The recruited troops are still rare level now, and the number will not be refreshed. Destroy. The moment the choice was made, the tomahawk cabin creaked, and then collapsed quickly as if it had been weathered for tens of thousands of years. After a dozen breaths, it completely turned into debris. At this time, a fist-sized miniature tomahawk cabin appeared among the debris on the ground. Richard stepped forward, picked it up, and took a look at the properties. There is no difference in the properties just now. There are still 10 axes of the dead to recruit, but they need to be rebuilt. After putting the army nest into the system space, he was satisfied. But when he was about to return to the territory, he suddenly found something under the sawdust next to him. His eyes lit up, and he immediately walked over to push away the sawdust. He pulled out the thing underneath. It was a yellowish map made of sheepskin, which looked full of history. Ding! You got a 2-star treasure map. Richard was delighted. Treasures exploded? Good guy, today is really a blessing in disguise. In the past few days, dozens of wild army gathering points have been eliminated, and this is the first time that a wild army nest has been found and something has exploded. This drop rate is really shockingly low. 2-star treasure map. Richard looked at the yellow treasure map with great interest. After careful observation, he found that the center of the treasure map was where the treasure was. And there was a very obvious sign around it, an extinct volcano. Although the Death Desert is large, there should not be many places with volcanoes. It should not be difficult to find it if you go back and ask Onik, the merchant hero of the Luanhuihue Chamber of Commerce. I just don't know what treasures are in this 2-star treasure map. My requirements are not high. 10 or 8 rare-level troop nests are enough. If not, a dragon egg is also fine. After putting away the treasure map in a good mood, Richard took a look at his troop and calculated the losses in his mind. This time, the exploration team was attacked and a total of 6 residents were killed. In terms of troop types, 2 mummies following the explorer team were killed, and another 5 mummies were sacrificed during the battle. A total of 7 were killed. 1 scorpion warrior died, leaving 13. The cursed pharaoh had no casualties. The total number of troops in the City of Dusk has dropped significantly. Bandaged mummies 35, scorpion warriors 13, cursed pharaohs 10. But all this is meaningful. The harvested axe of the dead soldier nest alone earned 10 times the money. Not to mention the treasure map waiting to be drawn. Comfortable. After confirming that there were no other items under the ruins, Richard returned to the territory with his harvest. During the 3-hour return journey, he encountered many field soldier bases, but under the attack of several powerful soldiers, the battle was quickly over. When he returned to the City of Dusk, it was completely dark. In the territory, oil lamps made of animal fats emitted a dim light. Richard was somewhat surprised to find that all the residents in the territory were in the open space at this time, seemingly waiting for something, and did not return to the house. The Lord is back. With a shout of surprise, everyone immediately looked at Richard, who was slowly stepping into the territory. The mummy carrying the corpses of the residents behind him made everyone feel strongly touched. The Lord really brought back the bodies of the dead residents. He did not deceive them. At this moment, everyone had a special emotion brewing in their hearts. After Richard entered the territory, the crowd separated to the left and right, making way. Eyes moved with his steps. There were also many sharp-eyed residents, who saw that the number of troops behind Richard had decreased. The Lord's army, a faint voice sounded. After being reminded, the crowd focused on the troops. I counted them this morning, and now there is almost 1 squad missing. Those troops died for us. Lord. These few whispered conversations made many people's hearts more and more agitated. Is it really worth sacrificing such a powerful army to bring back a few civilian bodies? Even the relatives and friends of the killed residents couldn't say anything wrong at this moment. In the complex atmosphere, Richard walked to the Lord's mansion with a slightly heavy step. Standing on the stairs, facing the residents. The dim oil lamps on both sides of the mansion made his figure particularly majestic and mysterious. The dark eyes swept around the crowd. Slowly speaking. I brought our hero back. After the words fell, the mummy placed the bodies of the residents on the ground one by one. At this moment, even Kalu, who had experienced many vicissitudes of life, couldn't help but feel his throat blocked. This sentence seemed light and indifferent, but how many lords could do this? His eyes were full of unspeakable respect. Tomorrow, I will hold a funeral for our heroes. They will not be forgotten by the City of Dusk. After saying that, he took a deep look at the crowd and waved his hand. Disperse. Then he didn't say another word and turned back to the Lord's mansion. But no one in the huge crowd left. Until Richard's back disappeared for a long time, the outside of the Lord's mansion remained quiet. Long live the Lord. I don't know who started it, but everyone roared at the top of their lungs at this moment. Long live the Lord. It seemed that at this moment, they wanted to vent all their emotions. Andal, who was carrying a huge copper hammer, was also silent in the crowd. When she saw Richard really bring back the bodies of other residents, the emotions in her heart were already somewhat out of control. And Richard said, I brought back our hero, but he never mentioned what he encountered today and how much he paid. There was a wave of heat surging in her chest. Isn't it worth her staying here for such a lord? Richard, who entered the Lord's mansion, suddenly stopped, because at this moment, the sound of system upgrades suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Your words and deeds have won the respect of all residents, and you have successfully mastered the special skill of leadership. Ding! Your words and deeds and your personal charm of keeping promises have impressed Andal Thorin, and she has decided to stay in Twilight City and become your subordinate. The hero recruitment task is completed, and you have obtained a hero unit. Ding! You have obtained a hero unit with the profession of Advanced Blacksmith. The research and development function of the blacksmith shop has been enabled. After upgrading to the Advanced Blacksmith shop, you can research in the blacksmith shop to improve the attack power of the troops. Chapter 44. Richard was slightly startled when he heard the system upgrade, and turned his head to look at the door. At this moment, the residents' intense and sincere emotions were vented at this moment. Long live the Lord! After a moment of silence, Richard showed a complicated smile on his face. He did not stay and returned to the hall. The plump cook brought the food that had been prepared long ago and served him an exceptionally sumptuous dinner. After dinner, he took a hot bath and washed away all his fatigue. Then he opened the newly acquired skills. Leadership, special skills, elementary, with strong personal charm, can easily persuade and influence subordinates, let subordinates have strong trust in you, and there is also a certain probability that field soldiers will surrender voluntarily. Although it is not a combat skill, it looks pretty good. Don't miss it for free. The second and third prompts of the system made him feel better. Andal actually directly opened the research function of the blacksmith shop. The official website of Glorious Era mentioned that the troop nests cannot be upgraded, and other players do not have the black gold system. But the combat effectiveness of the troop can be improved through other means. The blacksmith shop can improve the physical attack of the troop, and the magic tower can improve the magic damage of the troop. The remaining buildings that improve the combat effectiveness of the troop have not been officially announced, and they need to be explored independently. But all of this has a prerequisite that heroes of corresponding professions can be activated. This is very cool. Richard's mouth curled up slightly. And as a potential A-level hero unit, Andal can continue to grow. The biggest difference between heroes and troop types is here. The strength of the troop type is relatively fixed, and the skills mastered by upgrading the level will not change. Only when the potential is improved can the skill level be improved. Heroes can learn skills freely, only subject to occupational restrictions. The skill of desertification has shown how much the skills affect the combat effectiveness in several battles. Moreover, heroes have super high independence, and can even replace the lord to lead troops in battle and manage the territory. The higher the potential of the hero, the higher the upper limit, and the rarer it is. Heroes of the level of Andal can be cultivated to the later stage without worrying about being eliminated. However, Dusk City is currently a level 1 village, and the upper limit of the building can only be upgraded to the intermediate level. If you want to upgrade the blacksmith shop to the advanced level, open the research and development function. Dusk City needs to be upgraded to a small city. But in the meantime, it needs to be upgraded to the second and third level villages before it can be promoted to a small city. I need to put the territory upgrade on the agenda, Richard thought. After turning off the system prompt, seeing that it was still early, he opened the trading market. A new prompt appeared in the private message. 2 pieces of fountain fragments were traded. In this way, he had 8 spring fragments in his hand. He only needed 2 more to synthesize a medium-sized spring, which would completely solve the water problem in Dusk City. But the 2 transactions of the Desert Horse Bounty, the Sand Date Forest, and other resource treasures were still not moving. However, resource treasures have a chance to appear in treasure chests above 3 stars, so it seems that there is nothing wrong with less in this time period. He didn't dwell on it, and sold the prey obtained from hunting today and yesterday together, in exchange for a full 60,000 units of resources. Then he bought 100 ordinary level troop nests on it without stopping, spending most of the harvest of the past 2 days. After everything was done, Richard came to the front yard of the Lord's mansion and placed the tomahawk wooden house, the troop nest of the Axe of the Dead, in the corner of the wall. Ding! Do you want to consume 4,000 units of wood, 4,000 units of stone, and 4,000 units of iron or to build a tomahawk wooden house? The resources required to build an elite-level troop nest are directly 10 times higher than those of an ordinary-level troop nest. Richard did not hesitate. Confirmed. The next second, the mini tomahawk wooden house immediately swelled and grew like a balloon. After a dozen breaths, everything returned to calm. The full version of the tomahawk wooden house appeared in front of him. The wooden house is 3 meters high, with hundreds of bronze-colored battle axes hanging on the outer wall, which looks like an armory. There is a door in the middle of the wooden house, and through the door frame, you can see that the house is also full of axes. If you use one word to describe this troop nest, It must be fierce. Battle Axe Cabin, Elite 3 stars. Consume 10 Elite level Desert Camp Soldier nests to upgrade it to Rare 3 stars. Note: 10 ordinary nests can synthesize 1 Elite level Soldier nest to meet the upgrade conditions. Do you want to upgrade? Confirm. The moment Richard chose, the 100 soldier nests piled on the ground turned into a stream of light and merged into the Battle Axe Cabin. This 3-meter-high cabin immediately grew to 4 meters. The bronze battle axe hanging on the outer wall now glowed a light silver white, looking quite extraordinary. Battle Axe Cabin level. Rare 3 stars recruitable soldier. Axe of the Dead. Rare 3 stars. Number of recruitable soldier. 10 weekly output. 5 recruitment conditions. 400 gold coins. 400 units of stone. 400 units of iron or introduction. You can recruit undead soldiers with average combat effectiveness from it. Not bad, very good. Richard nodded with satisfaction. Rare troops. This is just the first day of entering the glorious era. He felt very accomplished. However, the resources required to recruit troops have increased a lot. It takes 1,200 units of resources to recruit a rare troop. He glanced at the attribute panel. After several rounds of consumption, only 5,000 were left for selling food. It was not enough to recruit all the axes of the dead. The landlord has no surplus food either. He was in pain and joy at the moment. Without hesitation, he got up and went to the warehouse to get a few hundred units of food. He chose those that were offered at a high price and sold them. He just raised enough resources to recruit 10 axes of the dead. Ding, do you want to consume 4,000 gold coins for 1,000 units of stone and 4,000 units of iron or to recruit axes of the dead *10? After confirmation, the resources on the attribute panel were instantly cleared. The Battle Axe Cabin suddenly emitted a silver-white energy. Then the energy gathered like a stirred cloud, madly gathering in the cabin. Under the condensation of the silver energy, a 2.2-meter tall axe wearing a full-body armor with a black mandala pattern, wearing a horn helmet that only exposed the eye sockets, and without a weapon in his hand, the axe of the dead walked out of the Battle Axe Cabin. Just when Richard was puzzled, the first axe of the dead, who was born, reached out and pulled out a battle axe from the battle axe hanging on the outer wall. Swish, the moment the battle axe was held in his hand, a thumb-thick chain condensed out of thin air, and finally tightly wrapped around his right arm. A real axe of the dead was born. Richard couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw the scene. The appearance of these soldiers is more handsome than the other. Wait, he will get a dragon sooner or later, and then he will show you what a real show-off is. After 10 axes of the dead appeared in the same way, Richard stretched out his right hand and began to mobilize the power in his body. When the yellow sand-like light enveloped all the axes of the dead, the system prompt came as expected. Ding, you have given the axes of the dead special power, and they have obtained the D-level skill, Sandification. After the light faded, Richard opened the attribute panel with an expectant look. Axe of the Dead level, level 3 potential, rare 3 stars skills, axe/C level, can throw axe to attack enemies within 30 meters, can retract the axe through the chain on the arm, causing huge magic damage to the enemy. Body of the Dead, D level, immune to poison, plague, 80% increase in physical strength, will not die unless the heart is destroyed. Roar D level, after roaring, the next attack power is increased by 50%. Spin, D level, after throwing the axe, can use the chain wrapped around the arm to pull the axe and attack continuously. Sandification, D level, makes the body sandy, reduces 99% of physical attacks, can swallow yellow sand to recover from injuries, lasts for 5 minutes, cooldown time is 2 hours. Racial talent, after the axe is broken, it can consume power and recondense. Bond Battle Axe. The distance of the battle axe throw is 1 to 10 meters, and the damage caused is increased by 20%. The distance of the battle axe throw is 11 to 20 meters, and the damage caused is increased by 40%. The distance of the battle axe throw is 21 to 30 meters, and the damage caused is increased by 60%, and there is a 30% chance to trigger the instant death skill Soul Slash, which can kill the enemy instantly. The higher the enemy level, the lower the chance of triggering. Introduction. My dear, close your eyes, I am going to throw the axe. The battle axe kill is C level, the body of the dead is D level, the roar is D level, the spin is D level, and the sand is D level. 1 C level skill, for D level skills. Compared to the elite level axe of the dead skill, it is 1 level higher overall. Good guy, it is worthy of the arms he has chosen. This attribute is so powerful. The difference in the potential of arms is mainly due to the difference in skill level. The low potential arms have low skill levels, and few additional attributes. The high potential arms have high skill levels and powerful additional attributes. This leads to a huge difference in combat effectiveness between high potential and low potential soldiers. Richard smiled brightly. The initial level of the Axe of the Dead is directly level 3. After upgrading from elite to rare, he also learned a new skill, spin. This skill perfectly matches the sole skill of the Axe of the Dead, tomahawk throwing. Before, it could only throw and attack once, but now it has been upgraded to control the chain to attack continuously. The combat effectiveness has been qualitatively improved. This soldier is definitely the super trump card in his hand. Chapter 45. After reading the powerful properties of the Axe of the Dead several times, Richard fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, after washing up, he chose a black robe from the closet and put it on. Today, a funeral will be held for the sacrificed resident. Several tailors in the territory have sewed a lot of clothes for him in the past few days, so he doesn't have to worry about clothes. As the master of the City of Dusk, the entire territory is his personal property, and all good things are given priority to him. Richard, wearing a pure black robe, walked out of the Lord's mansion, and a sea of heads appeared in front of him. Except for those teams that have not returned from exploring outside, the residents of the entire territory have gathered. Everyone's face was heavy, no one spoke, and the scene was particularly quiet. The coffins made by the carpenter overnight have collected the bodies of all the residents, and parked them in the open space behind. Although it is a bit rough, it is also extremely rare. The moment Richard stepped out of the mansion, he immediately became the focus of the crowd. Lord! Lord! He glanced at the crowd, and silently walked forward step by step from the passage they left. Everyone saluted with their hands on their chests wherever he passed. After he passed, the crowd slowly gathered behind him. Richard walked to the place where the coffin was placed with a heavy face, and his eyes stayed on it for a long time. The atmosphere became more and more subtle. He suddenly sighed, and then bowed slowly to the 6 coffins under the gaze of the residents. He stood up, stepped forward, and held a corner of the coffin on the far left. The residents around were stunned, and it took a long time for them to react. They immediately hurried forward and lifted the coffin with him. The crowd felt as if their throats were blocked by something when they saw the scene, and their hearts surged. The Lord personally carried the coffin. What an honor! What an honor! At this moment, I don't know how many people were shaken. What can they complain about having such a lord? No matter how much they said, it was better to act personally. Richard set an example, coupled with the strong personal charm of his special skill leadership. At this moment, his status in the hearts of the residents of Twilight City reached an unprecedented height. In the special atmosphere, Richard carried the coffin in front. Step by step, they carried these sacrificed heroic residents out of the territory with everyone. The cemetery had already been selected. In the southwest corner of Twilight City, about 5 kilometers away, there was a low hill mixed with gravel. On the desert, Richard, who carried the coffin in person, was in front, and all the residents followed behind. At this moment, the sadness in people's hearts became different because of the participation of the master of this land. The crowd followed behind like a pilgrimage, looking at the figure carrying the coffin with extremely hot eyes. It was as if the coffin in his hand had become a torch in the dark night, illuminating the way ahead, and guiding them to the land of hope. Sacred and noble. A low gravel hill. Richard placed the coffin in the grave with his own hands. Then he silently picked up the shovel beside him, and began to bury the soil one shovel at a time. Others followed him. In addition to the sobbing of family members and friends, the only sound in the air was the sound of the shovel digging the soil. When the grave was formed and everything was done, Richard put down the shovel and glanced at the crowd that had gathered around him. He spoke in a deep voice. Everyone will face the day of death. Some people die worthlessly, and even make people despise them. Some people die great and gloriously. Their sacrifices for others. Just like the 6 heroes you see in front of you. They died for Twilight City, and for each of us. They are heroes, heroes worthy of commemoration by all of us. They will not be forgotten by Twilight City, and they will not be forgotten by me. Speaking of this, Richard suddenly stopped and came to 6 blank tombstones. Green. Nard. Rima. Starting from the first one, a name will be called out every time a grave is passed. When the crowd heard those names, it was like a battering ram hitting their hearts. Their eyes were red. This scene became a picture that they will never forget. The great lord called the other party a hero in front of a group of inconspicuous civilian tombstones, and also wrote down the name of each of them. What an honor! Andal even covered her face with both hands. Those names were like a sharp knife piercing her heart. Tears slowly slid down from her fingers, even soaking her sleeves. If it weren't for her, these people might not have been in trouble. After reading everyone's name, Richard looked at everyone again, his tone firm and powerful. From today on, every hero who died in Twilight City will be buried in this land. This is a place of honor, the destination of heroes. And I decided to set today, May 8th, as a day of honor every year to commemorate our dead heroes. Every year on this day, Twilight City will hold a memorial ceremony and pray for them. The Day of Glory? To commemorate the dead heroes? The residents couldn't hold back when they heard this. Their eyes were red. The old Kaloo seemed to have regained his youth at this moment. He suddenly raised his right hand and shouted with a hoarse voice, "Twilight City will live forever. Long live Lord Richard." At this moment, this shout became the outlet for everyone. Everyone shouted wildly, venting their turbulent emotions. "Twilight City will live forever. Long live Lord Richard. Twilight City will live forever. Long live Lord Richard." At this moment, they recognized their lord from the bottom of their hearts. When the hero's funeral in the Land of Glory was over, Richard went straight back to the territory. Others could immerse themselves in the atmosphere, but he needed to steer the ship. After breakfast, he planned to continue going out to skin the map. But at this moment, he suddenly saw a conspicuous red prompt on the attribute panel. On May 8th, 7600 of the glorious era, the Guardian Shield will be broken in 2 hours. Richard was a little dazed. The Guardian Shield is broken. It's been 7 days. He has been in this game world for 7 days. He felt as if he was in another world. It seemed that the modern life 7 days ago was a very distant thing. This territory that belonged to him completely had an unbreakable bond with him and became an inseparable part of him. It seemed that this place made him feel more at ease than everything in the modern world. "Good day, Lord Richard. Are you going out now? I have something to talk to you about." And Deer quietly entered the hall when Richard was distracted. Hearing this, he woke up. He collected his mind and smiled at the girl in front of him with a ponytail and leather boots. The copper hammer on the back of this slender girl, which was taller than a person, was particularly eye-catching. Heroic and valiant. "No need to be polite, Miss Deer. Please speak directly." And Deer looked directly into the eyes of the handsome boy in front of her. Her face straightened, and said solemnly, "I beg you to let me join the City of Dusk." Richard felt relieved and remembered the system prompt that the hero recruitment task was completed last night. He looked directly into the other person's eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Miss Endel, have you thought about it? Dusk City is in the desert, and there is a shortage of supplies around it. It is very likely that it will not be able to give you what you want. In addition, we will face various dangers in the future, such as hostility from other forces, sieges by bandits, attacks by sandstorms, and so on. In order to protect Dusk City, I need you to forge weapons for the army, and even go into battle to kill the enemy. Are you mentally prepared?" Andel's eyes were firm. "When you are willing to take risks for a few civilians, who are considered lowly by other lords, and even sacrifice your own army to bring back their bodies. I am already prepared. Sir Richard, I am willing to serve Dusk City, and be your subordinate." He put his right hand on his chest, and knelt on one knee. He lowered his head, which had been held high. "Ding, the hero unit Andel Thorin was conquered by your personality charm, and was willing to submit to you. Do you accept it?" Richard nodded and said solemnly, "Andel Thorin, in the name of the Lord of Twilight City, I accept your loyalty. From today on, you are a member of Twilight City. From now on, Twilight City will be with you. You will no longer be alone. I will always be your strongest support." Chapter 46. While speaking, Richard reached out and helped Andel up. At this time, the girl's eyes turned red. After standing up, she said firmly to Richard, "Sir Richard, even if I sacrifice my life, I will protect your glory. Protect the City of Dusk." Richard smiled. "Then let's build the City of Dusk together." After speaking, he paused for a moment, his tone solemn. "Andel, I officially appoint you as the head of the blacksmith shop department of the City of Dusk. Although we only have one blacksmith shop and several junior blacksmiths at present, I believe that you can build all of this. Only advanced blacksmith shops can open the research function, and that is when this A-level hero will show his edge." Andel nodded vigorously. "Lord Richard, I will do my best." Richard nodded slightly, hesitated for a moment, and said softly, "The search team should be back this afternoon." He didn't continue to speak, because no one knew whether the search team had found the other party's father. Andel's eyes showed some hope and some pain. If it weren't for my request, perhaps those residents would not have been in trouble. Richard waved his hand. "Don't blame yourself. When we recruited residents to search, they all signed up voluntarily. And it's not just for you, Other residents, relatives, and friends are also lost in the desert and need to be found. Even if your father is not there, I will send a search and rescue team. This is true. The desert is too barren, and there will be no refugees at ordinary times. Even if Andal is not a hero, he will send people to find those refugees. If Twilight City wants to grow, it must have enough population. This moved Andal quite a bit. In her opinion, Richard said this to comfort her. Lord Richard. Looking at the other person's watery eyes, Richard waved his hand and interrupted her. No need to say more. Go and tidy up the blacksmith shop first. They will be back in the evening. And if you can't find it once, you can look for it a second and third time. The army in my hands will become stronger and stronger. At that time, I can send more troops out to ensure the safety of the exploration team. Andal was relieved. After the salute, she left the Lord's mansion with expectation and trepidation. Since Andal has such a strong blood talent, her father should not be weak either. He may be the second hero. But it's not easy to find someone in the vast desert. Fortunately, the residents of Twilight City will not get lost in the desert. Richard looked at the empty hall and shook his head, not in a hurry to leave. In 2 hours, the shield will be broken, and he is afraid of accidents. After thinking for a while, he walked out of the door and began to make a series of arrangements. First, 3.5 teams of mummies were scattered around the city of dust to guard. Once in danger, they can warn him. At the same time, 13 scorpion warriors were sent to protect the safety of the Saxall forest. The desert crown bee and the flame dragon rabbit are both first-class treasures, and nothing can happen. Finally, he ordered all residents to return to the territory and leave after lunch. Although they didn't understand Richard's intention, no one who heard the order had any objection. After doing everything they could, Richard waited at ease. 2 hours seemed longer than a century. For the first time, he felt that time pass so slowly. Finally, the system prompt lit up when the time reached 12 o'clock. Ding! The Guardian Shield has been broken. Congratulations. From now on, you can explore this world freely without restrictions. But please note that your territory may be attacked by field soldiers, natives, or hostile lords at any time. Please protect your territory and residents and expand your territory. I wish you eternal life in the death competition of all races. After the system prompt sounded, Richard felt that something in his body seemed to have changed subtly. He seemed to have no barriers with this world, and even breathing became particularly smooth. There was a kind of comfort after removing some safety measures. Is this considered to be completely integrated into this world? Richard was in a subtle mood. With a bit of complexity, he opened the chat channel. The next second, the sand sculpture player immediately made him feel better. Gao Gao kill. I, Long Outyan from the glorious era, swear to trample this world under my feet. Elf girls, succubus, human princesses, beast-eared girls from the orcs, mermaids from the sea, and undead vampires are all waiting for me. I want to build a big harem and sleep with 3,000 alien races at night. Oh, the elf little brother, the orc hunk, the vampire gentleman, and the human prince are all waiting for me. I want to sleep with you all one by one. Fuck my membrane, ugh, the protective shield is broken. Fuck, I just offended a group of robbers yesterday, and they sent people to scout my territory this morning. Help, there is a large group of bears 1,000 meters away from the territory. What should I do? A few days ago, I relied on my invincibility to lure them to the territory to hunt them. These 2 days, those bears hate me like crazy. What should I do without the shield of protection? Who can come to save me? I am willing to give everything I have. I will give you chrysanthemums. Do you want to mobilize millions of troops to march across the plains, capture cities, become a general and a prime minister, and ascend the throne as a king? Do you want to be surrounded by beauties, and have 3,000 concubines? Message me privately, selling glorious era cheats, open a cheat for your life. Are there any big brothers from the Lion Kingdom? There are many wolves outside my territory, I am so scared. Can you give me some resources to recruit soldiers? If you are close, you can go offline, the specific price is private chat. I didn't expect that my brother in the capital would one day be so poor that he would have no food to eat. The residents of my territory just rebelled, but I didn't feel the slightest bit of fluctuation in my heart. Because they rebelled because they had no food, and they thought I took the food away. The food was hidden. Haha, they actually didn't know, and they really guessed it. Ha! I'm going to starve you bastards to death. Why should I give you the food I worked so hard to earn? You just rolled your eyes, and said you join my territory? And I have to provide food. Why? What qualifications do you have to be supported by me? Hack you. I'm going to starve you ungrateful wolves to death. Brothers, I just encountered a devil's altar, he said, as long as I offer 10 residents souls. If I give him the soul, he will exchange it with a skill. I was furious when I heard it. Damn, there is such a good thing? Raising those idiots didn't tire me out. At that time, I went back to the territory, tricked all the residents into the altar, and sacrificed all of them to the devil in exchange for 12 skills. Ha ha ha. It's so cool. Now I have obtained the middle-level devil blood because of this. I tell you, you can't indulge those idiots. You should be ruthless when you need to. Richard looked at it for a long time, and his expression was very wonderful. The operations of these stupid players are simply mind-blowing. Some don't want to raise residents, and sacrifice their own people to the devil in exchange for power. Some deliberately hide food and starve residents. Others sell residents to slave owners, like piglets. He even saw a guy who sold his territory directly to the natives, and went to the NPC city to buy a house happily after exchanging a sum of resources. All kinds of operations made Richard feel like he had seen a new world. As expected of you, Sand Sculpture. Chapter 47. 1 p.m. After confirming that the Guardian Shield was broken, and that there were no special circumstances around, Richard was relieved. But from today on, Dusk City could no longer transfer all the troops away like before, leaving no one behind. In the future, there must be enough troops to guard the territory. Otherwise, when he was out, he would not know that someone had stolen the crystal. After thinking about it, there were 35 bandaged mummies in total, and 10 of them were sent by him to protect the search and rescue team. There were 25 left in his hands. Richard simply left all the bandaged mummies to guard the territory. Today, we must hunt enough food to exchange for resources. Dusk City needs a large number of troops to garrison. The empty rear defense put him under a lot of pressure. We must send another wave of soldiers. After making arrangements, he did not delay and took 10 pharaohs, 13 poisonous scorpion warriors, and 10 axes of the dead. A total of 33 people, 3 teams of troops left the territory. Today, we will continue to explore the eastern area. If there are enough axes of the dead, he would like to take down the medium-sized gold mine. Unfortunately, he only has 1 team, and facing at least 3 teams of semi-metal giants, he still feels quite stressed. It is better to be steady. With a clear goal, Richard acted very quickly. After the rare 3-star axe of the dead was added, the battle of sweeping the map became much easier. The Scorpion Warrior acts as a frontline meat shield, and the Cursed Pharaoh releases curses and control skills to limit the movement of the enemy. The Axe of the Dead throws the battle axe within a range of 30 meters. From 21 meters to 30 meters, the damage is increased by 60%, and there is a 30% chance to trigger soul execution and kill the enemy. Facing low-level soldiers, even if the soul execution is not triggered, the exaggerated feature of increasing damage by 60% can still kill the enemy. The Axe of the Dead has become a real killer in Richard's hands. When he encounters a gathering point of wild soldiers, he can just go there and kill them. It was not until 6 o'clock in the evening that Richard planned to end today's map scan. Ding, you commanded the troops to defeat a group of sawtooth rabbits, won a micro battle, and gained 40 experience points. Ding, you commanded the troops to defeat a group of one-eyed demons, won a micro battle, and gained 80 experience points. Ding. He took a rough look at the system prompts. There were about 30 or so. In other words, they killed at least 600 or 700 wild soldiers today. The experience on his attribute panel was directly increased to 1600. It was a long way from the upgrade progress of 5,000 points. But what made him regretful was that most of these wild soldiers were humanoid, and could not be eaten. However, due to the large number of kills, he also got a lot of prey such as sawtooth rabbits, long-tailed rats, and oxhorn camels. Later, the system's 10 cubic meters of space could no longer hold it, so Richard would sell the prey on the trading market as resources after hunting. This intensive sale of food has caused a lot of heated discussion among a large number of Lord players. Because there are countless Elite 2-star and Elite 3-star prey sold. Richard has become a big boss in the hearts of countless people with these large-scale food sales. Countless people are guessing how strong Qingqiu is. The resources on the attribute panel have reached 30,000 units, and the system space is still full. Richard, who had gained a lot, was satisfied and ready to return to the territory. But the number of field army bases encountered today is indeed a bit abnormal, and it seems to be more than the previous few days combined. After thinking about it, he directly opened the chat channel. He found that many players were also talking about this matter. What's going on today? Why did so many field armies suddenly appear? The place I cleared last time, new field army appeared again. Damn, My army is almost wiped out. Don't you know what day it is today? It's Monday. The field army gathering place has been refreshed. Fuck, there is really such a thing as refreshing? I almost forgot that I traveled through a game world. Fuck, a one-way portal was refreshed not far from my territory, and there is a dungeon inside. And the dungeon is 3 stars. Brothers, I'm going to be rich. Wait for me to go in and show you what I've gained. Richard suddenly realized. Every Monday, field army refreshes. He looked up at the cloudless blue sky. This world is really interesting. Just as he cleared his doubts, several scorpion warriors, who were responsible for exploring the way, returned in a hurry. Master, we found a resource point. Richard nodded calmly. The harvest from the resource point was too little. It was not comparable to hunting in the early stage. Moreover, the desert was too barren. The number of resource points was pitifully small. In this week, he found 4 resource points. Except for the medium-sized gold mine, he was not interested in the others. In rich areas, you can get rich by occupying resource points, but in Dusk City, you can only starve to death by doing so. But it's better to have something than nothing. Take me there. After leading the army forward 200 meters, they climbed a towering sand dune. He followed the guidance of the scorpion warrior and looked down the dune. An area covered with ore attracted his attention. Countless glittering ores reflected the crystal clear light under the setting sun. It was as if countless diamonds were inlaid in that gravel area. Eye-catching. What is this? Seeing this unusual scene, Richard opened the attribute panel with interest. Gem mine level, micro reserves, 100 units maximum output, 21 units per week capacity, minimum 3 people, full load 10 people. Introduction. Rare resource point. You can mine gems after occupying it. Rare resources gem mine? His eyes lit up, and his slightly tired spirit instantly became excited. Rare resources are not comparable to common resources such as wood and iron ore. Not only are they low in production, but they are also very rare. This stuff is really good stuff, a high-level hard currency. You can tell how precious it is from the fact that a mine has only 100 units of reserves. Moreover, the construction drawings of the hero altar are still in his hands. This precious drawing obtained from the Lanhuihue Chamber of Commerce has always lacked rare resources to build. Richard suppressed his inner joy and turned his attention to the troops guarding the gem mine. If you want to occupy the mine, you must first get rid of these wild monsters. That is a group of special lives. The 2 goat horns on the head are sharper than the spear, and the back is slightly raised. There is a row of fin-like membranes growing on it, and there is a row of sharp thorns in the middle. Naked upper body, wearing a crotchless animal leather pants skirt, the muscles on the body are particularly obvious, as if they can burst out with the power to smash rocks at any time. These goat-horned monsters hold a long-handled giant hammer in their hands. The front of the giant hammer is flat, and the other side is a convex arc-shaped sharp blade. What is even more eye-catching is that the other party's blood-red eyes flashing with cruelty, and fighting can make people feel cold in their hearts. These monsters are not weak. Richard raised his eyebrows and opened the attribute panel. Demonic Goat Monster. Level 4 Potential, Rare 2 stars. Chapter 48. Demon Sheep Monster. Level 4 Potential, Rare 2 stars. Skills, Strong Body, D level, Strength increased by 50%, and Physical Recovery Speed increased by 50%. Heavy Blow, D level, swinging a giant hammer, charging for 3 seconds, the next attack can burst out 200% of the power. Demon Blood, D level, all attributes increased by 30%, Physical Strength increased by 50%. Racial Talent, can swallow gems to quickly recover from injuries. Bond Demon, when the number of demons is greater than 10, the strength is increased by 10%, when the number is greater than 20, the strength is increased by 20%, when the number is greater than 30, the strength is increased by 30%, and the crushing feature is attached when attacking, activated. Introduction. Enjoy the pleasure of being hit on the head by a heavy hammer. Wow, a rare 2-star? And the number of demon goats exceeds 4 teams. Is it necessary to use such a strong force to garrison a tiny rare resource point? If it is small, wouldn't it be garrisoned by rare-level troops? Richard couldn't help but sigh at the difficulty of rare resources. But after looking at the attributes of the demon goats several times, he gave up the idea of evacuating. Although the attributes of the demon goats are good, they do not have the 2 key characteristics of curse immunity and instant death skill immunity. Also, the opponent is all physical damage. The skill of sandification is a natural counter. Turning his head to look at the axe of the dead beside him, he made a decision. Everyone prepare to fight. The scorpion warriors are on the front line to prevent the enemy from crossing you. The cursed pharaoh casts the spell at the end. Once the enemy escapes the scorpion warrior's defense line, use skills to restrict the opponent's actions immediately. Axe of the Dead, you are the main force. Stand 20 meters behind the scorpion warrior. Once the enemy enters the 30-meter range, immediately launch an attack. The bandaged mummy and the scorpion warrior are both elite soldiers. Only the Axe of the Dead is a rare level combat power. It is also the key to winning this battle. Richard's cold voice is full of fighting spirit. With 4 teams of rare soldiers, this is definitely a tough battle. He stood with the cursed pharaoh and personally commanded the battle. Attack! Accompanied by an order, the scorpion warrior with giant iron pincers and curved scorpion tail walked down the steep hill step by step. The Axe of the Dead, wearing a full body armor with a black mandala pattern, followed closely. The last one is the cursed pharaoh, wearing a colorful crown and holding a black scepter with a shriveled body. There is meat, control, and output. This iron triangle is extremely powerful. The demon sheep monster in the gem mine immediately noticed the abnormality, and the relaxed look suddenly became alert. The muscles in his arms were tense, and he tightly grasped the long-handled giant hammer. The blood-red eyes began to emit a chilling chill, and he looked at the approaching army of the City of Dusk with murderous intent. A demon sheep monster could no longer bear it, and roared to the sky. Roar, the beast-like roar resounded through the yellow sand. Damn undead and mummies, you dare to provoke the great devil, you are courting death. The leader of the demon sheep monsters swung the long-handled war hammer fiercely, pointing at the army rushing down from the sand dunes. Kill! With a roar, dozens of demon sheep monsters charged towards the poisonous scorpion warriors without any hesitation. They wanted to crush these undead. Rustling, the sheep's hooves stepped on the desert, splashing a piece of fine sand. Dozens of demon sheep monsters charged at the same time, immediately raising the dust more than 10 meters high. The dust rolled behind them. The sand dunes were only 70 or 80 meters high. After traveling 1/3 of the way, the scorpion warriors suddenly stopped. 13 scorpion warriors opened their giant claws that could easily destroy steel, like a trap for catching animals, waiting for the beasts to step into it. 10 axes of the dead held the handles of the battle axes, and the power of the soul suddenly burst out, and the blue light overflowed from the horn helmets. The cursed pharaoh raised his scepter, and the spell in his mouth echoed at this moment. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, the enemy is close. When the first 7 or 8 demon sheep monsters stepped into the scorpion warriors within 10 meters. The Axe of the Dead roared in his throat, and his body was like a spring stretched to the extreme, bursting out with the strongest power. Roar D-level, after roaring, the next attack power increases by 50%. Whoosh, the battle axe in his hand was thrown out, and the chain on his arm clattered. The violent sound of breaking through the air pierced the eardrums. The battle axe pulled a row of phantoms in the air. The demon sheep monster in front did not expect that the undead holding battle axes would be ranged soldiers. The distance between the two sides was so close that their attention was attracted by the scorpion warriors. When the battle axe tore through the sky, they had no time to dodge. Puff, the sound of the sharp blade cutting into flesh and blood sounded. The arm of a demon sheep monster was directly broken into 2 pieces. The blood spurted like a burst water pipe. Under the strong inertia, the sharp axe cut off the arm, and still flew backwards. After reaching the limit, the Axe of the Dead pulled the chain violently. The battle axe flew back directly under the force. The demon sheep monster, with a broken arm, was still suffering from the severe pain. Suddenly, he felt a terrible pain in his vest, and then the pain spread to his chest. He looked down subconsciously, and saw a sharp axe blade stained with blood appeared in his pupils. He didn't have time to think, he only felt the power of his body disappear in an instant, his eyes turned black, and he lost consciousness. This attack did not trigger the instant death feature, but even so, it relied on the terrifying lethality to forcibly kill the rare 2-star demon sheep monster. The Axe of the Dead, which throws the battle axe, can burst out and attack power beyond the level within a range of 10 to 30 meters. Extremely powerful. And 10 axes of the dead attacked at the same time. Only one of the 8 demon sheep monsters avoided it. The others were hit. The 30% chance of instant death instantly caused 2 demon goats to fall to the ground and die. They had met death before they even met the scorpion warrior. Although the other demon goats tried hard to fight, they still died one by one under the exaggerated control of the Axe of the Dead. It all happened too fast, just a few breaths. The demon goats behind only saw the cold light of the axe reflecting the dazzling light under the setting sun, and a large number of their companions fell down. Blood gushed and dyed the desert red. But this scene not only failed to scare the demon goats, but also stimulated their nerves. The already scarlet eyes seemed to drip blood at this moment. Kill charged forward with hammers. They want to tear these undeads apart. Chapter 49. The first round of collision ended quickly. The axe of the dead won the battle, but they had not yet retracted the battle axe. The second batch of demon goats had already charged forward and fought with the scorpion warriors. The long-handled war hammers in their hands contained terrifying power. They vowed to smash these undead spirits. A demon goat suddenly smashed the scorpion warrior in front of him, and this hammer even made the scorpion warrior feel deadly danger. The giant claws closed and blocked directly in front of him. Clang, when the two sides collided, sparks flew everywhere, like a blacksmith hitting a red-hot iron block. The demon goat was a head shorter than the scorpion warrior, but the explosive power made the scorpion warrior retreat 3 steps, and 8 feet were deeply sunk into the yellow sand. Violent and powerful. The scorpion warrior, who had never met an opponent in close combat, suffered a great loss in front of the rare 2-star demon goat. The distance of 1 level widened the gap between the two sides' strength. But the scorpion warriors were not afraid even if they were frustrated. No matter how the demon sheep monsters attacked, they roared and defended the front line. The battle was extremely fierce. Cast a spell to control the situation, and other demons broke through the scorpion warriors' defense line. The moment Richard gave the order, the cursed pharaoh, who had been prepared for a long time, raised the dead wood scepter. A dark light flashed across the sky. Pharaoh's curse, E-level. After casting a curse on the enemy will fall into a weak state. All attributes will be reduced by 20%. The cooling time is 5 minutes, and 20 magic points will be consumed. The curse word controls the enemy. After releasing 2 curses in a row, the demon sheep monster, who was attacking fiercely, instantly felt that his strength dropped a lot. Even the speed of swinging the warhammer became slow. Some even stagnated, allowing the poisonous scorpion warrior to attack. At this time, the demon sheep monster discovered the cursed pharaoh behind. But the 2 lines of defense in front of him were as solid as a rock and insurmountable. The only regret was that the cursed pharaoh only had 1 squad, and the demon sheep monsters had 3 squads left at this time. Unable to control them all. Crack! A demon sheep monster that was not cursed burst out with extreme power, and directly hit the giant claws of the poisonous scorpion warrior. The scorpion warrior's claws, that could tear steel, had countless cracks, like glass falling to the ground. The demon sheep monster took advantage of the victory and pursued. Roaring and swinging the long-handled warhammer again, he wanted to smash this damn scorpion. Sizzle, the blow that could smash boulders directly smashed the giant claws, blowing up gravel all over the sky. The remaining power of the giant hammer did not decrease, and it directly broke the chest of the poisonous scorpion warrior. The demon sheep monster was not happy at all for such an impressive victory, because he felt that he had hit cotton with his hammer. The huge force was not released, and could not be contained, which directly caused the center of gravity to be unbalanced. He staggered a few steps, and almost fell to the ground. Desertification, this life-saving skill again, the scorpion warrior, whose chest was recovering quickly, roared. Seizing this extremely rare opportunity, he swung the intact iron pliers in his left hand. The iron hook, which was like the one used by butchers to hang livestock, directly nailed into the body of the demon sheep monster. Pulling hard, an exaggerated scar tore the body of the demon sheep monster. At the same time, the poisonous scorpion tail behind him also pierced out like lightning. Puff, it directly penetrated the shoulder of the demon sheep monster, and the poison was madly injected into the other party's body. The situation was reversed in this instant. Life and death were just a matter of a hair's breadth. Under the strong pressure of the demon goat monster, the scorpion warriors all turned to sand. The demon goat monster, which only had physical damage, had just killed all around and rushed to suppress the scorpion warriors, but immediately became a rat biting a turtle, with nowhere to bite. Their attacks that could smash the city wall could not do anything to the scorpion warriors, who were immune to 99% physical damage. Whoosh, the sound of the battle axe breaking through the air roared again after the scorpion warrior turned to sand. Puff, the distance of more than 20 meters was so close that the demon goat monster felt a sharp pain in his body before he could see the battle axe clearly. Soul execution, he fell to the ground. After turning to sand, the scorpion warrior forcibly dragged the demon goat monster. The cursed pharaoh used control skills intensively to limit the movement of the demon goat monster. The axe of the dead, with the cooperation of other arms, became particularly enjoyable to kill. Moreover, at a distance of 20 to 30 meters, there is a 30% chance of triggering soul execution, which makes the number of demon goats decrease rapidly. When the axe of the dead killed the last demon goat, the fierce battle with the axe of the dead as the main output core came to an end. Ding, the army you led wiped out a group of demon goats and won a micro battle. You gained 200 experience points. Ding, the Axe of the Dead hunted a large number of enemies, and its level was upgraded. The current level is level 4. After the Axe of the Dead was upgraded to level 4, all skills were refreshed and the aura became stronger. Richard could see clearly from the back that except for 3 or 4 who were killed by the Scorpion Warriors, the Axe of the Dead killed all the remaining demon goats. The fighting power it showed made him very happy. Although dozens of military gathering points were wiped out in today's battle, those were all elite and ordinary levels, and could not measure the true power of the Axe of the Dead. At this time, facing the same rare level of military, the Axe of the Dead still showed absolute dominance, which made him feel excited. This is the military that is worth his full training. After the death of the demon sheep monster, the weapon in his hand quickly decayed and collapsed. This is the rule of Glorious Era. After the death of the military recruited from the military nest, the weapons and equipment will lose power and quickly damage. Richard ignored these, and stepped into the gem mine under the sand dunes in a happy mood. The glittering and fine gems are inlaid in the cracks of the stone, and they look magnificent and colorful under the setting sun. No wonder dragons and girls like these shiny things, they are pretty. I have to ask the miners to leave a big gem in the future, just in case it is needed in the future. The system prompt appeared at the right time. Ding, do you want to occupy the gem mine? After confirming, he marked this point on the system map. Just wait until I get back and send people to mine. Fortunately, this place is only 40 minutes away from the territory, so it won't be too strenuous. I am in a good mood, and today's harvest is good. First of all, his goal today is hunting. Because of the refresh of wild monsters, he hunted a lot of prey and directly exchanged for 30,000 units of resources. At the same time, the system space is full, and after processing, there are at least 2,000 units of meat. The harvest of food alone is not small. Secondly, through the head-on battle with the demon sheep monster, he intuitively felt how powerful the power in his hands is. And the level of the Axe of the Dead was raised to level 4. Finally, a rare resource point, the gem mine, was occupied. While thinking, he searched the gem mine for a while, and after not finding other treasures, Richard did not stay for long. He returned to the territory with a lot of prey. When he returned to the territory, it was already dark. Kalu was waiting here as usual, but unexpectedly. Andal was there too. Good night, Richard, the kitchen has prepared dinner for you. In addition, the search team is back. As soon as Kalu finished speaking, Andal immediately stepped forward and said excitedly, "Thank you, sir," Richard said softly. "Andal, did our search team find your father?" The girl shook her head violently, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Richard was puzzled. Why did he look so happy that he cried when he didn't find him? Andal took a few deep breaths and calmed down before speaking. "Sir Richard, although they didn't find my father, they got news about him." "Oh! Was he rescued by others?" "Yes, my father found the Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce again, and has set off for Solon City." "Ah, this father is so careless." "He doesn't look for you." Seemingly seeing Richard's doubts, the girl explained. "The Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce has a special treasure that can find missing people in the desert, but it requires the blood of relatives." Richard understood. Obviously, this method is more reliable than searching aimlessly in the desert. Anik has returned to Solon City. After they meet, they will definitely inform him of your safety. Andal nodded happily and bowed to Richard again. "If it was before, I would definitely go find my father." As she spoke, her face flushed a little. "But now, I am a member of the City of Dusk and your subordinate. Now that my father is safe, I will definitely work hard for you." Richard was thoughtful when he heard this. If he completed the A-level hero recruitment task by normal means, I am afraid he has failed now. The task issued by the system is to find him before the other party's father is safe and bring him back to the territory, so that Andal can stay. Otherwise, even if the spy gets the news that the other party's father is safe, Andal will leave. After all, knowing that her father went to Solon City, she couldn't stay here alone. Compared with a strange territory and her father, who is more important, do you still need to think about it? Fortunately, another way was found to complete the hero recruitment task in advance. Richard's heart moved when he thought of this. It seems that there is not only one way to complete the hero recruitment task. In the future, perhaps some exploration can be done in this regard, without being limited to task restrictions. Chapter 50. After the excited Andal left, Richard looked at Kalu. Where did the rescue team get this information? Kalu organized his words and whispered, "My lord, This information was told to them by a team of Luanwihua merchants who stayed in that area to search. In addition to the information about Andel's father, what else did you gain? We also found some residents trapped in the oasis, but the rescue team just came back and was still having a meal, so I didn't have time to ask too much information. Richard nodded. Anyway, the people had returned, so there was no rush. What were the casualties of other teams? 7 injured and 4 dead. The dead will be buried in the land of glory, and the injured will be rewarded with some desert crown honey. Yes, my lord. After a simple arrangement, Richard unloaded all the prey that was almost full in the system space and let the residents deal with it. He returned to the lord's mansion and had a comfortable and sumptuous dinner. After having a good meal and a good drink, he asked someone to summon the search and rescue team. There were 60 people when they went out. 6 of them died the day before yesterday, and now 4 more have died. Of the 10 mummies sent out, only 5 are left. The vast desert is indeed full of dangers. But it has brought an A-level hero, so it is not a loss. Kindness does not lead to indecision. As a lord, he must not be indecisive. He will not hesitate to sacrifice. This is the background of the world where all races fight for hegemony. Now it is peaceful, but it is not the time for war to break out. Good night, lord. After entering the house, all residents immediately saluted, and no one dared to cross the line. The person in front of him is the only ruler of this land, and a word can decide their fate. After Richard stood up, he looked around with appreciation. He chuckled and said, "No need to be polite. Every resident who has contributed to the City of Dust deserves respect. You have worked hard these days." These 2 simple sentences immediately warmed the hearts of the crowd. The Lord has not forgotten them. Who of you can tell me what you have encountered these days? With his encouragement, a young man stood up and said tentatively, "Lord, can I? The tone was a little trembling, and his hands were clenched tightly. When the crowd turned their eyes, he felt his legs were a little weak. Richard looked at him with appreciation. "Of course, don't be nervous. You have completed the task. You are the heroes of the City of Dusk, and you will be rewarded by me." Huh? The young man immediately put his mind at ease, and his tone was a little high-pitched. "Sir Richard, we have been here for the past few days." Then he described the experiences of the search and rescue team in the past few days. Although it seemed extremely dangerous to him, and they encountered many powerful field soldiers, in Richard's opinion, it was just an ordinary encounter, and there was no information he wanted. After asking again and again, he encouraged the other party and changed to the next searcher team. Then each team sent a representative to describe the experiences of their team in the past few days. Richard couldn't help but feel disappointed when he heard the end, because the explorer team was not strong enough. Even if they found something unusual, they didn't dare to get close. Not to mention buildings like temples or one-way portals. Even resource points were not found. "Are you sure you haven't encountered any temple-like buildings these days?" "No." Everyone shook their heads. "Then have you found any territory similar to Twilight City?" "No." Everyone shook their heads again. This is strange. Richard thought for a long time, and didn't know what was wrong. Are there so few Lord players in the desert camp? Why are there no player territories around Twilight City? Or is it that the Death Desert is too big and scattered, and these guys are afraid of death, so they dare not approach even if they see it from a distance? After thinking for a long time, I still can't figure it out, so I just don't bother about it anymore and change the question. Have you found other people blown away by the sandstorm? Yes. Finally, there is a response that arouses Richard's interest. Where are they? Why don't you bring them back? The middle-aged man who spoke was a little embarrassed. They are in an oasis, and they don't want to go back to Twilight City with us. They want to wait for the people from the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce to take them away. Richard narrowed his eyes slightly. How many people are there? More than 300 people. Do you have a map? Please take a look. The middle-aged man stepped forward and carefully spread a rough map on the table, pointing to a circled point. That's it. They have plenty of water and food and don't want to leave. After saying that, he felt a little embarrassed. They went out of their way to find the other party, but they didn't expect that those people would not be willing to come back with them. But the other party's strategy of waiting for the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce to rescue them was not wrong. After all, they originally planned to follow the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce to cross the Death Desert. Compared to a territory you haven't heard of, it's self-evident who is more reliable. Aren't those your companions? Why don't they come back with you? Lord, most of the people who followed the Luanwihua Chamber of Commerce were strangers. Richard understood, and then had a playful look. It's not strange that there is water in the oasis, but what kind of oasis can have enough food to supply hundreds of people? And you have been attacked by the sandstorm for almost 2 weeks, right? Can you last so long with the remaining food alone? This question made the middle-aged man stunned, and then shook his head awkwardly. I don't know either. They didn't let us in. He hesitated and finally said with hesitation, Lord, they also asked us to take the others back, saying that there is no shortage of food and there is no need to stay in Dusk City, which is safer there. Oh, this made Richard very interested. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. It's okay for these hundreds of people to stay in a small desert oasis and refuse to leave. He also said that he had enough food and even wanted to poach his people. Isn't this a bit too abnormal? Okay, I know about this. I will go there in a few days. You will lead the way for me then. Yes, Lord. After Richard finished speaking, he encouraged the residents and let them go down to rest. He wanted to give some rewards, but he was embarrassed to find that in addition to food, there were only some wild animal furs in the warehouse. It seems that there is nothing to show. After the crowd left, Richard looked at Kalu, who followed the crowd and had been silent in the back. Kalu, what rewards do you usually use to reward your subordinates? Kalu noticed Richard's embarrassment and immediately understood. He spoke. Sir, general rewards can be in the form of gold coins, furs of wild animals, or some common medicinal materials and supplies. Desert crown honey is a precious reward item. Those who have made great contributions can be rewarded with honor, such as the title of Dusk City, or some honorary title, or even a piece of land. Richard felt as if he had suddenly realized something. That's right, rewards can be not only physical, but also spiritual and honorary. When you are at a low level, you may need material rewards. In the future, when your subordinates are at a higher level, it would be a bit inferior to reward them with materials. Those who have made great contributions in the future can be awarded the title of honorary baron or honorary earl. You don't have to spend money, and you don't have to give real power. It's even more impressive to say it out loud. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 51. After figuring out the key, Richard was in a good mood. Karu, hold a ceremony of honor tomorrow and let all the residents who participated in the search and rescue come on stage to receive awards. Tonight, ask the tailor to find some red cloth and make big red flowers for them to wear. If there is not enough cloth, make smaller ones and wear them on the chest. All residents who participated in this search and rescue mission will be awarded the collective bronze medal of Twilight City. Use a piece of paper to write down everyone's name and award them with the bronze medal. In addition, let Andal forge the bronze medal for me, and also give me the silver medal, the gold medal, and the highest honor of Twilight City. In the future, for those who have made contributions, a ceremony of honor will be held for all of them, awards will be given in public, and medals will be awarded. Rewards are divided into collective rewards and individual rewards. Tasks with a large number of participants will be awarded collective medals, and tasks completed by a single person will be awarded individual medals. Residents who have obtained these medals will hang the title of honor resident at their doorsteps, and they will be promoted first in the future. Richard modified the modern reward system with hundreds of years of history and moved it over. The corresponding medals will be given certain material rewards. You can study the specific amount. This system is initially established, so there must be deficiencies or areas that need to be supplemented. You should pay attention and make up for it in the future. Karu was quite excited after listening. Lord Richard, your wisdom is enough to make the gods admire. Others are fine, but the group reward setting surprised him. It's a big event, so many people participated, everyone has contributed, you can't say that everyone should be awarded honors, right? Wouldn't that make the honors seem too simple? Collective rewards perfectly solve this problem. Richard didn't dwell too much on this aspect. Dusk City is still very weak now, and it's useless to set up 2 complicated systems. How much of the prey I brought back have been processed? Karu smiled, there are too many, it will take time. The food warehouse is full, which makes people feel safe. Richard nodded, stood up and walked out of the hall, and came to the well that was still busy. At this time, there were 200 people busy. The people who boiled water, peeled, removed the internal organs, and cut the meat, each doing their own job, processing the prey piled up into a small mountain at a very fast speed. The cut and washed meat was piled on the washed ground. Next, the meat will be cooked and then dried, so that it can be preserved for a very long time in the boring environment of the desert. This is how dry food for long journeys is made. Looking at this pile of meat, Richard thought for a while, and opened the trading market. He posted the bounty information for a few days, but there was no response. 15 desert horses bounty 1-star resource treasure, Saxall Forest, 10 acres, bounty quantity 2. 20 desert horses bounty resource treasures or other treasures that can be used in the desert. The transaction requires the consent of both parties. Another piece of spring water fragment was sold, and he had 9 fragments in his hand, and only 1 fragment was needed to synthesize a medium-sized spring water. These days, he has heard residents talk more than once about how difficult it is to get well water, and they have to run to the spring in the Saxall forest to get water. Kalu also reported this problem to him several times. However, 3-star treasure chests are rare after all, and there are not many people who can just open the spring water fragments and are willing to sell them. So when the last fragment can be obtained depends on luck. This matter cannot be rushed. After thinking about it, he directly changed the bounty price of the Saxall forest. 30 desert horses are rewarded with a 1-star resource treasure, Saxall forest, 10 acres, and the bounty quantity is 1. Originally, 15 horses were rewarded for 1, and now he directly doubled it. The price of food has dropped a bit recently, and the probability of players opening resource treasures is pitifully small, and it is even rarer to be willing to sell. The preciousness of Saxall is that it matures once a month. And more importantly, it can provide sufficient pollen for the desert crown bees to increase honey production. If you plant more Saxall forests and plant them at different times, the desert crown bees can collect honey for the whole month. Desert crown bees are his key breeding target. After a slight adjustment, Richard could only hope that the players would help. Restart the search for food. 60 units of wheat are sold for 1,200 gold coins. 20 units of wild boar meat are sold for 700 units of wood. 30 units of bison meat are sold for 900 units of iron ore. The ratio of meat to ordinary resources is around 130, and ordinary food is about 120. The price of meat is obviously lower than the previous 2 days. And the number of units sold has increased, but most of them are dozens of units, and 100 or 200 units are relatively rare. Obviously, as time goes by, players are gradually getting on the right track. Richard glanced at his attribute panel. There are still 30,000 units of resources. These are all the harvests today. Although I have a lot of troops, the forces responsible for guarding the territory are too weak after I go out. Must be replenished. The base camp is the core of everything, and the empty rear defense makes him feel uneasy. He started to think in his mind. The troops guarding the territory must have several characteristics. First, they must adapt to the desert climate. Second, they do not need logistics supplies. I don't want to be exhausted by logistics. Third, they have strong defensive capabilities and are suitable for guarding the territory. Fourth, they have potential and are worth cultivating. But after thinking about it, Richard turned his attention to the mummy again. No logistics are required, strong combat power, suitable for the desert, and not afraid of death. Except for being ugly, there are too many advantages. Search, desert camp mummy. Suddenly, a large number of troops came out. Richard began to screen. First, there are elite-level troop nests, but there are only thousands of them, and they are all garbage troops. No one is willing to sell the good ones. Other large camps, such as humans and elves, have tens of thousands of elite nests, which makes the desert camp look pitiful in comparison. He closed it after a short while and reopened the normal level. Sharp-toothed mummy, normal 1 star, is sold for 600 units of wood. Roaring mummy, normal 3 stars, is sold for 1,000 units of stone. Spike mummy, normal 3 stars, is sold for 1,200 units of iron ore. The various strange mummy troops opened his eyes. After a full 20 minutes, he finally saw the troops that made his eyes light up. Mummy Guardian level 1 potential, normal 3 stars skills, body of the dead, F level, immune to poison, plague, reduces physical damage by 15%. Guardian, F level, within the territory, all attributes are increased by 30%, invalid when leaving the territory. Patrol, F level, patrolling the territory, can increase sensitivity by 30% and can detect enemies sneaking into the territory. Forming a formation, E level, can form a 10-person formation to launch an attack. Racial talent, when fighting in the territory, the recovery speed of injuries is increased by 50%. Bond mummy, if the number of mummies is greater than 10, the strength of the mummies will be increased by 10%. If the number of mummies is greater than 30, the strength will be increased by 20%. If the number of mummies is greater than 50, the strength will be increased by 30%, the agility will be increased by 30%, and the damage will be increased by 30%. Introduction. Mummies guarding the pharaoh, they are quite alert. After looking at the properties of the Mummy Guardian, Richard chose to buy it without hesitation. For initial skills, it's simply outrageous. and it's so suitable for guarding the territory. After paying 3,000 units of iron ore, Richard got the nest of the mummy guardian. But one is not enough. He continued to search and bought the other two on the trading market, one for 3,500 units of wood, and the other for 3,800 gold coins. The price can be compared with elite-level troops. Obviously these sellers also know the power of the mummy guardian, so they dared to offer this price. He didn't feel sorry at all. He would be promoted to an elite troop after buying it, so he wouldn't lose anything. To upgrade 3 troop nests, about 15,000 resources are needed. Let's get started. Do you want to spend 500 gold coins to buy the Desert Bandit Soldier's Nest? Confirm. Do you want to spend 500 units of wood to buy the Sawtooth Gerbil Soldier's Nest? Confirm. After getting 30 troop nests, less than 7,000 resources were left on the panel from the 30,000 resources. But Richard felt quite accomplished in the hunting for the purpose of mass production. After getting the troop nests, he went directly to the corner of the front yard where the troop nests were placed. Ding! Do you want to spend 400 gold coins, 400 wood, and 400 stone to build the Guardian's land? After confirming 3 times in a row and consuming 3,600 units of resources, 3 3-meter-high pyramids appeared in front of him. The exteriors of these pyramids seemed to have been eroded by wind and sand for thousands of years, and there were traces of potholes everywhere. Guardian's Land, ordinary 3 stars, can be upgraded to elite 3 stars by consuming 10 ordinary level troop nests. Do you want to upgrade? Confirmed. After all 30 troop nest cores were used up, the pyramid in front of him grew to 4 meters. The surface eroded by wind and sand became more and more decayed, and the fist-sized holes made people wonder if a hand would suddenly reach out from inside. Chapter 52. Land of the Guardians Level, Elite 3 stars recruitable troops, Mummy Guardian, Elite 3 stars, number of recruitable troops, 20 weekly output, 10 recruitment conditions, 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of stone. Introduction, ordinary mummy troops nest. Ding! Do you want to consume 800 gold coins, 800 units of wood, 800 units of stone to recruit 20 mummy guards? 3 troops nests can produce 60 mummy guards. The consumption of resources alone reached 2,400 gold coins, 2,400 units of wood, and 2,400 units of stone. A total of 7,200 units of resources. After Richard built the troops, he only had more than 6,000 left. He had a bitter smile on his face. The landlord has no surplus food either. Opening the trading market, looking at the 3 purchase information, canceled the transaction of 20 desert horses for other resources and treasures. Exchanged 20 desert horses for resources. A complete desert horse, 6,000 units of resources per horse, sold a total of 120,000 units. This amount of resources can even cultivate 2 rare-level soldier nests. But if possible, I am still willing to exchange for resources and treasures. That is the treasure, but unfortunately no one sells. After having the resources, Richard immediately became confident. Recruit all. With the disappearance of 7,200 resources, a burst of pale yellow light flashed, and countless fine sand suddenly gushed out of the holes on the severely weathered pyramid in front of him. These fine sands flowed out, gathered into soldiers in front of the pyramid, and condensed into a mummy holding a round shield in one hand and a long sword in the other. The bandages on their bodies are a decaying yellow, and they look as if they have been buried underground for countless years. The aura is quite powerful, not half as weak as the bandaged mummy. Mummy Guardian Level, Level 1 Potential, Elite 3 stars skills, Body of the Dead, E-level, immune to poison, plague, reduces physical damage by 30%. Guardian, E-level, within the territory, all attributes are increased by 40%, invalid when leaving the territory. Patrol, E-level, patrolling the territory, can improve the security of the territory by 40 sensitivity, and can detect enemies sneaking into the territory. Forming a formation, D-level, can form a formation of 10 people to launch an attack. Racial talent, when fighting in the territory, physical strength and injury recovery speed increase by 50%. Bond Mummy, when the number of mummies is greater than 10, the strength of the mummies increases by 10%. When the number of mummies is greater than 30, the strength increases by 20%. When the number of mummies is greater than 50, the strength increases by 30%, and the agility increases by 30%, and the damage increases by 30%. Activated. Introduction. The mummies guarding the pharaoh are quite alert. When all 6 teams were recruited, all the mummy guardians suddenly hit the round shield with their knives. Clang! The sound of metal collision was heard from a very long distance in the dark night, and they seemed to announce their arrival in this way. Richard nodded with satisfaction. After upgrading to Elite 3 stars, the skills of the Mummy Guardians were all upgraded by 1 level. The strength increased greatly. And this is the number of 6 teams. With this power, he will not have to worry about his nest being stolen when he goes out hunting in the future. He stretched out his right hand and mobilized the hidden power in his body. The energy like yellow sand bloomed instantly. Ding! Under your gift, 60 Mummy Guardians have mastered part of the power of the desert and gained a new skill, Sandification, level D. All armies can carry out Sandification, which will be the iconic feature of Twilight City in the future. Richard was in a good mood. In the future, you will be responsible for guarding the territory, patrolling day and night, and defending against foreign invasions. Follow your orders, Master. Such a big commotion just now has attracted the attention of many residents. Kalu also hurried over, and when he saw these new arms, his eyes lit up immediately. Sir Richard, is this the army you just recruited? Richard nodded. Yes, these Mummy Guardians are the soldiers I recruited specifically to protect the territory. They will gain additional attribute bonuses in the territory and are powerful, but they will lose a lot of power if they leave the territory. In the future, you have the right to mobilize this army, but you must use it with caution. Richard's words gave Kalu a lot of power. But judging from Kalu's performance these days, he deserves this trust. Kalu took a deep breath. His turbid eyes were full of determination at this moment, and his ragged body seemed to have returned to his youth. I will guard the City of Dusk with my life. Richard nodded slightly. Because Kalu is no longer a hero, he can't command the army, and can't hand over the control of the army to the other party, so he had to explain it. Let all Mummy Guardians obey Kalu's orders on the principle of protecting the territory. Waved his hand, and let them go with Kalu. In this way, plus the remaining 3 squads of bandaged mummies. The force guarding Twilight City is close to a squadron. In the future, bandaged mummies can be scattered outside the territory as sentries. And the Mummy Guardians will be stationed in Twilight City. 1 outside and 1 inside. No matter what enemy attacks, there will be time to react. Richard was satisfied. Just when he was about to go back and take a hot bath, the system suddenly sounded a reminder. Ding! This week is a special disaster week drought. Please pay attention to prevention. Ding! The production of all arms nests has been refreshed. Please recruit on your own. What is going on? He was slightly stunned, and after opening the first system prompt, he subconsciously glanced at the system time. Glorious Era 7600 May 8, 2000 hours. This week is a special disaster week. Drought? I'm already in the desert, and you're telling me about drought? Is there anything drier than this place in the world? After complaining a few words in his heart, Richard saw the second system prompt. The output of the troops will be refreshed at 8 o'clock every Monday night. His breathing suddenly became rapid. He quickly opened the troop nest panel. The next second, my heart beat faster. This wave is going to be a big deal. The Great Pyramid, Elite 3 stars, 3 towers, can recruit troops, bandaged mummies, the number of recruits, 21. Scorpion Nest, Elite 3 stars, 1 tower, can recruit troops, Scorpion Warriors, the number of recruits, 7. Curse Pyramid, Elite 3 stars, 1 tower, can recruit troops, Curse Pharaoh, the number of recruits, 5. Axe Hut, Rare 3 stars, 1 tower, can recruit troops, Axe of the Dead, the number of recruits, 5. What's more, he took a look at the Mummy Guardian recruited a few minutes ago. Guardian Land, Elite 3 stars, 3 towers, recruitable troops, Mummy Guardian, recruitable quantity, 30. Ha ha ha. Richard laughed. What do you mean by a wave of fat? Chapter 53. If all the refreshed troops are recruited, the troops in his hands will grow explosively. Bandaged mummies can recruit 21, Scorpion Warriors can recruit 7, Curse Pharaohs can recruit 5, Axe of the Dead can recruit 5, and Mummy Guardians can recruit 30. The total number is 68, nearly 7 teams. It's a wave of fat. Richard spent a lot of effort to suppress his excitement. However, recruiting all 68 troops requires a lot of resources. Bandaged mummies recruitment requirements: 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of stone. 21 means gold coins, wood, stone, each 1640 units. A total of 4,920 units of resources. Scorpion Warrior recruitment requirements: 40 gold coins, 40 units of wood, 40 units of iron ore. 7. A total of 840 units of resources. 5 Curse Pharaohs, totaling 600 units. 5 Axes of the Dead, totaling 6,000 units. 30 Mummy Guardians, totaling 3,600 units. The total is 15,650. After Richard calculated, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder they say that armies are built with money. 5 rare axes of the dead consume 6,000 units of resources, which is 2/3 of all other arms combined. These are only a few dozen arms, and they are so expensive. When the level of the arms is higher in the future, the price will be even more exaggerated. However, he is still a rich man with 120,000 units of resources, and he has nothing to worry about. Richard got up and went out happily, recruiting all the refreshed arms. After consuming 15,000 units of resources, the power in his hands soared. 51 bandaged mummies. 20 poisonous scorpion warriors. 15 cursed pharaohs. 15 axes of the dead. And the army guarding the territory, 90 mummy guardians. The total force has reached 191, nearly 2 squadrons. When you go out hunting in the future, you can leave all the bandaged mummies and mummy guardians behind. This force is enough to ensure the safety of Twilight City. Richard's pressure was relieved a lot. Putting aside the army left behind, he also took 5 teams to go out to scan the map. The power of the Iron Triangle has further soared. Tomorrow, I can try to attack the medium-sized gold mine. I wonder if I can get some treasures, like treasure maps after hunting those semi-metal giants with full-point defense. The rapid growth of strength has brought Richard one step closer to attacking those advanced maps. The 1-star dungeon with an average strength of rare level in the one-way portal, the 2-star treasure map obtained by attacking the Axe of the Dead, the Dark Temple protected by the powerful temple guards, and the Desert Dragon with a level of 15 that he had a quick look at near the one-way portal. These high-level maps are useless without powerful troops, but the City of Dusk is qualified to explore them. The desert? There are still countless mysteries waiting for him to uncover. With anticipation and excitement, Richard went to bed peacefully. He didn't wake up until 10 o'clock the next day. After waking up, the cook immediately brought hot water to him and helped him wash up. Sleeping until he woke up naturally, with someone serving him 24 hours a day, this was his previous wish. Now that he has come to this world, it can be said that his dream has come true. We need to find some elves, or beast-eared girls, to be maids in the future. Black silk, high heels, miniskirts, maid outfits, all put on, the life of the Lord should be so simple and unpretentious. It seems that all ideas that could not be realized before can be tried. There is no law in this world. After lamenting the decadent life of the Lord and looking forward to a more decadent life in the future, Richard had breakfast with the 2 smiling cooks and prepared to go out to scan the map. But before that, he went to the Saxall forest first, because Kaluz said that the Saxall was blooming. The Saxall forest occupies an important position in his farming career and is an indispensable part of the ecology. Richard came to the verdant Saxall forest, his eyes full of surprise. On the endless yellow sand, among the green leaves, the fragrance of Saxall flowers is fragrant. The flower buds that were extremely rare a few days ago are now in full bloom. What is particularly eye-catching is that the flowers of the Saxall are not a single color, but colorful. At first glance, the green forest is filled with rainbow-colored flowers. Countless black and yellow bees are buzzing and flying, collecting flowers and smelling nectar. The scene looks beautiful. What's more, the Saxall forest is surrounded by endless yellow sand, which is synonymous with death and desolation. It is in such a forbidden land of life that such beautiful flowers bloom. The feeling cannot be described in words. This place seems to be synonymous with hope and vitality. When several residents in charge of managing the Saxall forest saw Richard, they immediately saluted. "Good day, Lord." Richard smiled slightly. "You have managed it well." After saying that, he seemed to remember something and frowned slightly. Had those poisonous wasps come here again during this period? The leader was a middle-aged ant, whose chubby face looked like 2 red apples cut in half. The voice was fast and sharp. "Lord, those wasps are so abominable. They come to catch bees every day. And sometimes they come 7 or 8 times a day. If you hadn't told us not to do it, we would have killed those wasps." Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Those poisonous wasps can easily kill 10 camels. Don't mess with them. So we just let them bully us? The fat ant was very angry, and her bulging face looked even rounder. "I will find a way to solve this matter." Richard earnestly warned, "Remember, if you don't want to enter the land of glory the next day, don't do anything rash." "Yes, sir." Seeing him so warned, several residents did not dare to say anything. Only the fat ant was indignant and muttered that she would find a way to deal with those bad guys. Richard waved his hand and asked several people to disperse. He walked into the Saxall forest alone. A unique fragrance came to his nose, which made him feel relaxed and happy instantly. With flowers around, the desert bees were particularly happy at this time. When they flew back to the hive, their legs were covered with pollen. From time to time, a few bees approached him and were intimate with him. Looking at this lively scene, he was in a good mood. He felt quite accomplished to be able to create this scene in the desert. He came to the hive and opened the attribute panel. Desert wasp nest level, special queen bee, intermediate. After being promoted to advanced queen bee, the hive can produce high-quality honey of better quality. Features: it can produce medium-quality desert honey with a special fragrance. After consumption, it can greatly speed up the recovery of physical strength and injuries, and slightly increase the recovery of magic power. Number of bee colonies. Small production. Minimum production of 10 units of high-quality honey per week. Introduction. A rare bee in the desert, extremely rare. Note: 2 new queen bees have been born in the desert bees, and they will be separated in 3 days. Chapter 54. Seeing this prompt, Richard laughed. Split nest? I didn't expect it to split so soon. He is very concerned about the little guys, who can brew delicious food. The future of Twilight City will depend on them. After the split nest, it is the time when the Saxol forest blooms, and the reproduction speed must be very fast. Perhaps it won't take long for the amount of honey produced to catch up with the old nest. 3 nests of bees can produce 30 units of honey per week. If they continue to cultivate, it may develop into a pillar industry of Twilight City in the future. No, since the system prompts that it is extremely precious, it will definitely not be so easy to expand. It is very likely that after this split nest, it will enter a period of growth. Richard shook his head. No matter what happens in the future, split nests are always a good thing. Desert Crown, such delicious honey, a can is sold for 10,000, no, 100,000 units of resources. Isn't it too much? Even if it is 10,000 units of resources per can, 30 cans can be produced per week, which means 300,000 units of resources are picked up for free. This is simply wonderful. Now it depends on whether Onik, a member of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, can use the 2 cans of honey to open up the market in Solon City. As for selling it to other players, those idiots are now poorer than one another, who would spend 10,000 units of resources to buy a can of honey? With this money, wouldn't it be nice to buy a few elite soldiers? Buzz buzz buzz. While his thoughts were scattered, the bees that were flying quietly just now made a sound of fear again. Swoosh! Richard looked up and saw 2 7 or 8 centimeters long poisonous wasps flapping their wings and falling down. Seeing these wasps kill 2 bees and then walk away, he was furious. He had to find a way to get rid of these rare wasps. He couldn't just hang around for a long time and be bullied by a few wasps. He didn't believe that he couldn't do anything to the other party. He would definitely fry you when the time came. Bee pupae are a good dish. He was furious, and when he left the Saxol forest, his brows were furrowed, and several residents didn't dare to speak. Richard didn't stay for long, and came to the flame dragon rabbit breeding base a few hundred meters away from the Saxol forest. At this time, the sunken sand was surrounded by 2-meter-wide purple wisteria thorns. And in order to prevent accidents, there were a dozen goblins holding wooden stakes and hammering on the periphery to build another fence. Richard heard Qingya's voice as soon as he approached. The thin goblin was commanding others with his head held high at this time. Hit it firmly. The Great Lord has told me to take good care of the flame dragon rabbit. This wall is the second line of defense. Next, we have to build the 3rd, 4th, and 5th safety measures. Mr. Strong Green Fong, how did I hit this stake? Not bad. You can have an extra piece of meat tonight. Mr. Green Fong, you are such a tolerant and kind leader. I praise you. Mr. Strong Green Fong, how do you see my nail? It's just SOSO. It's a little crooked. Mr. Green Fong, your eyes are sharper than a falcon. Mr. Strong Green Fong, how do you see my purple vine thorn? Too bad. Pull it out and plant it again. Mr. Green Fong, your voice scolding me is as loud as thunder. It's so powerful. It was fine at first, but Richard's mouth twitched when he heard it later. Are all these greenskins brainless? You are so strong, Lord Qingya. With your toothpick body, you can break your ribs if you sniff. Can't other goblins have some shame when they flatter me? They can even say such childish words. Goblins are really amazing. Qingya, who had enjoyed the rainbow fart, suddenly saw Richard. He was immediately shocked, and then he straightened his body and roared angrily. Everyone gather. The great and merciful Lord is coming. The other desert goblins immediately put down their tools, ran to Richard in unison, and lined up in a long line with their chests puffed out. Then Qingya shouted, "Salute the Great Lord." After saying that, he suddenly held his chest and bowed, "Good day, Great Lord." The other goblins also bowed and shouted, "Good day, Great Lord." Richard's expression instantly stiffened as he watched this scene. They were all so familiar. You've rehearsed them, right? He waved his hands feebly. Get up. Thank you, Lord. After Qingya took the lead in shouting, the other goblins followed suit. Seeing that these greenskins seemed to have more to do, Richard, who couldn't stand it, interrupted them directly. Stop talking nonsense, and abolish all these rules in the future. Qingya stays, and the others go to do their own work. Qingya, who was still waiting to be rewarded, immediately felt a bolt from the blue, and was completely dumbfounded. The Great Lord, he actually didn't like the greeting ritual that he had created after consulting many humans, and he still had many things that he hadn't remembered to perform. After the other goblins left, Richard cursed this idle guy a few times before turning to business. How are the flame dragon rabbits these days? When it comes to this question, Qingya immediately revived with full blood. He said quickly, My lord, after the purple vine thorns surrounded them, the flame dragon rabbits have already started to build nests on the dragon leaf grass, and their injuries have recovered. These days, the little flame dragon rabbits are also growing very healthily. Richard nodded. Last time you said that the flame dragon rabbits will shed their hair automatically. How often will they shed their hair? 1 month. Qingya patted his chest confidently. I have observed it carefully. The flame dragon rabbits absorb a lot of solar energy every day, and that energy is stored in their fur, which causes their hair to grow very fast. They often shed their hair in less than a month, and use the growth of new rabbit hair to consume the excess energy in their bodies. Richard's eyes changed a little. This goblin is quite smart when he is not stupid, and quite normal when his brain is not twitching. Is there a big difference between the shed rabbit hair and the rabbit hair plucked from them? My lord, the shed rabbit hair is equivalent to the ripe fruit on the tree, and the rabbit hair plucked from them is equivalent to the unripe fruit. The shed rabbit hair is of the best quality. It's just that most people like to peel off the rabbit skin together, which looks better. Richard was a little surprised. He didn't expect there was such a secret. How to collect the scattered rabbit hair? No need to collect. The flame dragon rabbits will use the fallen rabbit hair to build nests. We just need to go to their nests every month to take out the rabbit hair. Wow, automatic hair collector? Richard thought about it, and suddenly found that these flame dragon rabbits are really easy to raise. Just circle them up and don't give them food. And not only do you not need to feed them, but they will also actively collect the shed rabbit hair, saving even labor. This is a blessing for lazy people. There is no more worry-free farming in the world, right? The only thing to worry about is not feeding these rabbits. The capitalists will cry when they see it. Chapter 55. After leaving the Saxall forest with a happy mood, Richard led the army to continue to scan the east. Today he planned to capture a medium-sized gold mine guarded by a semi-metal giant. Those big guys with full defense and outrageous toughness left a deep impression on him. But after the refresh of the troops this time, and the increase in the number of the Acts of the Dead, this killer gave him strong confidence. 30% chance of instant death, just ask if you are panicking. And with the special skill of desertification, which has a natural restraining effect on physical damage troops, there is no need to worry about problems. At worst, everyone can escape in the sand. With a powerful trump card, Richard is fearless. On the way, he opened the forum. I wonder how those Lord players are doing after the refresh of the troops yesterday. Ha ha ha, I bought 5 arms nests yesterday to spawn soldiers. I just recruited a batch, and then it refreshed. I was shocked. I recruited those arms again. Now I am a rat with a gun, and I can scare the cat. What a loss. Fuck, yesterday a refugee offered his wife to me in order to get a position. I was so happy that I went to bed early and didn't recruit the arms, so I missed the opportunity to refresh. Then this morning, a large group of bandits looted my territory. I didn't have enough troops, and had to be cleaned up. Later I found out that the refugee was a spy sent by the enemy, and his wife had syphilis. I want to ask, how to treat this disease? Is it too late to keep a virgin now? Ha ha ha, I have 10 arms nests spawning soldiers at the same time. Just ask if you are afraid. But why do these arms eat more food than residents? Damn, I'm so panicked. If this goes on, the territory will be eaten up. One of the posts made Richard laugh and think, so he found it, and read it several times. Last time, was it that idiot who said that the undead army was good, did not need logistics, and could be developed vigorously? I really believe your lies. I am the human territory of the Holy Temple Empire. I thought that after the residents died, I could use their bones to recruit skeleton soldiers. But after the undead army appeared, the territory immediately fell into great chaos. Those damn pariahs said that this was the undead, very evil, and asked me to drive away all the troops. What a joke, is this possible? After I refused, the morale dropped so fast that I couldn't stop it at all. Today, some people even took the lead in the rebellion. Fuck, I killed them on the spot, and used their bodies to recruit skeletons. Although they have been shocked, their morale has hit rock bottom. What should I do? The territory is going to be ruined. First floor, is the OP a mentally retarded person in the teleportation? You are a human from the Holy Temple Empire, the Light Camp, recruiting skeletons. Isn't this courting death? Have you ever seen a human territory raising skeleton soldiers? It's so scary. Second floor, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to laugh my ass off. You are really a little genius. Each camp has its own characteristics. If you don't play to the strengths of your own camp, and want to play with the troops of other camps, you are courting death. Third floor, has the OP ever seen the undead recruit the Elves' army? Fourth floor, I have a good idea. The OP should just slaughter those residents, and switch to the undead camp. Richard fell into deep thought. If the human territory recruited undead troops, it would cause a backlash. Why didn't the residents react to the several undead troops he recruited? Is this a hidden setting in Glorious Era? Could it be that the Lord can recruit troops from his own camp without any problems, but the recruited troops will be punished invisibly if they deviate from their own camp, and the more they deviate from their camp, the higher the punishment they receive? Just like the special case of human lords recruiting undead troops, the two sides are in a hostile relationship and the punishment they receive is the most severe. Desert camp, lawful, neutral. The scope of recruiting troops should be wider, and mummies are a specialty of the desert, so the impact is naturally not great. Although this aspect has been relaxed, there is still a huge restriction. Desert. Yes, there may not be too many restrictions on the camp, and any type of soldiers can be recruited, but the environment has restrictions. If the recruited soldiers are not suitable for survival in the desert, even if the residents do not reject them, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Just like summoning human soldiers in the desert, they may be thirsty and unsuitable for desert combat, which can greatly reduce their combat effectiveness. It seems that I need to consider more when recruiting soldiers in the future. After Richard figured out the key, many of his previous doubts suddenly became clear. Just when he was about to close the forum, his private message suddenly lit up. Clicked it. I saw a familiar ID. Where's your Italian cannon, Cincio boss? Cincio, ? Where is your Italian cannon? Hey boss, are you online? Cincio, don't talk nonsense, is there something? Where is your Italian cannon? Cincio boss, you have changed. You didn't talk to me in this tone when you wanted to buy my resources and treasures. When you need me, call me little sweetie. Now that you don't need me, call me Madamio. Cincio, let it go. Where's your Italian cannon? Big brother, you really can't take a joke. I was thinking of introducing you to my sister who likes to wear black stockings, is 1.72 meters tall, and has a 36D. Forget it, let's get down to business. Boss, I found a one-way portal with a 2-star level dungeon. I plan to go and brush it. You can sell so much food, so you must have brushed the dungeon, right? Do you have any tips for me? As long as I can pass the dungeon, I will definitely give you a treasure. Cincio, are you going to brush the 2-star dungeon? Where's your Italian cannon? Yes, to be honest, I picked up 2 3-star treasure chests again, made a small fortune, and bought 10 ordinary level troop nests and 5 elite level troop nests. After the number of troops that can be recruited was refreshed yesterday, I already have 3 squadrons of troops in my hands. Boss, how is this strength? Not bad, right? After sending this message, the guy smiled proudly. It made him feel good to be able to show off in front of Cincio, this mysterious and powerful guy. But Richard's next message made his blood run cold. Cincio, if you want to die, go ahead. 2-star dungeon? Who gives you the courage? Do you know what is in a 1-star dungeon? The average level of troops. Rare. Wait until you have collected 3 squadrons of rare soldiers before considering a 2-star copy. Richard closed the forum after saying that, not wanting to bother with that idiot anymore. After your Italian artillery sent more than a dozen messages in a row without receiving a reply, you were shocked and scared. 1-star copy, the average strength of the soldiers is rare. Fuck, he almost entered the 2-star copy. It was a close call. Fortunately, he was more careful. After coming to his senses, he immediately felt a strong sense of gratitude and deep respect for Richard. The boss saved his life. But why did the Cincio boss know the detailed information of the 1-star copy? There is no information outside the copy. Did he go there? Otherwise, it would be impossible to know so much. How strong is this mysterious boss in Qingqiu, who can pass the copy with the average strength of the soldiers? For a while, Richard's status in his heart soared rapidly. Thinking about it, he opened the private message and sent a message to one of his friends. Sister, I just contacted the Qingqiu boss, and he said that the strength of the soldiers in the 1-star copy is rare. The 2-star one didn't say, but it's even more abnormal. We have to postpone the strategy. The other party responded immediately. Night Rain Flower Falls. Qingqiu? Is he the top player who sold nearly 100 desert horses? How did he know that all the troops in it were rare? He cleared the level? Sister, don't be surprised. That big guy is very arrogant. His information is absolutely reliable. We were saved by him. Night Rain Flower Falls. Glorious Era has indeed undergone major changes. Most of the information I knew in the company before has been invalidated. We must be more careful in the future. Sister, how should we get along with Qingqiu? I feel that we can hold on to his thighs. Night Rain Flower Falls. That Qingqiu is not simple. You can contact him more in the future. We must repay our kindness and avenge our hatred. This is our family motto. Find an opportunity to repay this favor. I don't want to owe anyone. I said I am optimistic about him. Sister, aren't you still single? I have a bold idea. Night Rain Flower Falls. Get lost. Okay. Chapter 56. After Richard closed the forum, he continued on his way. When he went to the gold mine, he also took a look at the gem mine he discovered yesterday. This morning, a dozen residents had come to this area to mine or under the protection of the mummy. The sound of ding-dong-dong spread far away. When the residents saw Richard coming, they all saluted. Richard nodded and watched here for a few minutes. Mining is boring, waving tools repeatedly to dig out the tiny gems inside. There is nothing interesting. After confirming that there is no problem with the mine, he did not stay for long and turned around and left. The microgem mine only produces 3 units of gems per day, and you need to wait patiently. The gem mine is about 20 minutes away from the gold mine. When Richard saw the scene of huge rocks in front of him again, he immediately became excited. Everyone, prepare for battle. The defense of the semi-metal giants is extremely amazing, and their strength is extremely terrifying. Don't go head-on with them. The Scorpion Warriors and the Cursed Pharaohs are auxiliary, and the Axe of the Dead is the main attack. Kill them with soul execution. Richard looked into the distance, and the big guys patrolling between the boulders appeared in front of him. Semi-metal giant level 5, intermediate soldiers, defense increased by 15%. Potential, rare 3-star skills, golden body, D-level, body as hard as gold, defense increased by 60%, immune to poison. Heavy as a mountain, D-level, every time you swing your fist, you will hit 200% of your body weight. Heavy bone armor, E-level, metal is integrated into the skin to form hard bone armor, defense increased by 30%. Racial talent, strength can be slowly improved in the gold mine. Bond half-metal giant, when the number of half-metal giants is greater than 10, the defense is increased by 20%. When the number of half-metal giants is greater than 20, the defense is increased by 40%. When the number of half-metal giants is greater than 30, the defense is increased by 60%. Activated. Introduction. Little guy, I will stand and chop you for 3 minutes. If you can break my defense, I lose. Although I have seen it once, Richard still feels that it is really hard this time. Skills and bonds all increase defense. Ordinary weapons may not even leave a white mark on this thing. The demon sheep monsters hunted yesterday are obviously several levels lower than the half-metal giants. It is simply a natural counter to physical damage. But after all the calculations, I didn't expect the Axe of the Dead to be magic damage. Richard laughed and gave an order immediately in a good mood. Attack formation. 2 teams of Scorpion Warriors stepped forward, and 1.5 teams of Axe of the Dead stood 20 meters behind the Scorpion Warriors. The same number of Cursed Pharaohs kept a distance of 50 meters from the poisonous Scorpion Warriors. Yesterday's hunting of the demon sheep monster had made Richard realize the power of this iron triangle. The movement outside immediately attracted the attention of the big guys in the gold mine. Bang, 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 the earth began to shake. One after another, huge figures stepped out of the gold mine. The huge, purple gem-like eyes stared at the enemy who suddenly appeared outside. The tip of the nose twitched slightly, and the face that was like steel and shining with metallic luster showed a bit of anger. Damn undead. How dare you step into our territory? The sound like thunder spread far away. The other semi-metal giants in the gold mine were also alarmed. They walked out one by one. From the outside, it looked like small hills were moving. The scorpion warriors guarding the front line were not afraid at all and shouted provocation. Get out of this gold mine. This is the territory of the City of Dusk. The semi-metal giants, who were already furious, were even more furious. This is our territory. The semi-metal giant who spoke first rushed out first, and it would let these lowly lives know what cruelty is. Roar, a roar, like thunder exploding in the ears. Sand, sand, more than 20 meters away from the gold mine is the sandy land. Every step taken by the semi-metal giant will stir up the yellow sand all over the sky. One person ran out with the momentum of an army. The huge and solid body was extremely impactful. When the opponent approached, the pressure suddenly increased. No one would doubt how terrible the damage this behemoth could burst out, but the undead life will never be afraid. After the half-metal giant stepped into the 10-meter range, 15 axes of the dead threw their battle axes at the same time. Proud of his amazing defense, the half-metal giant had no intention of dodging. Instead, he raised his head and walked forward with his head held high. He never believed that these undead creatures could break through his body, that was forged by swallowing countless gold. Clang, all the battle axes hit the half-metal giant. Sparks flew. The battle axes were fierce, and large cracks appeared on the opponent's body surface. The incidental magic damage obviously exceeded the defense range of the half-metal giant. The extremely confident half-metal giant showed unconcealed horror in his eyes. These undead, are they magic damage? How can those heavy axes be magic damage? Just when I was about to react, I suddenly felt an indescribable pain coming from my soul. Then my eyes went black, and I lost consciousness. I couldn't even struggle for half a second. Boom, the huge body collapsed on the yellow sand. The ground shook, and the sand was crushed to form a conspicuous deep mark. Soul execution. The half-metal giants, who were fully defensive, enjoyed the unique skill characteristics of the Axe of the Dead. The half-metal giants in the back were originally looking forward to their companions rushing in and slaughtering. But they didn't expect the situation to be completely the opposite of what they thought. They were executed without even getting close to the enemy. This huge contrast made them feel that the fire in their chests was directly ignited. These undeads not only want to rob their territory, but also dare to kill their companions. Unforgivable. These behemoths, which are 4 meters tall and weigh more than 3 tons, clenched their fists and roared forward. They want to crush these insects. Desertification. Richard, who was commanding from the rear, saw this scene and gave a decisive order. Before the enemy rushed over, the scorpion warriors had already activated the strongest life-saving skill. The semi-metal giants were too strong, and their size brought them terrifying power. The elite 3-star scorpion warriors would definitely not be able to withstand the impact without the skill of desertification. It is even possible that they will be destroyed in one wave. But after the desertification was activated, everything was different. More than a dozen semi-metal giants rushed to the scorpion warriors in the endless yellow sand. There were also 2 teams following behind them. The protection of this gold mine far exceeds that of the gem mine captured yesterday. Whoosh, the battle axe broke through the air. Cut straight down. Clang, countless sparks scattered. Under the full burst of the Axe of the Dead, the characteristic of increasing magic damage by 60% between 20 and 30 meters made the rock giants, who only had physical defense, feel the cruelty of reality. Even if their domineering boulder bodies were as solid as city walls, they would be shattered by the giant axe. The second round of 15 Axes of the Dead directly caused the collapse of 7 semi-metal giants. After the Axe of the Dead achieved military merit, it pulled the chain violently, and the battle axe was forced back at a very fast speed. Prepare for the second round of throwing. But at this moment, the semi-metal giants, completely swallowed by anger, immediately counterattacked. Several semi-metal giants suddenly reached out and grabbed the returning chain and squeezed it hard. The body seemed to emit a metallic luster, and the bulging muscles suddenly tightened. Infinite power burst out. Crack, the chain of the Axe of the Dead broke directly, and the battle axe pierced diagonally into the sand. A semi-metal giant grabbed the battle axe and pulled it back. Crack, crack, the chain whirred. The Axe of the Dead, who was 2 meters and 2 meters tall and wearing full armor, was pulled forward by the force of collapsing mountains. His feet were deeply sunken in the desert, and then forcibly dragged, leaving 2 conspicuous marks on the sand. Extremely powerful. Chapter 57. Watching the situation change on the field, Richard's expression became a little serious. This was the first time that the Axe of the Dead was frustrated in its attack. Just as he was about to order the cursed pharaoh to support, the situation suddenly changed again. Several Axes of the Dead, whose chains were broken, pulled hard and took back the remaining chains. The battle axe that was cut off by the metal giant and deeply inserted into the desert suddenly turned into pieces, like glass, and disappeared without a trace. The broken battle axe in the hand of the axe of the dead grew out of thin air. In a few blinks, it returned to its original appearance. Racial talent. After the battle axe is broken, it can consume power and recondense. The reason why the axe of the dead is magic damage is entirely because their battle axes are condensed by energy. At this time, the axe of the dead, whose chain was dragged by the semi-metal giant at the other end, also made a move. He pulled the chain violently, and the end tightly held in the hand of the semi-metal giant broke directly and turned into nothingness. Countless fragments reassembled in the air, and when the chain with great power was taken back to his hand, the broken battle axe had returned to normal. This scene was so handsome that it was bursting. Richard laughed and looked at the cursed pharaoh beside him. Cast a spell to restrict the actions of the metal giant and attack with the axe of the dead. The cursed pharaoh, who had been waiting for a long time, swung the dry scepter in his hand fiercely. The cursed words. The dark light flashed, and the next second, the body of the metal giant, who had been fighting with the poisonous scorpion warrior, became stiff. And it was beyond Richard's expectation. When the rare 2-star demon sheep monster was controlled yesterday, it returned to normal in less than 2 seconds, but the metal giant stagnated for twice the time. A full 4 seconds. Even if ordinary people fight, 4 seconds is enough to decide the outcome, let alone on the battlefield. Clang! The huge size of the semi-metal giants that brings them terrifying power has become the best target at this time. The battle axes thrown by the axe of the dead never miss. Soul execution. One by one, the metal giants collapsed. The metal giants have abnormal physical defense, but correspondingly, the magic resistance is very low. Yes, if they have such strong defense and super high magic resistance, they must be at least a rare level soldier, right? As Richard thought, the collision between the two sides became more and more intense. After his companion fell, the metal giant behind him rushed up again with endless anger. The earth was shaking as they ran. The scorpion warriors after the desertification were fearless and rushed forward. But the scorpion warriors, who are extremely strong in close combat, suddenly felt the malice of the whole world when facing the 4-meter-high semi-metal giants. The fist swung by the half-metal giant was more terrifying than the power of a battering ram. The scorpion warrior blocked with 2 iron pincers, but was directly smashed by a punch, scattered into yellow sand all over the sky. A heavy fist was swung, hitting the scorpion warrior's body. Bang! It exploded directly, and a big hole was blasted out. Even if the scorpion warrior frantically swallowed the yellow sand to repair it, it couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, the desertification was immune to 99% physical damage, otherwise it would be a nightmare for all melee soldiers to fight against these guys. Pharaoh's Curse. Curse of the Pharaoh swung the dry scepter for the second time, and the power of the most fierce metal giant in front quickly dissipated. All attributes decreased by 20%. The metal giant, with extremely low magic resistance, could not resist the power of the curse. The scorpion warrior immediately got a chance to breathe and began to desperately hinder the opponent's progress. But even so, the metal giant was still extremely violent, hammering the scorpion warrior into a sandstorm. A sandstorm blew up on the battlefield, and the yellow sand covered the sky. But the more chaotic the fight, the more the axe of the dead can play its own characteristics. The sound of the chain flying out of the battle axe in his hand was endless. Every time, there is a chance to trigger the sensational instant death characteristic. The first one is strong, the second one is exhausted, and the third one is weak. When the half-metal giants could not break through the blockade of the scorpion warriors in the first wave and kill into the back row, the hope of the second and third waves became increasingly slim. The City of Dusk is getting stronger and stronger, while the number of half-metal giants is rapidly decreasing. Clang! The last half-metal giant entangled with the scorpion warrior fell under the 30% killing characteristic of the axe of the dead. The rolling yellow sand on the scene gradually calmed down. Richard could see it clearly from behind. But after the whole battle, the scorpion tail of the poisonous scorpion warrior with the ability to break armor only left white marks on the half-metal giant. In the end, we can only admire the power of the axe of the dead. It's not that the half-metal giant is not strong, but that the City of Dusk is stronger. Ding! You commanded the army to win a micro-battle, and you got 300 experience points. Ding! You defeated the army stationed in the medium-sized gold mine, and obtained the right to occupy the gold mine. Do you want to occupy it? Confirm. After the system prompt sounded, Richard became more and more excited. This is a rare 3-star soldier, and there are as many as 3 teams. The average strength is several levels stronger than the demon sheep monster hunted yesterday. But even so, he still killed them without any damage. A strong sense of accomplishment rose in his heart. This is the army he forged with his own hands, and everyone fought for him. Gold mine level, medium reserves, 100,000 units maximum output, 14,000 units per week capacity, minimum 10 people, full load 50 people. Introduction. Medium resource point, gold coins can be mined after occupation. The output of medium-sized gold mines has greatly increased compared to small resource points. However, correspondingly, the number of people required has also increased from 10 to 50. In the early stage, hunting can be relied on to exchange for more resources, but once there are more mineral veins, these resource points with stable output will also become a reliable income for the territory. But unfortunately, this is a desert, and the number of resource points refreshed is many times less than other areas. Richard touched his forehead. The desert is indeed not a place with abundant resources. When the lords of other camps posted on the forum, they intentionally or unintentionally revealed the information that there were many resource points near their territories, but the lords of the desert camp were wailing. But if this goes on, there won't be enough residents in the territory. Thinking of the pitiful 300 residents of the City of Dusk, he shook his head. Unfortunately, although the troops are smart, they can't replace the natives. The official website of Glorious Era mentioned that in the later stage of city upgrade, there must be enough population. Those lords who abandon the residents in the early stage will definitely taste the bitter fruit. We still have to bring back the 300 people who refused to leave the desert oasis found by the rescue team last time. And the other party is not short of food in a small oasis, which is too suspicious. As his thoughts turned, he led the army into the gold mine. From the outside, there are huge rocks everywhere, which looks more like a quarry. But after stepping into it, you can see the gold shining with golden light at the foot of the huge rocks from time to time. Entering the central area, there is a large workshop, which is used to make gold coins from the excavated gold. As long as there are workers, the work can start at any time. After a careful search, Richard found a half-rotten wooden box in front of the dusty workshop. Is this a treasure chest? He was delighted. But after he got closer, he couldn't check the properties. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, holding the idea that fishermen never come up empty-handed, he bent down and opened the wooden box. Unexpectedly, in the gap at the bottom of the box, there was a folded, blackened blueprint. Richard's eyes lit up. He immediately took out the blueprint carefully and opened it slowly. Chapter 58. Ding, you got the Food Workshop Blueprint. Food Workshop Blueprint Level, Ordinary Features. A food workshop can be built for research, production, and processing of food. Resources required for construction: 5,000 gold coins, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone. Construction time: 7 days. Number of people required: 30 people. If the number of people is less than the standard number, the construction time will increase, and if the number is greater, the time will decrease. Occupancy: 10 spaces. Introduction: you can taste more delicious food in your territory. Richard touched his chin. This was the first time he had revealed a blueprint. The hero altar was obtained from the Lanwihua Chamber of Commerce, and judging from the properties, it seems pretty good. Food production, processing, research. Isn't this a one-stop R&D and production? Many ideas immediately emerged in my mind. Desert crown honey, Eleagnus angustifolia. Can't these be processed and developed additionally? Food made with desert crown honey must be a special supply for the royal family. The more I think about it, the more I think about it. Food is the first necessity of the people. This is not just a saying. As long as the products are excellent, there will be no worries about sales. He is so short of resources. After the troop nest reaches rare, each upgrade requires a huge amount of resources. The rare 3-star Axe of the Dead will be promoted to rare 3-star next time, which requires 1,000 ordinary level troop nests. 500 per nest, which is 500,000 units of resources. If it is upgraded again, it will be 5 million units. This data is getting more and more exaggerated. And this is just one troop. If he wants to train more troop types, the resources consumed will be truly astronomical. Whether it is managing a territory or developing an army, the most fundamental thing is the word economy. While thinking, Richard put the blueprint into the system space. From this moment on, Dusk City has one more way to go. Just as Richard was happily planning to continue scanning the map, the system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! The War of the Gods once broke the long river of time, resulting in countless time fragments left in the main plane. One of the time fragments involving a large number of origin rules will appear on May 28th. The top 1 million players in the Lord rankings can enter and explore it. After the army brought into the Lord dies, it can be resurrected at the end of the time fragment by spending the points obtained from it, and the Lord himself can be resurrected for free. There are various special treasures hidden in the time fragments, and the winners will also receive special rewards. Please be prepared, lords. Richard was refreshed. He opened the system and read the prompts carefully several times. Time fragments? Isn't this a copy? And it's a large copy with millions of people participating. More importantly, this copy can be resurrected, so there is no need to worry about death. Millions of lords, who are no longer afraid of death, lead their troops to fight together. The scene is probably more spectacular than any movie. At this moment, he suddenly became excited. He was a little unhappy that he didn't find any players' territory around the City of Dusk. Now he can finally fight those idiots. He opened the forum and found that everyone was shocked. Ha ha ha, a large copy. This time, I can finally have enough fun. Brothers, come to me and capture Bashak, right now. I'm sorry, I wanted to be a good person before, but I didn't have the chance. Now, I can only kill you all in exchange for the final reward. There are still 20 days left. Rush to recruit soldiers. Rush to recruit soldiers. Fuck, why didn't you say it earlier? I sold the territory to the NPC this morning. If I go, I will get the final prize? Does anyone know the information about this dungeon? Feng Yun will vigorously recruit players. As the saying goes, a single tree cannot make a forest, but concerted efforts can break gold. Brothers who are no longer willing to be bullied, and no longer willing to face danger alone, please send me a private message. After entering the dungeon, there will be a big boss to support you. The first 1 million lords can enter the dungeon? What does this mean? Why only 1 million? We have 20 billion people. Everyone, look, the ranking list is announced. Suddenly, a post immediately aroused Richard's interest. He closed the chat channel and looked at the gray section of the forum before. The ranking list can be clicked to enter at this time. With a thought, the ranking list section was opened. There are 2 sections inside. Territory level ranking list. Territory comprehensive strength ranking list. Glorious Era is a game for lords. Everything is centered around territories. There are no such things as level ranking list. Currently, there is only one list open, the territory level ranking list. The territory comprehensive strength ranking list has a countdown and will be announced at 10 o'clock on May 28th. The top 1 million can enter the time fragment. Richard took a glance and was immediately surprised. Territory level ranking list. First, Long Chin territory level, level 3 town faction, human, temple. Second, Claude territory level, level 3 town faction, elves, nature. Third, Hank territory level, level 3 town faction, orcs, tribe. Fourth, Fongyan territory level, level 3 town faction, humans, temple. Fifth, Yijiang Chunchao territory level, level 3 town faction, demons, abyss. Sixth, Watanabe Shixiang territory level, level 3 town faction, orcs, tribe. Seventh, Muhammad territory level, level 3 town faction, dead, undead. Eighth, Gross territory level, level 3 town faction, dwarfs, fortress. Ninth, Bavarov territory level, level 2 town faction, humans, church. 10th, Jigdal territory level, level 2 small city faction, Medusa, dungeon. The top 8 territories have actually been upgraded to level 3 small cities. Starting from the 8th place to the 1000th place, all are second level small cities. With a base of 20 billion, there will definitely be strong people. Richard took a look at his territory ranking, 10 billion plus. The corner of his mouth twitched. The resources he obtained these days have been invested in the army nest, resulting in the City of Dusk being a first-level village. Compared to the territories on the list, it is simply far worse. But things have priorities, and he doesn't think there is anything wrong with his choice. In an unsafe environment, before you have the ability to protect yourself, you invest resources in upgrading the territory. Once the enemy appears, you can only lie down and wait for death. He always likes to hold the initiative in his own hands. Next, it's time to raise the level of the territory. That large-scale dungeon must not be missed. He is absolutely confident that he can occupy a place in the comprehensive strength ranking of the territory. But for the sake of safety, he still needs to raise the level of the territory as soon as possible. What if the territory comprehensive strength ranking list that has not yet been opened, the territory level occupies a large proportion, and the military strength only accounts for a small part? Can't be careless. Richard is in high spirits at the moment. I wonder if the current military strength of Dusk City can be put among the top part of the 20 billion lords. Can it hold the field? No, we have to continue to strengthen our strength, and we must have stronger power before this copy is opened. He wants to build an army that other lords must bow their heads to. Chapter 59. Sister, why isn't Lord Qingqiu's territory on the list? After your Italian canon sent the message, he looked through it again unwillingly. But the list only shows the top 1,000 lords. He looked through it several times, but didn't see an ID named Qingqiu. Did Lord Qingqiu change his name? Yeyu Hualuo. Impossible, everyone can only have one ID, and the name change function has not been developed yet. Your Italian canon is a little puzzled. But why didn't I see him? Lord Qingqiu can't be weaker than others. Since Richard told him the secret of the dungeon, this guy has a strong trust in Richard. Yeyu Hualuo. The territory level cannot represent everything. Qingqiu sold nearly 100 desert horses a few days ago, so there will be no shortage of resources. The other party has probably invested their resources into the army, otherwise how could they clear the dungeon? Your Italian canon immediately became excited. Yes, build an army. The Qingqiu boss must have invested all his resources into the army, so he could clear the one-star dungeon full of rare soldiers. Yeyu Hualuo, don't say so much. Before the dungeon opens, you must upgrade your level as soon as possible and enter the top 1 million. This large dungeon will definitely produce a lot of good things. I know, don't you see who I am? Wait, in less than a week, I will trample everyone under my feet and become the world's #1. Yeyu Hualuo, oh. Sister, can your B-level hero rank first in the current hero ranking? Yeyu Hualuo, not sure. Isn't it said that the missions of A-level heroes are extremely difficult, and it is difficult to recruit them even if you encounter them in the early stage? In this case, isn't your hero still the first place? Yeyu Hualuo, how do you know that no one else has completed the recruitment of B-level heroes? Yeyu Hualuo, but I am sure that I can enter the top 3. Chris will have a chance to become an A-level hero in the future. How much stronger is an A-level hero than a B-level hero? Yeyu Hualuo, it is impossible to describe. The two are not on the same level. Then are there many A-level heroes? Yeyu Hualuo, if you put it in the entire glorious era, there are many, but there are very few who can be recruited by players. Sister, can we cultivate A-level heroes ourselves? Yeyu Hualuo, it is more difficult to cultivate by yourself than to recruit, unless you find. You have to go to a special building that can convert soldiers into heroes, and you also have to get a treasure that can improve the potential of heroes. Your Italian canon was excited, sister. You should know where these special buildings are, right? Yeyu Hualuo, I know too, but they are too far away from us, and there are no treasures that can improve the potential of heroes. If you go there, you can only recruit heroes of level D and C. Sister, do you have other ways to recruit high-level heroes? Give me one. Yeyu Hualuo, no, the current situation of Glorious Era has changed dramatically from the game information I first knew. If I didn't know all the information about Chris, the probability of failure of this recruitment would be very high. Well, I asked Qingqiu boss later if he has recruited a B-level hero. Night rain and flowers fall. The chance is not high. The early hero missions are very difficult, and some of them cannot be completed with strong troops. For example, if a hero issues a task to find items or recruit people, even if you have dragon-level troops, you can't find them. There is nothing you can do. Only E-level and F-level heroes are slightly easier to recruit, but heroes of this level have no potential for training. Well, Qingqiu boss may be in trouble. He is in the desert. What heroes can he recruit? It's already amazing to have a C-level hero. The forum has been arguing about the ranking list. Most players didn't expect that those powerful players have become so abnormal. It's only been a few days, and their territory has been upgraded to a 3rd-level small city. And many of them are still working hard every day to prevent the residents from starving. People are really incomparable. I was still worrying about the food for the territory today. I opened the rankings and saw that I am such a loser. When will I be satisfied with not lacking food? Have you noticed that the Qingqiu boss, who sold a huge amount of food a few days ago, does not seem to appear on the rankings? Hee, you dare to call yourself a boss just because you sold some food? If you have the ability, take a place on the rankings for me to see. Don't brag for others when you have nothing to do. You won't get paid. Really, Qingqiu is not even ranked in the top 1,000. I thought he was a big boss before, but I didn't expect that when the rankings came out, there was nothing. Bullshit, you. Don't you think about it? Qingqiu was able to get so much food a few days ago. Would it lack the resources to upgrade the territory? It's really brainless. But the reality is that no matter how much you brag, you will still be slapped in the face. Isn't it ridiculous? You are a clown. The ranking list has only been released. Why are you so anxious? Are you so eager to be slapped in the face? I think you are a brain-dead person. Why are you bragging for no reason? At first, the players were discussing the top lords on the ranking list. Later, a large group of people somehow led the topic to Richard, who had attracted countless people's attention because of his frequent and generous sales of food. Later, the argument escalated into a war of words. One side believed that Qingqiu just happened to get some food, which was nothing great. Now it is not even in the top 1,000 of the territory level ranking list, which is nothing. The other side believed that Qingqiu was able to get so much food a few days ago. Who can compare? And with this ability, how could it lack resources? Now the territory has not been upgraded, there must be other reasons. It is definitely a hidden boss. The quarrel was fine at first, but later more and more people were involved, and the entire forum paid less attention to the rankings. Everyone started to discuss why Qingqiu was not on the list. Richard, who had not appeared from beginning to end, inexplicably became the center of discussion after the territory rankings appeared. Things became magical. Chapter 60. After leaving the gold mine, Richard continued to scan the map with a bit of excitement. The most direct manifestation of the strength of a unit is level and potential. Level. Each level up can gain a certain amount of strength. Potential represents how much strength can be gained after upgrading. Hunting can not only obtain supplies, but also gain a lot of experience. Leveling is an eternal melody. It was not until dark that Richard returned to the territory with a somewhat tired body. It was a bit tired, but the mood was very good. After today's busy life, the harvest was not small. First, a medium-sized gold mine with a weekly output of 14,000 units was occupied. Although it cannot be compared with the harvest from hunting, it is a fixed income, which is still quite good. Secondly, the metal giant was hunted in a head-on confrontation, which once again verified the combat effectiveness of the army. It gave him an intuitive understanding of the power in his hands. Thirdly, a building blueprint of a food workshop was obtained from the gold mine, which gave the future of Twilight City other development directions. This is a building that increases the foundation. Finally, today's map scan harvested a lot of prey and experience. The level of the Scorpion Warrior, the Cursed Pharaoh, and the Axe of the Dead have all reached level 4, and are moving towards the threshold of level 5. The system space is also filled with prey, and at least 2,000 units of food can be processed. A full harvest. Back to the territory, Kalu is waiting for him as always. But today the other party seems to be worried. After Richard asked, he learned that the water level of the well in the territory has dropped sharply in the past 2 days, which made Kalu very anxious. Sir Richard, the water output of the well in the territory has decreased again today. It may drop again in a few days. Richard also had a headache. Water represents life in the desert. Lack of water is fatal to the territory. He had already accumulated 9 spring water fragments, and only 1 piece was needed to synthesize a medium-sized spring water. But he had not seen any movement in the bounty these days. I will solve this matter, at most 2 days. If there is no deal tomorrow, increase the price of the bounty. As for money, spend it a little, it's not bad. Kalu was relieved after hearing this. Richard put today's harvest next to the well for the residents to deal with, and then returned to the Lord's mansion. After dinner, he opened the forum and took a look. At this time, he realized that he had become the object of countless people's discussion, and his expression suddenly became strange. These idiots have never changed their personalities. They are idle every day. Even in this situation, they still have the energy to spray each other. He took a look at the bounty that he still hadn't sold, and searched for the spring water fragments that were on sale again. He found that the other people selling fountain fragments were all black-hearted guys, and their bids were more ruthless than the other. After thinking about it, he directly added 30,000 units of resources. He still couldn't believe it. With 5 desert horses, and 30,000 units of resources, no one sold a fountain fragment. A few minutes after he posted it, a private message suddenly rang. Ding, your bounty has been sold. You lost 5 desert horses, and got 1 fountain fragment. Richard's mouth twitched. The transaction was so fast, why did he feel like he was losing money? But he was relieved in his heart, and finally got enough fragments for upgrading. 3 fountain fragments can be synthesized into 1-star treasure fountain water, 10 can be synthesized into 2-star treasure medium-sized fountain water, and 30 can be synthesized into 3-star treasure large fountain water. The water shortage problem in Dusk City has been dragging on, which is not a big deal. According to the spring water in the Sandate Forest, the medium-sized spring water can be used by 3,000 to 5,000 people. There is no need to worry about it for a long time in the future. After this problem that has troubled him for a long time was solved, his mood improved, and he went to sleep happily. It is not too late to put it tomorrow morning. May 10th, early morning. Richard was awakened by the noise coming from outside. With some doubts, he simply washed and walked out of the Lord's mansion. Following the sound, he came to the area where the well was. At this time, a large group of people were gathered by the well, and were talking about something with sad faces. After seeing Richard, they woke up and saluted quickly. "Good day, Lord." However, the tone was no longer as energetic as before, as if the eggplant hit by frost was wilted. Richard raised his eyebrows. "What are you talking about so early in the morning?" a resident said with a sad face. "Lord, the well suddenly ran out of water this morning for some reason." "No water?" Richard was stunned. He took a few steps forward and came to the well through the gap between the crowd. Looking down, I saw a halfway wooden barrel tied with a rope, with drops of water sliding down from the side. In the barrel, the water only flooded the bottom of the barrel, and it was muddy water with countless mud and sand, which was not drinkable at all. Last night, Kalu said that it could last for a few days, but today the water was cut off. Richard instantly thought of the system prompt on Monday. This week is a special week, drought week. At that time, he also complained about the impact of drought on the desert. Now even the water source is cut off. Is it unreasonable? Is this the power of the drought week? It's really amazing. We can't underestimate these special weeks in the future. The residents around started talking again. "Lord, what should we do? Do we have to go to the Saxall forest to get water in the future? Why did the well suddenly dry up?" "It didn't dry up suddenly. I found that the water was getting smaller yesterday. Let's go dig a new well." A group of people were a little confused. The drying up of the well dealt a heavy blow to them. This is a desert. Water represents life. You can't lack water no matter what you lack. Kalu also hurried over at this time. His face, which was full of wrinkles like an old tree, looked even older after seeing this scene. "Good day, sir." After saluting to Richard, he wanted to say something but didn't say anything in the end. The worry on his face was about to overflow. Richard looked at everyone's eyes and smiled. "Isn't this a warning? He paid a higher price yesterday to buy the last piece of spring water fragment. Don't be nervous, I have a way." This calm voice immediately calmed the crowd. Leadership skills, with strong personal charm, can easily convince subordinates. The residents have a strong trust in their hearts, as if after he opened his mouth, no difficulties can stop him. Richard waved his hand, and 10 crystal clear fragments appeared in his hand, like broken crystals, but they would not cut your hands. The spring water fragments are only 1/3 the size of a palm, like broken crystals, looking crystal clear but not cutting your hands. Spring water fragments can consume 10 pieces to synthesize medium spring water. Do you want to synthesize? Confirm. The moment he made the choice, the spring water fragments in his hand suddenly burst into a brilliant light. The residents around were all stunned. What happened? Those old residents, who had seen the birth of the Saxall forest and the spring water, were excited at this moment. "I have seen this scene. It is a gift from God. The Lord still has it in his hand." The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. A gift from God? Is that a treasure given by the gods? Gods, I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to see this kind of treasure. They opened their eyes wide one by one, wanting to see what the legendary gift from God looked like. The light gradually condensed in Richard's hand, and the spring water fragments merged into a crystal ball that exuded a cool breath. In the middle of the crystal ball, there was a spring flowing, full of a unique breath. Richard dragged the crystal in his palm and walked towards the well. Tap, tap. The crisp sound of leather boots stepping on the floor seemed to be stepping on everyone's heart at this moment. When he came to the front of the well, he flipped his hand. The crystal ball fell directly into the well. "Ah!" the crowd subconsciously exclaimed. Plop! The sound of a stone hitting the water sounded. Then, the situation returned to calm. Richard glanced at the crowd. Solved. After saying that, he turned around and left without saying a word. The residents subconsciously separated to the left and right, looking at the silent well. Their faces were a little stunned. Why is there no movement from the God-given thing? The Lord just left like this, just when they were full of confusion. Bang! The well that had just dried up suddenly spurted out a water column more than 10 meters high. After the clear water rose to the top, it fell down again. The clothes of the residents around were all soaked. But at this time, no one avoided or felt unhappy. Looking at the water splashing all over the sky, endless joy rose in my heart. Ha ha! There is water! Under great sorrow and joy, everyone started running to the well like crazy. After the high water column fell, the spring water in the well that seemed to never run out gurgled out of the well. After being suppressed, People laughed and splashed water on their friends around them, releasing their fear and anxiety. Under the shining of the first ray of sunlight in the morning, unprecedented laughter was heard. The water in the desert is hope, life, and everything. People who have not experienced desert drought will never be able to experience the preciousness of water. My Lord, you have once again given life to this land, and given it hope and a future. After a long time, the crowd who were exhausted from fighting quieted down. A young man turned his head and looked in the direction where Richard left, and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly touched his chest and bowed to the direction where Richard's figure had long disappeared. This scene touched countless residents. At this moment, everyone saluted with their chests with burning eyes towards the empty path. Ding! Your actions have conquered the residents of Twilight City, and the progress of leadership skills upgrade has increased by 50%. Ding! Twilight City's hidden attribute. People's hearts have reached 80, and the characteristic has been obtained. A place of stability. A place of stability. People's hearts are cohesive, happiness is high, and the attraction to refugees has increased by 30%, and there is a higher probability of attracting high-level talents or low-level heroes to come and join. Chapter 61. Richard was stunned when he heard the system prompt, and read it carefully again. Place of stability. People's hearts are cohesive, happiness is high, and the attraction to refugees is increased by 30%, with a higher probability of attracting high-level talents or low-level heroes to come and join. Wow, can you get such a gain when the people's hearts are high? This is obviously a developmental characteristic. You may not see much effect in a short time, but the longer the time, the greater the benefit. Ha ha, this wave is not a loss. Richard, in a good mood, came to the Lord's mansion and opened the attribute panel of the City of Dusk. City of Dusk Level 1 Village, 2,000 gold coins, stone, wood, and iron ore are required for upgrading. Buildings. Primary Lord's Mansion, only 1. Intermediate residential buildings, 10. Primary blacksmith shop, 1. Primary barracks, 1. Special buildings, none. Open space, 10 grids. Residents, humans, 340 people, 20 desert goblins, long-armed laborers, 30. Resources, gold coins, 25,000 pieces, wood 25,000 units, stone, 12,000 units, iron ore, 12,000 units, rare resources. Mercury, 0, sulfur, 0, crystal, 0, gemstone, 0, occupied resource points, micro quarry, 1, small lumberyard, 1, small iron mine, 1, medium gold mine, 1, micro gemstone mine, 1, special resources, source, Eliagnis afforestation, desert bee, flame dragon rabbit territory attributes, land of yellow sand, under the protection of Lord Richard. Residents of Dusk City will not get lost in the desert, and physical energy consumption in the desert is reduced by 30%. Army Layers, Guardian Land, Elite 3 stars, 3. Great Pyramid, Elite 3 stars, 3. Scorpion Lair, Elite 3 stars, 1. Curse Pyramid, Elite 3 stars, 1. Axe Cabin, Rare 3 stars, 1. Army Types, Mummy Guardian, Elite 3 stars, 90. Bandage Mummy, Elite 3 stars, 51. Scorpion Warrior, Elite 3 stars, 20. Curse Pharaoh, Elite 3 stars, 20. Axe of the Dead, Rare 3 stars, 15. Hero, Andal Thorin, A-level, Introduction, an inconspicuous territory in the Death Desert, but it has certain development potential. After reading the territory attributes several times, I had a rough idea in my mind. The large-scale dungeon at the end of the month determines the comprehensive strength of the territory, and the first 1 million lords can enter. He didn't know how much the territory level accounted for in it, so for the sake of safety, he would upgrade the level first. Don't be eliminated because of the low level of the territory. That would be funny. Silently recite the upgrade. Ding! Do you want to consume 2,000 units of gold coins, wood, stone, and iron or to upgrade the territory level? Yes. This upgrade will take 30 minutes. Please clear the residents in the Lord's Mansion. After Richard asked everyone to leave the Lord's Mansion, he chose to upgrade. In an instant, a faint yellow sand-like light appeared above the Lord's Mansion. It enveloped the various buildings of the Lord's Mansion. Looking down from the sky, you can clearly see that the bluestone floor at the edge of the territory began to spread around, and the desert was soon covered over a large distance. This movement immediately attracted the attention of the residents. Seeing the changes in the Lord's Mansion, everyone was very excited. I know, this is the power given to the Lord by the gods, which can quickly upgrade the building. Every time I see it, it's amazing. Kalu also came behind him at this time. The old man was still immersed in the excitement of the spring, and his clothes were wet. "Sir." Richard waved his hand. "No problem, I'm upgrading the territory." After thinking for a while, he continued, "You let all residents leave their homes, and don't stay in the buildings, including the blacksmith shop." "As you wish." Kalu hurried away. Half an hour later, the system prompt sounded. "Ding, the City of Dusk has been upgraded. The current level is a second-level village. The territory has expanded by 10 squares of open space, and the current open space is 20 squares. Continue upgrading." "Ding, upgrading to a level 3 village requires 2 buildings to reach intermediate level." Richard glanced at the territory buildings. Residential buildings are already intermediate level, and now only one more building needs to be upgraded. Open the attribute panel of the blacksmith shop. Blacksmith shop occupies 4 spaces. Level primary upgrade requires 1,000 units of iron ore, 1,000 units of wood, and 1,000 units of stone. Features: forging efficiency increased by 10% capacity, minimum 2 people, maximum 10 people. Introduction: an ordinary blacksmith shop, where you can forge farm tools or low-level weapons. After upgrading to an advanced blacksmith shop, you can start research. Richard nodded. Upgrade the blacksmith shop. "Ding, do you want to consume 1,000 units of iron ore, 1,000 units of wood, and 1,000 units of stone to upgrade the blacksmith shop? This upgrade will take 10 minutes. Confirm." 10 minutes later. Upgraded successfully. Current level: intermediate blacksmith shop. Upgrade the territory. "Ding, do you want to consume 3,000 gold coins, wood, stone, and iron ore to upgrade the territory? This upgrade will take 1 hour. Confirm." 1 hour later. The territory has been upgraded. The current level is a level 3 village. The territory has expanded by 10 squares of open space, and the current open space is 30 squares. Continue to upgrade. "Ding, upgrading to a level 1 town requires 3 buildings to reach the intermediate level. Upgrade the barracks. "Ding, do you want to consume 1,500 gold coins, stone, wood, and iron ore to upgrade the barracks? This upgrade will take 20 minutes. 20 minutes later. Barracks upgraded successfully. Current level is intermediate barracks. Upgrade territory. "Ding, do you want to consume 4,000 units of gold coins, stone, wood, and iron ore to upgrade the territory? This upgrade will take 2 hours. At noon. "Ding, Dusk City is upgraded to a first-level small city. The upper limit of territory buildings is increased to advanced. The Lord's Mansion is widened by 10 squares of open space. The territory is expanded by 30 squares of open space, and the current open space is 60 squares. Dusk City level. First level small city. 10,000 units of gold coins, stone, wood, and iron ore are required for upgrading. 3 buildings reach advanced level, and 500 residents. Buildings: intermediate Lord's Mansion, only 1, intermediate residential houses, 10 rooms, intermediate blacksmith shop, 1 room, intermediate barracks, 1 room, special buildings, none. Open space, 60 squares. Richard took a look at the territory level ranking 10 million plus, and couldn't help but sigh that under the large base, the probability of strong people appearing is indeed exaggerated. Even if they are 1 in 1,000, they are still counted in tens of millions. They usually cry about how miserable they are on the forum, but they are developing better and better behind the scenes, these old coins. Although the first level small city has not caught up with the frontline troops, it is not the last one. To upgrade to a second level small city, 3 advanced buildings and 500 people are required. Advanced buildings are easy to solve, but the population. This condition is a bit helpless, so I can only postpone the idea of continuing to upgrade. It seems that I have to find time to go to that desert oasis to bring back the refugees. He looked back at the blacksmith shop. He didn't forget that the advanced blacksmith shop can open the research function and upgrade the attack of the troops. This is a very powerful feature, and the official website of Glorious Era has mentioned it many times. Blacksmith shop occupies 4 spaces. Level: intermediate. Upgrade requires 2,000 units of iron ore, 2,000 units of wood, and 2,000 units of stone. Features: forging efficiency increased by 20% capacity, minimum 2 people, maximum 20 people. Introduction: an ordinary blacksmith shop, you can forge some good weapons here. Although the continuous upgrades have exhausted his resources, there are still resources to upgrade the blacksmith shop. Upgrade the blacksmith shop. "Ding, do you want to consume 2,000 units of iron ore, 2,000 units of wood, and 2,000 units of stone to upgrade the blacksmith shop? This upgrade will take 30 minutes. 30 minutes later. Upgraded successfully. Current level: advanced blacksmith shop. Blacksmith shop Occupies 4 spaces. Level. Advanced. Upgrade requires 5,000 units of iron ore, 5,000 units of wood, and 5,000 units of stone. Features. Forging efficiency increased by 30%. R&D. You can choose the troops in the territory for research to improve their attack power. The current number of troops that can be researched. 1. Residence Hero. Andal Thorin Hero's additional features. Research speed increased by 30%, success rate increased by 30%. Accommodation. Minimum 2 people, maximum 30 people introduction. The advanced blacksmith shop already has a certain extraordinary power. Richard was very happy. Compared to the intermediate blacksmith shop, the advanced blacksmith shop is completely transformed. With a thought, he chose the R&D function of the blacksmith shop. The next second, the image of all the troops' nests in the City of Dusk appeared in his mind. Ding, please select the type of troops to be developed. Note, the higher the level, the longer the development time, and the lower the success rate. For the first development, try with the bandaged mummy first. Richard chose the Great Pyramid, which can recruit bandaged mummies. Ding, bandaged mummy primary attack, estimated development time, 7 days, estimated resources required, 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of iron ore, success rate, 80%. Confirmed successful, please arrange personnel for research and development in time. Before the research and development is completed, the next technology cannot be developed. Note 1. The materials required for research and development do not need to be paid at one time. They will be gradually consumed during the process. Lack of materials will lead to slow progress. Note 2. There is a chance of failure in research and development. If the success rate is less than 50%, the failure rate will increase. Note 3. The length of time required for research and development and the success rate are related to the hero in charge of research and development. Note 4. During research and development, the hero in charge of research and development cannot leave the territory, otherwise the research and development progress will stagnate. Chapter 62. Ah, so they're starting to research now? Richard was stunned for a moment before he realized that this guy took off his pants too quickly, not giving him time to react. After reading the prompt several times, he gradually understood. 5,000 gold coins, 5,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of iron ore. I didn't expect that the first research would require 30,000 resources, and there are so many requirements. But fortunately, there is no need to pay in one lump sum, so we can start the research first, and then slowly supply the resources. But isn't the chance of failure a bit too much? After pondering for a while, Richard finally realized the value of Andal, the A-level hero. Hero features. Increase the success rate by 30%, increase the research speed by 30%. It's simply a magical skill. Not only does it speed up the research, but it also raises the success rate like crazy. It can be imagined that in the future, in the research and development of high-level technologies, the effect of this feature will only become greater and greater. Comfortable. After thinking about it, I tried to change the object of research to the axe of the dead. Sure enough, the system prompted that the research and development of the bandaged mummy must be completed before the next research and development can be carried out. However, the conditions required for the research and development of the axe of the dead did appear. The primary attack of the axe of the dead, estimated research and development time, 10 days, estimated resources required, 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 units of wood, 50,000 units of iron ore, success rate, 70%. After reading it, Richard could only sigh with his forehead in his hands. The research and development time of the axe of the dead also increased to 10 days, and the resources required soared to 70,000. It's simply outrageous. The demand for resources for this research and development function is probably not inferior to the upgrade of the troop nest. Another wealthy gold-drinking person. Richard was in pain and joy. After a series of upgrades, his supplies were exhausted again. He sighed helplessly, wondering when the City of Dusk could live a decadent life as a landlord. It seemed that he had to go hunting again to earn extra money. Sir Richard. At this moment, a call from behind woke him up. Turning around, he smiled when he saw the person coming. Andal, what do you want to see me for? The girl carrying a huge copper hammer was in a good mood at this time. Sir Richard, a special research room appeared in the blacksmith shop, which contained a lot of tools. I can study how to enhance the strength of the army in it. My father taught me. Richard laughed. You are fully responsible for the future research and development of the blacksmith shop. I will send you the corresponding resources. Start studying the bandaged mummy first. Andal smiled brightly. Sir, I need a bandaged mummy to cooperate with me. No problem, as much as you need, you and Kaludi, all resources will be given priority to you. After getting Richard's promise, Endo left happily. Richard waited until the girl left before he remembered to go around the territory. After upgrading to a small city, the territory space increased by 50 grids, and the total space reached 60 grids. Each grid area is 10 times 10 meters, and the area has obviously expanded a lot. The Dusk City has become wider from the original, slightly crowded. He took a look at the Lord's Mansion. After the upgrade, the core building of this territory increased from 30 grids to 40 grids, becoming more and more magnificent. The 2-story main building in the middle has become 3-story, and the front and back yards have been widened a lot. Walking along the road, the originally small and inconspicuous blacksmith shop has now become a tall building with a small courtyard. Even the barracks, which have always had a low presence, have become conspicuous at this time, and the wooden fence outside is 2 people tall. Because the soldiers in his hands are all undead life, they don't need to rest at all, so the barracks have always been inhabited by desert goblins. This building has not been used much. After walking around, he seemed to think of something and reopened the attribute panel. There is a 7-day cooldown period after the soldier's nest is upgraded, and it can be upgraded again after 7 days. The Great Pyramid can be upgraded. The Scorpion Nest can be upgraded. One of the 3 mummy soldier nests has passed the cooldown period 3 days ago, while the Scorpion Warrior's nest can be upgraded today. But Richard quickly came to his senses. To upgrade from elite to rare, you need 100 troop nests, which is 50,000 units of resources, and 2 will be 100,000. Looking at the remaining 20,000 resources, I felt a pain in my liver. Not only these 2 nests, but also the Cursed Pharaoh can be upgraded in 2 days, which is another huge expense. There is no rush to upgrade the bandaged mummy. It is not too late to upgrade it after the attack technology is developed. First, upgrade the Scorpion Warrior's troop nest. After clarifying the idea, open the trading market. The bounty he left until the end, 30 desert horses and 10 acres of Saxol forest, still has not been sold. Seeing this, he could only shake his head regretfully and cancel the bounty. It is pure luck that resource treasures can be opened in the early stage, and others may not be willing to sell them even if they get them. It doesn't matter if you can't buy it, it's important to improve the power in your hands first. Fortunately, there are 30 desert horses, and the average resource is 6,000 units per horse, and the total income is 180,000 resources. With money, I feel confident immediately. With a wave of his hand, he first said 30,000 units of materials needed for research and development to the blacksmith shop. Then, he used 50,000 units of resources to buy a troop nest, returned to the Lord's Mansion, and upgraded the Scorpion Nest from elite to rare. This is the first time he has upgraded a troop nest twice. 100 troop types turned into streams of light, and merged into the Scorpion Nest. A dim light flashed on the wall with scorpion body and human face relief patterns, and those reliefs became more delicate. After the light faded, the upgrade was completed. Scorpion Nest level, rare 3 stars recruitable troops, Scorpion Warrior, rare 3 stars, number of recruits, 0 weekly output, 7 recruitment conditions, 400 gold coins, 400 units of wood, 400 units of iron or introduction, ordinary desert troop nest. The black gold system lit up a prompt. The troop nest has been upgraded successfully. After cooling down for 7 days, the troop nest can be upgraded again. You can consume resources to upgrade the elite 3-star troop previously recruited to the same level as the troop nest. Li Cha read the prompt several times and laughed after confirming that he had understood it correctly. After the troop nest is upgraded, the troop previously recruited can also be upgraded. The black gold system is simply amazing. When the troop nest is upgraded, as expected, it shows that it can be upgraded. However, the resources required for upgrading are the same as those required for re-recruiting, and there is no discount at all. The upgrade of the 2 teams of Scorpion Warriors requires 8,000 gold coins, 8,000 units of wood, and 8,000 units of iron ore. Richard still has 120,000 units of resources at this time, and he didn't hesitate at all. Upgrade all? In an instant, the Scorpion Warriors following him suddenly creaked in all their joints. A faint silver-white light appeared on their bodies, and mysterious patterns appeared on their claws, reflecting the luster of metal, which looked stronger than steel. The scorpion tail, which was bent like a long bow, became sharper and sharper, and the blue light on it, which represented the poison, could make people's scalps numb. His appearance became much more domineering. Poisonous Scorpion Warrior level, level 4 potential, rare 3 stars skills, toxic Scorpion Tail, D level, Scorpion Tail can cause armor-piercing damage, and will cause huge poisonous damage after stinging, and has a 3-second paralysis feature. Dead body, D-level, reduces 50% physical damage, immune to plague and poison, and will not die as long as the head is not chopped off. Giant iron pincers, D-level, double pincers are sharper by 50%, and strength is increased by 50% when attacking. Sandification, D-level, racial talent, strength is increased by 30% when fighting in the desert. Bond scorpion, when the number of scorpions is greater than 10, the strength of all scorpions is increased by 10%, and the toxicity is increased by 10%. When the number of scorpions is greater than 20, the strength is increased by 20%, and the toxicity is increased by 20%. Activated. When the number of scorpions is greater than 30, the strength is increased by 30%, and the toxicity is increased by 30%. Introduction. The undead life sealed in the Pyramid of the Pharaoh. I believe you will not want to be stung by it. After the potential upgrade, all the skills of the Scorpion Warrior have reached D level, and the attributes attached to the skills have been greatly improved. The skill of the Poisonous Scorpion Tail has also gained a new feature of paralysis, and the duration is up to 3 seconds. These 3 seconds are enough to decide life and death in battle. Combined with the Curse of the Cursed Pharaoh, the impact on the enemy is almost doubled. Coupled with the Dead Axe, a type of soldier that can burst out super damage, it is enough to scare any enemy. Chapter 63. After upgrading the Scorpion Warrior, Richard was in a good mood. He was fascinated by the feeling of watching the power in his hands increase bit by bit. He was busy all morning upgrading the fountain, upgrading the territory, and upgrading the Scorpion Warrior. When he was free, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Just after lunch, several ugly long-armed laborers were brought into the hall by the bandaged mummies guarding the Lord's mansion. The other party looked terrified and panicked, as if they had been greatly frightened. "Master, something bad has happened." The tone became sharp because of excessive tension. Richard's eyes froze when he saw the long-armed laborer. "What happened?" The other party hurriedly reported, "When we were mining iron ore this morning, a group of ghosts suddenly appeared outside the mine. It was terrible." "Ghosts attacked the iron mine?" Richard's eyes lit up. He didn't care about the resource points, but these suddenly appearing ghosts made him very interested. Maybe it was another sudden incident. Don't these accidents represent missions and benefits? Apart from ghosts, are there other enemies? I don't know. Several laborers shook their heads. "We evacuated immediately after we found the ghosts." "You lead the way, I will deal with it myself." "Yes, master." The morale of the long-armed laborers was boosted immediately. After Richard summoned the army, he did not delay, and directly ordered to set off. The long-armed laborers panted, and led the way in front. Half an hour later. On a towering sand dune, Richard stared at the iron mine 200 meters away, frowning slightly. Even if you don't get close, you can feel that this iron mine is different from the normal state. It is cold everywhere, and looks creepy. Open the property panel. Haunted iron mine level. Small reserves. 16,820 units maximum output. 2,100 units per week accommodate. Minimum 5 people. Maximum 10 people. Introduction. Iron mine occupied by the undead. Haunted iron mine? Richard became more interested. It seemed that the sudden appearance of these ghosts was not that simple. Occupy the iron mine first, then explore the reason. With a wave of his hand. The army is ready to fight. Keep the formation and advance to the iron mine. 2 teams of Scorpion Warriors formed 2 rows to guard in front, and 1.5 teams of the Axe of the Dead kept a distance of 20 meters from them, and the Cursed Pharaoh was at the end. The iron triangle quickly pressed to the edge of the iron mine. Richard was at the back, staring at the iron mine, ready to give orders at any time. Roar! A shrill roar like dozens of dying people suddenly sounded. 5 teams of ghosts suddenly appeared in the slightly gloomy iron mine. These ghosts have human appearance, floating in the air 10 centimeters above the ground, emitting a blue light. The body is translucent, and the face is very blurred and distorted. The gloomy aura is spooky. Ghost level, level 3 potential, ordinary 3-star skills, ghost body, F level, immune to 50% physical damage, increased magic damage received by 10%, soul claws, F level, can directly attack the soul. Racial talent, can devour souls to strengthen itself. Bound ghost, when the number of ghosts exceeds 30, the soul damage caused increases by 15%, and when the number of ghosts exceeds 50, the soul damage caused increases by 30%, activated. Introduction, I like your soul. All troops attack, leave no one alive. Accompanied by the cold command. The Scorpion Warrior immediately charged forward, with 2 iron pincers showing their might. The battle axe in the hands of the Axe of the Dead was thrown out at the same time. Whoosh, the battle axe made a violent sound of breaking through the air, and those ghosts floating in the air could not avoid it. Crack, it was directly blasted by the huge force, like a fragile crystal falling to the ground. The high amount of magic damage made this group of undeads, who were immune to 50% physical damage, feel the iron fist of the City of Dusk. The Axe of the Dead killed 2 teams in one wave of attacks. There is still an insurmountable gap between being immune to 50% physical damage and being immune to 99% desertification. The Scorpion Warrior let out a low roar in his throat. The iron pincers opened and pierced directly through the ghosts rushing in front. Just like a blade piercing through gel and jelly, it felt obvious resistance. Snap, the tongs closed, directly tearing apart a large part of the bodies of these undead. Swoosh, the scorpion tail of the poisonous Scorpion Warrior pierced like lightning at this moment. The moment it pierced the ghost, the scorpion tail's poison spread. The ghost's translucent body immediately glowed with blue light, and the body fell into a paralyzed state, unable to move. Puff, the tongs swung again, completely tearing the opponent's body. Under the crushing of the opponent, who was several levels higher in strength, the battle ended quickly. The Cursed Pharaoh did not make a move until the end, and the elite ghosts of these 5 teams were annihilated. Ding, the army you led wiped out a group of ghosts, and won a micro battle. You gained 100 experience points. Ding, you recovered the iron mine robbed by the ghosts. Do you want to reoccupy it? Confirm. After making the choice, the haunted iron mine immediately turned into a normal iron mine, and the eerie atmosphere disappeared. Richard looked at the fact that the task was not triggered, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Where did these ghosts come from? He immediately called the long-armed laborer in the back and asked him. The laborer shook his head. Master, we don't know either. We only know that the first ghost we saw appeared in that direction. He pointed to the north of the iron mine and said with some fear, Master, is there a city of the dead over there? The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Richard's eyes lit up. This is not impossible. If there is really a city of the dead, this wave is counted. After they resume production, take the army to the north immediately. At the same time, spread the troops out in a fan shape. Not long after, Richard encountered an unexpected situation. In front of him was a gathering place for field soldiers, but this gathering place had been slaughtered. What surprised him even more was that a lot of flesh and blood appeared on the sand, but there were no bones. It seemed that the bones were pulled out alive. Is this summoning skeletons? Richard thought. Summoning skeletons is the signature skill of the undead. They know how to kill wild monsters and gather troops. It seems that the undead forces nearby are not weak. Is there really an undead city? His interest grew stronger. Continuing to explore forward, within half an hour, he found 7 or 8 gathering places of soldiers who had been slaughtered. And without exception, their skeletons were missing. There were even a few gathering places where there were no corpses, only traces of battle. No wonder people say that the undead are rogues. If an undead lord is given a period of time to develop secretly, he will accumulate several battalions of troops. Although the strength of the skeleton soldiers is not strong, if thousands of skeleton soldiers really come, few lords can bear it at this stage. The offensiveness shown by this unknown undead force also made Richard feel threatened. If they can attack his iron mine today, they will dare to attack the City of Dust tomorrow. The undead are not a kind camp. They will fight without negotiation. Raise your vigilance to the highest level and continue to explore. Not long after, the army found traces left by the undead in the desert, which seemed to have just passed by. Richard was refreshed and moved forward faster. After another half an hour, the Scorpion Warriors, who were exploring the way ahead, suddenly reported that they had found the enemy. Finally found it. Richard was delighted and summoned the scattered troops around to where the Scorpion Warriors were. Under the cover of the sand dunes, he followed their guidance and saw the target of the pursuit. Completely different from the territory or the city of the dead he imagined, there was an iron mine that had been mined for the most part, or was scattered all over the ground. A large number of skeleton warriors were patrolling in the iron mine, and the number was probably more than 3 squadrons. At this time, 2 squadrons of skeleton warriors were slowly coming out of the desert, carrying some corpses into the iron mine. Not long after, they disappeared from Richard's sight. He followed the direction where the skeleton warrior disappeared and observed carefully, and found that there was a hole leading to the underground in the center of the iron mine. That undead city, built underground? Chapter 64. Richard's eyes showed some thought. Are these undead beings similar to the guardians of the temple, or is there really an undead city underground? He began to stir in his heart. After observing for a long time, he did not get much useful information. He did not hesitate, and made a decision directly. Clear the enemies outside the iron mine first, and keep an eye on that passage. There are 3 squadrons of skeleton warriors stationed in the iron mine. Level 2, ordinary 2 stars. Although there are many in number, their strength is ordinary. This is also the characteristic of the undead. The moment the order was issued, the army immediately launched an attack. The scorpion warriors charged very quickly, and entered the iron mine first. The axe of the dead followed closely behind. Facing these skeletons, they did not throw the battle axe again, but rushed up with the axe. Facing this group of ordinary undead about 1.7 meters tall, they have an absolute advantage. Hack horizontally and vertically. Crack, the undead are not afraid of death, but there is a gap in strength. No matter how crazy they can't stop the advance of the Dust City army. The 3.5 squads of rare soldiers seem to have turned on their unparalleled power, and rushed forward. The skeleton warriors fell like wheat being cut. Ding! The army you led wiped out a group of skeleton warriors, and won a small battle. You gained 600 experience points. This experience is rich enough. Richard laughed. After the iron mine was captured, he came to the front of the underground passage with great interest. The surface of this passage is about 3 meters high and is made of rocks. The ground tilted downward, and a corner appeared after dozens of meters. The dark environment is like the mouth of a giant beast, waiting for outsiders to fall into the trap. There were torches burning every few meters along the passage. The torches emitted a faint blue light, like the soul fire in the heads of the undead. Richard looked at the torches with some curiosity. Torch monster level 1 potential, ordinary 1-star skill, burning, F level, can absorb death energy in the air, and burn endlessly, racial talent, the dimmer the light, the brighter the light. Bond torch, when the number of torch monsters exceeds 10, the brightness increases by 20%, and when the number exceeds 20, the brightness increases by 40%, activated. Introduction. Strange life created by the undead, they are useless except for emitting light. Good guy, this works too. Richard felt that his eyes were opened. The undead are indeed undead, with everything. Fortunately, there are these torch monsters, so the passage is not completely dark. Leave a squad of scorpion warriors outside to guard, and the rest of you follow me in. This passage is quite spacious, and can accommodate a squad of scorpion warriors walking side by side. Richard formed a mixed team of 5 scorpion warriors, and 5 axes of the dead, and asked them to explore the way about 50 meters ahead to prevent accidents. Then, there was a combination of 5 scorpion warriors, 10 axes of the dead, and 15 cursed pharaohs. He was in front of the cursed pharaoh, and behind the axes of the dead. The most core and safest position. After making arrangements, Richard asked the cursed pharaoh and the scorpion warriors in front to take a few torch monsters, and hold them in their hands to illuminate. Whether the light is dim or not has little effect on the life of the undead. They can sense the enemy, and observe the surroundings with the fire of the soul. Darkness has no effect on the undead, but it does on him. He has not yet obtained dark vision, and cannot see through the darkness at present. The blue light seemed very dim in the underground passage, but it was better than not seeing anything. Less than 10 minutes into the passage, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the exploration team 50 meters ahead. Enemy attack. The next moment after the scorpion warriors who led the charge roared, 7 or 8 teams of skeleton warriors suddenly rushed out from the opposite side of the passage. Hand-to-hand combat. But in such a narrow terrain, the skeleton warriors could not play the advantage of numbers. The City of Dusk only used a team of soldiers to directly block the opponent. The 2 giant claws of the scorpion warriors were like the sickles of the god of death, whirring when swinging, and the skeleton warriors holding the bone knives could not bear it at all. They were directly torn into a pile of bones. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of arrows piercing the sky was heard. 2 teams of skeleton archers appeared behind the skeleton warriors. In such a narrow range, it is difficult to avoid arrows. Clang! The scorpion warrior who was fighting was shot directly, but those bone arrows could not break through the defense. The hard bone armor on the body became a powerful protective layer, directly repelling the arrows. Although not injured, the scorpion warrior was also furious. How dare these rubbish skeletons hurt them? He rushed up suddenly, swung his giant pincers, and killed the skeleton warriors blocking the road in front of him. The axe of the dead saw that the enemy had long-range soldiers, and no longer held back, throwing the battle axe in his hand with great force. Crack! The skeleton warriors blocking the front burst directly, and 7 or 8 skeleton warriors became candied haws. When the power of the battle axe was about to run out, the axe of the dead pulled the chain in his hand violently, and a new force immediately poured into the battle axe. Crack, crack, like a whip hitting an egg, the skeleton bodies on both sides collapsed, and bones flew everywhere. The skeleton archers in the back were not much better. As a must-kill target, the 5 axes of the dead set off a battle axe storm. 7 or 8 teams of skeleton warriors were all turned into bone slag in a few rounds. When Richard arrived with a large force, the enemy had been cleared out. Seeing this, he immediately asked the scouting troops in front to move closer to a distance of only 20 meters. This way, there would be a certain buffer space when encountering the enemy, and timely support could be provided. The battle just now attracted the attention of the enemy deep in the passage. Skeleton warriors kept appearing in front of the scorpion warriors and attacked them. But they were all 1 or 2 teams in number, and were quickly annihilated, and did not pose a threat to them. 20 minutes later, around a corner, the originally dim light suddenly became bright. A wide oval space appeared in Richard's sight. It was about 100 meters long and 50 meters wide. There is a passage at the other end of the space, and it is clear that this is not the end. There are dozens of torch monsters hanging around, illuminating the space. Looking carefully, this underground space is crowded with more than 3 squadrons of skeleton warriors, with tight defense. 5 teams of skeleton archers are ready to go in the back. At the end, there are 3 teams of skeleton mages holding bone staffs ready to fight. Trinity, a simplified version of the Iron Triangle. Seeing this scene, Richard made a judgment in his heart. There should be no undead city here, and it is more likely to be a map similar to a temple. If there is really an undead city, the other lord will not make such an arrangement unless he is stupid. Wouldn't it be better to concentrate the army for defense? It's just a waste if we come little by little. Richard waved his hand, and gave a decisive order, as his mind raced. Since it's not a city of the dead, there's no need for him to be so conservative. The army gathers together, the scorpion warriors launch an attack, and tear through the opponent's defense line as quickly as possible. The axe of the dead hunts the skeleton mages at the back, and they must not be allowed to attack. Once the skeleton mage casts a spell, the cursed pharaoh immediately casts a spell to interrupt. No matter what the situation, the mage should be dealt with first in battle. This is an eternal truth. The moment the order was issued, all the scorpion warriors roared and rushed forward. The fighting style of this type of soldiers is violent and wild. While swinging the 2 giant pincers, they tore apart all the skeleton warriors who dared to block them in front. The curved scorpion tail is like a precise spear, and every attack will surely achieve considerable results. The fierce axe of the dead bombards everything with the power of thunder and lightning. Crack, skeletons were shattered into dregs one by one. The attack of the City of Dusk immediately caused the counterattack of the undead. The skeleton warriors rushed forward, not knowing what fear was. The skeleton archers also pulled their bows at the same time. The number of 5 teams was enough to form a rain of arrows. The sharp sound of bone arrows breaking through the air under the illumination of the surrounding torch monsters made people feel creepy. Clang, the scorpion warriors kept waving their 2 giant claws to block most of the bone arrows, and it didn't matter if a few were attacked. The skeleton wizard swung the bone staff violently, when the army of the City of Dusk was frantically tearing the defense line. The fireball exuding a cold breath condensed out of thin air. Ghost Fireball, the signature skill of the undead wizard. Unlike the high-temperature damage of normal fireballs, ghost fireballs cause negative damage and can impact the soul. 30 ghost blue fireballs with long flame tails streaked across the sky. Bang, the scorpion warriors who were fighting wanted to dodge, but the skeletons were already pressing down on them, leaving them with nowhere to hide. Bang, the ghost blue fireballs exploded, and the ghost blue flames instantly enveloped the scorpion warriors. The temperature around them dropped suddenly, as if a refrigerator had been opened. Chapter 65. Bang, the cold negative energy of the ghost fireball swept around. It enveloped the scorpion warrior and the surrounding skeletons. The soul fire of the skeleton warrior shook, and it could not withstand the damage of the ghost fireball, and went out directly. There is no rule in this world that is immune to teammates' damage. The scorpion warriors resisted this wave of damage. After the magic swept through, their appearance was not damaged, but their momentum was obviously much weaker. Cursed Pharaoh to control the situation, Axe of the Dead, killed the skeleton mage. Richard, who was watching the battle from behind, condensed his eyes, and immediately issued an order. We must not let the other party cast spells. The scorpion warrior immediately launched a charge at all costs, and forcibly tore a gap. The Axe of the Dead followed closely behind, and the moment it stepped into the distance of 30 meters. The battle axe in his hand flew out of his hand. At this time, the curse of the Cursed Pharaoh was also released. A dim light flashed through the air, and most of the skeleton mages stopped where they were. Crack, The battle axe with violent force directly penetrated a series of skeleton warriors and skeleton archers, and chopped fiercely on the skeleton mage behind. A huge burst of power. Screech, it directly smashed the opponent's fragile bones, and the body shattered to the ground. When the battle axe was exhausted, the axe of the dead swung the chain violently to inject power into the battle axe again. The cold and flashing killing weapon chopped towards the skeleton mage like a lawn mower. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of broken bones was endless. Nearly 2 teams of skeleton mages were forcibly killed. At this time, the scorpion warriors also recovered from the attack of the ghost fireball. These angry warriors rushed towards the skeleton archers, who were still shooting arrows. Pour out the anger. 5 squads of skeleton archers were torn into skeletons after only 2 charges. On the way, many skeleton warriors wanted to attack Richard and the cursed pharaoh in the back, but they were all harvested by the axe of the dead. After destroying the skeleton mages and skeleton archers that could cause damage to themselves, the remaining skeleton warriors, although in large numbers, were quickly reduced to 0 in the killing of the scorpion warriors and the axe of the dead. Ding! The army you led destroyed a group of undead and won a small battle. You gained 1,200 experience points. Richard was happy to hear the system prompt. From the ghost of the iron mine to now, nearly a squadron of undead has been hunted. Maybe I can reach level 5 today. In Glorious Era, level 5 is just the beginning of the game. This kind of adventure full of unknown gains made him excited. After cleaning up the battlefield and making sure that there were no equipment and treasures, Richard continued to move forward towards the passage behind. The intermittent attacks of skeleton warriors on the road never stopped, but in the narrow terrain, the undead's greatest advantage in numbers could not be fully utilized. No matter how hard they attacked, they could not get past the scorpion warriors. Not long after, Richard stepped into the second underground space. But the monsters stationed here were no longer skeleton warriors, but another type of undead soldier, zombies. Zombies level 3 potential, elite 1-star skills, zombie body, E level, defense increased by 70%, flexibility decreased by 50%, immune to poison and plague, infection, E level, the body is accompanied by plague, and will be infected after being scratched, and all attributes will decrease by 2% per minute, up to 30%. Racial talent, can absorb the breath of death to recover from injuries. Bond zombie, when the number exceeds 10, the defense increases by 15%, and when the number exceeds 30, the defense increases by 30%, activated. Introduction, the troops of the undead clan, they have good defense. The number of zombies is enough for 2 squadrons. Behind the zombies, there are 5 squads of skeleton mages. The scorpion warriors break through the blockade of the zombies, and the axe of the dead cooperates with the scorpion warriors to hunt down the skeleton mages. The cursed pharaoh cooperates with the scorpion warriors to gain space for them. The thick-skinned zombies are obviously not as easy to deal with as the skeleton warriors. However, the only ones who can pose a threat to the Dusk City army are the skeleton mages in the back. Seeing the skeleton mages in the back start to cast spells, Richard's pupil shrank. The scorpion warrior should pay attention to avoid, and if you can't bear it, immediately activate the sandification. Sandification is not immune to magic damage, but it can greatly restore injuries, which is equivalent to a fast blood recovery skill. As soon as the voice fell, the zombies in front rushed to the front of the scorpion warriors. These undeads with ferocious appearance and stiff movements exuded a disgusting stench. The scorpion warriors, who had been promoted to the rare level, were more ferocious than zombies. Huh? The iron pliers waved, making a harsh sonic boom. Puff, the front end of the closed giant pliers had an extremely sharp iron hook, which nailed into the zombie's body. Pulled hard. Sizzle, the dry and hard body was directly torn apart. The solid defense was useless in front of the scorpion warriors' unique defense-breaking means. But the number of 2 squadrons was enough to stop the scorpion warriors with only 1 squad for a long time. Huh, the ghost fireball in the hands of the skeleton wizard shot out. 5 teams of skeleton mages launched attacks at the same time, with great momentum. The whole space was illuminated. Dozens of ghost fireballs flew, covering the whole space. Scorpion warriors used zombies to cover themselves. Don't resist. The scorpion warriors heard the order and rushed forward. Ignoring the zombies rushing around, they squeezed together with them. Bang! Dozens of ghost fireballs bombarded down, and a huge air wave exploded. The cold negative energy swept around like a storm. The dark blue ghost fire enveloped the whole scene, and the zombies who were close felt that their minds were like being hit by a treasure hammer, and their bodies suddenly became stiff. They could not recover for a long time. The cursed pharaoh forcibly controlled the zombies around the scorpion warriors at this moment, making them stop in place. The zombies behind could not cross these zombies to attack the scorpion warriors, which won them precious buffer time. After recovering from the soul shock, the scorpion warrior swung the iron pincers to kill the slow zombies around him. He forced a gap. The axe of the dead also threw the axe in his hand for the third time at this time. In an instant, the cold light flashed. Crack! More than a dozen zombies behind had no time to dodge, and their bodies exploded directly, splashing dirty blood all over the ground. The axe of the dead seized the opportunity and swung the iron chain violently. Used the chain to block the approaching zombies. The zombies were slow and could not avoid them at all. Several axes of the dead joined hands and forcibly used the chain to open a path to the skeleton mage. The scorpion warrior seized the opportunity and rushed forward. Bang! The second wave of ghost fireballs illuminated the sky again, and the skeleton mage wanted to directly kill the scorpion warrior. However, the prepared scorpion warriors were slightly faster, and only 3 were covered. These 3 decisively turned on the sandification and took a wave of damage. The remaining scorpion warriors killed the skeleton wizard. These spellcasting units without melee ability were killed alive by the scorpion warriors. Seeing that the situation had stabilized, the axe of the dead began to chop the slow-moving zombies in front of him with a battle axe. No matter how tough the zombies were, they were not as tough as the half-metal giants with full defense. Without any worries, the axe of the dead killed particularly happily. 5 minutes later. Ding! The army you led wiped out a group of undead troops and won a small battle. You gained 1,500 experience points. The experience on Richard's attribute panel soared again. Level 4, 9835/10,000. Only a little more than 100 experience points are needed to upgrade to level 5. Level 5 is the beginning of qualitative change and strength in Glorious Era. Only when you reach level 5, you can officially enter this world. The prerequisite for changing jobs and learning skills is level 5. This is called leveling. Before, scanning the map was just playing house. In a good mood, he immediately stepped into the third passage. But unexpectedly, the scorpion warriors, who were exploring the way ahead, did not encounter the attack of the skeleton warriors again, and the journey was smooth. But this made Richard's vigilance the highest. After walking forward for 20 minutes, the scorpion warriors, who were exploring the way ahead, put back the report and found a new situation. Richard lowered his footsteps and followed the other party. After turning around an arc passage, the narrow and dim vision suddenly opened up. The scene in front of him made his heart tremble. Chapter 66. A huge oval underground space appeared in his sight. The height was more than 50 meters, and the diameter was more than a kilometer. This underground space was piled with a thick layer of bones, as if millions of people were buried here. On the bone ground, countless skeleton warriors, zombies, ghosts, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages gathered. But the most surprising thing was the center. There was a mountain made of countless skulls. On the top of the mountain, there was a black coffin. Mysterious, dark, and terrifying. All negative adjectives could not describe the visual impact of this scene. Richard's pupils shrank sharply after being greatly shocked. But after coming to his senses, he immediately felt uncontrollable excitement in his heart. Good guy, this is a big treasure. He took 2 deep breaths to suppress his excitement. Thoughts turned. There are probably more than 3 battalions of skeleton warriors stationed, at least 1 battalion of zombies and ghosts, 4 or 5 squadrons of skeleton archers, and 2 or 3 squadrons of skeleton mages. After taking a closer look, his eyes became serious. The number of these undead is simply exaggerated. If you want to get the coffin, you must first annihilate these thousands of undead armies. At this moment, he discovered a new type of undead army out of the corner of his eye. Under the Bone Mountain, the Bone Knights riding undead horses stood like statues. The undead were made of bones, and held a long Bone Knight spear. There were as many as 5 squads. One of the squads of Bone Knights had a bone crown on his head. The momentum was full of oppression. Richard subconsciously opened the opponent's attribute panel. Skeleton Knight Captain Level 5, Intermediate Soldier, Strength increased by 15%. Potential, Rare 2 stars Skills, Skeleton Body, Sea Level, Immune to Poison, Curse, Plague, Strength increased by 70%. Charge, Sea Level, Drive the undead horse to charge the enemy, Speed increased by 60%. Collision increased by 50%. Combo, Sea Level, 5 consecutive attacks in a very short time. Heavy Slash, Sea Level, after charging. Use the power of the undead horse to launch a fatal blow, which can burst out 300% of the power. Racial talent. Running speed increased by 30%. Collision increased by 30%. Bond charge. If the charge distance is greater than 30 meters, the collision force will be increased by 20%. If the charge distance is greater than 50 meters, the collision force will be increased by 40%. If the charge distance is greater than 100 meters, the collision force will be increased by 60%, and it can cause 5 seconds of stun. Introduction. It is best not to stand in the way of the dead cavalry. Good guy. All the skills are sea-level rare soldiers. Richard's eyes condensed. All the skills of the skeleton knight captain add speed and impact. The characteristics of the cavalry are brought to the extreme. If the opponent runs, it will be fatal. His face became serious, and he took another look at the skeleton knights, who did not wear the skeleton crown. Level 4, Rare Potential. The skills are exactly the same, but the attributes are much worse than the skeleton knight captain. Fortunately, no hero units were found. This is definitely the best news. There are two completely different concepts with hero command and without hero command. With hero units, they may not even be able to get in. Roar. Suddenly a roar sounded, and the undead in the entire underground world turned their heads to look at the entrance of the passage. Enemy. Smelling the strange breath, the skeleton warriors and zombies that were originally wandering aimlessly suddenly rushed in like sharks seeing blood. The entire underground world was in a boiling state. Richard's face was stern. Everyone retreat into the passage, and use the terrain of the passage to fight. Scorpion warriors stand in front. Don't get entangled, fight and retreat. A series of decisive orders were issued, and the army immediately had a goal. The group retreated to the depths of the passage and prepared for battle. After a few breaths, countless skeleton warriors poured into the underground passage like a tide. There were also a large number of zombies and ghosts in the middle. A small team of scorpion warriors could not stop so many enemies at all. Richard immediately gave orders when he saw this. Leave 5 acts of the dead, and the others will fight with the scorpion warriors. Because a small team of scorpion warriors was sent to guard outside to prevent the retreat from being cut off, there were not enough people. If the front row can't stop the enemy, it's useless to have too many people in the back. The 2 teams of soldiers blocked the passage, and then suppressed the crazy undead. Richard turned his head and looked at accursed Pharaoh. Immediately let the scorpion warriors stationed outside come in for support. Yes, master. This mysterious land of the dead has no idea how many good things are hidden, especially the coffins on the White Bone Mountain, which must not be missed. I can't care so much now. I must concentrate my strength. Richard experienced the dominance of the skeleton sea tactics for the first time. The enemy's individual troops were not strong, but the scene that could not see the edge and did not know when to stop would cause great psychological pressure. Richard commanded the army to fight and retreat, using the terrain advantage to consume the number of undead. Fortunately, this was a narrow underground. If he was on the ground, he would be overwhelmed by the enemy in an instant. The axe of the dead, the scorpion warrior, and the cursed pharaoh, the trinity, forcibly repelled wave after wave of attacks. Not long after, ding, your level has been raised to level 5, and you can change jobs freely. Ding, your talent desert lord has been promoted, and you have comprehended more desert power. The moment Richard heard the system prompt, a huge amount of energy surged in his body, and every cell in his body was full of power. And deep in his blood, a certain ability was also rapidly awakening. Finally reached level 5. Take a deep breath, and suppress the surprise in his heart. It's not time to be free yet. There is no place for him to change jobs, and learn skills here. Cheer up and continue to command the battle. He is the brain of the army, and is indispensable. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. When Richard commanded the army to retreat to the second underground space for hunting zombies, he didn't know how many skeletons and zombies the army had killed. And the number of the enemy didn't even seem to slow down. The breath of several arms has dropped to the freezing point, and the magic of the cursed pharaoh has long been exhausted. The situation is precarious. At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the axe of the dead, the scorpion warrior, and the cursed pharaoh, the 3 arms have gained a lot of experience after fighting, and the level has been raised to level 5. Richard laughed loudly under great pressure. He gritted his teeth and persisted for so long just for this moment. His upgrade will not help the current situation. But the army is different. The next moment, the breath of all arms rose rapidly, and it returned to the peak in a few breaths. The skill cooldown time is refreshed. The breath is obviously much stronger than before. Each time a soldier is upgraded, a lot of basic attributes will be improved, such as attack, defense, health, etc. Although no data is shown, the strength is real. Not only that, after the soldier is upgraded to level 5, all 3 soldiers will get the unique attribute bonus of the intermediate soldier. Scorpion Warrior, level 5, intermediate soldier, strength increased by 15%. Axe of the Dead, level 5, intermediate soldier, strength increased by 15%. Curse Pharaoh, level 5, intermediate soldier, magic damage increased by 15%. Richard was refreshed. He was determined to get that coffin. Chapter 67. After the army's status was restored to its peak, the situation changed immediately. It was shaky and could collapse at any time, but now it became a rock wall, forcibly blocking the enemy's wave after wave of attacks. It stood still. At this time, the Scorpion Warriors stationed in front of the passage finally arrived at the battlefield. These Scorpion Warriors, who did not participate in the battle, were still level 4, and Richard immediately put them on the front line. With an extra squad of troops, the impact of the undead could no longer shake the defense line. The Axe of the Dead also returned to its normal position. Such a dense enemy was simply the best target. The battle axe whistled. Countless bones shattered. After the army was upgraded, the battle lasted for 2 hours. When the Scorpion Warriors who came later were upgraded to level 5, the undead pouring out in front began to become sparse. Finally, they were completely gone. Ding, you blocked a large number of undead attacks, and won a medium-sized battle. You got 6,000 experience points. Current level, level 5, 6000/50,000. Richard took a deep breath. It's not easy. After reading the prompt again, he smiled. 6,000 experience points. This is simply too generous. Although this wave is a bit hard, the reward is also good enough, not a loss. However, after reaching level 5, the experience required for upgrading has directly doubled several times, and it will not be so fast to upgrade next time. Turning his head to look at the army whose breath has weakened a lot, he ordered everyone to rest on the spot. At this time, he had time to open the system panel and check his newly upgraded talent. Lord Talent, Desert Lord, Special Growth Talent, current level B, you are the master of the desert. You can sense the coming of a sandstorm, and the sandstorm will avoid your territory. You also have the ability to turn into sand. Sandification, level B, turns the body into sand, reduces 99% of physical damage received, reduces 30% of magic damage, can swallow yellow sand to quickly recover from injuries, lasts for 15 minutes, and has a cooling time of 1 hour. You can bestow your power on the soldiers you recruit. After granting, your subordinates will obtain the C-level skill of Sandification. Sandification, level C, turns the body into sand, reduces 99% of physical damage received, can swallow yellow sand to recover from injuries, lasts for 10 minutes, and has a cooling time of 2 hours. Hiss, so strong. A little surprise flashed in Richard's eyes. I didn't expect that the attributes of the talent after the promotion would be so greatly improved. One of the points made him feel happy. The sandstorm would avoid your territory. His talent can even avoid natural disasters? This is a bit abnormal. But it doesn't matter, I have a strong taste, I can accept more. I saw the army around me from the corner of my eye, and suddenly my heart moved. I wonder if I can upgrade the level of the desertification skill given to the soldiers? While thinking, I slowly stretched out my right hand, and the power deep in my blood began to surge. The light like yellow sand surged in the palm of my hand, and instantly enveloped all the troops. After a few breaths, all the soldiers suddenly felt an unspeakable and majestic energy surging from their bodies. Ding, under your gift, your army has mastered more power of the desert, and the desertification skill has been promoted. The current level is C. Sandification. C level, turns the body into sand, reduces 99% of physical attacks, can swallow yellow sand to recover from injuries, lasts for 10 minutes, cools down for 2 hours. Richard was immediately overwhelmed by a huge surprise when he heard the system prompt. This talent is simply heavenly. Growth, these 3 words are really the real God on earth. After the sandification of the soldiers was upgraded from D level to C level, the duration was increased from 5 minutes to 10 minutes. The extra 5 minutes gave him more room for operation. Of course, his B-level sandification is more abnormal, not only lasting up to 15 minutes, but also immune to 30% of magic damage. If it continues to upgrade, will it really become an invincible skill that is immune to 99% of physical and magic damage in the future? The future is promising. Richard, in a good mood, waited until the army recovered to its peak state, and immediately ordered to set off. Everywhere he passed, there were bones and zombie bodies everywhere, and it was impossible to count how many were killed. When he saw the horrible land of bones again, The crowded space had been mostly cleared. At this time, there were only 3 squadrons of skeleton archers, 2 squadrons of skeleton mages, 4 squads of skeleton knights, and 1 squadron of skeleton knight commander. This army did not move, but guarded the Bone Mountain tightly. Richard glanced at the undead below and looked at the black coffin on the top of the Bone Mountain. With so many troops guarding, what treasures are hidden in it? The empty eyes of the Bone Knight immediately stared at him the moment he appeared. The undead horse sat down and bounced its hooves, shaking its head restlessly, as if ready to charge at any time. At this moment, the soul fires of the skeleton archers and skeleton mages lit up one by one. They turned their heads together with the Bone Knight. Richard's eyes condensed. The rear troops retreat to the passage, and the scorpion warriors lure the enemy. But as soon as the order was issued, there was no need to lure. The skeleton archers and skeleton mages attacked them directly. The ghost blew fireballs, and the bone arrows whistled in the sky, forming a death zone. However, due to the insufficient range, they could not cause any damage to them. The scene was a little awkward. Richard did not relax his vigilance. Retreat to the passage and continued to use the terrain to hunt the enemy. The skeleton archers and skeleton mages pressed over at this time. Although there was no front row, the battle line composed of 2 back row troops was also extremely strong. The attack continued. But after returning to the passage, the damage caused by the opponent's concentrated fire was immediately reduced several times. The pressure dropped sharply. Richard led the army to guard a V-shaped corner. 15 axes of the dead stood about 25 meters in the passage. Once the skeleton archers and skeleton mages turned the corner, they immediately threw their battle axes. Spin, D-level. After throwing the battle axe, you can use the chain wrapped around your arm to pull the battle axe and continue to attack. With the skill of remotely controlling the battle axe, the axe of the dead does not even need to retract the battle axe. Those thin skeleton archers and skeleton mages can't withstand a single attack. This terrain advantage is perfect for dealing with these fragile soldiers, who have no hero command and don't know how to adapt. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes, and no more enemies appeared at the corner. Richard immediately led the army back to the underground space. At this time, there was only 1 squadron of skeleton mages, and 5 squads of skeleton knights left in the vast land of bones. But this time, no matter how the scorpion warriors in front provoked, the other side remained indifferent. Just watch them vigilantly. Obviously, the main responsibility of these 2 armies is to guard the coffins on the Bone Mountain. Richard's eyes were cold. Since it is impossible to lure the other side away, then eat them all. Everyone attack. After the skeleton knights charge, immediately start the desertification. Don't pay attention to them. Kill the skeleton mages first. The skeleton knights are strong, but they are all physical output. The upgraded desertification skill has a full 10 minutes, which can completely eat the skeleton mages first, and then turn around to deal with the skeleton knights. The extra 5 minutes after the desertification upgrade gave Richard the confidence to deal with it calmly. Entering the land of bones, the bones were crushed underfoot, making a crisp crackling sound. As the army gradually approached, the soul fire of the Bone Knights gradually rose. The horse hooves kept stomping on the ground, and they seemed more and more anxious. When the scorpion warriors approached the Bone Knights by 200 meters, they completely angered the undead cavalry. 4 squads of rare Bone Knights, led by a squad of rare Bone Knights, holding the reins tightly and holding sharp bone spears, they charged at the army of the City of Dusk. Trample, the horse hooves splashed the ground with broken bones. The charge of the 5 squads was like 1,000 cavalrymen stepping on the formation. They attacked with a terrifying momentum, like a landslide and tsunami. Chapter 68. At the moment when the skeleton knight launched the charge, all the soldiers of Dusk City started to turn into sand. Richard also began to use the power in his body. The body instantly turned into a state composed of countless gravel, which was very wonderful. Attack! At the command, the scorpion warriors in front immediately launched a counterattack against the skeleton knight. Trample, trample, the longer the distance of the skeleton knight's charge, the more terrifying the momentum. After a dozen breaths, the scorpion warriors in the front collided with the skeleton knight. Bang! The iron tongs swung by the scorpion warriors were directly smashed by the huge impact of the skeleton knight, and the whole person even scattered into gravel on the ground. Bang! 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 Horse hooves trampled thousands of troops. On the way of the skeleton knight's charge, the bodies of the scorpion warriors exploded one after another. The axe of the dead, holding the battle axe, took this opportunity and whistled out the battle axe. The 2 sides walked towards each other. The speed was too fast. During the charge, the skeleton knight, had no time to dodge, and was hit directly. Crack, the battle axe penetrated the ribs, and was firmly embedded in the body. Several skeleton knights were too fast and passed by the axe of the dead. In an instant, the distance between the battle axe chain was reached. The axe of the dead pulled hard, and the chain suddenly straightened. Under the huge inertia, the skeleton knight was pulled off the horse and smashed into the bones, splashing bone fragments all over the ground. 2 throws of the axe of the dead triggered the soul execution. The soul fire of the skeleton knight, and the horse was extinguished directly. Whoosh, the soul fire of the skeleton knight exploded. The long spear whistled out, and the axe of the dead could not avoid it even if he wanted to. The body exploded, splashing sand and gravel all over the sky. The army of Dusk City could not stop the terrifying impact of the skeleton knight. The body was smashed into pieces like a sand ball. But the broken body would recover quickly in the blink of an eye. After a round of charge, the skeleton knight paid the price of several casualties, and killed through the army of Dusk City. But in the state of sandification that was immune to 99% physical damage, the army of Dusk City did not lose a single battle. Richard also experienced the magical feeling of his body being smashed, and then quickly recovered under the charge of the skeleton knight. After the 2 sides crossed, the army of Dusk City rushed directly to the skeleton mage, who was casting a spell behind the bone knight. There were too many of these mages. If they were to cast spells recklessly, they would not be able to withstand it even if they turned on the sandification. Before they got close, hundreds of ghost fireballs covered the sky. Whoosh, it felt like a meteor shower. Bang, at the moment of the explosion, cold flames burst out around. Fortunately, the enemy did not concentrate firepower to attack a few targets. Full coverage, the lethality is much smaller. The Scorpion Warriors, and the Axe of the Dead, who can quickly recover blood, rushed into the team of the Skeleton Wizards despite the damage caused by the Ghost Fireball. Without the front row buffer, the Skeleton Wizards can't use their great skills. The army that attacked in anger immediately let these skeletons taste what real death is. At this time, the Bone Knights killed back again, trying to stop the Scorpion Warriors and the Axe of the Dead. But the army that activated the desertification did not pay any attention to the Bone Knights. The only one who can pose a threat to them is the mage. Curse the Pharaoh to use his body to stop the Bone Knights. Richard gave the order in a cold voice. The Bone Knight was immune to the curse, and the Curse Pharaoh's spells were ineffective at this moment, so it was better to use his body to resist. With the sandification, he could not die. The Curse Pharaoh immediately rushed towards the Bone Knight. Bang, under the horrible impact, it exploded into gravel. Then the body quickly condensed again. This suicide attack bought precious time for the army. Under the crazy attack of the Axe of the Dead, and the Scorpion Warriors at all costs, the Skeleton Mage was cleared at a very fast speed. When the only threat underground was extinguished, the army immediately turned its spearhead to the Bone Knight, the Hard Bone. Rushed straight up. The rare level Bone Knight was relatively easy to deal with, but the rare level Bone Knight Captain made Richard suffer a lot. Every time the Bone Knight Captain charged, he would cause huge damage to the Scorpion Warriors in the front row. The Knight's spear stabbed out, and his body exploded directly. Under the terrifying speed and impact, it was impossible to stop it at all. Being hit by a horse is even more tragic, and can directly fly 7 or 8 meters away. The scene of the body shattered into fine sand on the ground can often be seen. Fortunately, the desertification skill was greatly enhanced before the battle, so there was no first case of being killed when the desertification was activated. Richard had high hopes for the Axe of the Dead, and its killer weapon was soul execution. The probability of this instant death skill being triggered on the Skeleton Knight Captain was also greatly reduced. In the end, he had to mobilize the Cursed Pharaoh and the Scorpion Warrior to use their bodies to restrict the charge of the Skeleton Knight Captain. Let the Axe of the Dead focus on the attack, and then this rare 10-man army was killed. In the whole process, the Scorpion Warrior was knocked away by it 7 or 8 times on average. If it weren't for the natural resistance to physical damage, 3 lives wouldn't be enough to die. When the last Skeleton Knight fell, Richard looked at the army, which had less than a minute left to turn into a sand, and let out a long sigh. This less than 10-minute battle was much more difficult than clearing out several battalions of skeleton soldiers. If someone else came, even if the army was several times larger than his, they might not be able to take down those skeleton knights. Rare troops are too strong. Sand, the eternal god. Ding, the army you led wiped out a group of undead and won a micro battle. You gained 1,000 experience points. Ding, Curse Pharaoh, Scorpion Warrior, Axe of the Dead. After a lot of battles, the level has been upgraded, and the current level is level 6. Richard looked at the army, whose skills were refreshed after the upgrade, and whose momentum returned to its peak state. He was in a good mood. Today, the army has been upgraded twice in a row, and its strength has been greatly improved. So happy. He looked at the black coffin on the hill of bones. His heart was pounding. This undead force was definitely the toughest enemy he had ever fought. He had to retreat after being dragged to the sand outside to fight a tough battle. Even with the geographical advantage, it took several hours of fighting to win the war. The fruits of victory, after hard work, became particularly sweet at this moment. What was hidden in this coffin that could be guarded by so many troops? The dense white bones piled up into a mountain, and the black coffin was engraved with countless dark skull patterns. Against such a background, it was terrifying and extremely noble. Richard was in high spirits. After leading the army to approach a distance, he opened the attribute panel with full expectations. But what surprised him was that the attribute panel showed nothing. It seemed that the coffin was just ordinary stone and gravel. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. He did not rush forward rashly, but waved his hand and asked a cursed pharaoh to explore. Crack! The cursed pharaoh stepped on the bones to the top of the mountain. Open the coffin! This mummy soldier held a withered wooden scepter, wore a colorful crown, and had 2 laces hanging from the ears to the neck. It stretched out its shriveled hands and slowly opened the coffin, but failed the first time because it was too heavy. Then it bent down, inserted the withered wooden stick into the gap of the bandage around its waist, and exerted force with both hands. Crack! The sarcophagus made a sound and was slowly moved away. Swish! An extremely dark light burst out from the coffin, as if there was a bottomless abyss hidden inside. In an instant, those dim lights condensed into countless twisted hands, directly pulling the cursed pharaoh into the coffin. Bang! The stone lid of the coffin made a dull collision sound and returned to its original position, as if nothing had happened. It all happened so fast that the troops standing on guard dozens of meters away had no time to respond. Richard's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. What's inside the coffin? Is there a living thing? Chapter 69. This unexpected scene made Richard feel uncertain. He reluctantly opened the attribute panel again, but this time the detailed information of the coffin appeared. Sacrificial sarcophagus level, special features. You can sacrifice the same type of soldiers to obtain a hero unit. The stronger the sacrificed soldiers are, the stronger the hero unit will be. Cursed Pharaoh, level 6, elite 3 stars, current hero potential, E level. Introduction. Special item, can only be used once. Sacrificial sarcophagus? The stronger the sacrificed soldiers are, the stronger the hero unit will be. After reading the information several times, Richard was very excited. Good stuff, it's worth his effort. If the soldiers are gone, you can spend resources to recruit them again, but the hero units are extremely rare and can only be found by chance. Using more than a dozen soldiers to exchange for a hero, it's a big profit. He turned to look at the cursed pharaohs behind him, waved his hand, and asked them all to go to the Bone Mountain. The undead life had no fear, and absolutely executed Richard's orders, and immediately stepped on the bones to reach the top of the mountain. After the second cursed pharaoh opened the coffin, the dark light reappeared, and countless twisted hands suddenly grabbed all the cursed pharaohs around and dragged them into it. This scene made people's scalps numb. After more than a dozen cursed pharaohs were pulled into the coffin was not covered again. It still exuded a dark light, as if connecting hell and the abyss. After seeing the situation stabilized, Richard silently opened the attribute panel. Sacrifice sarcophagus level, special features. You can sacrifice the same type of soldiers to obtain a hero unit. The stronger the sacrificed soldiers, the stronger the hero unit born. The current sacrificial troops are 15 cursed pharaohs, level 6, elite 3 stars. The current hero potential is D level. Introduction. Special items that can only be used once. After more than a dozen mummies, the hero's potential has been upgraded from E level to D level. D level, it's a pity that there is no cursed pharaoh in hand. Richard couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If there were hundreds of troops, wouldn't he be able to get a B level or even A level hero? At this moment, the black gold system lit up. Sacrificing the sarcophagus can sacrifice 100 mummy troop nests to increase the hero's potential to C level, and 1,000 mummy troop nests can be sacrificed to increase the hero's potential to B level. Sacrificing the special treasure, the heart of the mummy, can increase the potential of recruiting heroes to A level. Note, a hero will be born 1.5 hours after sacrificing the sarcophagus. Please sacrifice as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. As expected of you, black gold system. This wave is simply amazing. Richard's heart surged, and he immediately opened the trading market and searched for the heart of the mummy first. But to his regret, there was nothing. The special treasure that can increase the potential of the mummy to a level is obviously not something easy to get. But fortunately, there is a buffer time of 1.5 hours. Immediately posted a message in the bounty area to reward the special treasure, the heart of the mummy. He put all the remaining 90,000 units of resources on it, and immediately brought this bounty to the forefront. At this time, the discussion about him on the forum had just subsided for a while, and there were still a large number of lords paying attention to him. Good guy, Qingqiu boss appeared again. Does anyone have the heart of the mummy? This time, you can go to Qingqiu boss to make a lot of money. What kind of treasure is the heart of the mummy? Is it so advanced? There is no one selling it on the forum. Why can Qingqiu easily get nearly 100,000 units of resources to offer a treasure in the same desert camp, while I am so miserable? After Richard posted the reward, he also looked for clues of the heart of the mummy in the post. An hour later, seeing that 2/3 of the time had passed, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Still nothing, no news about the heart of the mummy. It seems that I can only buy 100 troop nests to upgrade the potential to Class C. To upgrade to Class B requires 1,000 troop nests, a full 500,000 units of resources. There is still half an hour left, and there is no choice at all. Time passed bit by bit, and just when Richard was about to cancel the reward and use resources to buy troop nests, a familiar ID suddenly flashed in the private message. Where is your Italian cannon? Boss Qingqiu, I saw your purchase information. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence, I just happened to have a mummy's heart in my hand. Richard was shocked. Really? Where's your Italian cannon? Of course. Richard was ecstatic. This person is simply his lucky star. She always appears at the critical moment. Where's your Italian cannon? But the mummy's heart in my hand is not mine. My sister got it. Is your private chat closed to strangers? My sister couldn't contact you, so she asked me. Boss Qingqiu, my sister is really a real black stockings long legs, hee hee, you regret it now, right? Richard couldn't wait to ask. What's the price? Where's your Italian cannon? Boss Qingqiu, my sister said that the heart of the mummy is free. Richard was stunned. No money? Any extra conditions? Where's your Italian cannon? You reminded us about the 2-star copy and saved our lives. This time I'm repaying your favor. Boss Qingqiu, the heart of the mummy is a special treasure that comes from a 4-star treasure chest. My sister almost used up all her troops to get that treasure chest. Just think about it, and you can know the value of this item. If you don't want it, I would never sell it to you. Richard was in a complicated mood. Although this guy is a little funny at ordinary times, he has a good character and can get along with others. After thinking about it, he replied, I owe you a favor this time. Your Italian cannon was immediately excited. There's no need to be polite between us brothers. From now on, you call me Dad and I call you brother. We talk about our own things. Richard's mouth twitched. This funny guy. Just go and buy it on the reward. That little bit of resources is considered some compensation. Your Italian cannon. No, Qingqiu boss, this is to repay your favor, one thing at a time. Your sister's army has suffered heavy casualties, and they definitely need resources to replenish their forces. A large-scale dungeon will be launched at the end of the month. Don't delay because of this, it's not worth it. Hearing this, your Italian cannon agreed. A moment later, the system upgrade sounded, and his bounty had been fulfilled. Richard took out the heart of the mummy from the system space with excitement. In his hand appeared a half fist-sized, gray, dry, stone-like object. Heart of the mummy. Level. Special features. The heart dug out from a mummy hero with a level of more than 25 has incredible magical effects on the mummy, and can directly transform the user into a mummy hero. The potential depends on the strength of the mummy. Note, it can only be used on mummies. Introduction. A very rare treasure, it can cause madness in the mummy. The heart was dug out from a level 25 mummy hero. Richard took a deep breath. This favor is too big. Chapter 70. Although Richard thought that the treasure that could recruit A-level heroes would be very precious, he did not expect it to be so precious. The desert dragon with invisible attributes that he saw in the one-way portal was only level 15. Even the high gods were only level 30. Level 25 heroes were first-class existences in the entire glorious main plane. With a complicated mood, he let the axe of the dead beside him take the heart of the mummy, and climbed up the bone hill step by step. Put it in the sacrificial sarcophagus. The next moment, the dark light seeping out of the sarcophagus was like pouring gasoline into the flame. The light was bright. The distorted light seemed as if a demon from hell was about to crawl out of it. Richard's eyes were fixed on this scene. He could clearly feel that the sarcophagus was nurturing a powerful aura. The dark light became deeper and deeper, and began to spread gradually. This hill of skulls was enveloped in a few breaths. Countless cold energies were absorbed into the coffin. The bones began to dim, and countless cracks appeared. Richard immediately let the axe of the dead withdraw to the bottom. After a few breaths, the dark light began to spread along the hill of bones to the entire underground space. The layers of stacked bones were devoured by the last energy. The bones all over the ground turned into black bones. Richard looked at this visually impactful scene and was deeply moved. This underground space is designed for this sacrificial sarcophagus. He didn't know who arranged all this, but at this moment, it all belonged to him. A strong expectation rose in his heart, waiting for the birth of the second A-level hero in Twilight City. The dim lights gradually converged after more than 10 minutes, and the sarcophagus on the Black Bone Hill became dim. Ding, the sacrifice is complete, and you have obtained a new hero unit. The moment the system prompt sounded, swish, an arm wrapped in white bandages suddenly stretched out from the sacrificial sarcophagus. Then, wearing a crown and 2 colorful laces floating on the ears, the cursed pharaoh slowly crawled out of the black sarcophagus. The soul fire was burning in the other's empty eyes. And under the sarcophagus, there were countless black bones. This scene was very similar to the scene of the birth of evil spirits in some religious murals. There was unspeakable horror. The cursed pharaoh walked down the white bone hill step by step. Click, click, the dry bones under his feet would break with every step. This appearance was extremely cool. The cursed pharaoh slowly came to Richard and knelt on the ground with the most humble attitude. "My lord, Gray will obey your orders." The voice seemed to be formed by the vibration of air, without any human emotion. Richard's mouth curled up, and the joy in his heart at this moment was no less than the first time he discussed the true meaning of life with his girlfriend. No need to be polite. As he said this, he couldn't hold back his inner emotions, and immediately opened the other party's attribute panel. Gray. Hero unit level. Level 5, intermediate hero, magic damage bonus 30%. Potential, Class A profession, Curse Mage, intermediate, casting effect increased by 15%. Magic, 500 points, recover 5 points per second. Skills, Curse Mage, Class A, the power of the curse released is increased by 70%, and it can consume double magic power and directly release the skills in cooling. Soul Command, Class A, forcibly control the enemy's soul and order it to make an action. If no command is issued, the opponent will be out of control after 5 seconds. The cooling time is 30 minutes, and 100 magic points are consumed. Curse Body, Class B, immune to poison, plague, curse, instant death skill. Touching its body will be cursed, and the attribute will decrease by 10% per minute, up to 60%, for 30 minutes. Pharaoh's Curse, B level, can cast a curse on enemies within a 20-meter diameter area. After the curse is released, the enemy will fall into a weak state, and all attributes will be reduced by 30%. It lasts for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 minutes and consumes 50 magic points. Curse Words, B level, makes the enemies within a 20-meter diameter area fall into a state of mental confusion and stagnation. The duration is 5 seconds, the cooldown is 2 minutes, and it consumes 50 magic points. Sandification, C level, hero features. When commanding the mummy troops, increase the spellcasting effect of all mummies by 50%. Racial talent. When fighting in the desert, the speed of recovery of injuries and magic power increases by 50%. Bond Mummy. When using curse magic and skills, the magic damage and effect caused by it increases by 50%. Introduction. A hero who is good at cursing, no one wants to be targeted by it. After Richard looked at Gray's attributes several times, his heart surged. Is this a Class A hero of the combat type? 2 Class A skills, 3 Class B skills. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Coupled with the hero's characteristics and bonds, its combat power is stacked to an extremely exaggerated degree. Richard's mouth curled up high. Gray not only inherited the skills of the Cursed Pharaoh, but also upgraded it to a ranged skill, which has an exaggerated increase in power. Not to mention the 2 powerful Class A skills, whose attributes are simply abnormal. Curse Mage consumes double magic power, and directly releases skills on cooldown. If you keep releasing curse words to control the enemy, wouldn't the opponent be unable to move and be controlled to death? And the skill of controlling souls is even more exaggerated. Can you control the enemy to make movements and let the enemy cut his neck? Or at the critical moment of the battle, control the opponent to give up defense and reveal weaknesses? He feels that this skill can definitely play a super effect against those powerful bosses. And Gray's hero characteristics increase the spellcasting effect of the troops by 50% when commanding the mummy troops. It is also extremely powerful. In the future, he can completely hand over the mummy troops to the opponent to command. He can even use Gray as the core to form a mummy army suitable for him to command. Heroes are the most important helpers of the Lord. They have wisdom that is not inferior to, or even exceeds that of the Lord's. They can lead troops to fight, build territories, and do everything that the Lords can do. The arms are swords, and the hero units are the hands holding the swords. Andal is a life profession, and her help to the City of Dusk can only be reflected by investing a lot of resources. And Gray can immediately play a huge role. Click, a crisp sound interrupted Richard's excitement, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. The sacrificial sarcophagus now had countless cracks and gradually collapsed. Rumble, after the sarcophagus was broken, the black bone hill also collapsed, splashing high dust. Richard felt a little sorry. If this thing was permanent, the City of Dusk could take off in one wave. Click, before the dust settled, a louder cracking sound was heard. He was startled and suddenly looked up at the dome of the underground space. I saw that there were cracks on it. This scene made his scalp tingle. He didn't care about anything else. He waved his hand and led all the troops to rush into the passage frantically. If they were buried in it, they would be doomed. Rumble, when he just rushed out 100 meters away, the passage collapsed directly. Countless fine sands fell down with the rocks. Desertification. Richard roared and immediately activated the strongest life-saving skill. Fortunately, the army refreshed the desertification skill when it upgraded in the last battle. Rumble, the huge rocks fell down, no one could avoid it, and the bodies collapsed one by one. After the passage collapsed, the fine sand that rushed down from the top of the head filled the gap with the cracks in the rocks. At this moment, these fine sands became a life-saving straw. Like a fish entering the water, Richard led the army to move to the ground through the yellow sand. After a long time, puff, the yellow sand on the surface began to bulge, and arms stretched out of the desert, supported on the sand, and brought the whole person out with force. After Richard completely left the desert, he took a few deep breaths. The air underground was extremely thin, and he almost suffocated. The skill of desertification is indeed the most suitable for the undead life. At this time, the sky outside had completely darkened. A bright moon as big as a millstone hung above the head in the sky, and the cold light enveloped the entire desert like mercury. It made the hot yellow sand during the day cool down. He took a long breath and calmed down his excitement. Turning around, the Scorpion Warrior, the Axe of the Dead, and Gray also crawled out one by one. After counting, it was confirmed that there was no loss of personnel. Richard laughed. This time he really escaped from death. If there was no skill of desertification, everything would be explained here today. The rewards gained from this adventure are enough to make anyone jealous. He got an A-level hero, A-level, ha! Chapter 71. Richard stood up and looked forward, only to see that the entire desert had sunken down, forming a wide valley. Obviously, the collapse just now caused great damage. Fortunately, this is a desert, so it doesn't matter even if the sky is broken. After leading the army to climb out of the sunken area, Richard saw Gray beside him, and his mood became better again. Although he encountered such a thrilling scene today, the harvest was also amazing. First of all, the Scorpion Warrior and the Axe of the Dead were upgraded to level 6, activating the additional characteristics of the intermediate troops, and their strength increased greatly. Secondly, under the prompt of the Black Gold system, he got an excellent auxiliary hero Gray, the Cursed Mage. A-level hero, his attributes can only be described as awesome. Just this hero, this wave of adventure has earned 10 times and 100 times back. In a good mood, he immediately returned to the City of Dusk with the army. The desert at night is not a safe place. He is not interested in taking risks to scan the map at night. Following the system map, he walked forward. But before he had walked for 10 minutes, Richard felt something was wrong. Beware. After the voice fell, there was silence all around. It seemed that his caution was unnecessary. But he still did not relax at all. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Less than a minute later, rustling, footsteps gradually came from a sand dune. In a moment, pairs of green eyes appeared from the darkness. Under the moonlight, wild wolves about the size of bison appeared in sight. But these wild wolves were different from the desert wild wolves Richard had encountered before. Their aura is countless times stronger, and their appearance is more ferocious. Being stared at by the other party will give people a strong sense of oppression. Wild wolf level 5, intermediate soldier, strength increased by 15%. Potential, rare 1-star skills, encirclement and killing sea level, can tacitly encircle and kill prey, increase 30% agility and 30% strength when moving, pounce, sea level, when attacking prey, strength increases by 50%. Claws and fangs, sea level, claws and teeth sharpness increased by 50%, can cause armor-piercing damage to light armor targets. Ferocious, sea level, fearless of life and death, once aiming at the target, never give up, the more serious the damage, the more fierce the burst of attack. Racial talent, when fighting in groups, strength increases by 30%, and agility increases by 30%. Bond Wolf Pack, when the number of wargs exceeds 10, the strength increases by 10%, and the agility increases by 10%. When the number of wargs exceeds 30, the strength increases by 20%, and the agility increases by 20%, activated. When the number of wargs exceeds 50, the strength increases by 30%, and the agility increases by 30%. Introduction. A predator wandering in the desert. Richard narrowed his eyes after reading the attributes of the opponent. Level 5, rare 1-star. And there are as many as 3 teams. This is troublesome. If he hadn't used the desertification skill just now, he would have been absolutely sure to eat these wilderness wargs. But the strongest means of survival had been used when avoiding the collapse of the passage. His desertification cooldown time is 1 hour, and the cooldown time of the arms type needs 2 hours. It is impossible to wait for the skill cooldown to refresh. Moreover, the terrain here is wide, and it is impossible to use the terrain to fight again. Prepare for battle, the Scorpion warriors will be at the front, and the Axe of the Dead will be the main force in hunting. Gray, prepare to cast a spell and control these wolves. Richard looked at Gray, his eyes became serious, while the Scorpion warriors were setting up a defensive formation. Ah, the howling of the wild wolves on the sand dunes could be heard from a very long distance in the vast desert. The horror of attack. The wolves of the 3 teams were like wild beasts out of the cage, and their speed soared to the extreme in the blink of an eye, even leaving a few afterimages in the air. Trampling, trampling, the sand made a rustling sound of footsteps. The green eyes made people feel cold under the moonlight. The Scorpion warrior opened his huge iron pincers, and the scorpion tail glowed with a faint blue light. The Axe of the Dead held the battle axe tightly, and the soul fire in the empty eyes in the horn helmet was beating. In just a few breaths, the wilderness wolves that attacked at lightning speed arrived in front of him. Richard could even clearly see the hair on the other side that was like steel needles. At the moment when the 2 sides were about to collide, an obscure spell was recited beside him. Gray pointed forward fiercely, and a dim light flashed. The wilderness wolves that rushed at high speed roared, and their spirituality seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, and their ears were buzzing. They lost control of their bodies in an instant, and the strong inertia brought by high-speed movement made them fall directly to the ground. Screech, they fell hard on the sand, leaving long scratches. Curse words, B-level, can make the enemies in a 20-meter diameter area fall into a state of confusion, stagnation of action, duration 5 seconds, cooling time 2 minutes, consumption 50 points of magic power. All the wilderness wolves in front were forcibly controlled, and the wolves behind them jumped up urgently and directly past their companions on the ground. Sizzle, the moment it landed on the ground again, it opened its bloody mouth that could tear through thick armor, and bit the Scorpion warrior. At this moment, a dark light flashed again. The breath of the wolves that rushed into the Scorpion warrior was instantly confused, the light in their eyes became scattered and confused, and their bodies lost control again. Curse Mage, A-level, the power of the curse released increased by 70%, and it can consume double magic power to directly release skills on cooldown. These rare soldiers who moved like the wind were directly pressed to the ground by Gray and stood there. The Scorpion warrior and the Axe of the Dead burst out their most ferocious attacks at the moment when the enemy was controlled. The iron pliers in his hand swung, pulling out several afterimages, directly clamped the neck of the wolf, and exerted force violently. The wolf, whose mind was in chaos, did not react at all. Puff, a huge wolf head fell directly to the ground, and blood splattered all over it. Whoosh, the battle axe whistled, snapped, and chopped into the body, making a crisp sound like a dry branch breaking when it chopped the bones. The strength of the wild wolf lies in its terrifying speed, and the attack power that can easily tear steel. But these 2 were forcibly suppressed by Gray. Roar, the strong smell of blood stimulated the nerves of the wolf crazily, and the first group of wolf that fell to the ground suddenly raised their heads. Seeing the miserable state of their companions, they immediately became furious, and their muscles were pressed down to the extreme like spring treasures, and suddenly exploded. Once they were close to it, No one could imagine what kind of terrible attack they would encounter. But the wolf just started, boom, the heavy hammer in his mind exploded again. Their bodies were stiff on the spot. 500 points of magic power, enough for Groot to forcibly release the curse word 5 times. Before the magic power is completely consumed, these rare and powerful lives don't think about moving a bit. Chapter 72. When these wilderness wolves, which were not known for their defensive power, were forcibly controlled by Grey, the poisonous scorpion warriors, and the Axe of the Dead rushed forward. When the Axe of the Dead faced a rare type of soldier, even if the probability of triggering soul execution was not high, it could still rely on its powerful force to chop the opponent to death. And the poisonous scorpion warriors are even more terrifying. Rare 3 stars, level 6, 2 giant claws are almost more terrifying than gates. Click, click, every time they close, a wilderness wolf's head is cut off. There are 3 teams of wilderness wolves, and 2 teams of poisonous scorpion warriors, plus 1.5 teams of the Axe of the Dead. Almost one-on-one, there are still a few more. After Grey released the curse for the 4th time, the last wilderness wolf was beheaded by the Axe of the Dead. During the whole process, except for the 2 wilderness wolves that lost control and hit the poisonous scorpion warriors at the beginning, the army of the City of Dusk did not suffer any damage. Even this rare level troop was pinned to the ground before it could show its power, unable to even get up. Intermediate hero. Casting effect increased by 15%. Curse Mage. A level, the power of the curse released increased by 70%. Bond. Using curse magic and skills, the magic damage and effect caused increased by 50%. Richard looked at Grey's attribute panel again. The opponent has 3 characteristics that increase the power of spellcasting, which greatly increases the duration of the 5-second curse. These wild wolves can still get up in the middle, thanks to their rare troop and powerful strength. If they were replaced by rare troop, I'm afraid they wouldn't even be able to move. I'm in a good mood. Fortunately, your Italian cannon provided the heart of the mummy, otherwise he would have missed this A-level hero. It seems that I have to contact this lucky guy from time to time in the future. He likes making friends the most. Ding, the army led by you wiped out a group of wild wolves in the wilderness, and won a micro battle. You gained 600 experience points. Richard looked at the corpses of the wargs on the ground and smiled brightly. This is another huge harvest. Throw aside the corpses of the wargs that have just been stung and are highly poisonous. It is naturally impossible to consider so many things when fighting. The scorpion warriors do not have the ability to extract curses like the mummies. After being stung, those who are poisoned can only give up. After cleaning up, fortunately only 3 were stung. The remaining 27 became his trophies. Looking at the wargs lying on the sand, which were the size of bison, Richard's mouth corners were raised high. The troop nest of the cursed pharaoh can be upgraded to rare today, which requires 50,000 units of resources. And the troop nest of the Axe of the Dead can be upgraded to rare level tomorrow, which requires 500,000 units of resources. After thinking about it, it seems that even if all the corpses of these wolves are sold, it is not enough to upgrade the lair of the Axe of the Dead. The corners of his mouth twitched. I thought I made a fortune, but I didn't expect that after all the calculations, there is still a gap. There is not much food in the warehouse. You can keep 2 of them, and take them back to replenish the warehouse. The rest can be sold. Richard happily opened the trading market, but didn't remember to sell. He went to understand the market situation first. In the past few days, the price of food has dropped a bit, and it is no longer as high as before. Each unit of wolf can be sold for 20 units of resources, and each wolf weighs about 600 to 700 units. He specifically looked for the bounty of the undead, and learned about the market. The undead can summon skeletons, so there should be a lot of demand for corpses. But to his surprise, the bounty price of the undead was very low, not even 1/10 of the price of food. This made him give up the idea of selling to the undead. These poor guys are not worthy of buying his wolves. He put it directly on the trading market. It attracted great attention within 10 minutes of being put up. I'm so rude. That pervert in Chinchio just sold 25 rare beasts. Wild wolf. Is this a person? That's rare level. Am I fucking blind? How come someone can kill rare level soldiers in less than half a month? Ordinary, elite, rare, rare. I only got my first elite level soldier yesterday. Where is Justice? This guy must be a beta player of Glorious Era. Or he must be the planner of Glorious Era Company. Brother Chinchio is awesome. Ha ha ha, who said Chinchio was a scumbag before? Since you are so awesome, why don't you kill rare level soldiers? Go ahead, I'm waiting for you to slap me in the face. Don't doubt that others are strong if you don't have the ability. What you can't do, others can't do either. I laugh when I think of those stupid people who jumped out because Brother Qingqiu didn't appear in the territory level rankings a few days ago. How about it? Now Brother Qingqiu has just hunted rare level soldiers. Doesn't he feel his face is swollen? The Lord players who spoke against Richard a few days ago were silent at this time. 25 rare wilderness wolves, not just one. One might be luck, but 25, can luck explain it? If this thing is so easy to deal with, they won't be so miserable. Even if you want to find fault with it, you can't say anything in the end. How can this pervert be so strong? After seeing this news, your Italian canon sent a message to his sister immediately. Sister, did you see it? 25 rare wilderness wolves. The Qingqiu boss is really awesome. Ha ha ha. The stronger the opponent, the more correct his vision is. He is extremely optimistic about Richard and wants to hold him tightly. Night rain flower falls. Qingqiu is indeed extraordinary, stronger than I thought. The combat power of the rare level troops is extremely terrifying. I only encountered 2 squads yesterday, and the troops almost collapsed. Your Italian cannon smiled proudly. Now the Qingqiu boss has a close relationship with us, and we may have to rely on each other more in the future. Night rain flower falls. You can contact him more. It's always good to have more friends. You better become stronger quickly. The sooner we explore the 2-star dungeon, the better. Sister, don't be so anxious. You can definitely open up that dungeon after waiting for a while. Night rain flower falls. If you delay for 2 more months, you will lose your leading advantage. Will the precious items now still be precious in 2 months? Okay, just wait and see. Night rain flower falls. In addition, the dungeon will be opened in half a month. No matter what, you must enter the 1 million players. There must be no mistakes. This dungeon will be a collision between the top lords of Glorious Era, and the rewards you can get will definitely make people jealous. Sister, don't underestimate me. It's just 1 million. It's easy to catch. This time when I enter the dungeon, I will kill people. Chapter 73. Richard thought about it, and sold the 3 poison wolves, but the system marked them as inedible, and perhaps some undead would be interested in them. After dealing with everything, let the axe of the dead carry 2 wasteland wolves. Under the moonlight, return to the city of dusk. The desert in the wild is no longer as hot as during the day, and the air is a little humid. Under the moonlight, the vast desert is not clear, and there is a special hazy beauty. The journey was not peaceful. After more than 2 hours of journey, we encountered more than 10 raids by wild troops. But we never encountered an enemy as powerful as the wasteland wolves. Under Gray's control, the car was overturned before the wind and waves. After several battles, Richard also intuitively realized the power of this A-level hero. Although there is no damage skill, the exaggerated control makes it impossible for the enemy to resist. With the Axe of the Dead, the strong attack troops such as the Scorpion Warrior are simply amazing. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Richard, who had swept through a field of wild monsters, finally returned to the territory. The Axe of the Dead had more than 20 more prey on him, and he didn't even waste the bodies of the harvested soldiers, selling them all to the undead. Although the price was not high, it was also an extra income. After returning to the territory in a happy mood, he originally thought that the residents had gone to rest, but the scene in front of him stunned him. In the empty space, there were several torches that were mostly burned around. In the dim light, a dark crowd of people could be seen sitting on the ground and dozing off. Many people still had uneasiness and worry on their faces, turning their heads to look outside the territory from time to time, as if waiting for something. A resident who got up to go to the toilet was slightly stunned when he saw Richard coming in from the side, and then shouted excitedly, "The Lord is back!" The huge sound woke up the residents in the dim light, and they turned their heads to look at Richard behind them. Seeing the familiar figure, the worries on their faces disappeared, and they showed an extremely bright smile. "The Lord is fine. Praise the gods. The Lord is back. Ha ha ha, I bet this is definitely the best news I have ever heard. Lord." The scene that was silent just now immediately became lively, and everyone cheered and jumped for joy, as if something good had happened. Are they all waiting for him? Richard saw this scene, and a warm current rose in his heart. He looked at Kalu, who was excitedly coming through the crowd. He frowned without waiting for the other party to salute. "Kalu, did you ask them to wait here?" Kalu waved his hands repeatedly with relief when he saw that Richard was fine. "Lord Richard, we didn't see you come back after dinner, so we spontaneously waited for you outside." The first resident, who discovered Richard's return, also spoke up. "Lord, we are all worried that you didn't come back." Richard turned his head and looked at the faces that smiled from the bottom of their hearts, and something in his heart was touched. At this moment, He felt that he had become extremely close to this world. No longer felt strange. Took a deep breath and nodded slowly. The voice resounded in everyone's ears. I think you just want to find an excuse to sleep in tomorrow. The crowd laughed. After he finished speaking, he looked at the crowd and pointed at a resident and shouted, Deke, you are also a person who has won the bronze medal of Twilight City. Why don't you set an example? Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for the work and rest of the territory, and this situation is not allowed to happen again. He called out several names in succession, and then said loudly, You guys take the lead, go back and rest. Twilight City is still there, you are still there, and I will be fine. We will deal with the prey tomorrow morning. What are you all still standing there for? Get out of here. After saying that, he did not wait for the residents to leave, and asked the army to put the prey next to the well, and then return to the Lord's mansion first. When passing by the crowd, no one moved. When Richard's back disappeared, the residents started to make a fuss. The few people whose names were just called had red eyes due to excitement. They felt unprecedented glory. Lord, do you still remember our names? Lord, do you still remember our names? Gods above, did Lord just call my name? I was actually remembered by Lord. I'm so envious of those who were named and won the collective bronze medal. If I had known, I would have participated in the last mission. Others were also particularly touched. They, humble civilians, have experienced unprecedented respect in this city. Several young people suddenly thought of something and shouted, Didn't you notice just now? Lord's army has lost many people. Yes, there were more than a dozen mummies with crowns this morning, and only one came back just now. You go and have a look. There are 2 wilderness wolves next to the well. I have seen those monsters before, and dozens of people can't stop them. The crowd that was just discussing suddenly quieted down. After many people looked at the 2 wolves next to the well, their emotions began to ferment. No wonder you came back so late tonight. You must have encountered a powerful enemy. I'm afraid it must have been difficult. Lord, those soldiers died for us. They had already imagined a scene where Richard risked his life to hunt for the territory. It was their honor to have such a great lord. Back at the Lord's mansion, Richard, who was having dinner, suddenly heard a system prompt. Ding! The residents' public opinion in Twilight City has reached 90, and the territory has acquired the characteristic of living and working in peace and contentment. Living and working in peace and contentment. Activated when the public opinion reaches 90 points, the residents live and work in peace and contentment in the territory, and respect you very much. Everyone will 100% implement the policies you formulate, and will promote your greatness to new residents. Residents will not be instigated by the enemy, and will report to you immediately if they find suspicious outsiders sneaking into the territory. Twilight City's attractiveness to refugees increases by 50%, and there is a higher probability that high-level talents or mid-level heroes will take the initiative to surrender, and the charm of the city is greatly improved. Chapter 74. Wow, the public sentiment has reached 90 points? Richard was a little surprised. But after reading the upgraded features twice, he immediately smiled. Although this feature is not a combat feature, it can greatly reduce the difficulty of management and increase the territory's foundation. The larger the territory, and the longer the time, the more obvious this effect. Obviously, his policy towards residents during this period is paid off. I wonder what features will appear after 100 points. Ascension on the spot? Becoming a god on the spot? This extra gain made him feel very happy, and he ate 2 more bowls of rice. After a good sleep, he saw the excited Kalu as soon as he got up the next day. Lord, the desert bees have just separated their nests. After hearing this news, Richard came to the Saxall forest excitedly. The Saxall forest is in full bloom at this time. The rainbow-colored flowers are particularly bright and eye-catching in the desert. The sound of bees, which symbolizes vitality, makes people happy. Those bees that have separated their nests have taken the initiative to enter the hives we have placed around them. They are very well behaved. Richard smelled the fragrance of the flowers and entered the Saxall forest with Kalu. There were countless bees flying around the area where the hives were placed. There were already bees with pollen on their legs crawling in and out of the 2 new hives. When they saw Richard coming, the bees immediately buzzed around him. The scene was quite lively. Richard opened the attribute panel of a new hive. Desert wasp nest level, special queen bee, primary, subordinate queen bee, cannot be upgraded, but can produce honey of the main nest level. Features, can produce intermediate quality desert honey with a special fragrance. After eating, it can greatly speed up the recovery of physical strength and injuries, and slightly increase the recovery of magic power. Number of bee colonies, small, fixed small, cannot be expanded. Output, Fixed output of 10 units of intermediate honey per week. Introduction. A rare bee in the desert, extremely rare. Cannot be upgraded? And the number of bee colonies is fixed, and the output is also fixed. Richard frowned slightly. The reproduction and growth of desert bees can only rely on the main nest, cannot upgrade other queen bees, which undoubtedly limits his idea of rapidly growing desert honey. But it seems normal to think about it. If it is so easy to reproduce, desert bees will not be evaluated as extremely rare. A mid-level queen bee can have 2 subsidiary nests. Can a high-level queen bee have 4 subsidiary nests? His brows relaxed slightly. Open the trading market. A large string of private messages appeared in the private mailbox. When I opened it, I saw that the 25 normal wargs and the 3 poison wargs had all been sold. A total of 340,000 units of resources were earned. With the original resources, he already had 360,000 units in his hands. This is definitely an exaggerated amount of money. But for what he has to do, it seems too little. Open the troop nest panel. The cursed pyramid of the cursed pharaoh can be upgraded to the rare level. And the battle axe hut of the axe of the dead can be upgraded to the rare level. The desert bee can also be upgraded to the advanced queen bee. So, 600,000 units of resources are needed to meet the upgrade requirements. The landlord is really poor this time. Richard, who has hundreds of thousands of units of resources, feels helpless. His speed of earning resources is among the top among the 20 billion lords. But compared to the consumption, it didn't take long for the landlord to fall into a state of extreme thirst for resources again. The tomahawk cabin requires 500,000 units of resources, so you can wait for a while. Upgrade the desert bees and cursed pharaoh first. The sooner you upgrade the bees, the greater the benefits. There is no need to delay. Richard spent 100,000 units of resources and bought 200 troop nests. 100 of them are insect troop nests, and 100 are desert camp troop nests. Come to the main nest of the desert honey. Consume all 100 troop nests. After a while, the properties of the beehive changed. Desert wasp nest level, special queen bee, advanced, promoted to special queen bee. The beehive can produce better quality special honey. Features: it can produce high quality desert honey with a special fragrance. After eating, it can greatly speed up the recovery of physical strength and injuries, and greatly improve the recovery of magic. Number of bee colonies, medium subhive. 2, can have 2 intermediate level subqueens, each of which can have 2 primary queens. Production, minimum weekly production of 15 units of advanced honey. Currently available reserves, 15 units. Introduction, a rare bee in the desert, extremely rare. When the main hive is upgraded to advanced, the 2 subqueens can be upgraded to intermediate, and can have their own subqueens. In this way, the number of desert bees is not increased by 2 nests as he imagined, but directly increased by 4 nests. As long as he reproduces, he can have 7 nests of bees. If it is upgraded to special grade, wouldn't it be possible to increase 8 nests of bees at a time? Moreover, the level of the subqueens does not need him to upgrade, they will automatically upgrade over time. At most 1 month, he will see the emergence of several other beehives. Richard laughed. So this is the way desert bees expand. His mood improved a little. His beekeeping business is on the right track. He walked out of the Saxall forest and called a few staff members. The honey in the main nest can be taken. You guys take your tools and follow me. Yes, sir. After washing the honey collection equipment prepared in advance by the spring, they immediately followed Richard to the beehive. There are more than 10 units of honey in the main nest. You open the bottom of the box and take out the honey. After the upgrade, the desert bees are very smart, and the actions of the few people were not stung by the bees. The beehive is made of wooden boards and placed on a wooden frame. The bottom plate can be opened by pushing and pulling. Pulling the bottom plate from the bottom, you can see pieces of honey, and the sweet smell bursts instantly. Now we are taking intermediate honey, which is 1 level higher than the primary honey last time. Although he hadn't tasted it yet, Richard's saliva was already secreting uncontrollably. Who can resist this kind of fragrance? After taking 3 pieces of capped honeycombs, the available reserves of desert bees dropped to 0. Richard took a few more glances. These available honeycombs were separated from the old nests of desert bees by a distance, and they were clearly separated. It was obvious that the other party had built it here on purpose. He nodded in appreciation. These little guys are really smart. He turned his head and looked at the staff behind him. Today is May 12th. You will come to get honey every week in the future. Just like today, take down the honeycombs on the side, and don't touch the old nests of the bees. On the 19th, the 2 nests of bees next to it can also produce new honey. Take it out in the same way. In addition, Install the finished honeycombs in advance. The bees will divide the nests later. Yes, sir. After giving instructions, Richard looked at the honeycombs in the special wooden barrel and couldn't help but reach out to break off a piece. Looking carefully through the sunlight mottled by the leaves, these honeys have been sealed, with a thin layer of beeswax on them. Generally, bees will preserve the brood honey in this way. Biting off a corner, the crystal clear honey with a golden hue pulled out a few thin threads. The taste is sweeter and richer than primary honey and explodes in the mouth. After Richard swallowed it, he was full of praise. I feel that the story of the desert crown I made up is not good. This should be the grace of the gods bestowed on the world. This thing must take the highest en route. I hope Anik will not disappoint me. The desert crown will definitely become the pearl of the city of dusk. At this moment, he has seen a lot of resources flowing into his pocket. The landlord's family is in urgent need of resources. Chapter 75. After the honeycomb is taken out, it can be taken out by drying it in the sun or using special tools. Naturally, he doesn't need to do these tasks. As the master of the territory, the only thing he has to do is to issue orders and make good use of the resources of the territory to fulfill his will. After dealing with the desert bees, Richard came to the flame dragon rabbit breeding area next to him. The breeding base has taken shape. There is a 2-meter-high wooden fence on the outermost perimeter, and inside it is a 1-meter-high and 2-meter-wide wisteria thorn. A team of bandaged mummies are guarding around. The wisteria thorns are lush and vibrant because of the large amount of water irrigation. These sharp thorns with 7 or 8 centimeters long barbs are so sharp that even warriors wearing thick armor have to be nervous. At this time, the desert goblins are arranging a second wisteria thorn outside the fence, and it seems that they want to completely lock the surroundings. Richard is quite appreciative of this. If the scale of the flame dragon rabbit can be expanded, the benefits of the output may not be worse than desert honey. The blanket made of flame dragon rabbit fur and capable of automatic temperature control made him deeply understand what Onyx said, that only the royal family and nobles in the Ice and Snow Empire are qualified to use flame dragon rabbit products. Oh, my great master, your humble servant greets you. Chinya, the thin head of the breeding base, immediately ran over to greet Richard after seeing him. That flattering look made Richard laugh and cry. The life of the goblin is really top-notch. How is the flame dragon rabbit? Chinya patted his toothpick-like chest and said excitedly, Master, those flame dragon rabbits are very healthy now. I will inspect them every day and never allow them to eat. When raising other things, we are afraid that they will not eat, but only flame dragon rabbits are afraid that they will eat. It's also quite interesting. What about the cubs of flame dragon rabbits? They are growing very fast. It is expected to enter the mature period by the end of the month. They will shed their hair and enter the breeding period next month. Good guy, it's really fast. Take good care of them. Come to me anytime if you have any questions. Yes, sir. The flame dragon rabbits are basking in the sun all day long. There is nothing to see. Richard returned to the territory after a few instructions. Entering the Lord's mansion, he first upgraded the cursed pyramid to rare with the 100 troop nests he just bought. In this way, he has 3 rare level troop nests in his hands. Cursed pyramid, scorpion nest, tomahawk cabin. But what he most desires is to upgrade the tomahawk cabin to rare level first. Now we still have 260,000 units of resources. It takes 500,000 units to buy 1,000 troop nests. This is not a small number. But if we encounter a group of wild monsters, like the wilderness wolves again, these problems can be solved. While thinking, Richard suddenly seemed to think of something and took out the architectural drawings of the food workshop obtained from the gold mine from the system space. I have been busy these days, and almost forgot about this matter. Food workshop drawings level. Common features. Food workshops can be built for research, production, and processing of food. Resources required for construction. 5,000 gold coins, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone. Construction time. 7 days. Number of people required. 30 people. If the number of people is less than the standard number, the construction time will increase, and if it is greater, the time will decrease. Occupancy. 10 spaces. Introduction. You can taste more delicious food in your territory. Food, clothing, shelter and transportation. The food workshop has unlimited potential. As long as it is done well, there will be no worries about not being able to earn resources. Richard took the blueprint to the open space near the well. Prepare to build here. After the territory is upgraded, there are 60 more open spaces, and this area has exactly 10. The well is located southwest of the Lord's mansion, next to the residential area on the west. He stretched out his hand to call a resident, and asked him to help him call Kalu. A moment later, Kalu, who was full of white hair but very energetic, arrived. "Lord Richard." Richard pointed to the blueprint in his hand to Kalu and told him the general properties and construction requirements. "You immediately find 30 workers to build a food workshop. I have a feeling that this building may be particularly important to the city of Dusk. As long as it can produce enough delicious food, there are trading markets for 20 billion players, and the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce in terms of sales channels, so there will be no worries about sales. Of course, the specific situation will not be known until the food workshop is built." After arranging the tasks, Richard left enough resources to fill the surrounding open space. Then he ignored everything else and prepared to go out hunting with the army. Before other industries in Twilight City develop, hunting should still be the main focus. But he believes that with his cultivation, it will not take long for Twilight City to have its own industry. At that time, Twilight City will usher in a time of rapid development. Richard's goal this time is to fill the gap of more than 200,000 resources required to upgrade the Axe of the Dead before the refresh of the Arm's Nest on Monday, the 15th. But this is not a small number. In order to improve efficiency, after thinking about it, he transferred the 5 teams of bandaged mummies stationed in the territory to Gray. Let this A-level hero lead the team to scan the map in another direction. Hero units have super high intelligence and are no worse than lords in commanding the army. And Gray happened to be a mummy hero, with additional attribute bonuses for the mummy army. The bandaged mummies were put to good use in his hands. The security of the Dusk City is guarded by 9 teams of elite mummy guardians, which is enough for the time being. Starting at noon, Richard returned with prey until dark. At the same time, Gray was not inferior and also had a full harvest. The bandaged mummies did not lose any personnel after a whole day of fighting, which made Richard feel relieved and his trust in Gray increased again. On the 13th, 14th, and 15th, for 3 consecutive days, Richard and Gray went out early and returned late every day to scan the map. But the battles in the wild were not always smooth sailing. Gray was attacked by a group of rare-level wild soldiers at noon on the 15th. The bandaged mummies lost a team, leaving only 4 teams in total. However, the harvest that day was more than Richard's. When they came back, almost every bandaged mummy was carrying 1 or 2 prey. On the evening of May 15th, Richard returned to the territory, and Gray had returned first. Looking at the prey piled up into a small mountain, he was in a good mood. Apart from leaving some to fill the warehouse, all the others were sold out. The result of 3 days of crazy hunting was a large amount of resources coming in, accumulating enough for the upgrade of the Axe of the Dead. He looked at the skyrocketing data on the attribute panel and was in high spirits. Gold coins, 200,000 pieces, wood, 150,000 units, stone, 150,000 units, iron ore, 130,000 units. What made him excited was not only the abundance of supplies, but also because today was Monday, the time for the production of the soldiers' nests to refresh. The army under his command will expand again. The opening of the large-scale dungeon at the end of the month is getting closer and closer. The more troops he has, the more confident he will be in clashing with other lords. Chapter 76. 8 o'clock in the evening. The system prompt rang in Richard's ears on time. Ding, this week is the wood resource week. The output of the lumberyard will increase by 1,000 units per day. Please arrange the production, lords. Ding, the output of all arms nests has been refreshed. Please recruit on your own. It's finally here. Richard is in a good mood. It's a pity that Dusk City only occupies a small lumberyard during the wood resource week. If it occupies 10 or 20, the harvest in a week is still considerable. The desert is indeed a place with exhausted resources. The density of refreshing resource points is much less than other terrains. He has also learned about it on the forum in the past few days. If it is a plain or normal land, the resource points are refreshed very densely, and you can even see one every 10 minutes. On the contrary, he has been scanning the map around Dusk City for so long, and he has found 5 resource points. He didn't feel it before, he thought all lords were like this, but he found it after understanding it. Compared with other places, the products of the desert are simply not worth seeing. We still have to develop ourselves and continue farming. If we rely on external materials to survive, Dusk City will not be able to develop at all. There is harm only when there is comparison. Shaking his head to collect scattered thoughts, he opened the arms nest and took a look. Sure enough, they have all been refreshed. Guardian Land, Elite 3 stars, 3 buildings, recruitable arms, Mummy Guardian, recruitable number, 30. Great Pyramid, Elite 3 stars, 3 buildings, recruitable arms, Bandaged Mummy, recruitable number, 21. Scorpion Nest, rare 3 stars, 1 building, recruitable arms. Scorpion Warrior, recruitable number, 7. Curse Pyramid, rare 3 stars, 1 building, recruitable arms. Curse Pharaoh, recruitable number, 5. Axe Hut, rare 3 stars, 1 building, recruitable arms. Axe of the Dead, recruitable number, 5. Except for the Axe of the Dead, more than 20,000 resources were consumed to recruit all the arms. The power at his hand surged again. The current number of troops in Twilight City. Mummy Guardian, 120, Elite 3 stars, Bandaged Mummies, 61, Elite 3 stars, Scorpion Warriors, 27, Rare 3 stars, Curse Pharaohs, 5, Rare 3 stars, Axe of the Dead, 15, Rare 3 stars. The total force reached 228 people. The current population of Twilight City is less than 400. This force can already be described as powerful. What made Richard even more excited was that the first rare-level troop nest in Twilight City was about to be born. He took a look at the still sufficient resources, and bought 1,000 troop nests of the desert camp without hesitation. He spent this resource very happily. After the purchase, only 110,000 units of resources were left out of 610,000. Richard came to the front of the battle axe cabin with great expectations. This was his first time to upgrade a rare-level troop nest. He was quite excited. The temple guard that he felt was out of reach half a month ago was only at the rare level. Axe cabin, rare 3 stars. Consume 10 rare-level desert camp troop nest cores to upgrade it to rare 3 stars. 1,000 common-level troop nests have been detected, which meets the upgrade requirements. Do you want to upgrade? Richard didn't think much and confirmed it directly. The next second, the majestic energy gushed out of the axe cabin, and the height rose from 4 meters to 5 meters. The thousands of battle axes hanging on the outer wall of the cabin, which were shining with silver light, now glowed with a faint golden light. After a few minutes, the light dissipated. The cabin became more and more exquisite, and thousands of battle axes shone brightly. At a glance, you can tell that this is definitely not an ordinary thing. Upgraded successfully, current level, rare 3 stars. Tomahawk cabin, rare 3 stars. Consume 10 rare-level desert camp soldier nest cores to upgrade it to brilliant 3 stars. After the black gold system prompt sounded, Richard laughed. He was filled with a sense of accomplishment, and it was wonderful to see the power in his hands grow little by little. Tomahawk cabin level, rare 3 stars recruitable soldiers. Axe of the Dead, rare 3 stars. Number of recruits, 5 weekly output, 5 recruitment conditions, 4,000 gold coins, for 1,000 units of stone, for 1,000 units of iron or introduction. You can recruit undead soldiers with good combat effectiveness. After the upgrade, the resources required to recruit the Axe of the Dead also increased by 10 times. The cost of high-level soldiers is not cheap. Seeing this, Richard felt both pain and pleasure. With a wave of his hand, he directly recruited all 5 Axes of the Dead. Instantly, countless dark energies gathered in the battle axe hut. After a few breaths, the dim light flickered. The Axe of the Dead, wearing full armor with mandala patterns and a horn helmet, appeared in sight. This powerful soldier walked out of the wooden house step by step. After stepping out of the door, he reached out and took a battle axe with a faint golden light from the wall. Click, click, at the moment he raised the battle axe, countless chains gathered on his wrist out of thin air. A real Axe of the Dead appeared. Richard opened the other party's attribute panel with an impatient mood. Axe of the Dead level 5, intermediate soldier, strength increased by 15%. Potential, rare 3 stars skills, Axe / B level, can throw axe to attack enemies within 40 meters, can retract the axe through the chain on the arm, causing huge magic damage to the enemy. Body of the Dead, C level, immune to poison, plague, curse, defense increased by 70%, will not die unless the heart is destroyed. Roar C level, after roaring, the next attack power is increased by 70%. Spin C level, after throwing the axe, can use the chain wrapped around the arm to pull the axe, carry out continuous attacks, and have more sophisticated control over the axe. Axe break C level, after throwing the axe, let it explode and break, causing huge magic damage to enemies within a diameter of 10 meters. Racial talent, after the axe is broken, it can consume power and recondense. Bond battle axe. The distance of the battle axe throw is 1 to 10 meters, and the damage caused is increased by 20%. The distance of the battle axe throw is 11 to 20 meters, and the damage caused is increased by 40%. The distance of the battle axe throw is 21 to 40 meters, and the damage caused is increased by 60%. There is a 30% chance to trigger the instant death skill Soul Slash, which directly executes the enemy. The higher the enemy level, the lower the triggering probability. Introduction. Want to taste the axe? After reading it several times, Richard was very excited. Good guy, the initial level of the Axe of the Dead recruited from the Arms Nest reached level 5, directly obtained the attribute bonus of the intermediate arms. Moreover, after the promotion, not only all skills are upgraded by 1 level, but the attributes are greatly improved. It also obtained a powerful skill Axe Break. The already powerful Axe of the Dead has a group attack skill. This wave is simply a god level enhancement. More importantly, the killer feature of the Axe of the Dead, the distance of the axe throwing, has been increased from 30 meters to 40 meters. And the Soul Execution, an instant death skill, has also been increased from 21 meters to 30 meters to 21 meters to 40 meters. An increase of 10 meters. This extra 10 meters doubles the operability of the Axe of the Dead. This is the real killer, ha ha ha. Chapter 77. After Richard recruited the 5 Axes of the Dead, he immediately granted all the soldiers the skill of desertification. This magical skill, which has made countless contributions, has become the standard of the City of Dusk. Looking at the powerful army in front of him, he was in a good mood. He looked at the other 15 Axes of the Dead. With the improvement of the army nest, they can also be promoted to the rare level. But after taking a look at the attribute panel, his face suddenly looked a little strange. The resources required to upgrade the army are equal to the recruitment resources, without any discount. To upgrade 15 Axes of the Dead to the rare level, 60,000 gold coins, 60,000 units of wood, and 60,000 units of iron ore are required. Adding up to a total of 180,000, this is simply killing me. I'm so poor. Richard sighed to the sky. The speed at which he earned resources was abnormal, but in the end, it was still not enough. The army nest is a bottomless pit. If you want to cultivate it, the investment is too huge. This is just 1 unit nest. I still have the Scorpion Warrior and Cursed Pharaoh. The speed of training units may not be so fast in the future. No, it seems that we still need to train some elite and rare units to match them. It's too horrible to only train high-level units. We still have to find other ways to get resources. How much do we have to hunt to get higher units if we rely on hunting alone? Trade. To upgrade from rare to brilliant level, 10,000 unit nests are needed, which is 5 million units of resources. At the current speed of accumulation, without considering other expenses, it will take more than a month, and it cannot be solved in a short time. After Richard sorted out his thoughts, his eyes gradually regained their calm. At present, it seems that we can upgrade the bandaged mummy to the rare level first. 3 troop nests only consume 150,000 units of resources. After the nest is upgraded, the troop types of the 6 squads can be upgraded to rare. In this way, I will have a squadron of rare level troops in my hands, and I can completely conquer that 1-star dungeon. He has been thinking about the one-way portal for a long time. But the black gold system has prompted that the average strength of the troops inside is rare. At this time, as long as the bandaged mummy is upgraded, there is the rare level Axe of the Dead and Grey, a powerful A-level hero. The power in his hands is enough to conquer that dungeon. After having a plan in mind, Richard, who is extremely active, immediately began to execute it. In the early morning of May 16th, he and Grey each led their troops out to hunt. But even so, he still felt that the speed of collecting resources was too slow. That night, Richard and Grey started hunting around Twilight City at night. Although the danger of hunting in the wild has increased a lot, the harvest has also increased significantly. Under the high-intensity battle, on the night of May 18th, he accumulated enough resources for the bandaged mummy and 15 Axes of the Dead to upgrade. It takes 150,000 resources to upgrade 3 large pyramids. After upgrading, it takes 80,000 resources to upgrade 61 elite bandaged mummies to rare. And 15 Axes of the Dead require 180,000 resources to upgrade. A total of 410,000 resources. Mummy Pyramid, Elite 3 stars, can be upgraded to rare 3 stars by consuming 10 Elite Desert Camp Soldier Nest cores. Do you want to upgrade? Axe of the Dead, rare 3 stars. Do you want to consume 4,000 gold coins for 1,000 units of wood and 4,000 units of iron or to upgrade to rare 3 stars? As the black gold system was upgraded, it lit up. The resources Richard had accumulated over the past few days had reached the bottom again. But the power in his hands became stronger because of his efforts. Bandaged Mummy, 61, rare 3 stars. Scorpion Warrior, 27, rare 3 stars. Cursed Pharaoh, 5. Rare 3 stars, Axe of the Dead. 20. Rare 3 stars, 9 squads of rare troops, 2 squads of rare troops. A total of 113 troops. Richard looked at the powerful army in the front yard of the Lord's mansion, and his heart was surging. This was the army he forged with his own hands, which was more than 10 times stronger than half a month ago, full of sense of accomplishment. Ding! The bandage mummy's primary attack has been successfully researched and solidified into a territory characteristic. You can go to the blacksmith shop to freely improve the bandage mummy's attack. Richard was a little surprised when he heard the system's sudden reminder. Andel's research and development was successful. Ha! Good guy, it's really a series of good things. I immediately took the bandage mummy to the blacksmith shop. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw Andel pushing the door out with a long-handled copper hammer on her back. After seeing him, the tired girl immediately cheered up and said excitedly, "Lord Richard, I have figured out how to strengthen the mummy's attack. Praise the god of forging, the gods gave me inspiration." Richard laughed. "Andel, I believe that it is your intelligence. You have worked hard during this period. I will give you a few days of long vacation. Come back to work when you have rested well." Andel shook her head like a rattle. "No sir, I like this job. I don't want to rest for so long. I can start working tomorrow. I have already tested the mummy you gave me before," Andel said, and asked the apprentice in the blacksmith shop to bring out the bandage mummy that had been studied in the past few days. At this time, this bandage mummy has not been upgraded yet, and is still at the elite level, but one of his skills has undergone a significant change. Enhancement Claw Tearing, E level, the sharpness of the fingers is increased by 50%, and the firmness is increased by 50%. Richard opened the rare level bandage mummy attribute. Claw Tearing, D level, the sharpness of the fingers is increased by 40%, and the firmness is increased by 40%. Wow, after strengthening, the E-level skill is better than the D-level skill. The attributes of both are high. He specifically asked the two bandage mummies to stretch out their shriveled palms for comparison. The strengthened bandage mummy arm seemed to be integrated with steel, with a metallic luster. Even if you haven't tried it, you can feel its solidity. The 5 fingers of the palm have changed a lot. After being irrigated with metal, they are as sharp as daggers, and their appearance is extremely ferocious. The unstrengthened ones are obviously inferior, and the sharpness is obviously reduced. Richard is in a good mood. Andel, besides you, is there anyone else who can strengthen the attack of the mummy? I have taught all the skills here to the apprentices in the blacksmith shop, and everyone can do it. How long does it take to strengthen a mummy? 20 minutes to half an hour, depending on the proficiency of the blacksmith. Okay, you go back and rest first. Let the others strengthen all the bandaged mummies for me tonight. Tomorrow, I will go out to capture a powerful gathering place of field troops. I'm not tired. I stay here to supervise. Andel, obey orders. My lord, I... Yes. After sending the tired girl back to rest, Richard couldn't wait to come to the forging area, watching the blacksmith strengthen the mummies. The blacksmith melted pots of steel, cooled them at different times, added some of his black metal materials, and finally mixed them together. After the red molten iron was ready, the bandaged mummy was asked to go over and put his arms on the operating table. The blacksmith poured the molten iron down bit by bit. Sizzle, a foul smell came, which made Richard feel extremely choking. But under his watch, the molten iron not only did not burn the bandaged mummy. Instead, it merged with their arms, gradually reflecting the metallic luster. The whole process was very delicate and seemed full of fantasy, not scientific at all. Only undead creatures could do this. If it were humans, they would have collapsed due to the severe pain. When the first bandaged mummy was strengthened, Richard immediately opened the other party's attribute panel. Bandage mummy level, level 5, intermediate soldier, strength increased by 15%. Potential, rare 3 stars skills, body of death, D level, strength increased by 50%, fearless of pain, fearless of death, immune to poison and plague. Corpse bandage, D level, reduces physical damage received by 40%, bandages come with plague, infected people will fall into a weak state, all attributes reduced by 30%, if not treated, will gradually die. Reinforcement tier of claws, D level, finger sharpness increased by 70%, firmness increased by 70%. Desertification, C level, racial talent, when fighting in the desert, physical strength and injury recovery speed increased by 50%. Bond mummy. These days, Gray took the bandage mummies out hunting, and raised their levels to level 5. After strengthening, the skill attribute of tier of claws, The sharpness and firmness of fingers increased from 40% to 70%. More powerful than ever. The sharp claws reflecting the deep cold light constantly remind outsiders that they are not easy to mess with. Seeing the claws as sharp as razors, Richard laughed. Is this the true value of Andal? A-level heroes are indeed extraordinary. And this is just the beginning, if they continue to strengthen. When the mummy has intermediate, advanced, and even special attacks, how powerful will it be? How terrifying can other arms get? Chapter 78. Morning on May 19th. All the mummies of the 6 teams were strengthened. After Richard gave Kalu some instructions, he replenished the logistical supplies and left the city of Dusk with the army. The territory was guarded by 120 mummy guardians, so there was no need to worry about any mistakes. This time his goal was also very clear, the one-way portal. He had been thinking about this 1-star dungeon for a long time. 2 hours later, Richard stood in front of the 5-meter-high one-way portal with rippling water in the middle. His eyes were sharp. At the beginning, I said that I would come after accumulating a squadron of rare soldiers, and now I have achieved my goal. He subconsciously looked up at the sky. He did not forget that he had seen a level 15 dragon nearby. The ferocious appearance left a deep impression on him. Everything will be there, the dungeon can be conquered, and the dragon will be captured as a mount. He gathered his mind and looked at the sparkling one-way portal. Bandaged mummies go ahead to explore the way. Scorpion warriors follow. Gray enters last with the axe of the dead. A son of a rich family should not sit in danger. Exploring the way is something that he does not need to take the lead. The order was issued, and 6 teams of bandaged mummies immediately stepped into the portal. With a flash of light, they disappeared into it. The Scorpion warriors followed closely behind, and Gray waited for a moment before entering with the axe of the dead. After waiting for another 5 minutes, Richard entered with 5 cursed pharaohs. The moment he passed through the portal, he only felt like he was passing through a layer of gauze, and the touch was soft. With just one step, his vision suddenly opened up. He appeared in a forest that had been burned by a fire. The air was filled with a special burnt smell, which was very pungent. All I could see were dry and black tree forks, and the ground was covered with black ash. Just from the thick ash on the ground, I could tell how violent the fire was. There were no sparks or smoke in the tree forks, and it was obvious that the fire had been burning for some time. Gray was on guard with his troops nearby at this time, and no battle took place. Everything was safe. Ding, you have entered the time fragment, the burning village, 1-star copy, the main task is triggered. Protect Bida Town and keep Bida Town in the war. Please explore the other side tasks on your own. Note 1. The time fragment is not in the same timeline as the main plane. 10 days in the time fragment equals 1 day in the main plane. Note 2. The Lord Forum cannot be opened in the time fragment. Note 3. You can leave the time fragment after completing the main task or failing the main task. The moment the system prompt sounded, Richard turned his head and looked behind him. At this time, there was no shadow of the portal behind him, only a scorched forest. The one-way portal seems to have no loopholes. If you want to get out, you can only go through the copy. No, it's interesting that you can go back even if you fail, but if you fail, I'm afraid you won't get any rewards. The main task is to protect Bida Town? Now we need to figure out where we are, and how far away from Bida Town we are. After thinking about it, he immediately gave the order. Gray, you lead the team. Spread out the bandaged mummies and Scorpion warriors to explore the surroundings. Report back immediately if you encounter an enemy. Gray immediately began to make arrangements, assigning the Scorpion warriors to the 7 teams of bandaged mummies, and going out to search in teams. Richard took this time to read the description of the black gold system again. Burning village, dungeon level, 1 star, average strength of arms, rare. Hero units, yes. Factions, demons, undead, church, humans. Tip, unable to upgrade the dungeon level. Demons, undead, church, humans, 2 good factions, 2 evil factions. Judging from the literal meaning, this dungeon should be a battle between evil and good. Now we need to understand the surrounding environment and the specific situation of these camps before we can take action. 1-star dungeon, it should not be too difficult. But Glorious Era has become the real world, so it's better to be careful. The biggest difference between the real world and the game is that the game has rules and logic, while reality never talks about logic, and anything can happen. More than half an hour later, Gray returned with a team of bandaged mummies, and the voice of this mummy hero was as empty as ever. Master, we found a group of demons attacking a human village in the east of the woods. Demons and human camps appeared. Richard was a little interested. What's the situation now? Gray answered in detail. The demons are looking for a breakthrough in the human village. They haven't launched an attack yet. The two sides are in a stalemate. The number of demons exceeds 3 squadrons, including 2 squadrons of elite 2-star troops, lesser demons, and 1 squadron of rare 3-star troops, fallen demons. This army has a demon hero commanding the battle. I left 2 squads of bandaged mummies on guard. It was indeed a copy, and hero units appeared at the beginning. An army led by a hero, and an army without a hero are 2 completely different concepts. A hero can not only command an army to fight, but also improve the overall strength of the army. Gray is the best example. Integrate the army, and go to the human village immediately. Yes! More than 20 minutes later, stepping on the thick black ash, under the guidance of Gray, the army came to a small hillside. Richard saw the village hundreds of meters away. The village was surrounded by scorched trees, and it had become dead silent. The architectural structure of the human village was very special. Outside were towering houses made of rocks, with shooting holes on them. Hundreds of houses formed a huge oval building complex, which was no less than a fortress. In the double team of houses, there was only one road leading to the interior of the village. At this time, several squadrons of demon armies were glaring at the tightly defended passage. The two sides were deadlocked here. Although they were 400 or 500 meters apart, the forest in front was burned out by the fire, and there was no obstruction, so Richard could see it very clearly. What attracted his attention the most was naturally the demons. The largest number of them were inferior demons about 1.7 meters tall. Their muscles, covered with scars, protruded one by one, and they were much stronger than humans. They had curved backs, slender tails, 2 curved horns on their heads, 3 fingers as sharp as daggers, and sharp fangs in their bloody mouths. The evil breath gushed out, and there was perhaps no more standard image of a demon than this. Lesser demon level, level 4 potential, elite 2-star skills, demon body, E-level, defense increased by 30%, immune to plague and disease. Chaotic nature, E-level, when in madness, strength increased by 50%, and will attack everyone around. Sharp claws, E-level, the sharpness of the claws increased by 30%. Racial talent, desire to kill, strength increased by 50% during battle, but the longer the battle, the easier it is to fall into chaos. Bond demon, when the number of demons exceeds 10, the power increases by 20%, and the degree of chaos increases by 20%. When the number of demons exceeds 30, the power increases by 40%, and the degree of chaos increases by 40%. When the number of demons exceeds 50, the power increases by 60%, and the degree of chaos increases by 60%. Activated. Introduction. Only the abyss can accommodate these chaotic lives. The fallen demon is even more terrifying. It is 1.8 meters tall, and has a pair of small wings on its back that cannot fly. It holds a long handle in its hand, and the other end of the handle is connected to an iron ball full of spikes through a chain. When it is swung, it will make a unique friction sound of metal. These terrifying evil beings constantly make creepy sounds from their mouths, like countless resentful spirits whispering in your ears, which makes people tremble. Fallen demon level, level 5, intermediate soldier, strength increased by 15%. Potential, rare 3-star skills, fallen abyss, D level, uses the abyss blasphemy to make terrible whispers. Those who hear the abyss blasphemy will fall into a trance. If the willpower test fails, they will be completely fallen and transformed into a new demon. Demon body, D level, defense increased by 50%, immune to plague and disease. Demon rage, D level, when the rage is high, the strength is increased by 50%, and the demons around will enter a frenzy. Racial talent, those who are affected by the whispers of demons and become demons will obey their orders forever, and their souls will belong to the fallen demon after death. Bond demon, when the number of demons exceeds 10, the corrosion power of the fallen abyss skill increases by 20%. When the number of demons exceeds 20, the corrosion power of the fallen abyss skill increases by 40%. When the number of demons exceeds 30, the corrosion power of the fallen abyss skill increases by 60%. Activated. Introduction. Covering your ears cannot stop the abyss blasphemy from corroding your soul. After Richard read the attributes of the two demons, his eyes condensed. Sure enough, you can't underestimate the enemy. Although the inferior demons are a bit funny, the attributes of the fallen demons are not simple. While thinking, his eyes looked at the center of the demons. A team of inferior demons pulled a carriage. The inferior demons were chained and used as livestock. Sitting on the carriage was a tall demon holding a flaming whip in his hand. The other party was wearing a set of black armor, and his face was more hideous than other demons. Snap, the flaming whip was swung, and the flame tail exploded in the air, and the crisp sound mixed with the heat came out. The surrounding inferior demons and fallen demons trembled immediately after hearing this sound, and felt great fear. Demon Hero. Chapter 79. Looking at the demon with a unique aura, Richard opened the other party's attribute panel with some curiosity. Barossa Bloodthirst, Flame Devil, Hero Unit Level, Level 5, Intermediate Hero, Magic Damage Bonus 30%. Potential, D-Level Profession, Demon Commander, Primary, Casting Effect increased by 5%. Magic, 200 points, recover 2 points per second. Skills, Enslaving Demons, D-Level, waving the flame whip in hand, forcibly suppressing the demon army under his command, making them obey orders. Soul Whip, D-Level, when the flame whip hits the enemy, it will directly cause soul damage and cause great pain. Bloodthirst, D-Level, makes subordinates extremely eager for blood and killing, increases strength by 30%, deprives pain perception, lasts for 3 minutes, cools down for 5 minutes, and consumes 50 points of magic. Petrified Skin, D-Level, makes subordinate skin as hard as rock, increases defense by 30%, lasts for 3 minutes, cools down for 5 minutes, and consumes 50 points of magic. Hero features. When commanding demon troops, increase the strength of all demons by 20% racial talent. The more demons the commander has, the stronger he is. Bond Commander. If the number of demon armies under the commander exceeds 1 squadron, the efficiency of the army in executing orders will increase by 20%. If the number of demon armies under the commander exceeds 3 squadrons, the efficiency of the army in executing orders will increase by 40%, activated. If the number of demon armies under the commander exceeds 5 squadrons, the efficiency of the army in executing orders will increase by 60%. Introduction. The demon commander can command chaotic demons to fight. It is best not to let them gather a large number of troops. This demon hero not only has 2 enhancement magics, but also fits well with demons. Using whips to suppress the chaos of demons and make them obey orders, perhaps this is also a characteristic of demons. The life of the chaotic evil camp can never be inferred by common sense. All inferior demons listen to the order. Attack, trample this village. Devour their souls. The roar of the abyss blasphemy interrupted Richard's thoughts. He didn't know this evil language, but he understood what the other party meant. This is a high-level language feature, close to the power of magic. Woo, the demon's low horn sounded. Snap, the demon hero's flaming whip swung in the air, exploding a flame. The surrounding inferior demons, with hideous faces, trembled all over, and immediately roared and charged. But the chaotic characteristics made them unable to fight in a disciplined manner, even if they had a commander, and they rushed forward directly. The demon commander waved the whip again, and a red light directly enveloped dozens of inferior demons charging in the front. Petrified Skin. The inferior demon only felt a strong force surging into his body, and his body's surface became hard. He immediately fell into excitement. The passage to the village was in the shape of a concave. When the inferior demon approached, dozens of arrows were shot out. But with the strengthening of Petrified Skin, they did not dodge at all, and rushed forward against the arrows. The arrows hit them like hitting thick cotton clothes, and the lethality was greatly reduced. But the pain did not stop the inferior demons with tenacious vitality, but they went crazy in the severe pain. At this moment, fire! In the depths of the passage, 5 crossbows stood side by side, and the cold arrows reflected the unique light of metal. After a cold shout, arrows as thick as arms flew out. Puff! Several demons in front were strung together like candied haws. Blood splattered. Even with magic like Petrified Skin, it couldn't stop the crossbow from shooting. The breath of blood made the demon's scarlet pupils more violent. They rushed forward with a roar, and at this time, the human soldiers behind them also rushed up with a roar. The battle became bloody in an instant. Quickly pull the crossbow to the second line of defense. Archers shoot with all their strength. We must not let these damned demons enter our village. Fighting closely with demons, even the bravest veterans would feel heavy-hearted. Richard couldn't see the battle deep in the passage, but from the disappearance of the outermost arrows of humans, he could know how much pressure the demons put on him. Master, when will we launch the attack? Gray asked in a deep voice. Just as Richard was about to answer, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, triggering the side quest choice of good and evil. You witnessed a demon attack on a human village. 1. You can choose to join the human camp and fight against the demons together. 2. You can join the demon camp and invade the human village together. 3. You can stand aside or turn around and leave. Note, the current mode is free exploration. The rewards of the side quest are unknown. You can make any choice, and every choice you make will affect your next encounter. Choice of good and evil? Richard's eyes flashed with a bit of amusement. Sorry, I am in the neutral camp. The main quest is to protect Bida Town. There is no reason why the side quest has nothing to do with the main quest. Decisive order? Gray, prepare for battle. After the demons have put all their forces into the battle, you lead the army to raid the demon hero, and you must not let him live. After strangling the demon, occupy the village. We need to know more from them. Besides, this copy only has 4 camps: demons, undead, temples, and humans. It's too monotonous. Dusk City? Don't mind becoming the 5th camp. Since he can explore freely, he is not willing to complete the task honestly. From Andel's hero recruitment task to the sudden incident of the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce, the biggest feeling these 2 things gave him was that he could jump out of the framework. He did not complete Andel's recruitment task and recruited the other party in advance. He did not honestly save the Luanhuihua Chamber of Commerce from the desert bandits, but instead obtained the precious blueprint of the hero altar, which could not be regarded as a reward under normal logic. It shows that there is not only one way to go in the task of Glorious Era, and the main plot is to protect Bida Town, but there is no stipulation on how to protect it. Hearing Richard's words, the blue soul fire in Gray's empty eyes burned fiercely. This mummy hero particularly admired and respected his master's spirit. As you wish, great master. Chapter 80. If you want to be the fisherman, you must have the strength to be the fisherman. Richard just has it. 20 rare level axes of the dead can beat all those who don't obey. Not to mention Gray, a powerful A-level hero. With 500 points of magic power, he can forcibly release 5 curse words, which is enough for 20 axes of the dead to hit a wave of lore. The opportunity will come soon. After the offensive in front was frustrated, the demon commander was furious and threw all the fallen demons with chained balls into it. Only 5 teams of inferior demons were left around. Richard insisted and decisively let Gray lead the army to the side and attack the demon hero. He only left a team of bandaged mummies around him as guards. Kill! Accompanied by Gray's roar, the Dusk City opened the first war of this dungeon. The bandaged mummies charged forward, and these rare 3-star soldiers, who had just been strengthened, were particularly fierce at this moment. Their arms reflected metallic luster, and their sharp claws could easily tear the thick hide of bison. The scorpion warriors followed behind, and Gray led the 5 cursed pharaohs and the axe of the dead forward. The mummy hero was inconspicuous under the cover of a group of 2-meter-tall big guys. The demon commander immediately discovered the army of the Dusk City mummies. A kind of anger of being stabbed in the back made him roar wildly. You bastards! A group of lowly undead dared to provoke the great demons. Stop attacking humans, retreat and hunt the undead. The abyssal blasphemy in his mouth resounded throughout the earth. With a wave of his hand, a scarlet light enveloped the 5 teams of inferior demons around him. Roar! The demons suddenly became more aggressive, staring at the bandaged mummies charging at them. Bloodthirsty madness. Kill! Snap! The demon commander swung the flame whip fiercely, and whipped a demon on the back. The great pain of soul tearing made them wail hysterically, and at the same time frightened the 5 teams of demons beside them. They immediately bit like wild dogs out of the cage. The fallen demons who were attacking the human village in the back also turned around and rushed towards the army of the City of Dusk after hearing the order. These demons holding chains and constantly spitting out the blasphemous words of the abyss are several times stronger than the demons. The 10 demons pulling the carriage were also driven by the demon commander at this moment. They turned the carriage and aimed the front of the carriage at the army of the City of Dusk. Snap! The demon hero whipped the demons pulling the carriage. The inferior demon felt pain and exerted force violently. With a crackle, the chains tied to his body instantly straightened. The force was transmitted to the chariot violently, and the 2 iron wheels moved forward. A 3-bladed strange weapon in the middle of the wheels also turned with the wheels. The demon hero became more and more excited. Snap! The flame whip waved, and the inferior demon's speed increased a little. The inferior demon who was in the front and cast the bloodthirsty madness spell rushed towards the bandaged mummy with a low roar. Roar! The inferior demon with a bent back waved 3 sharp claws like daggers and opened his bloody mouth at the same time, biting directly. The bandaged mummy did not show weakness and did not dodge or evade, but directly collided head-on. The inferior demon's claws pierced the mummy's chest directly, and at the same time, his mouth bit and pulled, but the bandages were extremely strong, offsetting most of their strength. Although the bandage was barely pierced, it did not cause any real damage. The inferior demon wanted to pull the sharp claws that had pierced into the mummy's body, but it felt like cutting cowhide with a blunt knife, full of a blocked feeling. The bandaged mummy had no idea what pain was. The moment it was attacked, its strengthened arm stabbed out violently. With a sizzle, the 5 fingers pierced through the inferior demon's abdomen like piercing tofu. 5 razor-sharp fingers appeared behind the curved back, and blood spurted out like a faucet bursting. The open fingers slashed violently, breaking the muscles and grabbing the inferior demon's spine. The body pulled hard, and the spine broke directly. Even if it was blessed with the bloodthirsty madness, the inferior demon, who did not know pain, could not withstand this kind of damage at this moment. After collapsing on the ground, no matter how it struggled, it could not get up again. The bandaged mummy swung its claws violently, sizzling, piercing into the head, ending the opponent's soul. When the demon commander saw this scene, a gray light appeared on his body, and magic power condensed. The next moment, the light flashed, and the skin of the inferior demon turned gray like rock. Petrified skin, defense increased by 30%. If it was the same level, this 30% defense increase would be enough to change the situation, not to mention that the inferior demon had added 2 magics, bloodthirsty madness and petrified skin. The only pity was that they were facing a rare 3-star bandaged mummy with enhanced attack. The claws pierced the inferior demon's skin, and the increased defense did not have any effect. And the inferior demon's attack could only cause not serious damage to the bandaged mummy. The moment the 2 sides collided, the inferior demons immediately suffered a large number of casualties, while the bandaged mummies did not lose any personnel. The demon hero was furious when he saw the scene, which was completely opposite to what he had imagined. Snap! He swung the whip and drove the inferior demon to pull the chariot into the center of the battle. He wanted to crush these scum himself. The 3-bladed weapons attached to the wheels on both sides turned like a meat grinder. The thighs of several inferior demons, who did not have time to dodge, were directly cut off, but because they were deprived of pain, they still wanted to continue charging. After the chariot entered the battlefield, the demon hero swung the flaming whip fiercely, snap, and whipped a bandaged mummy that was entangled with the inferior demon. The bandaged mummy's bandage that could block the inferior demon's bite was directly shattered, and a large piece of its body exploded out. What was even more terrifying was the pain coming from the soul, as if someone had split them apart. The demon hero showed a hideous smile on his face. These damn lowly lives enjoy the whipping of souls. Whoosh! The flame whip turned in the air and swung down again. The bandaged mummy wanted to dodge, but was entangled by the inferior demon. Snap! The mummy's body exploded, splashing yellow sand all over the sky. Desertification. Although it resisted physical damage, it could not resist the terrifying soul attack. The soul of the bandaged mummy was directly annihilated, and its body was broken into pieces, turning into grains of sand. The demon hero became more and more excited, and the flame whip in his hand kept waving like a dragon's tail, driving the chariot to kill in the direction of more people. But at this moment, boom, the demon hero felt an indescribable terrifying force hitting his mind. The whole person seemed to be bombarded by a battering ram, and his thoughts fell into chaos in an instant. His body was no longer under his control at this moment. He threw down the flame whip and spread his hands and feet into a big letter. The next second, dozens of battle axes with chains appeared in his sight, tearing through the sky. The demon commander sensed the deadly danger at this critical moment. He bit his tongue hard, and the pain stimulated his nerves. He wanted to use the pain to force himself out of the chaos. But this only made his consciousness much clearer, but he still couldn't control his body. He watched the battle axe hit his body. Soul command, A level, forcibly control the enemy's soul and order it to make an action. If you don't give a command, the opponent will be out of control after 5 seconds. The cooling time is 30 minutes and consumes 100 magic points. Crack, the battle axe flew past. The armor on his body shattered directly like glass hitting the ground. Blood splashed several meters high. The axe of the dead attacked at the same time. The damage caused by 20 battle axes hitting a target was exaggerated. The stronger the strength, the lower the probability of triggering soul execution. But even so, the concentrated attack still caused the damage to overflow. Puff, a huge head was cut off, flew high and fell heavily to the ground. The demon hero holding the flaming whip, who had a terrifying majesty in the eyes of the demons, became a headless body. The 10 inferior demons pulling the chariot didn't know all this yet, and in order not to be whipped, they were still pulling the chariot frantically. Under the effect of inertia. Plop, the body fell directly to the ground. The demon commander dead.